Mutual presents Arch Obler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 25th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Obler, a series of dramas concerning the people of this expanding world in which we live. Tonight's play, Mr. Miller, will be introduced by Arch Obler.
It would be sheer presumption on my part to introduce to you either Eddie Cantor, the comedian, or Eddie Cantor, the humanitarian. For many years, he has been one of show business's all-time greats, both in terms of charitable actions and in what is equally important in these times of stress, in making you laugh again. But tonight I have the pleasure of bringing you Eddie Cantor in another role, that of a dramatic actor in a play which today is even more timely than in the pre-war years when I wrote it. For surely today of all days we know that in the larger analysis, peace in this world can come only through the good conscience of each man.
Come in. So, all right, come in and shut the door. So, all right, sit down. Yeah, I want to talk to you. About me. Everybody's talking about me, so why should I be different? You, I want you to understand. Why you? Because, what's the difference? You going to listen or ain't you? So I'll tell you. Maybe not everything. Maybe some things I'll think in my head, but I'll tell you plenty. I, Sammy Miller, am a fool. I was born a fool, I die a fool. All right, I know it. But what I did was right. You hear me right? Okay, I'll tell you. I'll put it in simple little words so you'll understand. I, Sammy Miller, I got a crack in my head like the Holland Tunnel. I'm punchy, cuckoo, nuts. I ain't saying it alone, you understand? You don't have to tell me. Everybody's saying it, all up and down 49th Street. I can hear it in my head.
Sammy Miller, he's a dope.
Bury him in the ground. Such a fool. He's dead already.
All right. So it's settled, all right. I'm everything they say, all right. Who wants to give an argument? Who can argue when a man throws away $100,000? $100,000. Did you hear that? Do you realize what that is? Okay. Millions you read about in the paper. $1 million for a submarine, $1 million for an airplane, millions for this and millions for that. But I ask you plain. Do you know how much money $100,000 is? $100,000 stuck up one by one like telephone poles down the street?
1, 2, 3, 4.
In my head, I begin counting it off, and it's enough to go crazy. Crazy, I tell you. You work in a store, all right. You make $22.50 a week. You work in a drugstore behind the counter someplace, $30.50. You may be a bookkeeper at $45. You own a big store, $100, all right. But $100,000. Real cash, and I threw it away. Me, Sammy Miller, who 2 years ago was reaching for butts in the gutter.
He's crazy. Nuts.
Bughouse. Loony.
Cracked. Punchy.
Crazy. Nuts.
I keep hearing him say it. I think it myself. Am I nuts? Did something, bust in my head? Maybe from the time I got slugged. Am I nuts? Nah. What I did was right. Right, and I'll lay it on the line and show you. And maybe show myself. So where'll I start? When I'm 16? Yeah, good, when I'm 16. 16, and I'm ambitious, like a Benji Franklin in Brooklyn, yeah. Right where the elevator turns in and goes over the bridge. Brooklyn, right by the elevator, and I'm 16. And I'm ambitious, yeah. 16, and have I got ambitions?
Go on, I bet you $1 million, 5-2. That Harden and that guy Coolidge winning a freeze.
Go on, you ain't got 2 bits.
Yeah? Look who's talking. Boy, that's the job. President. Sit in the White House, 75,000 smackaroos every payday. Boy, that's the job.
Go on, lots of troubles. Vice president, that's the one, boy. Do nothing, say nothing. 50,000, just like that.
Go on, he don't get that much.
He does, too.
You're nuts.
Hey, Sam, you know. How much the vice president get? How much, huh? How much, huh?
What?
Look at that dope. He ain't even listening.
Sam, what's the matter with you? Talking to you. You ain't even listening.
I was thinking.
So what was you thinking? So what was so important?
Nothing.
Go on, spell it. What was you thinking?
Yeah, go on, there you. What was you thinking?
Well, I was thinking...
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, I was thinking When I'm managing the champion...
He's in again.
Yeah, the champion manager. Let me use the pink Rolls Royce manager.
Look at the manager with holes in his pants.
Slam the dope manager, champions. Give him room, boys. Give him room.
Yeah. I'm telling you, since I was 16 and before, long before, one idea in the head, manager of a champion. Yeah, funny, ain't it? A kid like they used to say with holes where he sits down got such an ambition, manager of a champion? Believe it or not, Ripley, huh?
Hey, Sammy, Dempsey's looking for you.
The whole neighborhood used to laugh at me.
Hey, Sammy, Tex Rickard's on the telephone.
Yeah, laughing, all of them. It wasn't funny, no. Punk kid, I used to get tears in the eyes. Why should they laugh at me? Everybody's got different ambitions, sure, why not? One kid wants to be a general, another kid wants to have a lot of girls, another kid wants maybe to go flying like a bird. All right, that's all right. Everybody, like they say, to his own ideas. So I had an idea. I wanted to be a guy who'd make a champion. Yeah, like Kearns made out of Dempsey. Pick up a good, strong kid someplace, show him this and this, pick his spots for him, work the angles. Pretty soon have him in the garden, knocking him flatter than the backside of a sewer lid. Wake him up from $10 prices to the hundreds, to the thousands. Yeah, why not? Manager of champions. Why not? I'm asking you.
Sammy, go get a job.
My pa said, Sammy, go get a job.
Sammy, go get a job.
Job? I was looking for a job.
Hanging around with loafers in them gymnasiums.
Looking for a guy.
Hanging around places with fighting. Cheap bummers always fighting.
The guy to make a champion.
Sammy, get a job. Sammy, get a job.
Yeah, my pa, over and over, get a job. I was looking. Harder, I tell you, than the guy that's got 2 wives and 15 hungry kids. Every stinking gym in town and walking way out of town. Jersey City, City Island, Passaic, all the way to Rockaway. Every place there was a gym, a 2-bit fight show, looking for the guy that'd make a champion. The guy that'd make me manager of a champion.
Loafer.
I'm 17.
Bummer.
I'm 18.
No good.
19, 20.
Get out of my house. What good are you?
21, 22. How do I live? Don't ask me. $1 here, $1 there, working for all the big shots in the racket, at the fight camps, in the corners, handing the water bottles and the sponges, bringing them coffee, bringing them good luck, shoved around and kicked around. Okay, that's all right. What's the difference? Learning all the angles, every angle. Who the politicians ought to play ball with? Who runs the garden from the inside and sets the big fights? Who cuts in to make a champion? What newspaper big shots will build up a palooka in the headlines for? And for how much, you know? Who'll take a dive to build up your boy's reputation? Learning all the angles, yeah. Learn them for the day when I had found him. The guy, the one who'd make me manager of a champion.
Take the phone out!
You got any idea how many fights I went to looking for that right guy? You know how many fights and how many jerkwater places a guy can see in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4? Funny, ain't it? Living through the years I was. When guys my age are looking too, yeah, all the guys are looking, but for girls. Yeah, girls for fun and girls for wives. But me, have I got time? No. Got just time for looking out for him. The guy, the right guy. Oh, there's plenty with the fists to look at. Black boys, white ones, brown ones, sluggers that come in way wide open, dancers that throw their mitts like they was cream puffs. Plenty to look at, hundreds of them, going slug nutty and hungry and getting ears like hunks of cabbage, waiting for a break. But none of them for me. No, not a one. Well, not the one. So I keep on working here and working there and looking. So one night I'm in town in Pensy. Bells. I hear bells. What? And then it catches at my throat. It's New Year. Yeah, caught up to me all at once, just like that, another year. I stand there looking at him, laughing, jumping. I'm cold, all of a sudden cold. I go into a doorway, stand there looking at him, and believe me, I don't see him. All I see, all I know is another year's gone and I ain't found him. I'm nobody, nothing. I ain't found him.
Tickets to the benefit fight, mister?
Tickets? Fight? I look around. I'm standing in the hall, people moving in, a big sign. Amateur fights tonight, big benefit. Funny, ain't it? New Year's night, and there I'm standing.
Tickets to the benefit fight, mister?
So I buy a ticket, go inside. So you're smart. You guessed it. Well, it don't take no brain like a Napoleon. Sure, I found him. Yeah, he was there in the ring just when I walked in. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and I knew it. It was him. Yeah, him. Maybe you don't care about nothing. Maybe you never look for nothing. Maybe you go along and everything's jake and smooth and easy. Okay, then this don't mean a thing. But if you ever wanted something, see? A drink, a dame, a kid, a break, you'll know. There I was, see? New Year's Eve, tired, ready to bust right down, quit, throw my top. And there he was.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Miller.
What can I tell you about him?
From New York. Oh, say, you've come a long way.
Build? Well, like I always see them, big in shoulders, small in hips, and tall and lanky.
Oh, well, thanks. Honest, I was lucky knocking him out.
And fast? Say, when he moved, you couldn't see him. In, sock, and out. And you couldn't lay a glove on him, not if you threw 100 pairs with 50 guys to throw him.
Make a business of it? Fight professional? Well, I hadn't thought much about it, mister.
Yeah, him all right. 3 minutes and knew it like St. Peter himself made out an affidavit. Champion stuff, and me the manager of a champion.
Oh, no, really, thanks, Mr. Miller, but I don't think I want to make a living out of fighting.
But he didn't want to fight. I mean, not for dough. Can you beat it? Not for dough?
I appreciate everything you said, Mr. Miller, but, well, you don't understand the situation. Me, sure, I'm handy with my fists, but that's not what I want to do. Fight for fun, sure. You know, charity, but not for money. Oh, I haven't been studying and working all these years just to use my hands for knocking guys down for a count of 10. No, sir. What have I been studying? Well, it doesn't make much difference, does it? I mean, well, all right. I will tell you. Art school. That's where I'm going. I'm a painter. No, I don't belong to any union. I don't even know what you mean. Oh, I get it. No, not that kind of painting. I do mine on canvas. Yeah, just like they put in museums. You're right there, but you're wrong if you think mine go on exhibition. I'm just beginning, learning. And fighting pro and painting pro, well, they don't mix. At least I don't think so, Mr. Miller.
I had to argue with him, yeah. Hours and hours of arguing. Can you beat it? Have to argue with a guy to make him champion, richer than the president? Have to talk him into it? Can you beat it?
Okay, mister. I guess you win. Where do I sign?
So, at last it was done and finished and beginning. I was managing a fighter like you dream about and never is, but there he was. And me, his manager, Sam and Dave. His last name? What's the difference? Dave's enough. And he'd be champion, absolutely. First fight. 25 bucks.
$12.50, Sam? Okay. That'll buy me a lot of paints.
Second fight. $50.
Okay, Sam. I'll be the richest artist this side of Rembrandt.
Third fight. $100.
Sam, I tell you, it's wrong for an artist to have to pay an income tax. It's wrong, Sam. All wrong.
Oh, I brought him along slow and easy. Slow and easy. Pick the right spots. Not too tough, boys, not too easy. All the small-town fight spots. Let him pick up the answers slow and easy. How the rough ones work. Backhanders and rabbit punches, butters and eye pokers. Learn it slow and learn it all. The way a champion's gotta know it all.
Hey, Sam, this is Lou. Yeah, listen, I'm calling long distance, so listen quick. I hear you got a boy, a good boy. Well, listen, Sam, I got a proposition. Listen, Sam.
Out the sharpshooters, yeah. Don't take long. Read it in the papers, just a couple of lines down in the corner, but they smell out the good ones.
Listen, Sam, got a proposition.
Wasn't having any part of them, no, sir. Keep Dave out of New York till I was good and ready, and he was good and ready. That's the way I figured it, and that's the way it was going to be. Yeah. All figured out, all of it. Up to the very night they'd lift up his hand and said,
"The champion of the world!"
It's in your face. You're asking when I'm getting to the point? What's this got to do with a guy going nuts with his eyes wide open, throwing away $100,000 the way you throw away a burnout match? Well, I'm getting to the point quick. Yeah, too quick. 'Cause when I talk about it... Listen. He's got a dozen fights stuck away, Dave has, and we made some bucks, and everything is rolling right, see? Right. And yet not too right. Slow, see? Much too slow. I mean, the build-up. Easy does it. Easy does it. Know it. Sure, I know it. But it's slow, see? Awful slow. The days, they crawl. The weeks. New York's still awful far away. It's right to do it that way, I know. Yeah, I know it, but it's slow. Awful slow. And every day, every week, every fight makes it that much slower. Dave didn't care. Why should he? Had lots of time. But me, I'd been waiting, yeah, all these years, waiting. Hungry, shoved and kicked around by all the wise guys. And now I had the guy to put me right on top. I wanted Dave in that garden, see? Walking down the aisle with them wise guys saying...
That's Sam Miller, see? He's got the champagne.
Wanted that, I tell you, wanted it. Me that had nothing. Brooklyn under the elevator. Years of not eating good, just looking and waiting. You couldn't blame me for wanting what I wanted. Faster, fast as I could get it.
Sam!
A guy came to see me.
Got a match for you.
Was in Youngstown.
$5,000 the wind-up.
$5,000.
$5,000 the wind-up. Fight the soccer, 15 rounds.
The soccer? No. Oh, no. Too good for Dave. Oh, much too good.
8, 9, 10, count! The winner, Dave Butler,
But Dave was good, too. If he'd beat the soccer, they'd want him in the garden, sure. The garden, a couple of fights, then the big one, and...
That's Sam Miller, see? He's got the champagne.
I said, okay, my boy will fight the soccer, sure. Why not? Fight and beat him.
Fight in the wind-up, Sam? Well, if you think I'm ready, sure. Why not?
So that's the way it was. The night, the biggest crowd he'd ever fought in front of.
Nervous, Sam? Oh, you are, not me.
Got into the ring, and the minute he was in there, I wanted to say, Dave, get out of there. You're not ready. Dave, get out.
Ladies and gentlemen, a wind-up, 50 rounds to a decision.
Dave, he's too good for you. A punch like... Listen, Dave, you're not ready. But I said nothing. Nothing. First round. Take it easy, Dave. Stay away from him, Dave. Third round. All right, Dave. You're doing all right. Fourth round. Dave, you're going fine. Hit him, Dave. There, you've hurt him. Crowd him. In the breadbasket. Hit him. Down. He was down. Dave, the soccer caught him coming in between the eyes. Dave, get up. If you don't get up, Dave, everything is down there with you. Dave, get up. Up. He's up. Out on his feet. I'll throw the towel. No. My Dave hit him. My Dave hit him. Soccer's down. Out. Out. He's out. Got so excited like it was happening all over again, didn't I? Yeah, that's the way it was. Got up off the floor, the kid did. Right off the floor and knocked the contender out cold. Cold is what I'm going to tell you now. Walked home from the fight, him and me. Me walking on air. When this knockout hit the papers in New York, they'd lay the carpet down for me and Dave all the way to the front of the garden. Yeah, walking on air. Me, Sammy Miller. And my champion walking with me. Hotel room.
I got a little headache, Sam.
I said, all right, lie down. I went over and sat by the window, looking out at the street, the lights. Lights flashing on and off. There'd be lights in front of the garden for him, for me. For me.
Sam.
He called me. I said, why don't you sleep?
I can't sleep. Sam, do me a favor. Turn on the lights.
The lights?
Sam, didn't you hear me? Turn on the lights.
The lights were on.
Sam, where are you? Turn on the lights.
His eyes were on me, through me, past me. Didn't see me. In a minute I knew the punch that hit him in the head, he couldn't. Would never, I knew, I tell you, knew it sure as if 100 docs were telling me.
Sam, where are you? Why is it so dark?
And then I knew something else, quick through my head like a light. I knew it. If I stayed with him, finished, done, that's the way I'd be, like he was done, leading him around like a dog leading a blind. Had to get out of there quick. The purse was in my pocket, $5,000, threw $1,000 on the table and then out.
Sam, is that you? Why is it so dark? Sam, for God's sake, tell me. Why is it so dark? Sam!
New York. I was back.
Hiya, Sammy.
Different now. Dough. I had plenty dough.
Sure, we can do business, Sammy. I'll sell 'em for cash. Sure, why not?
Bought myself a fighter. You hear that? Bought myself a fighter. Black boy, a comer, right out of the Golden Gloves. Champion amateur, yeah. Bought and paid for cash.
Do just what you say, boss.
You know the rest.
Knockout first round, knockout fourth round, decision 10 round.
Yeah,
Knockout
easy.
fourth round,
Just like that.
knockout 9 round.
I pay the money, I get a black boy who's better than the best. Easy, just like that.
The Black Panther, Sammy Miller's won to fighter today, signed to fight the champion at the Garden.
Fight the champion at the Garden. So everything's all right, sure. Fight the champion, then my boy, he's champion, sure, and I am manager of a champion. That's what I wanted, sure. So everything's all right, yeah. Only one little thing is wrong, yeah. When I lay down at night to sleep, I can't sleep. You want to know why?
Sam, why is it so dark?
Just that, I hear it, just that. So I can't sleep. Crazy, huh?
Sam, why is it so dark?
A man who got what he wants.
Sam, why is it so dark?
Right up on top, got what he wants.
Sam, why is it so dark?
A boy who will be the champion, dough in the pocket, in the bank.
Sam, why is it so dark?
Not to be able to sleep, that's crazy, ain't it?
Sam, why is it so dark?
Just a voice in the head, that's all.
Sam, why is it so dark?
Over and over.
Sam, why is it so dark?
Conscience.
Sam, why is it so dark?
What is conscience?
Sam, why is it so dark?
Just a thought inside my head, that's all.
Sam, why is it so dark?
Over and over.
Sam, why is it so dark?
Every night.
Sam, why is it so dark?
As soon as I'm alone, as soon as I shut my eyes
Sam,
to
why
sleep.
is it so dark?
I can't stand it no
Sam,
more.
why is it so dark?
Gotta find him, I tell
Sam,
myself.
why is it so dark?
Send people out to look.
Sam, why is it so dark?
Where he was, where he used to live, but no. Gone. Nobody knows where. So every night the same, I close my eyes.
Sam, why is it so dark?
I can't. I try. No, Davy. Oh, no, Davy. No. And so today, I did what I did. The sun was bright. I was walking along the street, and all at once I saw the answer. There in front of me. I went up the steps, inside. Cool inside and dark.
May I help you, my son?
My son. He said that to me, Sam Miller, to me. Can I help you, my son? Yes. Help me. Help me. I took from a man the one thing he wanted. To look on the world and put what he saw down with paint on canvas. This I took from him. And so the only thing left for me to do is to give away the one thing I want most in all the world. Take it, Father. For anything you need it. God or people, use it, burn it. Just take it. So I gave away my fighter, my 100,000, my chance to be a manager of a champion. So they say I'm crazy. Everybody says it.
Sammy Miller, he's a dope.
Bury him in the ground. Such a fool. He's dead already.
A fool? Sure. I, Sam Miller, am a fool. But even a fool can do one thing in his life he knows is right.
have just heard Mr. Eddie Cantor in Mr. Miller, a play by Arch Obler. Included in the cast, with Mr. Cantor, was Howard Duff, with Leo Cleary, Lester J., Bill Johnstone, Irvin Lee, Elliot Lewis, Lou Merrill, Sidney Miller, and Julian Upton. The orchestra was conducted by Jack Meakin. Sound, Art Fulton and Bill James. Engineer, John Bailey. Next week, as the final broadcast of the special 26-week series, Mr. Paul Muni will appear in a new play by Arch Obler, titled I Declare War. Because of the unusual nature of this final broadcast, we cordially invite you to listen. Next week, then, Mr. Paul Muni in I Declare War. This will be the 26th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Obler. To conclude the program this evening, Jack Meakin conducts the orchestra in excerpts from an original composition, Memoirs. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A gentleman named Frank Richard Stockton, whose name may not be familiar to you, as I must admit it wasn't to me, wrote one of the most famous short stories of all time. It was called The Lady or the Tiger. I mention it only because, in its own curious way, it reminded me of the story that Dr. Felix Brandt is about to reveal. Our mystery drama, The Doppelganger, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. To go back to The Lady and the Tiger, you'll remember, I'm sure, that it was a story of a man who faced two doors. Behind one of them was a famished, raging, man-eating tiger who would devour and destroy. Behind the other was a love goddess, every man's desire. Now, I'm not suggesting that this story has anything to do with that story, except in the matter of choice. Something we do every day, select one alternative or the other. So, let's examine Dr. Felix Brandt's selection and judge him as you may.
My name is Felix Brand. I have a doctorate in clinical psychology. I was married, have one daughter. As I've grown older, although it has been a passionate obsession of mine all my life, I've had to fight the tendency to devote more time to my avocation than my vocation. Parapsychology. The exploration of the psychic, the world beyond the finite world. A hobby, or obsession, if you will, which led to my unspeakable crime. Worse. Far worse than murder.
It was nice of you to meet me at the airport, Dr. Brandt.
For reasons deeper than simple courtesy, Hank, I wanted to have a private chat with you about the woman we both love, that daughter of mine. That's why I'm letting you drive, so I can...
Well, what is it, sir? Something about Fran?
No, not just at this moment. Quickly, Hank. Cut over to the right lane, fast.
Yes, sir, but what... My God. Doctor, if you had told me to pull over, that maniac would have hit us head on.
There's nothing more we can do, Hank. The police have it in hand. Let's drive on.
Yes, sir.
The man is dead.
I don't know. Probably.
He is dead.
How do you know?
I don't. I only sense it. He didn't want to live. I don't know why. Heart condition, terminal disease. Some reason.
Well, how could you know what kind? Well, how did you know to tell me to pull over so suddenly? As if you knew in advance there was going to be an accident.
I'm an old man, Hank. An old man who meddles perhaps in too many things outside my province. I've been looking deeper and deeper into parapsychology, and some of the things I've come to believe in rub off.
What things, sir?
Oh, extrasensory perception, ESP, if you'd rather. Clairvoyance, telepathy, all sorts of psychic phenomena. I'm thinking of abandoning classic psychology and switching over to the other side. Matter of fact, I'm already teaching one course in it. And that's of little interest to a lawyer. Or even my prospective son-in-law. Tell me, what brought you flying down from law school for the weekend?
Well, didn't Fran, hasn't Fran said anything to you, Doc?
About what?
I don't know, just, well, her letters have been very strange lately. Not very frequent. I thought something might be wrong. I mean, I had a hunch.
The amateur outflanks the expert. I hope you're wrong. You have me worried. There's everything in the world to me. If anything ever happened to her.
She means as much to me, Dr. Brandt. And don't you worry. If anything is wrong, between us, we can set it right.
It was a relief to have Hank back again. I had been worried about my daughter Fran lately. Fran, the picture of her mother, whom I had lost too soon, bright, open, happy, reaching out both hands to the world, full of love to give and expecting the same in return. And yet I knew, had been trying to conceal from myself something that was very wrong, something it took Hank, whom she had loved with all her heart since high school, to bring out into the open.
Hey, Fran, what you trying to do? Get pneumonia?
Oh, hi, Hank. I didn't think you'd be here so soon. I'm warm enough.
Mm-hmm. Huddled out here in the gazebo with snow all around and the wind whistling up icicles.
I've got my parka to keep me warm.
How about your love? Don't I get a welcome kiss, even if it's a cold one?
Oh, Hank. Oh, Hank, what am I going to say to you?
Well, something a lot more straight from the shoulder than those weaseling letters I've been getting recently.
I know. I'm not very proud of myself at the moment, Hank.
Hey, you don't have to cut corners with me. There's another guy, right?
Hank, please, listen to me and try to understand. You see, Dad has been teaching his regular survey course in basic psychology, and I met this guy there, and I don't know, something crazy happened, something I wasn't prepared for or even thought about in my well-ordered life.
You fell in love with him?
Yes.
Which lets me out.
Please don't put it like that, Hank. It's something so sudden, so overwhelming. I don't...
Hey, don't I even get a chance to get up to bat for the ninth inning?
It's too late, Hank. I'm going to have his baby.
Ooh. Well, that's right between the eyes. When's the wedding?
I don't know. I just found out. About me, I mean.
I could cheerfully wring that rabbit's neck. Do your father know?
Not yet.
And this guy?
I haven't even told him yet.
Why not?
Well, I just haven't had the chance.
Okay. So it shouldn't be a total loss, and I don't waste the whole trip down here. We'll make a deal. I'll tell the doc about it, and you pin down your dream boy. What's his name, by the way?
I won't tell you that. I'm afraid to. I do love you, Hank. Well, why did something else like this turn up?
Fran, I'm no oracle. It's just what happens to people. Sort of thing that shakes faith and makes you wonder about God, but it's life. It's what we have to live. Come on, let's both go inside before we freeze to death.
I can't believe what you're telling me, Hank.
Well, you'd better, Pop. It's true.
Pop?
Sorry about that. Just slipped out.
That's what I always wanted from Fran and you.
And we can't legislate or play God. It's not the way it's going to be.
But who's the man?
Well, that's Fran's secret. It's her right to keep it that way. There's nothing either of us can do about it.
I wouldn't agree with that. You'll give her up so easily?
I never owned her. She's her own mistress.
But you won't fight for her?
Doc, have a heart. What can I do? I can't force her to love and accept me. The best I can do is be a good loser. You gotta be kidding, Fran. So we were together a few times. You ought to know better than to get caught.
That's all I mean to you?
Oh, don't knock it. Look, you're a sweet chick. We made great music. It was all for kicks, though. I mean, no ties, no paddocks. Look, don't get me wrong. I'll get you the right guy. I mean, it's all legal now. And I'll bear the freight.
You want me to get rid of the baby?
Well, what else? I mean, you want it, you have it. Just don't try to pin me down. I want to stay loose. That's my thing.
I can't believe what you're saying.
It's a whole new world. You want to live by old-fashioned boxes they shoved us in. That's your option. And you can't push me in a sleeve, so don't ever try. I am today, baby. You got to take me as you find me.
Or as I lose you.
Well, that's the way it runs. Easy come, easy go.
I was that easy.
Oh, Oh, come on. I didn't say that.
Oh, you don't say much you really mean.
So? Maybe it's best we just split.
No, you please.
Look, the kid is out. And don't try to hang it on me. I'll deny it. All you'll get is a nice story that will get your old man fired out of the university.
Oh, I can't understand myself. How I can be in love with anyone as rotten as you.
Oh, knock it off, Fran.
If I did do something about the baby, would you still?
All right, hey. Now that's more like my old woman talking. Sure, if you do. I mean, you and me are a thing again.
I don't know if Dad would. I mean, I don't have any money.
Yeah, well, don't look at me. I ain't got the bread. But I got something better.
What?
It'll be mid-student, senior, and he owes me plenty. I mean, we'll do a little collecting from him.
But he's not a doctor.
He's the next thing to it. Well, don't get the whammies. He's done it before. It's a breeze. Leave it to me. I'll set the whole thing up.
Fran, darling, what is it?
Oh, the baby. Daddy, it's gone, but I'm bleeding.
Oh, good Lord.
Doc, anything I can do?
Yes, thanks. Call Dr. Montrose and get him here fast. The number's in my address book by the phone on my study desk.
I'm on my way.
Help me.
Oh, who did this to you, Fran?
Friend.
The man who made you pregnant. What's his name?
Oh, I can't. I won't tell.
Well, this isn't the time. But one way or another, I'll get it, Fran. And when I do, I'll find a way to make him suffer for what he's done to you.
There isn't much excuse for the man whose name Dr. Felix Grant still doesn't know, Hugh Prentice. The sad thing about life is they usually get away with things. Being without a conscience makes life a lot easier, but is anyone really without a conscience? That's something Hugh Prentice is about to have to start exploring as a strange and eerie punishment creeps over him. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Of course, in the Gilbert and Sullivan tradition, the Mikado's object of making the punishment fit the crime was comic and light-hearted. Here, it is deathly serious. In point of fact, unearthly so. Dr. Montrose was able to bring the hemorrhage under control after he arrived, and once it had stopped and Fran was under sedation, he met with his old friend Felix in the study.
Well, she's all right now, Felix. Nothing to worry about.
You don't think we should get her to the hospital?
Yeah, under ordinary circumstances, perhaps, but I'd say she's out of danger. She'll have to be watched closely, but I can handle that. If I put her in a hospital, it's all out in the open. You don't want that, do you?
What do you mean, Jim?
This is a pretty hidebound community, Felix.
You're a good friend, Jim.
Well, of yours and little Fran. I don't want to see her hurt anymore. Why did she do it?
I don't know.
I mean, she and Hank are going to get married anyway, so why?
It wasn't Hank's baby.
Oh.
What would you do about the man who started all this, Jim?
If it were my daughter? I don't know. We're a little elderly for physical retribution, aren't we? And any other course is problematical. Probably hurt Fran more than the man. Do you know who he is?
No. Fran won't tell me.
I suppose the best thing to do is let it go.
Come in.
How are you feeling today, Fran?
I'm all right, Daddy.
I know. I mean, Dr. Montrose has given you a clean bill of health.
Has he?
Well, he says you can get up and go back to college, or Whatever you want.
Whatever I want. There's one thing I want I may never have any more. Didn't Dr. Jim tell you?
Yes. We can talk about it later. Fran, I was just wondering...
What?
Would you like to... Well, I mean, Hank is still here, and he would like to see you.
No. I don't want to see Hank. I'm going back where I belong. If he'll have me.
Are you ready to tell me his name yet?
No. Not till I find out where I stand.
How can you make yourself so cheap? This man, whoever he is, has taken all the love and the joy and laughter out of you. How can you go crawling back to him?
Because he's the only one who can give it back to me.
And if he doesn't?
Then I just don't want to live.
I was helpless to aid her, to ease anything for her. All that burned in me was a rage for the man who had turned my happy child into a hurt and battered shell, a beggar dependent on a man who was not worthy of her. And at this moment, even though I still didn't know his name, I could curse him and wish him disaster. I could do better than that if I turned my back on a God that I felt had forsaken me and mine. And as an extension of all my psychic research, turned to black magic and called down a curse on the man who had ruined my child. But first I had to talk to Hank.
I love Fran, and I want it. I always will, but just for her sake, I wish I could break it up somehow, get her away from this slimy crud that's...
It's as though he has her under some spell. We both know he'll hurt her again, desert her, humble her. I think Fran herself knows it, but somehow she can't help herself.
What are you going to do, Doctor? Just let her go back to him? Leave it alone?
I can't stop Fran any more than you can, Hank. She's not a child. She's of age. Her life is in her own hands. I have no legal control.
If we only knew who he was.
Well, that won't be too hard to find out. I've thought of all kinds of things. Even though I'm not very rich, I could perhaps buy him off. I'm sure he has a price. But that wouldn't solve anything for Fran. She loves him. He's what she wants. He has only to crook his finger and she'll crawl to him. That's obvious enough after all she's gone through for him.
So what can we do?
You? Nothing. Go back and live your life.
Not quite. Without Fran.
Well, maybe it won't have to be without Fran. First, we have to clean this man out of her mind and her blood.
But you just said we couldn't.
One way. If he doesn't exist anymore, if he's dead.
Wait a minute. You can't seriously mean...
Oh, don't worry, son. Even if I had the means, a gun, a knife, a blunt weapon, I would have neither the strength nor the courage to use them, to say nothing of my lack of know-how. No. But I can wish him dead. Or worse. I might just have the power for that.
Doctor, are you all right? I don't understand you.
Of course you don't understand. And I'm quite all right. This is something you will have to leave to me. To anyone who reads this, it might seem fantastic, but the rites I prepared are solemn and real to more people around you than you might believe. The ceremonies of dark magic are very real to those who perform them. In the attic, I had found among Fran's childhood dolls one in the image of a man. I turned my study into a chapel of the damned, burning sulfur and asafoetida. Then I recited from my book of ceremonial magic. Oh, all ye ministers and companions, I direct, conjure, constrain, and command you to fulfill my bequest willingly and straightway, to accomplish the destruction of this man, unnamed, who has beset my daughter and most grievously harmed her by whatever means best suited.
great to be swinging with you again, baby.
Oh, I wasn't sure you'd want me back. I look so... I don't know.
Ah, you look great, kid. My old woman again. Sorry we got to ride the subway, but who's got bread for the hacks these days?
Oh, I don't mind where I am. Just so long as it's with you.
Yeah, stick with me, baby. You'll ride first class all the way. Not like these types. Look at them. Long gone. You and me are special. Just waiting for the right break. The chosen, huh?
If you choose me.
I'll buy you all the way down the line, kid. Take a look. I mean, who is there who could walk into...
What is it, you?
Yeah, halfway down the car there. Look. You see that guy?
Oh, which one?
You're nuts. What do you mean, which one? How could you miss him? He's a carbon copy of me. He's even wearing the same jeans, the embroidered jacket.
No, I don't see anyone who...
Come on. Let's go. I got to catch up with him.
You take it easy. I don't see anyone like you said.
He's disappeared. He's gone, but he's like my double. Come on, let's go upstairs.
I've got to get home, Hugh.
Look, this won't take a moment. Yeah, there he is. He's right at the top of the stairs, next to that fat dame.
No, there's no one there. He's all alone.
He's gone. He's gone again. But he was looking right at me. Who the devil do you suppose he was? What did he want?
Hello?
Fran?
Yes? Oh, it's you.
Listen, I gotta see you right away. I need help.
What's wrong?
I can't talk on the phone. Meet me on the campus, by the fountain. Something real crazy happened last night. I don't know who else to ask what to do. I was just turning in. I was reaching for the light to douse it when all of a sudden he's sitting right there in the chair facing me.
Who?
Him, the double, the guy we saw in the subway. I said, how the hell did you get in here? Who are you? I am your doppelganger. My what? Your double. Or if you want, your inheritor. What does that mean? It's time for you to wander like me. It's time for me to return and die as I should have. I don't know what you're talking about. A long time ago, so long you can't even begin to imagine, I sinned. And because of my sin, I was not allowed to die in peace, but condemned to wander in infinity until I found a body I could be laid to rest in. My time is almost here, and in you, I will find a home again. I don't know what kind of a nut you are, Jack, but I'm going to kick your tail out of here so I can get him sleep. That won't be necessary. Sleep for you is all I'm waiting for. Huh? When you are safely asleep, you are at my mercy. The moment your eyes close, your body will be mine, and your soul will be left to wander through the ages alone, waiting endlessly for peace and the blessing of eternal sleep. Get out! Get away from me! You're nothing but...
Nothing but a what, Hugh?
He's a ghost. I mean, I could see him plain as I see you, but I could see through him, too, like a lamp in back of him shining through his head. See the pan of a chair he was sitting in, as clear as a bell through him. I mean, he wasn't real. See, so I threw on some clothes. I ran out of the house. I spent the night walking. I was afraid to go to sleep. To bed. Fran, but nothing like this ever happened. Even on the wildest trip, I never blew so wild as this. What am I going to do?
Hugh, I think you should see my father.
Yeah. Oh, sure. That'd be great after everything. I'd be lucky if he didn't try to have me arrested.
He doesn't know who you are. He doesn't know you were the one.
Yeah, but what could he do?
He's a psychologist. He could help you. Look, you're in one of his lecture courses. All you have to do is go up to him and say you have a problem. He'd help you.
No, the whole thing is crazy. I see some character on a in threads like me. I have a crazy dream. Right away, I blow my cool. There's nothing the matter with me. Come on, let's cut out. I ain't even going to see you home. I'm going back to bed and catch some shut up.
Oh, Hugh, listen to me.
Don't look at me that way. Don't you turn against me.
Do you think I could, after all that's happened?
Yeah. Right, you I could count on. Yeah. You're my woman no matter what I do to you, right?
I love you, Hugh.
And don't ever forget it, baby. Now, come on, blow. I gotta hit the sack. All right, back up, man. I got a knife. Get lost.
No, you are the lost one.
What are you talking? Who is it?
Your doppelganger, just waiting for you to get tired enough till your sleep is deep enough.
For what?
To take over your body, so that with it, I may bring myself to the peace of the grave.
What is this wraith that dogs Hugh's path? A figment of a diseased imagination? A figure of retribution created by a conscience weighted with guilt? Or is it some ghastly nemesis conjured from the supernatural, the world outside our comprehension, summoned up by Dr. Felix Brandt through the agency of devil? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. That night, Hugh Prentice fled to his apartment as though the hounds of hell were at his heels. Locked in securely, with every light blazing, riding high on Benzedrine to keep awake, he paced the two small rooms like a caged tiger. And everywhere he turned, he faced the doppelganger, watching him silently, waiting patiently, a twisted smile of anticipated triumph on his face. At last he could stand it no longer and fled the apartment with the first light of morning, roaming the streets, afraid to turn his head, knowing his double still followed on his heels. At last, exhausted, he found a small rest open and sat there drinking coffee after coffee and watching the clock till 9 o'clock came. Then he crossed to the public phone to make a call.
Dr. Brandt speaking.
Dr. Brandt, this is Prentice. I'm a student of yours in a lecture series.
It's a large class. I don't place you for the moment.
Well, that doesn't matter. What does matter is, look, I'm in trouble. Can you help me?
Help you? How?
I can't. Not over the phone. It's like a matter of life and death. Help me?
Well, if you put it that way, of course. I'll try, Mr. Prentice, was it?
Yeah, Prentice. Hugh Prentice.
Very well. Soon can you be here?
Well, within 10 minutes.
Very well, I'll be waiting. I hung up with a strange feeling. My comprehensive basic psychology course has a large attendance, some 100. The name meant nothing to me. No, that isn't right. I didn't recognize it, but what I did recognize was a stifling feeling rising in my gorge of implacable hatred for this Hugh Prentice. Why? The name filled me with revulsion. What connection could... And then suddenly... Oh, the pain struck again, sharper than ever. Oh, now, where did... Come.
Fine, Felix. I just dropped by to... what is it, the pain?
Yes.
Where are your morphine tablets?
Drawer. Forgot this morning.
Wait a minute. I'll feel better than that. Why must you be so pig-headed?
Don't want to establish the habit.
The habit will hurt you less than the pain. Now, here, let's get one arm out of the coat there. That's better. Can you roll back your sleeve while I prepare the syringe?
Yes. Hurry.
Just let me swab first. There.
Oh.
Now hold steady. Hold steady. So this will take hold in a minute.
Oh, they're getting worse, Jim, and more frequent.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't help any more than I can. The only treatment medicine has to offer you, Felix, is palliative.
I know. I also know I haven't got much longer. That's what worries me so about Fran. That guy, whoever he is. I don't want him to wreck the rest of her life. Oh, that'll be one nice. Wants to see me about something.
I have to run anyway. I just wanted to tell you some good news. I got the tests back on Fran, and I was maybe a little hasty on my first diagnosis. With care, there's no reason she can't have a child again.
I don't know if that's good or bad, as long as that skunk is still alive, whoever he is.
I'll let your visitor in.
Oh, I was looking
for Dr. Brandt. You have the right office. I was only visiting.
Shut the door and come in. You're Mr. Prentice?
Yes, sir. That's right. Hugh Prentice.
Sit down. Now, suppose you tell me what's troubling you. Have you ever had any delusions like this before?
Not on your life.
Have you done anything recently that you're sorry for, ashamed of?
No. Like what?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
No. Why should I be ashamed of anything I do? I mean, like I freewheeled, you know? I give what I get. That's all evens with me.
What does that mean?
Like it's a tough world, Doc. I mean, they're all against me, like most of them.
They? Who are they?
You know, people.
Are your mother and father still alive?
No. My old man took off before I was 5. And my ma, well, she horsed around like she had to live, make the bread for me, like anyone, I guess. She liked a good time.
What kind of a job did she have?
Are you kidding? Bringing home uncles for me. I must have had 100 or so uncles by the time I was 14. And then...
Then what?
Then she left me with an aunt. An old dried-up stick. I shouldn't kick about her at that. When she died, she left me enough dough to go to college like now, and, Hey, look, what has this got to do with that goon who's tracking me?
I'm trying to get around to that. You don't like women very much, do you, Hugh?
I don't know what you're getting at.
You like to punish them because of what your mother did to you. Isn't that it?
Look, I don't have to have you push me around like them. I mean, all I came here for was to ask for help.
And I'm trying to give it to you.
Well, can you just get this whatever the hell it is, off my back?
I want to try, if you'll just help me.
Look, anything, Doc, anything. I got to get some sleep, and I'm afraid to.
You're quite safe here.
What's that thing?
It's a metronome. Some people use it to learn to keep time to music. I use it to calm people down. Now, just keep your eye on the needle as it swings back and forth. And try to relax. And answer my questions as honestly as you can. And maybe, together, we can get to the root of what's wrong with you. Tell me your name again.
Hugh.
Hugh what?
Hugh Prentice.
Where were you born?
Allentown, Pennsylvania.
What was your father's name?
Frank.
And your mother's?
Mary.
I use hypnosis a lot in my work, but never more deliberately, and I'm ashamed to say, callously than today. Because suddenly, from some deep recess of my being, an electric wave was sending its knowledge to my brain. A second sight was born, and I was suddenly sure who Hugh Prentice really was. Can you hear me, Hugh?
Yes.
You know a girl named Fran Brand, don't you?
Sure. She's my chick.
You know she's my daughter?
Yeah.
And you made her pregnant?
She was careless.
You took her to someone to get rid of the child?
Sure. The way it is. No sweat.
Don't you know she loves you?
Man, like they're buses. Another one any minute. Yeah, sure. That's how chicks are.
Do you love her?
What's with all this love jive? I ain't tying myself down no way. But like I told you, I free wheel. Nobody gonna cut down my style. Keep trying. All the squares, all of them, but I'll show them. Anyone ties me down, I stomp on them good. Especially chicks like my mother. All sweet words and cut your throat the first chance they get. Only me, I'm too smart. I cut them down to size first. Don't you worry about old Hugh.
The morphine was wearing off already. I sat back in my chair watching the boy whose secrets I had bared. A schizophrenic, classic, already paranoid. Possibly he could be saved through analysis, chemotherapy, new treatments which are being reached every day. Treatments I would never live to see. Treatments he would never willingly seek, as he had sought me. Because out of the dark side of my studies and my learning, I had raised the doppelganger. Then for a moment, the pain hit me so wildly, so acutely, agonizingly, that I must have blacked out a moment because...
Don't bring him out of his hypnosis. He doesn't deserve to live.
I cannot condemn him to the death in limbo like you live.
Let me tell you something, old man. You are about to die. 2 doors face you. Open one, and you let the scourge out to destroy your daughter as well as himself. Open the other, and I take his body, and your daughter has her chance to live her life. Her chance to find happiness instead of despair and degradation. Which will it be? Which will you choose? Choose.
Only in sleep can a doppelganger take possession of another body. Looking at the boy frozen in deep hypnosis across my desk, around him, was it my own pain? A shadowy figure hovered. I knew I could banish the shadow if I willed. But I had chosen my door. I rose and left the office to go home to my study. They buried Hugh Prentice, or his body, 2 days after he smashed into the rock wall at Highgate Turn, popularly known as Satan's Trap in our neighborhood. What soul possessed it? I will know very soon. I am about to die and leave this manuscript transcribed through those 2 days in exquisite pain for my daughter and Hank to read. I know it will bring them their own pain, but I hope it will bring them peace. And if I am condemned, too, for my sins, to wander as a doppelganger, I can only pray that what I have done may be worth it and will have brought my daughter happiness.
This manuscript was read by Hank as executor of the estate. And in that position, he exercised a humane decision, perhaps beyond his powers. He did not let Fran read her father's letter. He buried it in a safe deposit vault until the time was ripe, long after they were married and had children of their own. I'll be back shortly.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Yeah, freedom spirit. Like a wild bird call. Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free.
The urge hits. You know you have to hit the road. So with Buick Skylark SR firmly in hand, you do just that. Quickly, confidently, you're on your way. Skylark SR's touring car cockpit. Its bold stance and spirited V6 engine make exhilarating excursions a daily occurrence. Find out at your Buick dealer now.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free. Living free.
This is William B. Williams. Manja. What's a guy with a name like Williams doing telling you to manja? Manja means eat well. And I'm telling you to eat well with Progresso home-style chicken soup. But why not check it out for yourself? Pick up a can of Progresso's thick chicken soup, hold it in your hand, and weigh the real value for yourself. Then take a can home and open it. See for yourself how the rich broth is packed with food, chunks of chicken, garden vegetables, and noodle chariot wheels. Now heat up a can of this full-strength soup. You add no water. And let your family taste for themselves why Progresso chicken soup is extra special chicken soup. Great flavor, great food, and lots of it. But look, don't take my word for it. Check Progresso chicken soup out for yourself. It's a lot of food for the money. Eat Manja soups a la Progresso.
The current issue of TV Guide magazine profiles a new type of personality who has been gaining status on television news shows. These journalists are called consumer reporters, and it's their job to help you save money and point out fraud. A look at how a couple of consumer reporters are getting their jobs done. In the same issue, TV Guide provides some interesting insights into Huck Finn. A little less than a century ago, Mark Twain penned his literary classic, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. As the book is adapted for a television special, TV Guide examines Twain's message about a white boy and a black man finding their moment of friendship. This week, TV Guide's cover story talks to Carl Malton, who emerged from the steel town of Gary, Indiana, during the Depression to pound the pavements in the streets of San Francisco. His thoughts make interesting reading in TV Guide, America's biggest-selling magazine. TV Guide, on sale everywhere.
Greetings, this is Arlene Francis with a program note. My guest tomorrow morning is the well-known Reform Rabbi, Balfour Brickner. And among the subjects that we are going to cover is, does a theologian have to have a sense of civic responsibility, even if it involves politics? So tune in at 10:15 here on WOR, The Talk of New York.
This story came to me through accidental channels, long after the principals were gone. I cannot vouch for the truth of it, any more than I suppose any of the principals involved could. It's a story, I suppose, of retribution, and at the same time, a frightening lesson to all of us who stretch the human relationship beyond normal demands. If we sin deep enough, in some form, in some way, I suppose there is a doppelganger who will vie with us for retribution. The only way to avoid that is to deny him the chance. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Rosemary Rice, Tony Roberts, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System. Your dial is set for news with John Scott reporting. This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The 7 Dead Years, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, dangers my stock and trade. If you're crowded against a wall and you can't punch your way out alone, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, for almost 7 years I've been hunting a man who killed his own wife. I can't prove that he did. And all of a sudden I can't afford to spend any more time floundering around. Next week he's going to get $200,000 because I failed. And that's something that's keeping me awake nights. I've dealt with plenty of crooks in my life.
Plenty of crooks in my life and didn't need anybody's help. But this is different, and I don't mind admitting it. How about giving me a ring? It's signed Samuels.
Samuels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm overwhelmed, Brooksy.
Why? Who's Samuels?
Oh, just about the shrewdest insurance investigator in the game. But I thought he was retired off somewhere in the Florida Keys fishing.
Well, according to this letter, all he's doing is staying awake nights.
Oh, 7 years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, time's running out for Samuels. Why did he put it just that way, Angel? Say, what do the words 7 years mean to you?
Oh, 7 year itch, 7 lean years. 7 years it might take a salmon to make 7 honeymoon trips up the Columbia River.
All right, without making funny, Brooksy. 7 years also means the legal period after which a man or woman is declared dead. It's poetically called the Enoch Arden Law.
Oh, well, then this Samuels is in a race against time.
Uh-huh. And if he is in such a hurry, it'd be a shame if we wasted time on this end, wouldn't it?
This man McLean killed his wife and got rid of the body. I know it.
Well, according to all this, Marion McLean just wrote a suicide note and disappeared.
And if the husband is walking around enjoying good fresh air, the police must have given him a clean bill of health.
That's okay for the police, but not for me.
Well, what makes you so hard to satisfy?
This McLean dame gets insured for $200,000 and conveniently vanishes from the face of the earth. Besides, whenever I meet up with a crook, my belly turns over twice. And this guy McLean has been giving me a nervous stomach for 7 years. 7 long years.
Well, as I get it, Mr. Samuels, you're retired. If the insurance company is willing to pay the $200,000, I don't see
It's a matter of pride, Miss Brooks. When I first turned in the report on the McLeans, I said it was a phony. It's the only case in my career I feel wasn't washed up right.
I think I know what's bothering you, Samuels.
Do you?
Yeah, the body. It was never found.
Yeah. The hardest thing in the world to do is to get rid of a body. And don't look so amazed, Miss Brooks. That's the truth.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Well, you can't burn it. Something's always left over. Buttons, bridge work, teeth, and you can't drown it. It comes up to the surface sometime or another, and you bury it, somebody finds it when they're digging post holes.
Well, Samuels, if you've been searching for the corpus delicti for 7 years, I don't know what I can do.
Take a look at this ad in the paper.
Wanted by sculptor. Male professional model. Must be exceptionally muscular and broad-shouldered. To pose for heroic figure in important civic memorial. Frank McLean.
Oh, is this the same McLean we've been talking about, Mr. Samuels?
Yeah, he has a house and studio a few miles out of town in Roxbury.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I go out there...
I'll pay you for it out of my own pocket. It's worth it to me.
And while I'm not posing, I'm supposed to go up in the attic or dig out in the garden to find a corpse.
It's not going to be anything as obvious as that. I've been at it 7 years trying to find out what he did with his wife. He knows my face as well as his own. I can't work on this deal anymore. That's why I want you.
Well, George, you do have the shoulders for it.
Okay, Samuels. I don't know how I'll look as Atlas holding up the world or as Spartan youth, but I'll give it a try.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you've posed for other well-known sculptors?
Oh, yes, of course. But back east, New York. I just got in town and saw your ad.
I see.
Oh, darling.
Yes, Nana.
Is that man still there? Are we going to work any more today?
My very favorite model, Valentine.
Oh?
No, Nana, we won't work any more today. Here, Valentine, you might be interested in seeing some of my work.
Sure, fine.
Now, here's something in bronze I did in 1936. I call it Age.
All I see is a little girl, asleep.
She's a dead little girl, which makes her older than any of us.
Oh. Well, that's one way of looking at it.
You'll have plenty of time to see my other stuff, but here's what I'm working on.
Looks like quite a project, Mr. McLean.
It's going into the town square at Portchester to memorialize the 100th birthday of that little hamlet. Aside from artistic merits, it has to be able to withstand the passage of time and the critical comments of migratory birds.
Is this where I fit in?
Yes. You'll be the figure of man in capital letters. You're reaching upward for ultimate perfection. As you see, the figures of health, love, and spiritual attainment are already finished. The statue in the middle will be eternal life, which Nana is going to pose for.
Well, when do I start working?
Take off your coat and your shirt.
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
I have a very definite conception of this man's physique. After all, to the good people of Portchester, he's supposed to symbolize all mankind.
Well, that's quite a responsibility. How do I shape up?
Turn around.
Well, what have we got here?
All of mankind, lady.
Yes, and with hair on your chest.
This is Nana. As I said, Valentine, she's going to portray eternal life. In the meantime, she abuses the privilege of being the eternal feminine.
You love to make with words, darling, but you ought to know by now that you can't insult me. Certainly not till after we're married.
That will be all for today, Miss Kenyon. Same time tomorrow.
My, aren't we businesslike? Well, beware of him, Mr. Valentine. He's a creature of moods. Goodbye, darling. So long, Mr. Man.
Your fiancée is a very charming girl, Mr. McLean.
Her charm is only an added attraction, and she knows it. Now you and I better get started, Valentine. Stretch your arm up toward the skylight over there.
Like this?
Yes, and hold the pose.
Say, how long do I have to stand like this?
You're not getting tired. I haven't even finished making my rough sketch.
Don't we get time out for a cigarette, McLean?
What kind of people have you been posing for anyway? We've just been working a short while.
Oh, sorry, but I can't hold up my arm like this anymore. Oh, it was beginning to weigh a ton.
Whom do you think you're fooling?
Huh?
How stupid do you think I am?
Well, that's a question that invites all kinds of answers.
I had to find out. You're not a professional model. If you were, you could have held your arm like that much longer without getting tired.
I guess I wasn't very good.
Samuel sent you here, didn't he? Well, you can tell that human bloodhound he's still wasting his time.
Okay, I'll deliver the message, friend. But I doubt if he's going to be convinced. Would you mind turning around while I put on my shirt?
You know, darling, McLean could be right about Samuel's having a blind spot, an obsession.
Yeah, but before I tell him what a flop I was as a model, I'd like to try something.
Such as?
Well, first of all, let's take it for granted that Samuel's is right. It's next to impossible to get rid of a human body. Well, then, maybe there never was a body.
Oh, well, in other words, Mrs. McLean is very much alive somewhere.
Yeah, it could be, Angel. Waiting for 7 years to pass. So McLean can collect that dough and join us somewhere in Europe, let's say.
Oh, well, that's a pretty wild notion, George. Two people separating for 7 years like that?
Yeah, but a very profitable separation. They'll be getting roughly $30,000 a year for it.
Okay. Say we even buy that. What do you propose to try?
I'll take this hypothetical situation. You're my wife.
Oh, must it be hypothetical?
You love me very much.
Oh, check.
Love me enough to endure 7 years of hiding and separation so we'll have enough to live on for the rest of our lives.
All right, supposing.
Then you read in public print that I have intentions toward a gorgeous model by the name of Nana Kenyon. Now, what would you do?
I'd come halfway around the world and scratch your eyes out. And that wouldn't be hypothetical.
Especially with a payoff at hand, so McLean could disappear with all the moolah and the luscious Nana.
Well, how are you going to get this world-shaking piece of gossip into the paper?
Leo Minch in the Bulletin. His column is syndicated in 650 newspapers. Nana is pretty colorful.
Some pun.
Besides, Brooksy, Leo owes me a favor.
I'm a patient man, Valentine. I've waited for 7 years. I can stand it a few more days.
Good.
But how do you know this item in Minch's column is going to pay off?
I don't know.
Well, if Mrs. McLean is alive and has the usual feminine instincts, it'll work.
Valentine, I'm not too sold on this theory of yours. I still say McLean got rid of the body. But how, where, that's what I've got to find out. You'll be coming into that money next Tuesday.
Yeah. Let me have that picture and description of Mrs. McLean. I want to get it around where it'll do the most good. Now, let's see. 5'4", 125 pounds. Brown hair, scar on left cheek. Middle finger of left hand severed at first joint. Fair complexion, brown eyes.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, I gotta see you a minute.
Huh?
I think you owe me $50.
Oh, George, this is one of the cab drivers I spoke to at the airport. Mike Kozlenko, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenko.
Did you see Mrs. McLean?
Well, if it wasn't, she's got a twin. Scar on her cheek and all.
Oh, when'd she show up? Where'd you take her?
Well, she got off the plane early this morning, come in on one of them DC-6s.
Well, you sure took your time getting here.
I had to haul a guy all the way out to the racetrack and wait for him. I tried calling you, but your line was busy.
Okay. Where'd you drop her off? What was the address?
Well, she didn't give me no address. I took her out to Roxbury.
That's where McLean lives.
I let her off on the corner of Sycamore and Dean. She looked boiling mad.
Come on, Brooksy. We got to move fast if we're going to keep Samuels from being right.
What do you mean, George?
Well, if this is Mrs. McLean, she's an uninvited guest. After all these years, I'd hate to have to go looking for her body.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about protection. Most motorists quite naturally believe that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running, but that's not true. Your car faces its biggest wear test when it's standing cold, for that's when rust caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders can start to work. And that's where RPM motor oil helps you avoid a repair bill. RPM special compounds keep a protective oil film on all engine parts all of the time. Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points, and consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's something you knew all the time. After 7 years without the well-known corpus delicti, a person is declared legally dead. So you're not particularly surprised when an over-conscientious insurance investigator, now retired, hires you to find the body of one Marion McLean, missing just about that long. Then, surprise, she comes waltzing back into town, big as life. If you're like George Valentine, sensitive to rude shocks like this, you pay a visit to the studio of Frank McLean, sculptor and husband of said lady.
I know I'm going way out on the limb, McLean, but I was told your wife is here in Roxbury.
Oh? Who told you, Valentine? Another ghost? My wife is dead. Or hasn't Samuels told you?
Dead or alive, this was a frame-up from the beginning, McLean. I'm still going to prove it.
The ghost you mentioned happens to be a very earthy character. A cab driver with a nice earthy name like Kozlenko.
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenkos. He claims he picked up your wife at the airport early this morning and dropped her off here on the corner of Sycamore and Dean.
Your Kozlenko boy is wasting his time driving a cab. He should be holding seances. Come Tuesday, my wife will be dead exactly 7 years.
You keep track of time very carefully, don't you? What do? Check off the days on the calendar?
Oh, I may have an artistic temperament, but I'm practical enough to know what you can buy with $200,000. Any other questions, gentlemen?
The same one I've been asking all these years, McLean. Now, let's say Valentine is right. Your wife showed this morning. What'd you do with her?
Poor Samuels. How does your mind work? Now you're saying I killed Marion today. How about your theory that the hardest thing in the world to dispose of is a human body?
I still say that.
Well, unlike you, Samuels, I'm a reasonable man. My life is an open book. Go on. Look around any way you like. I do want you to be happy.
Okay. You can stop being glib, McLean. You said we have your permission to look wherever we want.
That's right.
What's on your mind, Valentine?
Well, something that comes to you when you think about it hard enough. Like all simple things, you might walk right by it. It's so obvious.
But don't look so startled, gentlemen. Mr. Valentine loves to be cryptic. He'll get to the point.
Oh, I can't wait.
Children know the principle very well. When you play hide and seek, the one place you're least likely to be discovered is where you just got through trying to hide.
Well, what do you mean by that, Valentine?
Samuels, I understand you had the cellar dug up when Mrs. McLean first disappeared.
Yeah, there was nothing there.
Well, there may be this time. You know, kid stuff.
Sorry you didn't find anything in the cellar, Valentine. You had such a fascinating theory.
Yeah? Well, there's still a lot of places around here to look, McLean.
Oh, to be sure. But do let me be the gracious host and mix you all a drink.
Well, a party.
I'm glad you dropped in, Nana. We're playing a game. Body. Who's got the body?
Well, aren't we a little old for parlor games?
Samuels here doesn't think so.
Yeah, I'm a child at heart.
You know, Mr. Valentine, I almost didn't recognize you with your shirt on.
Yes, that mole on his left shoulder does something for him, doesn't it?
I see you noticed that too, Miss Brooks.
Oh, we've gone to the beach together many times.
Here you are, everybody. Drink hearty.
Oh, thank you.
Here's to you, Samuels, and a happy retirement.
Thanks. Oh, I see you've done a lot of work on your masterpiece for the Portchester Town Square.
It's almost finished, Valentine. We're just missing the figure of the man.
I understand the figure in the middle. Eternal life is supposed to be you, Miss Kenyon.
My solitary contribution to American culture.
Oh, come on, Valentine. Let's get going.
If I were you, Miss Kenyon, I'd sue somebody for libel. That figure is nowhere near as glamorous as you really are.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. I'm sure you didn't mean every word of it. Goodness, Frank, you certainly poured this drink with a heavy hand. I could use a little more soda.
So could I. Wait, Nan, I'll join you.
I didn't think these were too bad, did you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, everything's just perfect.
Now, if we could only get Samuels to think that. No, that would be too much to ask.
Not for me, Nana.
All right, soulmate. If it isn't soda you want, what is it?
You've been around, Nana.
Yes, I've been around. I didn't think my travel scars were so prominent.
Well, let's be corny and say it's something stronger than both of us. Something we can't resist. The eternal feminine and the equally eternal masculine.
You handle words real nice, partner.
Oh, I'm real smart. I bet I could even remember an address if I had to.
420 Montrose. If you ring the bell and there's no answer,
Yeah?
there just might be a key under the flower pot on the back porch.
Oh, maybe this was a wild goose chase, but it's not now.
Well, what are you doing here, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well, Mr. Valentine couldn't make it, Nana. He asked me to convey his deepest regrets. And there was that key under the flower pot.
Why, that...
Oh, what you were going to say.
What have you got? Give me those tickets.
I was just admiring them. I've always dreamt of a holiday in South America.
I said, give them to me.
Tickets for flight 114 next Wednesday. The day after Frank McLean collects the insurance on his wife. The tickets bought right here at the airport in Roxbury.
I'm not going to ask you again. Let me have those
It may
tickets.
not mean anything at all. But it's worth checking. Just who bought these tickets and why.
Sorry, but you're not leaving here.
No fair, Nana. You didn't say put them up.
I'm not finished with you yet.
That's better. I like to be warned. Now I can forget I'm a lady.
What are you...
You remember selling these tickets, don't you, mister? Seats 4 and 5, flight 114 Wednesday?
Oh, yes, I remember it very well.
Oh, good. Would you be able to identify the man if you saw him again?
Man? But it wasn't a man, it was a woman.
Oh?
That's why I do remember it so distinctly.
Oh, you mean she had all the reasons why men would look at her twice?
I didn't think of it quite that way, miss. I meant the little scar on her cheek.
Scar? Wait a minute. Is this the woman you sold the tickets to? The one in this picture?
Why, yes, that's her.
Mrs. McLean bought those tickets.
If Mrs. McLean bought those airplane tickets, Brooksy, that means for sure she's back here in Roxbury.
And not just on the testimony of one of the Boston Kozlenkos.
Well, what do you make of it, Samuels?
If McLean and Nana got those tickets from her, you can bet your life she didn't just hand them over on a silver platter.
Not so her husband and his lady fair could go flying down to Rio.
Hey, look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I think Nana must be a chasing spirit by now. Drop by her place again and let her out of that closet.
Oh, must I?
Yes, you must. And bring her out to McLean's. For one thing, she's got to answer some questions about those tickets.
Now, there's a cool cookie for you, that McLean. Imagine him using the same tickets his wife bought.
He probably figured that was one way no one would know his plans. Where he was going after he collected on the insurance.
Well, I'd better be going.
See you later, Brooksy. Hey, you know something, Samuel?
Now, what's that?
If McLean wanted to get rid of his wife, he wouldn't necessarily plant her right there on the home ground.
He wouldn't risk taking her anywhere else. Like I always say, the hardest thing in the world to get rid of...
Yeah, I know. But we were all over the place. I wouldn't know where else to go looking tonight.
Wait. There's one place we didn't look. On the back part of that property is an old well. All overgrown with shrubbery and stuff. That's why we passed it by.
Go on.
I looked there 7 years ago, and if your idea about hiding things where people looked before...
Okay. What's keeping us?
Sure you got enough rope up there, Samuel?
Plenty.
This well looks deeper than we thought.
Be careful. Can you use your flash?
Better wait till I get farther down.
Yeah, that might...
Samuel! The rope! Samuel!
George! George!
We'll have him up here in a minute, Miss Brooks. Lucky he didn't bring the whole rope down with him when he fell.
Well, do you know if there's any water down there?
No, I don't.
Well, let me give you a hand.
Now, wait till I get a hold of that Ginzo who sneaked up behind him and slugged me.
Oh, McLean?
Who else? Wait. There. He's near the top, I think.
Oh, George. Oh, here, honey, I'll help you.
Come on now, fella. Up and over.
Oh, you okay, darling?
Oh, with reservations. I feel as though I've been dragged not too gently through a meat grinder.
Somebody walked up behind me in the dark and let me have it.
Yeah, I found Samuel's lying here when I went out to look for you two.
Uh-huh. Now, let's get inside and see McLean, eh, Valentine? Maybe it's time to do something about that well-groomed pan of his, like you said.
You took the words right out of my mouth, friend. I've just come to a very interesting conclusion.
I was wondering about that 1,000-watt look in your eye.
Yeah, Brooksy. To do some real profound thinking, there's nothing better than lying around on the bottom of a well. It's real nice and cozy, folks, to have everybody around like this. We might even toast marshmallows if I didn't have something more important on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
As a rule, I don't believe in petty tantrums on the part of grown men. But I owe somebody a fractured jaw.
Now, look here, Valentine. What Samuel said about me sneaking up behind
That's
him...
you, McLean. Step aside till the teacher gives you permission.
What brought this on, George?
I do believe he's going to hit somebody.
Yeah. You, Samuels.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Valentine? You gone nuts?
Yes, you, Samuel.
George!
Okay, Valentine, I'm coming at you and I'll ask questions later.
Fine. I was waiting for an excuse to do this again.
Careful.
All right, come on. Get up.
Nice work, Valentine. I've never seen my studio put to better use.
Shut up, you.
My, he's mad at everybody.
George, what is this about Samuel?
Yeah, what's the idea? What did I ever do to you?
You tried to kill me. Nobody slugged you except yourself to make it look good.
What do you mean,
Bad
George?
slip of logic, Samuels. You were McLean's personal nemesis. If he were getting really desperate, he'd want to get rid of you, not me. He'd make good and sure you were dead.
That's crazy. Why should I want to knock you off? I hired you.
How could Samuels possibly have anything to do with Mrs. McLean's disappearance?
Samuels, you know where that woman's body is, don't you? You knew it tonight when you suggested I go plumbing the depths of that abandoned well because you were too fat to do it yourself.
You're way off the beam, Valentine.
You were afraid I'd find out, too, sooner or later. And you weren't going to take any chance.
Now, look.
With me dead, you could blackmail the real murderer for a long time to come.
I see. I still remain the suspected murderer.
Don't be so glib, Bub. You're exactly that.
When will somebody get around to making sense here?
I'm getting used to being the suspected murderer, Nana. But still I say, where is the body? You know, you've got to produce that to prove there was a murder.
Samuels knows where it is, don't you? You caught on a little quicker than I did. That's because you've been living with this case for 7 years.
Well, I don't like being ghoulish. But do you really know where Mrs. McLean is, George?
take a look at this impressive group of statuary.
My best effort yet.
Statues, George?
The one in the middle particularly, Brooksy. Eternal life. You yourself said it didn't do its model, Nana, justice. And no wonder. There's only one thing Mrs. McLean has in common with Nana. They're both women of about the same size.
There's no telling where that weird imagination of yours will lead you, Valentine.
You don't need imagination, McLean. Just the plain observation that Samuels had, too. You were in such a hurry to make a plaster cast with your wife's body in it that you forgot one little defect that might have been overlooked after 7 years.
What's that?
I mean specifically the middle finger of your wife's hand. It's severed at the first joint, and the plastic cast preserved it that way.
No. I couldn't have forgotten that. I couldn't.
Yes. Ironic as it is, McLean, there's death inside the statue of eternal life.
When you shop for meat, you're confident of getting good quality because you know you're protected by health department regulations. But how can you be sure of quality when you're buying a battery for your car? The National Society of Automotive Engineers established protection for you when it established 3 rigid battery tests. Atlas batteries excel in all 3 of these tests required by the Society. Next time you look at an Atlas battery, notice the certified capacities embossed on the back panel and the number of plates. So for a sure starting battery with greater capacity through a longer service period, make sure it's an Atlas battery. You can get one at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Certified Atlas batteries and expert battery service are 2 reasons why independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem, expressed in a letter that has just come to his desk.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm a freshman at Western State University. I'm majoring in botany. And I've suddenly found that flowers can smell of murder. Please give me a chance to tell you the whole story. I live in Quonset Hut number 8, University Road. Signed, Louise Durain.
Next Monday night, a new case for George Valentine. The flowers that smelled of murder. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor, Herbert Little Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Samuels, Jay Novello as McLean, Louise Arthur as Nana, Don Diamond as the cabbie, and Bob Bruce as the clerk. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
I eased into the alley and waited. Pretty soon a side door opened and out came Helen. Just as I got to her, I heard a noise behind me. I started to turn around, but too late. A king-sized comet exploded over my right ear, and the ground came up and hit me in the face.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to Michael Shayne, that reckless, red-headed Irishman, back at his old haunts in New Orleans, in another transcribed episode. We call it The Case of the Gray-Eyed Blonde.
Let's see, maybe Trinidad. Yep. And then, where's that folder on the Virgin Islands? Yeah. Yep. Come in. And then maybe Havana on the way back. Sloppy Joes, girls, and... Well... Hello.
Michael Shayne?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Mike.
Oh?
Helen.
Sit down.
Thanks. From the looks of all those travel folders on your desk, I'd say you were planning a trip.
No, just taking a poor man's vacation.
Reading travel folders? Well, probably almost as much fun as actually taking the trips.
I doubt it.
Is something the matter?
Matter?
You've been looking at me sort of...
I've never seen gray eyes like that before.
Oh.
Make quite a dent. Gray eyes, red lips. You come to talk about trips?
In a way. Short ones.
Oh. Cigarette?
Thanks. Well, I have a match.
Thanks. Trips?
Yeah. You run errands, Mike?
Errands? Depends what kind.
Well, I made a mistake quite a while ago, Mike. Big mistake. I've been paying for it ever since. Regularly.
Blackmail?
Mm-hmm. One more payment, the account's closed for good.
So?
So, I want you to make that last payment for me. Tonight.
Just for my own information, Helen, you're not by any chance asking me to...
I'm not asking you to kill anyone, Mike.
That's good to know.
No, this is all on the up and up. Here are 2 envelopes. The instructions are in this one.
Instructions?
Yeah, where and how you're to meet the man you're to meet.
Uh-huh.
When you do meet him, you hand him this other envelope. In return, he'll give you a small package. You bring that back to your office. I pick it up here.
How would I go about getting in touch with you if anything went wrong?
I don't expect anything will. But in case of emergency, try my hotel. Verdana.
I just remembered a charge I might have to make in this particular case.
Oh, what is it?
It might be for you to have dinner with me or something.
Dinner or something might be arranged, Mike. You'll take the job?
Sure, why not?
I'll pay you $100. I'm sure you'll earn every penny of it.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the gray-eyed blonde.
Well, maybe it was those gray eyes of Helen's. I don't know. At the time, there was something awfully compelling about them. Plus everything else about her, from her honey-colored hair to her alligator sling pumps. Plus, of course, the fact that I'd just gotten my license reinstated a couple of weeks before, and that $100 she was offering looked like a lot of good living for a change. So when she asked me to take the job of making a blackmail payment for her, I said yes. After she left, I opened the instruction envelope and read them over carefully. They were so thorough, I knew whoever this guy was, he wanted to be awfully sure he had the right party. I arrived at the indicated corner of Barrack Street 10 minutes before midnight. 10 minutes early. The street was deserted except for a little red and white peanut wagon that a small olive-skinned gent was pushing down the street toward me. When he got to me, he stopped.
A peanut, senor?
No, thanks.
They are fresh, senor.
You're working kind of late, aren't you?
Si, senor. These peanuts, senor, they are the best.
Tell me, you seen anyone around here in the last 10 minutes? A man?
Oh, you are looking for someone?
Yeah, in a way.
Then perhaps while you wait, senor, some peanuts.
No, not now. Thanks. He gave me a very unhappy stare and then shrugged his shoulders and pushed his cart around the corner and out of sight. I started walking down the deserted street. My footsteps echoed on the pavement. It was darker than I thought it would be. No streetlights in this section. I kept trying to look over my shoulder, but I couldn't see anything. I knew that somewhere in that block somebody was supposed to tap me on the shoulder, and I was wishing he'd hurry up and get it over. I was almost at the end of the block now. Still, nothing had happened. The building ahead of me on the corner was getting some work done on it. They had the front boarded up and had a boardwalk in place of the sidewalk. The street side of the boardwalk was boarded up, too. It was like a tunnel. I took a few steps into the pitch-black tunnel and stopped. Something started bothering me. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what it was, but then I got it. Somebody was in that boarded tunnel with me. Before I could do or say anything, a hand slid across my mouth, and I could feel the muzzle of an automatic against the side of my neck. Brilliant boy that I am, I got the idea that Mum was a word. Then the hand left my mouth and slid down and started going through my pockets. Pretty soon it came to the envelope I was supposed to deliver. It patted the envelope and slipped it back into my pocket. Well, that I didn't get at all. Then the gun pressed a little harder onto my neck. I suddenly knew that his finger was tightening on the trigger. I dove for the ground, the gun went off. Red-hot poker seared the top of my head, and then blackness. After what seemed like about a month, blackness started to fade. It faded still more, started turning to white. I knew I was in a hospital. Then I spotted some bars across the windows, and I got a strong hunch it was a receiving order to prison hospital. I tried to open my eyes more, which was pretty hard to do because my head at this point felt like two little men were playing ping pong with a hunk of hot lead. But I did manage to see someone bending over me. It was Police Inspector Lefevre.
You're not going to die after all,
What odds could I get?
You were lucky. Just got creased.
That's lucky.
Looks like you had a little argument with your sidekick.
Pretty one-sided argument. But look, Inspector, maybe you wouldn't mind telling me what this is all about, huh?
That's funny, Shane. I was just going to ask you that.
Huh?
Mr. Graber, will you step in here now, please?
Yes, Inspector?
Mr. Graber, I want you to take a good look at this man. He the one?
I can't be sure. He might be.
It might be what? Look, I'm the one that got shot in the head, if that's...
Just a minute, Shane. I'm going to tell you something you might possibly already know.
At this point, what I know is just a drop in the bucket of what I don't know.
Mr. Frank Graber here is a vice president of the South Atlantic Exporting Syndicate. Ever hear of him?
Yeah, they ship to Cuba, South America, lots of places. I did some work for them last year.
Yeah, I know.
What's that got to do with...
Coming to that. Day before yesterday, there was an unusually large deposit to be made. So large that Mr. Graber here himself started out with it. Something like 60,000, wasn't it, Mr. Graber?
62. In $1,000 bills.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Graber never... Suppose you tell him what happened, Graber.
Well, I went out the back door of the office building, and it wasn't until I opened my car door that I saw the man sitting inside. Had his hand up to the side of his face so that I couldn't get a clear look at it. But in the other hand was a gun. He forced me to drive down near the river, made me get out of the car and go into an abandoned warehouse. There he hit me over the head with his gun and took the money.
That's too bad. But outside of welcoming you to the Battered Heads Club, I still don't see
that
what...
That guy could have been you, Shane.
What do you mean?
We found one of those $1,000 bills in an envelope. In your pocket.
About then, a lot of things started making sense. Why that guy in the dark wanted to be sure the envelope was in my pocket before he tried to kill me. Yeah, it looked like somebody was very interested in having me found dead with some of that robbery dough on me, thus getting me elected as chief suspect. But I knew it was going to be a tough story to sell the inspector. He ushered Graber out of the room and then came back and stood beside the bed, slowly shaking his head.
Oh, I don't get it, Shane. Not 3 weeks ago, you were telling everybody what a good boy you were going to be if you could just get your license back. So they give you your license back, so here you are, right in the middle of something that smells to high heaven.
Look, Inspector, I'm going to give it to you straight. It was a frame.
No sale, Shane.
Believe me, it's the truth. A girl named Helen...
Yeah.
Oh, I know it sounds phony, but it happened. She gave me a song and dance about hiring me to make a blackmail payment for her. But what she really wanted, she and her boyfriend, I guess, was to have me found dead with some of this dough on me, thereby taking the heat off.
I suppose you can back up your story by producing this girl.
I can try.
Still not buying.
Look, Inspector, I've always cooperated with you.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason I'm even listening to you.
So now I need a break, a big one. You can give it to me.
The only thing I can give you is time. And not much of that.
How much?
next way out.
I know that. You're not exactly alone, though.
Well, it's 7 a.m. I'll give you until 10 o'clock tonight. Huh?
Tonight? Have a heart. That doesn't give me...
I said 10 o'clock tonight.
Make it midnight, then.
10?
Okay, 10 o'clock tonight.
And Shane.
Yeah?
That's it. One way or another.
Funny thing about the inspector. He always meant just exactly what he said. So I had something like 15 hours to find one woman in a city as big as New Orleans. A beautiful woman with gray eyes who'd almost done a very neat job of fitting me for a coffin. I lost 2 of those 15 hours getting part of my strength back and talking the doctor into giving me my pants. The only thing I had to go on was what Helen had told me about reaching her at the Hotel Donna. The desk clerk there remembered her just as soon as I mentioned the gray eyes.
Oh, yes, sure. Let's see. Helen Collier she was registered under. Not bad. No, not bad at all.
Was registered?
Yes, checked out first thing this morning. About 6, I guess it was.
No forwarding address, huh?
No, asked her, but she said none.
Well, thanks anyway.
Might ask one of the cab drivers out front.
Yeah, I'm going to. Thanks. It didn't take me long to find out that none of the 3 cab drivers in front of the Hotel Donna could have taken Helen, because none of them came on until 7. But I did get the address of the driver who worked nights there, and 10 minutes later I was pounding on his door.
What do you want?
Are you Joe, the cab driver?
Yeah, why?
You have a fare this morning about 6?
You woke me up to ask me that? Beat it.
Hey, come on, Joe. Open up.
Look it, friend. I don't know who you are, and it's just the way I want to keep it. Now, suppose
I'm not leaving until I get an answer from you. A girl about 5'4", gray eyes at the Hotel Donna. Where'd you take her?
I don't know what you're talking about now. Beat it. Get your foot out of the door.
Okay, we'll go inside.
Hey, what's the...
Now, look. The more you talk, the more I'm convinced you did take her somewhere. Now, open up. I've been through too much on account of that
Look,
gray
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
If you're trying to cover for you, you're making an awful big mistake, Joe. A mistake that could put you behind bars. She paid you to keep your mouth shut, huh? Okay, here's 10 to open it.
Look, from a friend. Be smart. Keep out of this deal.
It's too late, Joe. Here's the 10. Open up.
I got more than that for promise.
Look, I haven't got all day, and 10's all you get. Maybe that's too much. Maybe I could beat the answer out of you and save myself a 10 spot. Now, which is it going to be?
Okay. All
right, now, you picked her up at the Hotel Donna at 6 this morning.
Yeah.
Where'd you take her?
From a friend. Let me give you a tip. Don't hold your breath till you see her again.
What do you mean?
Where I took her was the airport.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the gray-eyed blonde.
It all started when a gray-eyed blonde named Helen hired me to make a blackmail payment for her. Only I found out too late it was a frame. I got shot in the head and woke up and found myself accused of a $62,000 robbery and was given just 15 hours by Police Inspector Lefebvre to find Helen and clear myself. So far, all I'd found was she'd left the Hotel Donna at 6 that morning to go to the airport. Well, I was out there now talking to all the ticket clerks. Finally, I found one who remembered her.
Oh, yes, surely. Those eyes of hers will be hard to forget.
Well, which plane did she leave on, do you remember?
Let's see, New York? No, that wasn't it.
Come on, try to remember.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, I remember now.
Don't tell me it's that plane that's taking off out there.
No, she didn't leave at all.
What?
No, bought a ticket to Havana. Midnight plane. Tonight.
Well, at least I knew she was still in New Orleans. Of course, finding her would be something else again. And then I got an idea, a long shot maybe. But right now the welcome mat was out for anything that would pass for a starting point. I went back to the Hotel Donna and over to the desk clerk.
Yes?
You, remember me? I was in here a couple of hours ago asking about that girl with...
With the gray eyes, yes. You, really got it bad for her, hmm?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, but she hasn't come back, and I told you she didn't leave a forwarding address.
I know. Look, her room, has it been straightened up yet?
Well, probably not. Cleaning girl's a little slow. We're thinking of letting her go at the end.
How about letting me in the room for a look around?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Why not?
You've got it bad for the girl, and that's tough, but we can't have you traipsing through that room looking for her forwarding address. It's, against the policy.
Whose?
Mine?
Uh-huh. Okay, I'll make a deal.
Deal?
Yeah. Now, here's a 5. Let's just say I'm engaging the room for a couple of hours as is.
Oh, well, now, why didn't you say so in the first place? Here, I'll get the key.
My only chance was that Helen wouldn't feel any reason to cover her tracks too carefully, since according to her plan, I was to have been long dead by now. I practically tore the room apart. Nothing. Then I thought of the wastebasket. There were 2 things in it, a piece of Kleenex with the imprint of a mouth and lipstick, and a torn half of a paper match folder. There was some printing on it. All I could make out were the first 2 letters, R.A., and below was the word cocktails. The name of a bar. And possibly, just possibly, a hangout of Helen's where she might be passing time and keeping under cover until that midnight plane to Havana. Oh, but which bar was it? How many of them started with R.A.? My guess was quite a few. But it didn't matter how many. I had to try all of them. I went back to my office. That was a mistake. I dropped into my chair and propped my feet up on the desk. That was a big mistake. I figured I'd just rest a few minutes before I started out. That was a bigger mistake. Closed my eyes. That was my biggest mistake. When I opened my eyes again, I thought something had gone wrong with them. Everything was dark. Then I looked at my watch and almost went right up through the ceiling. 10 minutes to 7. I'd slept all afternoon. I had 3 hours left. I started out. The nearest bar on my list was a place with the quaint name of Rat Race. When I got there, things were already in high gear. I went in, and then I knew how the place got its name. The music was tailgating loud, and it all came from 5 guys in the corner. A few couples were dancing, I guess you'd call it, on a floor about 3 sizes larger than a phone booth. The bartender sat at the end of the bar near the musicians reading a paper. I had a tough time making myself heard.
What'll it be, Mac?
You happen to know a girl
What's
named...
that?
I say to you...
Can't hear you.
A girl named Helen. Gray eyes, 5 feet 4. Do you know her?
Oh, yeah, lots of girls around. I don't know, I don't think so.
I suppose you've been asking too much to hit the jackpot on the first nickel.
Talk louder, will you?
Oh, skip it. I threaded my way through the dancers and the smoke and went out. 1 down, 8 to go. I checked the Rat Race off my list, went to a place called Rady's in a pretty seamy neighborhood. It was a lot darker than the Rat Race here and a lot quieter. Hospitable, too. I'd hardly gotten inside before a furnace-eyed brunette sidled up.
Hello.
Hello.
You looking for someone?
Yeah.
Here I am.
No. The girl I'm looking for is named Helen. Gray eyes.
Helen, no, Helen. What's wrong with my eyes? They're brown. And nice.
Yeah, so I see.
Would you like to dance? Have a drink?
Thanks, anyway. So I crossed off Rady's and kept going. And I kept drawing blanks. Rays, Ravicinis, radio room. And it got to be after 9, and I could practically feel the inspector's official and heavy hand on my shoulder. My head was throbbing again, and I was getting weaker by the minute. So I guess I was none too steady as I walked down the street. And then as I passed a little red and white peanut wagon parked at the curb, an olive-skinned little gent darted out in front of me.
Senor.
Oh, you again.
Senor, is something wrong? You...
No, just tired.
Here, senor, have some of my nice peanuts. Nice, fresh peanuts.
No, thanks. You kind of get around town, don't you?
See, but, senor, they're the most delicious peanuts. They will help
I don't want any peanuts,
But I tell you, senor, they're fine peanuts. The best peanuts this side of Havana, senor.
Can't you understand it? What about Havana?
Senor, what have I done? What have I said to offend? Please don't let me go.
What'd you say about Havana?
Nothing, senor, nothing. It's just a place where I was born, senor. Havana, my home, that is all, senor.
Do you know anything about that midnight plane to Havana tonight?
No, senor, I swear it. I know nothing about the midnight plane to Havana, except I would like to be on it.
Okay. I let go of him and he darted around to the other side of his wagon. I staggered on down the street. I still wasn't sure whether he'd been trying to tell me something or not. I didn't have time to figure it out. I had to keep going. Then I went to Ramon's, the next place on the list. It was a small place, no music. Only a couple of people at the bar, and the bartender was watching me very carefully. Hello.
What can I do for you?
You happen to know a girl named Helen, Gray eyes?
No.
I see. You happen to have a light on you?
Light? Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I walked back to the door and went out. I was trying hard not to tremble, because the trail had gotten hot, very hot. That bartender had been just a little too quick to say he didn't know Helen. If I needed any more proof, he'd given it to me. The matchbook he'd used to give me a light was the same kind as the fragment I was carrying in my pocket. Yeah, I knew I'd finally found the place. I went around the corner, eased into the alley, and waited. Pretty soon, a side door opened, and out came Helen. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, hello, Mike. You really shouldn't have, you know.
Found you?
Mm-hmm. Better look behind you.
Oh, no. That's too old a gag to...
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
I guess the business of one thing canceling out another is true. That hit on the head sort of blotted out the throbbing of the wound. When I came to and found myself lying on the floor in a little room, my head was a lot better than I'd figured. Numb, I guess. I could hear voices. Two of them. And suddenly they began registering.
I couldn't help it, Helen. I had to see you. Well, it's a good thing I did, too. Shayne was almost ready to grab you when I hit him just now.
It's all your fault anyway. Why didn't you finish the job last night when you had him on the boardwalk?
I tried to, Helen.
Oh, he's coming to.
Yeah, I've come to. So, trustworthy Vice President Mr. Frank Graber is the big boy of the deal.
Now, you shut up, Shayne.
We might get an argument as to who the brains really was, Mike, but it doesn't matter now.
Pretty neat. Graber walks off with the money and tells the police a fairy tale about being robbed. Then the two of you nominate me for the fall guy. Graber's supposed to kill me, so I'll be found with some of the dough and therefore become the chief suspect. Only Graber misses.
Figured it all out, didn't you, Mike? Well, Frank, I guess there's only one thing to do.
Yes.
And I knew what that one thing was. I knew I had to think fast and act fast to prevent that one thing from happening. If I could just divert their attention from me long enough for a dive at the window or door. And then I thought of something. Something that might possibly take their minds off me for just a second.
Come on, Frank, get it over with.
I suppose you've told Graber about that plane ticket, Helen.
What?
To Havana on the midnight plane.
What ticket?
Why, he doesn't know what he's saying,
No,
Frank.
wait. What ticket?
Don't you see, he's just trying to upset
you. You bought a ticket on the midnight plane to Havana.
Frank, I didn't...
You were going to run out on me.
Oh, don't be
silly. You were going to take all that money and run out on me.
That's not true. I told you I wasn't.
I guess I knew all along, Helen. Only I just wouldn't face it. But I guess I knew all along.
What are you talking about?
I knew. All the time you were telling me you loved me. What? How we'd wait until the heat was off, and then I'd retire on account of ill health, and we'd take the money and go to South America and have a wonderful time.
Frank,
all the time you were telling me those things, I knew you didn't mean them. I knew it. I wanted to believe it. I wanted
Frank, you're
to.
all wrong.
You kept working on me. You finally got me to do this thing. Because you were like a disease. You were in my blood. Now you were going to run out on me. But I won't let you.
No, Frank, that's not true.
It's too bad.
No.
You won't get to use that ticket. Helen, my darling.
Frank?
Suddenly there was a gun in his hand. It was pointed at Helen, and I could see she didn't believe it. But I did. I dove at him, and just as I hit him, the gun went off. Helen slowly sagged to the floor. I got hold of his wrist, but I was off balance, and he was bringing the gun slowly around toward me. And then, just as it got to me, I twisted as hard as I could, and we both went down, and the gun went off again. Then the gun dropped out of his hand. He just sort of crumpled over and lay still. I stared hard at the widening red stain on his coat, right over his heart. Well, I got a call through to the inspector right away, and he sort of took over from there. And that was just about that, with all the loose ends tied up one way or another. Oh, yeah, except one, that plane ticket to Havana, the one Helen had bought. Nobody seemed to know quite what to do with it, because she'd bought it with her own money instead of the robbery dough. Of course, I had an idea what to do with it, but, well, I gave it up after a while. I guess the little peanut vendor needed it more than I did. Of course, I didn't just give it to him. It was strictly a business deal. You know, I traded him the ticket for his peanut wagon. So now, if the detective business ever gets too tough, well, I've always got a sideline.
is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild. Next week, you'll hear Michael Shayne in another thrilling adventure from mysterious and colorful New Orleans.
Dead tired. But I kept on walking through the mist. And suddenly I started hearing footsteps behind me. I turned around, and then I saw him. He was walking along slow, dragging his feet, walking as if he couldn't see. His face was all covered with blood. But I knew who it was. It was Miller, the guy I'd killed.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Dead Come Back.
And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by William Morwood will threaten your sanity. Its title, The Dead Come Back.
About 1 o'clock in the morning, on a dark, deserted street, standing in the doorway of a gloomy brownstone house, a man with a wild expression on his face rings the bell desperately. There is no answer, and he rings again. Then...
Hey, Doc Paget.
Why, yes.
The brain doc knows what goes on inside a guy's head.
Well, yes, I'm a psychiatrist.
I gotta talk to you.
It's very late. If you come back tomorrow during office hours...
Now, Doc. Something's been happening to me. Something that's driving me nuts.
I'm sorry, but...
Get inside.
Be careful with that.
It won't go off until I pull a trigger. Better sit down, Doc.
Very well.
Just to make sure we understand each other, I'll put this gun here on the desk. And my watch. We got just half an hour to get everything cleared up.
And then?
And then, I got a guy to kill.
Suppose we start at the beginning. Your name?
Lefty O'Connor.
O'Connor?
So you heard of me, huh?
I'm not sure, but the Tilson murder case.
That's right.
But as I remember
That's right. He decided I was nuts, put me away. But get this straight, Doc.
Yes?
I wasn't ever out of my head, and I ain't now.
I see.
Insanity was something that I cooked up to keep from burning. I played it up all right. Good enough to make monkeys out of the doctors and the jury. But when I got to the nut house, it was different. I didn't have to pretend no more. You know, Doc, some of them whacks act just as sane as you and me. Yeah, I was getting along fine. Till 2 nights ago, when I was called in to see the superintendent. He was a white-haired old guy, named Miller.
Sit down, Lefty. Cigarette?
Thanks, Mr. Miller.
Here you are.
What's that?
This? Just a music box. Plays when you open the lid.
That ain't just a... What are you trying to do to me?
Oh, what do you mean, Lefty? I just offered you
That's the box they kept talking about at the trial. The one old Mrs. Tilson kept her jewels in.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Lefty.
In a pig's eye. I know what you're trying to do. But I don't remember nothing. Nothing, you hear?
And why does this tune seem to disturb you, sir?
Never mind why. Turn it off.
Yes, of course. Take it easy, Lefty. I called you in here because I want to help you.
You're trying to trick me into admitting I knew what I was doing when I hit old lady.
Nothing of the kind.
Next, you'll be asking me where I hid the jewels. Don't you think I know that routine?
There's no routine here, Lefty.
You're a liar, Mr. Miller. You got me in here to give me the 3rd degree, to try to break me down all over again. Well, you won't do it. Not again. I've had enough.
Lefty, put down that paperweight.
I didn't have no idea of escaping when I hit him, Doc. I was just scared. I was scared of what would happen if he kept after me. When I found a gun in his desk drawer, I began making plans fast. I brought him around. I told him exactly what he had to do. We went out, got into his car, started for the gate. Okay, Miller, it's up to you now.
I understand.
Now remember, I'll be lying back here with this gun against your spine.
Evening, Mr. Miller.
Hello, George.
Going out kind of late, aren't you, sir?
Yes. Something unexpected came up.
You wouldn't be smuggling out anyone under that rug and back, sir, huh?
I might.
Yep, looks suspicious. Just the right shape for a man. But I'll take a chance on you, sir. Okay, Charlie. Open up for the super. Okay, open it up. Good night, Mr. Miller.
Turn the left fork here.
Ah, the Ganville Road. I was afraid of this, Lefty. The Tilson Estate's up this way, isn't it?
You're too smart for your own good, Mr. Miller. You can turn off here.
There's no road.
In under the trees.
All right. What happens now? Do we walk the rest of the way?
One of us does. Get out. You're no use to me anymore.
Let you know. Put that gun away. You can't. You fool. You won't get rid of me this way. You won't.
I left him there beside his car and started walking. I don't know how long I was at it. Maybe an hour when I hit the outskirts of town. The light was kind of funny. It was different from anything I'd ever seen. It was kind of yellow. Kind of yellow mixed with the mist that was curling up. Maybe I was tired, I don't know. But suddenly I began to hear footsteps behind me. I looked around, and then I saw him. He was walking on the other side of the road, blind, as if he couldn't see where he was going. And his feet were kind of dragging along. His face was covered with blood. But through the blood, I could see that it was him. Miller. I don't know what happened then, Doc. I must have passed out. Because the next thing I knew, people, faces bending over me.
He's coming too, Tom.
Yeah. How are you feeling, chum?
Hey.
He's as white as if he'd seen a ghost.
Who are you?
I'm Ruth Mason. This is my brother, Tom.
We live right by. We heard you yell and came running out.
Did you see anyone else?
I know.
On the road?
No. You were lying right in the middle of the road till we pulled you off. What happened? The car hit you?
I don't remember.
Well, take his arm. Help him up, Tom.
Okay, sure. Here we go, Mo.
The name is Sims. Johnny Sims. I'm all right.
You look kind of bushed to me.
I've been walking all night. Out of a job, see, and broke.
Well, our house is right over there. You come on in and we'll fix
thanks.
it.
I gotta keep moving.
What's the rush if you're just looking for a job?
Well, Hey.
Cops coming this way.
Probably looking for that man that escaped from the state hospital.
That's right. They said that...
What? Johnny, what's the matter? You look as if you're going to faint again.
I guess I must be worse than I thought. Look, does that invite still hold?
Well, of course. Right this way.
Something more, Johnny?
No, thanks, Ruth. Couldn't manage another thing. Full up.
Oh, well, then you lie right down on that sofa. That is, if Tom will get off with his paper.
Oh, sure. I was just reading some more about that guy, Lefty O'Connor, that broke out of the asylum. Seems he forced the superintendent to drive him out in a car.
Please, Tom, let's not talk about it. It gives me the creeps to think of anyone like that being loose.
Maybe he ain't so bad.
He's a murderer, Johnny. A homicidal maniac.
How do you know? Maybe the super deserved killing.
The super?
Yeah.
But the paper doesn't say anything about the super being killed.
Well, Ruth said...
I meant the old lady, Mrs. Tilson.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I must have heard. Maybe I just thought...
I'll try the radio. Maybe there's some late news on it. Though you're probably right, Johnny. The super wouldn't stand a chance.
Sure. The way I figured...
What's the matter, Johnny?
Turn that off.
What?
I said turn it off.
Why?
Johnny.
Hey, what gives?
Well, I'm sorry. But I don't like radio.
Oh, it's all right, Johnny. We understand. Now suppose we show you to your room and you take a good long sleep.
I must have slept like a dead man, Doc. It was dark when I woke up. There was nobody in the house. I switched on the lamp and looked at my watch. A few minutes before midnight. Didn't have much time if I wanted to get the jewels and blow town before morning. So I started for the door, but before I reached it, it opened. And standing there, smiling, kind of sad-like, was Miller.
Hello, Lefty. Did you get the jewels?
You! It can't be you. You're dead.
I told you wouldn't get rid of me so easily.
What do you want with me?
Nothing, Lefty. Just what I wanted before, to help you.
You're lying. You still think you can break me, get me to confess, but I'll show you. I must have hit the lights, Doc, or maybe they were never on, because suddenly the room was all dark. I struck a match. I bent down to look at Miller, make sure that he was really dead this time. And I ain't crazy, Doc. You gotta believe me. But the man lying face up on the floor was Tom Mason.
A dead man who came back. And now, a second victim, as the hands of the clock move inexorably to the witching hour. And yet another.
Murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight. To Lefty O'Connor, sitting in a psychiatrist's office with a gun in front of him, trying to convince the doctor and himself that he is sane.
My hand was shaking so much that the match went out. It was Tom, all right. Tom Mason, dead. But it was better that way than what I'd thought, because it meant that Miller hadn't come back from the grave. I'd probably just imagined I heard him talking to me. I frisked Mason, I got the keys to his car, and went out. It was a little coupe parked in the driveway. I opened the door. I was just getting in when...
Hello, Johnny.
Huh? Ruth.
You look a little better than you did before. How do you feel?
Oh, fine.
Oh, that's good. You were sleeping so soundly when I left it. Are you going somewhere?
Well, yeah. There was something I had to do, and Tom told me I could borrow his car.
Oh, all right. I'll go inside.
No, you can't go in there.
Oh, what do you mean? Why not?
Well, I mean, such a swell night. How about a little drive, Ruth?
But what about your errand?
Well, that'll just take a minute. It'll be swell having you along.
Well, I don't know. I don't suppose Tom will mind.
I'm sure he won't.
Well, then, all right. I guess that's one of the wonderful things about life. You just never know when something completely unexpected will happen.
That's right, baby. You just never know.
Why so quiet, Johnny?
Huh?
You asked me to come driving with you, and I do. You don't say a thing to me.
What should I be saying?
Well, you might start by telling me something about yourself.
Like I said, I'm just a guy looking for work.
What kind of a job did you have before?
Chauffeur?
Well, that sounds interesting. Did you work around here?
Why?
I just wondered. You seem to know the roads so well.
Listen, baby, let's not talk about me. I'd rather hear about you.
Well, there's not much to tell. I'm 21, fancy-free, and I work for a living. I'm a nurse in a psychiatrist's office.
A what?
Psychiatrist. A doctor who, well, helps people who are disturbed mentally.
Like people who, see things that ain't there?
Oh, yes, he gets a lot of those kind of cases.
What does he do?
Talks to the patients, explains away the hallucination. His name is Dr. Paget, and he's really wonderful. Johnny?
Yeah?
Where are we going?
Why, baby?
We've turned off the main road. This leads past the old Tilson mansion.
What's that?
The house where that terrible murder took place about a year ago. It's all boarded up now, of course.
Yeah, that's the job Lefty O'Connor pulled,
yes.
huh?
Yeah, he was old Mrs. Tilson's chauffeur.
What?
Chauffeur.
Quite a coincidence, ain't it?
Johnny, you're turning in the driveway.
Yeah. See, a couple of nights ago, I broke into this place to sleep. It was just an empty house to me. I didn't know anything about no murder. I left the parcel behind. I want to pick it up.
Oh, I see.
You think I had any other reason for coming here?
No, Johnny.
Sit tight, baby. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Johnny. Well, why are you taking the keys?
Just to make sure the car stays here, and you with it.
But of course I'll stay.
You better, baby. Or it'll be just too bad. Pulled the board loose from one of the windows. Climbed into the old house. It was black as pitch inside. That musty, shut-in smell. Felt my way along the wall to the stairs. Climbed to the second floor. The old lady's room was at the head of the stairs. It wasn't so dark in there. Windows hadn't been boarded, and the moonlight was coming in. And I saw that marble fireplace with a gargoyle in the middle grinning at me. So I picked up the poker and smashed into it. And there, behind where I pushed it past a loose brick, was a paper bag containing the jewels. I looked inside to make sure that everything was safe. Moonlight sparkled on them shiners. And then, Doc, suddenly, out of nowhere, it started. That music started. Stop it!
Johnny, where are you?
What? Oh! Ruth! Ruth, get her to stop. Get her to stop.
Get who to stop?
Mrs. Tilson, that tune.
What tune?
You mean you don't hear nothing?
Well, no, Johnny.
But you must. It's gone now.
Johnny, you're shaking all over. Johnny, what's that?
What's what?
Well, they're all over the floor. They look like diamonds, jewels.
Didn't I tell you to stay in the car? What are you doing up here?
I heard noises and you
were
yelled.
spying on me.
No, I wasn't, Lefty.
What did you call me?
Nothing.
So you guessed it, huh? Okay. I am Lefty O'Connor, and I came back for the jewels. But that information ain't traveling far. Not with you, anyway.
What do you mean? No! Don't touch me!
Oh, yeah. I was rattled, Doc. The music did it. That and everything else. I left it lying there, and I picked up the jewels and beat it. Started the car fast. Just about hit the main highway when the wheels started acting funny. I stopped and got out to look. It was a flat. My luck had played out. If I took the time to change it, someone might come along, and just then I did hear a car coming. I froze, waiting for it to pass. Instead, it stopped, and...
Hi, Johnny.
Tom, miss!
I got out as soon as I could. Which is the flat?
What? How did you know?
How did I know? Why, you just called me. You told me you couldn't find the tools.
I called you?
Why, yeah. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. I couldn't have.
Of course, it's none of my business, Johnny, but look, you've been acting awful funny. I'm beginning to think maybe you ought to go see a doctor. Someone like Doc Paget that Ruth works for.
There's nothing wrong with me. Nothing.
Okay. Get started with this, Jack. The rest of the tools are under the front seat. I'll get them.
No, wait.
Hey, what's this paper bag doing?
Give me that!
You're going in for pebble collecting, huh?
Pebbles?
Yeah, look at them.
Oh, they are pebbles. Yeah. What's happening to me? Oh.
I don't know. But I told you don't look well. Hey, where are you going? Hey, wait a minute. I told you that was a borrowed car.
Get off that ramp, boy. I say get off.
You're nuts, Johnny! You're nuts! You're crazy!
Well, there it is, Doc.
Yeah, huh?
That's his story. I kept hearing what he said. Tom. Over and over again. I'm nuts. I'm crazy. But I couldn't stand it anymore. So I looked you up in the phone book and I come over.
Oh, what do you expect me to do, Lefty?
Do? You're a brain doc. I'm not nuts. I know I'm not. Why am I seeing these things? What's happening to me?
Well, it's rather difficult to make a diagnosis this quickly, but I'd say that you were suffering from hallucinations because of a sense of guilt.
Guilt? About what?
Well, it probably started with that first murder, Mrs. Tilson. And it's been preying on your mind ever since. Now, if you could extrovert that, get it out of your system.
But I did.
That's true, but not as a confession, with all that it entails. That's the only way you can achieve a complete catharsis.
Well, that's crazy.
All right. You wanted my advice, but you don't have to take it.
And you think... Okay, I did kill her. I knew all the time what I was doing. I waited for a night when there was only the two of us in the house, and then I beat her brains out with a tire iron. There, I said it, I told you.
Yes, Lefty. And I think that now I can promise you'll never be troubled by hallucinations again.
You sure, Doc?
Quite sure.
That's good. Because... Remember I said that in half an hour I was going to kill someone?
Yes.
Well, a half hour is up. And you're the man.
Am I, Lefty?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Doc, but you know too much now. You're the only one who does. So...
I wouldn't, Lefty.
Why are you sitting there like that? I shot you.
Yes, Lefty, with blanks in your gun. All right, boy.
Take it easy, Lefty. We got you covered.
No. And Mason.
Did you get it?
Uh-huh. Every
What?
word.
You're cops.
No kidding.
Then the whole thing, letting me escape and everything that happened afterwards was just a trick.
That's right.
You wanted to show I wasn't nuts, get me to confess.
Smart boy.
We made just one mistake, Lefty. Or rather, Ruth did. Following you into the Tilson mansion. She paid for that with her life. But now you're going to pay.
No.
Shut up.
Yes, Lefty, for that and for the Tilson murder. And my only regret is that rats like you can only burn once.
Moving forward, the two grim-faced men take hold of Lefty O'Connor. And Lefty knows that he has come to the end of the road. The road began when he first heard the clock in the old Tilson mansion strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
remember to be with us again when death's face peers out of the darkened windows of deserted houses and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. The part of Lefty O'Connor was played by Joseph Julian. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Coast to coast, the Federal Express thunders through the night. Adventures, thrills, romance. Ride the rails with Ned Jordan, Secret Agent. Under guise of settling labor and accident claims for the Consolidated American Railroad, Ned Jordan secretly investigates the activities of foreign agents and other federal enemies. Missions known only to J.B. Medwick, president of the railroad. Government authorities act on the information gathered by Jordan, who steps quietly out of the picture. The Federal Express slowed down for a station, and an attractive young woman prepared to leave the train. She opened the door of her compartment.
Pardon me, just a moment, Miss Waterbury.
I don't know you.
The name is Proctor, Federal Department.
What?
There's a matter that we'd like to speak to you about. We'll stay right on the train until the next stop.
Is this an arrest?
Well, that's entirely up to you. If you come quietly and willingly, it won't be considered as an arrest yet.
You have no warrant?
But I have, you see. Now, will you go back into your stateroom quietly? Judy, here's the address Waterbury carried, and here's the letter she was sent. It tells her to show the letter to the man who orders lentil soup.
Lentil soup. Very well, Inspector Proctor. I'll do my best.
And, well, be careful, Judy. If Jordan or your father knew that you were in on this, they'd have my scalp.
I'll be careful. And when I do tell Ned, I'll lead him to believe it was nothing but coincidence that took me to that funny little restaurant.
Do you mind if I stay here? It is the only available table.
What difference would it make if I minded?
It is unusual to find one of your type in a place like this.
Is it?
Unless, of course, you have some specific reason for coming here.
I've heard that they have exceptionally good soup.
Soup? Yes.
Your order?
I will have the lentil soup.
Very well.
Do you know many people here?
I believe I have friends around here.
Good, and so have I. That should perhaps make us friends, eh?
I'm sorry,
You
but...
perhaps are a friend of Margot, the cashier and waitress.
And if I am?
You might have a letter to her, or perhaps from her.
I do happen to have a letter, but I couldn't show it to anyone unless I were certain that they, too, are a friend.
Good. So you are cautious. That is the best way. In this business, one cannot take chances.
Hardly.
But you will recognize perhaps a sign, eh? Like this.
And you, in turn, would recognize a letter like this?
Oh.
I'm advised that everything I need to know will be told me here.
You have heard of Karnak?
Karnak? Isn't that an assumed name?
So you also know that. That is good. Tomorrow is to be the day.
The day?
The foreign representative who uses the name of Karnak arrives tomorrow on the Federal Express. Those of us who live in the city have been instructed.
I don't live in the city.
I know. So now I tell you that tonight is the meeting.
Where?
You will be here at 8.
Is the meeting to be here?
You will at that time be advised where the meeting is held. The priestess of true light is eager that all should be on hand.
Very well.
Tomorrow is one of the biggest days in our true light cult.
With the arrival of Karnak. Tell me this. How did you know that he was traveling under that name?
We know much. Each day we gain new strength.
So it would seem.
You would be surprised at some of the things we have already learned and done. In 2 assassinations, we have been successful. Tomorrow, when Karnak arrives to meet his end, it will be a great stroke for us. One that may have unlimited possibilities.
Just what will Karnak, the man who's called Karnak, what will his death accomplish?
You know the conditions in the old country now?
Yes, of course.
It takes but little to start new trouble.
Yes, but Karnak...
His death may arouse sympathies for our people. They will resent his death in America. Perhaps indemnities will be demanded. Apologies which the United States cannot and will not give. Perhaps the war will come. And then we shall have powerful nations in sympathy with us.
I see.
First, the death. And then the propaganda that will follow.
How many do you expect to attend the meeting tonight?
At the very least, there will be 50 of us.
All members of the true light.
The true light. Is it not glorious? We shall someday rule the world.
Taxi! Take me to the Consolidated American Railroad building, and hurry.
So after this guy started talking to you, you realized you might be on the track or something and kidded him along, huh?
That's right, Ned. There will be 50 people at this meeting.
But if this organization is so terribly secret, why'd this bird start telling you so much?
I told you, he was expecting someone else and mistook me for her.
So when the woman he's waiting for arrives, he'll know he made a mistake. You shouldn't go to places like that.
All right, I shouldn't, but I did. How did I know it was a hangout for the True Light cult?
We won't worry too much about the True Light. 50 crackpots can't overthrow America, you know. The police wouldn't like it.
All right, treat it lightly, then.
I'll report the thing to the police and let them send a couple of men to attend the meeting.
You'd better wait and hear what else I have to say.
Well?
And then, if you think my contact with that outfit can't be used, I'll retire to a dark corner and stand with my face to the wall.
Yeah? You go ahead, Judy.
I didn't tell you who they're planning to murder.
No.
A guy's traveling under the name of Karnak.
What?
You knocked over your chair.
Karnak?
You shouldn't do that, Ned. It's hard on the office furniture.
How do they know about Karnak? The Federal Express has kept his travel one of the deep, dark secrets.
Mm-hmm. And he's using an assumed name and traveling under the watchful eye of Merkel of the Federal Department. But the True Lighters are planning his assassination. What does that make me? A valued ally or a fool dame that stuck her chin out too far?
Oh, but, Judy, the way he's being guarded, it'd be suicide for anyone to try and reach him.
Sure, so what? You think fanatics like these people care about their own lives? Not a bit. They're glad of the chance to serve what they think is their patriotic cause by dying for a purpose.
You know who Karnak is?
Sure, he's coming from Europe to discuss important deals in war supplies. And he has blue and royal blood in his veins.
Exactly.
It's worth the future of the railroad to move him safely and secretly.
What else do you know?
Well, holding the hands like this is a sign of recognition these True Light people use. And Margot, cashier at this restaurant, is one of them. She gave the man I talked to the name of Callio.
Callio. I'll see if he's known to the federal men.
And the woman in charge of the local True Light members is called a high priestess.
One of those fanatic outfits.
What a dangerous one. Especially to the Federal Express if they carry out their murder plan.
Judy, you sit tight and say nothing. I've got to get hold of Proctor or Merkel on the phone.
Merkel's aboard the Federal Express with Karnak.
I know. What can we do, though? You can't go to that meeting tonight. And on the other hand, we've got to learn the plan of these cultists if we're to protect Karnak.
Jordan, may I come in?
Oh, sure, Proctor. Just the guy I'm thinking about.
Yeah?
Judith ran into something big.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
We made an arrest, Jordan. A woman named Waterbury. Real name, Koskiensky.
And?
She was on her way to a meeting of the True Light cult. Well, we detained her. And Judy went in her place.
Double-crosser.
What?
I'm sorry, fella, but we were really desperate. We had to have a girl that resembled Waterbury, and I asked Judy to help us out.
So that's it.
All right, it was in the interest of the railroad. Karnak is coming here on the Federal Express tomorrow, isn't he?
Yes.
One of the main purposes of his visit is to discuss matters with Medwick. If he's murdered in Medwick's home or office, it'll be a fine state of international affairs.
All right, Proctor. You know about the cult, and you sent Judy to sound out the people in the restaurant. But she's not going to the meeting tonight.
No, I agree with you. She isn't.
Let me go. I can learn a lot more there. They're going to discuss the plans for this assassination.
Not a chance.
These cultists are crackpots, and they have some mighty fantastic notions. But, Jordan, they're dangerous.
Well?
And they're clever. If they weren't pretty shrewd, they'd never have kept their work quiet as long as they have.
What do you want of me, then? What's your idea?
For the present, we'll have to abandon any hope of making arrests there and confine ourselves to guarding a man named Karnak.
Okay.
Now, it's up to you to pull the necessary strings and have the schedule changed around a bit. In short, shunt the Federal Express into a siding for half an hour before it gets to the city. And bring some other train in place of it.
I think that can be arranged. I'll speak to Mr. Medwick about it right away.
We'll have one of our men disguised to resemble Karnak in the same relative stateroom on the train.
And have him get killed?
We'll give him all the protection we can. He's willing to take the chance.
And what if these murderers get him?
Well, c'est la guerre. That's the sort of chance we take all the time.
If they do attempt to get him, you'll be able to arrest him. Is that it?
Yeah.
And you'll get the one or two who make the murder attempt. You'll try to make them talk, and they won't talk. And the rest of these misguided fools will keep right on with their plans.
Well?
If you'll send me to that meeting tonight, you may get evidence against all of them.
No, Miss Medwick. We can't let you do it.
But why? I'm in with them now. I can be guarded by you men.
No. If you keep insisting, I'll have your father take a hand.
You'll see what you can do about those schedules?
Yeah, right away.
And let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'll wait to hear from you.
Ned, you can't let Proctor get away with it. You can't, do you hear me?
Now, hold on.
You'd sooner let him get killed than let me take the slightest risk.
Proctor?
Yes, of course. He's the one who's going to impersonate Karnak.
How do you know?
Because he's the master of disguise. He's the one that always does that sort of thing. You can't let him make a target of himself tomorrow.
Oh, but Judy...
I can go to that meeting tonight, and you can tell Proctor I've gone.
He wouldn't stand for it.
But he needn't know until after I've gotten there. Just tell him I've gone, and you couldn't stop me. He can get men to surround the building, and they can follow if we leave there and be ready at the first sign of trouble.
Your father wouldn't stand for it a minute, and you know it.
Dad needn't know. Do you think I'm entirely helpless, Ned? I'm not quite the fool you make me out to be. I realize the type of people these cultists are.
If anything happened to you, Judy...
There's less chance of that than in what might happen to Proctor tomorrow. How do you suppose I'd feel if he were to be murdered, knowing that if I'd gone to that meeting, I'd know the time and place and plan of the murder, and been able to forestall it? I tell you, Ned Jordan, you've got to agree to let me go there.
Judy, there's no use arguing.
All they'll do is discuss the plans for killing Karnak. They'll designate the one who's to do it. And if we just know who it is, think how simple it would be to have him surrounded by federal men when the train pulls in. They set up a plan to lure Karnak to some other place. I'll learn about that. They think I'm the Waterbury woman. Don't you see? They won't harm me.
Wait a minute.
It's Proctor's life, Ned. Can't you understand that?
Yes, I know. Now let me think.
Let me try it.
I wonder. The real Waterbury woman is in custody, isn't she?
Yes, and there's no chance of her getting loose to tell Callio and Margot and the others that I'm an imposter.
Judy, sit down.
Well?
I want you to tell everything you know about this cult. Don't leave out a thing. Tell all you know. And then, perhaps...
Perhaps what?
Perhaps you can go to that meeting tonight.
Early that evening, a guard approached the cell in which the Waterbury woman was held.
Miss Waterbury.
Well, now what? Some more questioning? So you might as well save your time and breath. I've nothing to say.
You're free.
What?
Yeah, someone with influence came around with a writ.
Well, isn't that something?
It certainly is.
What about my property?
Stop at the desk on your way out.
I'll sue you for false arrest. Maybe I will before I'm finished.
That's up to you. It's nothing to us. We're just local cops. It was the federal that made the complaint. All we did was hold you as he requested.
We'll see if there's any justice around this country. I know my constitutional rights.
Right in here, please.
This is where I get my handbag and the things from my pocket.
Sign right here, please.
I'll sign all right. And you haven't heard the last of this?
If I were you, miss, I'd sort of let things stay as they are. You stir up a lot of trouble, and you might find yourself in the middle of it.
Is that a threat?
Oh, no. Don't get that idea.
There you are.
There's your things.
Count my money. Make sure that's all here.
Fellow who delivered the writ is waiting at the curb.
Oh, thanks. Oh, the air's good after that.
Waterbury.
Oh, yes?
Over here.
Who are you?
The name is Bushing, Miss Waterbury. I doubt if it would mean much to you.
I never heard the name before.
When you were apprehended on a train, it became known at once. The only reason you were held was to make it possible for another woman to replace you in calling on Calio and Margot.
Who are they?
Agents of the priestess.
Oh. And you?
The scout who saw what happened to you contacted the Home Office, which in turn communicated with me to effect your immediate release. Please get in. You're already late.
Late? For what?
For the meeting, you fool. At 8, it is to be started. And there is an imposter there. A spy for the federal government.
Then drive.
$8 Ned.
All right, Judy. Go to that restaurant then, and be careful.
I will be. Please don't worry.
I wish I didn't have to.
Everything will work out all right.
Well, Calio, it is 8 o'clock.
We locked the door. It is Waterbury.
Let her in. I was afraid she wasn't coming. Come, you're almost late. Just 8, isn't it?
The priestess insists that we be prompt. Alonzo, you come, stand guard at the door.
I was to be told where the meeting is. Is it here?
It is here.
Here?
The basement. You follow me.
Very well.
Coming, Margot?
Coming.
Down here?
That is right.
Is there another way to get in or out of this place?
No.
Well, aren't you afraid of being trapped here?
We take precautions.
But what would you do if you were found out?
Why?
Well, the Eastern Office will be interested in knowing when I bring back my report.
We will not be found out. The doors are well guarded. We suppress all that might conceivably be used as evidence against us. Nothing is written.
I see.
Here now, the next door. You see? No window so light can shine out, and soundproof so nothing can be heard when we celebrate a great victory.
Or punish an offender. The meeting will open now.
Your robe is waiting, Margot.
Yes.
You are the priestess.
Quiet now. Quiet! Comrades, we convene tonight to plan for that event which tomorrow night shall be celebrated. You have been brought here to be informed of the plans when Karnak arrives. Cooperation on the part of all of you will be required. One among you will be appointed or otherwise chosen to do the actual deed. The other shall surround that one and forestall to the fullest extent the efforts of any who try to hold him after the shot has been fired. As to the fine points of the plan, we first shall select the one who is to do the killing. You all know the reward for doing such an act. The highest of honors to your name if you are captured and punished by law. If you escape, $5,000 in cash and a 3-month leave of absence in which to enjoy the wealth. Tonight, I do not ask for volunteers. Quiet, please. I am going to ask you to draw beans from the hat. And the one who draws the black bean will be the one appointed for the task. Calio, please stand forward.
Yes.
Take the hat and the beans. The rest of you may converse softly while the drawing is being done. Calio, I want you to see to it that the new girl, Waterbury, is the one who gets the black bean.
But why her?
She is unproved.
But her record in the East.
As far as we are concerned, she is unproved. Let her get the appointment with murder.
Very well. As you come on. Please, your turn to draw.
Very well.
Oh, white. Your turn.
I could use the money in the vacation. A white bean.
When one draws the black bean, please declare yourself, and there will be no need to continue. There is but one black bean.
White. Your turn.
You want me to draw?
Yes.
The black.
Black. It is over. The black has been drawn.
By whom?
Waterbury.
My congratulations. Please stand beside me.
Very well.
Our comrade who has just been transferred to this branch is honored with the great task of tomorrow. In her hand rests our hope of victory. Comrade, you will remain here in these rooms until the time of the appointment tomorrow. You will have no communication with the outside until you leave with your guard to go to the station. I need not advise you of penalties, need I?
What penalties?
There will be 4 men with you, each of whom will be armed with knives and guns. The guns are to defend you after you have fired the death shot. And the knives, you know what they are for?
What?
They will be used on you if that shot is fired carelessly or not fired at all. 4 friends will be close to you. And in the crowd, the knife, No, there is no misunderstanding, is there?
No, there is none.
And one thing further.
Yes?
It is possible you may find this task distasteful to you.
Well?
If so, it would verify a vague suspicion that has for some time been in my mind.
What suspicion?
You have had surprisingly little to say about the Eastern Office. Are you or are you not our comrade Waterbury?
Whatever gave you the impression, I was not.
I do not know. But if you are not, you can well imagine what is ahead for you.
Of course I can.
And you think that which is ahead would be quite justified, do you not?
Of course.
Very well. Now we shall proceed with the meeting. The next is... Stand by the door. There are other arrivals coming. Admit the newcomer.
Who are they?
That woman.
There she is.
Leave that woman. Who are you? I'm Waterbury. That woman's an impostor.
No, wait. There's a mistake. Don't believe her.
All right, don't believe me. But listen to what Comrade Bushing has to say. Let him tell what happened to me, how I was met on the train, my credentials taken away, and how I was taken to a detention cell.
Is all this true?
No, wait. Let me explain.
Close that door and guard it well. No one is to leave.
Let go of me. You're hurting my arm.
We should break those arms if what has been said is true.
We'll do more than that.
This is the real comrade. You have my word for it. She can give only passwords. She can recite every detail of what has gone before. That woman is marked for death.
No, please don't kill me.
It is a splendid time to try the new silent gun. The air gun. The gun which will be used tomorrow for Karnak.
Wait.
Quiet, Margot. I will take charge for the next few moments. That woman, imposter that she is, shall meet her punishment before you are.
No!
There! I would say the gun has proved successful.
But you, who are you? He's a representative from the Home Office who effected my release from prison. In time to check that federal spy.
That girl? A federal agent?
I'm smart enough, Collier, to fool all of you.
But now, if it is not she came here, what about this murder? How do we account for it? We must dispose of her.
You needn't worry about that, Callio. I'll attend to the disposition. I have the necessary contacts.
You have the necessary...
Enough of them to get me out of prison. One moment. You say you are the real Waterbury?
Yes.
Then tell me, why is through life?
To bring knowledge and enlightenment to all the world, and make a brotherly understanding that will make no man his brother's master.
You know...
One more. I say seek.
I say light. Together we are seeking light. The true light.
I am satisfied. How stupid fool you are. You were taken in by that spy.
But Margot, she had the letters.
Stolen from me.
All right, Margot. Now I take the stand.
But you...
I take the stand to introduce the new air gun, which has but recently been put at our disposal. I also bring good news.
Let Bushing take the stand. He showed us the spy.
All right.
Thank you. Comrades, a high honor awaits one of you assembled here tonight. The one who is finally designated for the appointment with Karnak tomorrow is to be given greater than ever rewards.
What are they?
That comrade is to return to the east with me to take over one of the highest offices in our international True Light Brotherhood. This, in addition to the cash bonus. Wait. Before we can... You stand back there.
I was only going to make sure the spy was there.
Now, to see, stand back and listen when I am speaking.
I'm sorry.
As I was about to say, before we designate who shall be honored, we must seek light and knowledge. That is why I am here. I select the one for the high office in the East. Then let that man or woman prove his or her worth by killing Karnak.
How do you plan to make this selection?
By asking each applicant what he or she has done for us in the past.
I helped in the assassination of the sabotaged the aircraft plant at the Warren.
Wait. I cannot hear all of you at once. Let the priestess declare an intermission, while each of you writes out his claims. Then let me consider these in turn. Is that agreeable?
Yes. Put our act into writing?
Is there anyone here whom you do not trust? How else am I to decide who is to be taken east?
Very well.
Declare the intermission.
You have heard what our leader says. Act on his command.
Knowing that high honor awaited the member of the cult who was chosen by Bushing, the comrades itemized every claim that they could think of on the sheets of paper. And there was another incentive.
Why, with that new air gun, it will be almost certain that the appointed one will escape unharmed.
I must ask you to finish as quickly as possible.
While Judith Medwick still lay on the floor, Bushing kept a sharp eye on his watch. And as the hands approached 9:30, he called for the papers.
Bring them to me.
Have you all signed your name?
Yes. I will need some time to look these over. And when we have made the selection, we will hand the papers to your priestess, Margot, to be burned. So there will be no evidence against you.
That is important.
While I am studying these papers, I am going to present another new development that is now at our disposal, and let you have the chance to examine it. Here, these two small pear-shaped containers. Be careful of them. They break easily.
What are they? He showed them to me on the way here. They're the newest of gas shells.
Gas contained in these is exceptionally virulent. So please handle them with the utmost caution while I check your applications for promotion. Here, Margot. You may look first.
Look out!
Careful! Not I, you clumsy fool! My eyes! The gas! Get out of here and hurry! A deep breath of that means death!
Is it a trick? Run, open the door!
Let me out of here! Let me out!
With thick smoke filling the basement room without windows, the members of the cult raced up the stairs and through the restroom, disregarding the all-important papers they'd left behind.
Out of my way! That gas comes up the stairs! Hurry! Let me out of here!
Front door's here!
Bushing acted quickly. He snatched goggles and nose plugs from a pocket and clamped them over the face of Judy, who was still on the floor. Then he produced another outfit and protected himself against the gas. Callio turned.
Yo, you fat man! That gun is not safe. Why do you protect us?
There's another bomb for you, Callio!
The voice that rang out was not the one that Bushing had been using. It was the voice of Proctor of the Federal Department. Screams and shouts of pain and fear filled the restaurant. The front door burst open, and men lined a path from the door across the sidewalk to the police wagons that were waiting at the curb.
There they come, boys. Hurry them in. Boys, what is this?
In with you and make it fast.
All right. You're nothing against me. Constitutional right.
Duty.
By this time, we've got confessions of everything you've done, signed by each of you. Get in those wagons. This is an arrest. Uncle Sam wants you.
Some more coffee, Inspector Proctor?
Coffee? I never refuse that, Miss Medwick.
This is a pretty modest celebration in view of everything. Proctor doesn't have to put his life on the chopping block tomorrow.
Karnak will not be attacked, and Uncle Sam has made a nice house cleaning of at least one nest of rats.
Oh, Jordan, that idea of yours is a honey.
Nonsense. The idea was nothing. It took working out. And you and Judy certainly did that.
Yeah, but how did you know it would work out that way?
Well, you first won the confidence of the Waterbury girl by getting her out of jail. Then by showing her the air gun and the gas bomb.
Sure, and then she carried me through the rest of the way.
The make-believe shooting of Judy with a capsule of red ink to leave a smear got you into the confidence of that gang. And the offer of a big promotion took you right into their greedy hearts. After that, it was a natural.
Yeah, but you, Jordan, had it all reasoned out that the bunch would react just as they did.
They couldn't react any other way, Proctor. It was fundamental psychology.
Okay, Jordan. And say, Miss Medwick, you'd better skip that coffee.
You don't want it?
I better clear out.
But why?
Well, you and Jordan, here, the two of you. Moonlight and roses and a third party. I'm getting out. And that's just fundamental psychology. And anyway, I want to watch the midnight train taking that pack of crackpots out of the city. That's worth watching.
Aboard for Atlanta!
Just heard the adventure of the True Light Cult. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit and are sent you each Tuesday night at this same time. They are copyrighted features of Ned Jordan, Secret Agent Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means adventure. Hello? Hello. The young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. And the mountain of a man engaged in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
What was that? Somebody's going to be murdered who has no manners? Well, what do you want Nero Wolfe to do? Teach him manners? Oh. Hold on. Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, Archie?
We've got a prospective client. In case someone she knows gets murdered, she'd like you to do something about it.
Very well. However, advise her.
Yes?
Not to get murdered herself. I never take a corpse for a client.
Greatest detective in the world.
Yes, Archie is so right. He is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. He's Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's the case of the impolite corpse. It began on a certain night at 8:40 when Walter Channing, an advertising executive, was dictating in his office to his charming secretary, Brenda Barkley.
Brenda, take a memo.
Yes, Mr. Channing.
This is to be mimeographed and sent to the entire staff.
The entire staff, yes, sir.
Notice, effective at once, 1-hour lunch periods will be strictly enforced. Employees will post time of departure and time of return. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Channing...
Bennett, I'm busy.
Well, I've got to see you, Mr. Channing. About this afternoon.
This afternoon was unfortunate, Bennett, but it happened.
I lost my temper. I'm sorry.
So am I.
Mr. Channing, I've been with the firm 14 years, and because a man blows up once in 14 years...
Mr. Channing's office.
Oh, you've got to reconsider. That's all, Mr. Channing.
I never reconsider, Bennett.
It's your wife.
But, Mr. Channing...
That will be all, Bennett.
It won't be all. You can't wipe out 14 years of a man's life. Even you can't do that, Channing.
It's Mrs. Channing on the phone.
Oh. Hello? You're where? That's in this building. Since when has Dr. Ellis kept evening office hours? I told you there's nothing wrong with you. No, I can't. I don't know when I'll be through. And I don't want you hanging around up here. Well, take a cab or walk. I don't care what you do. What? I can't understand you. What? Goodbye, Doris. Where was I?
Walter.
Yes?
You are going to reconsider about Tom Bennett, aren't you?
Bennett was insolent this afternoon. I won't tolerate insolence. Yes?
Shine, Mr. Channing?
Shine? No. What's he doing down here this time of night?
Half the staff's working overtime. Kelly's an enterprising shoeshine boy. Might have missed someone on his rounds this afternoon. Walter, about Tom Bennett.
Forget Bennett.
Look, you upset the inkwell. Oh.
Quick, block the stuff.
Yes, of course. Did any spill on you?
Spot at my trouser cuff. Lucky it didn't get on the carpet.
Walter, about Tom Bennett.
I told you to forget Bennett.
All right, Walter, all right.
Though maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you'd be better off to use him as a model.
A model?
If he knows he's not wanted around here, he'll have the self-respect to get out.
Meaning?
Well, you've known for a long time you're not wanted. And you're still here.
How you'd like to fire me.
Denying that would be silly.
I've been with this firm 15 years in January. Employees get a bonus of stock shares after 15 years' service. That's what I'm waiting for, and you know it.
Suppose we get back to that memorandum.
You'd like to get me out before I collect those shares, wouldn't you?
I said let's get on with the memo.
You'd be petty enough to do it, too, if you knew how.
There may be a way.
There isn't, and you know it. I'm too careful. You can't fire me without cause, and I've given you no cause, Walter. Nothing you can possibly dictate one of your vicious little memorandums about.
Don't try my patience too far, Brenda.
Walter, what? This can't be us talking like this, you and me hating each other.
I find it remarkable there ever was anything between us except hate.
Walter.
I mean it. Look at you. You were flashy when I met you. You're getting flashier. That means cheaper, Brenda.
Stop it.
Too much lipstick? Too much rouge? Hair too bright? Dress too tight? You're trying too hard, Brenda. You're labeling yourself like a sound wagon.
I wonder what it is that stops me from killing you.
Cowardice, of course. Now, when you've stopped sniveling, we'll get on with a memorandum. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Notice. In the interest of economy and efficiency, junior executives will confer in the conference room, not in private offices. Mid-afternoon coffee and personal phone calls and daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
Your name is Barkley, Brenda Barkley. Very well, Miss Barkley. What can I do for you?
Mr. Wolfe, I don't know how to begin.
Well, maybe I can make this easier all around by briefing Mr. Wolfe on the Walter Channing case. Hey, that's funny.
What?
Violet eyes. I always thought they were something the poets made up.
Archie?
Huh? Oh, the Channing case, yes.
One moment. Miss Barkley, look this way, please. To me, an eye is functional object found in mammals, birds, fish, potatoes, and horticulture. Thank you. Go on, Archie.
Walter Channing was the boy wonder of advertising. At 33, executive vice president of Winslow, Hart, and Straightmeyer. Just 24 hours ago, they found him at his desk, shot through the heart.
They? Who is they?
A night porter and a shoe shine boy, is that right?
Yes.
He'd been dead about an hour. The bullet went through Channing, his desk chair, and lodged in the windowsill behind him. Police thought at first it was suicide.
The gun?
38, found it on the floor, 10 feet away. No fingerprints, anyhow, no clear ones.
Seldom are on a gun butt. You say suicide was suspected. Why? The gun was 10 feet from the body.
It was the smudges.
Smudges?
Powder burns. According to the papers, he was sitting at his desk. There were no signs of a struggle. The gun was held against his chest and fired.
But it wasn't suicide, Mr. Wolfe. Walter Channing would never have killed himself.
The police have already decided that, finally, according to the evening papers.
And I presume you, Miss Barkley, are the suspect.
No, not yet.
That you expect to be. That's why you came to me.
When the police talked to her,
Her?
Doris, his wife. I've been Walter Channing's secretary for 8 years. At one time, we thought we were in love.
Mrs. Channing was aware of this?
Yes. Oh, it was a long time ago. It was over. It was finished a long time ago, but she never believed that. Neither did Alan.
Alan who?
Alan Mielik, head of the media department at the agency. We were going to be married when Walter and I... Well,
Decided you were in love. Miss Barkley, who finally decided you were not? You or Mr. Channing?
He did.
I see. Mr. Mielik believes you did not share this change of heart.
Yes. Oh, he's such a fool.
I dare say you fear Mrs. Channing or Mr. Mielik or both will reveal the ill-fated romance.
You know what the papers will make of it, what the police will try to make of it.
Miss Barkley, did you kill Channing?
No. Oh, no, I swear I didn't. Oh, Mr. Wolfe, I didn't.
Please, for heaven's sake, no tears. Archie, put her in a cab.
Yes, sir.
Then come up to the plant room. There are some things I want you to execute for me.
Yes, sir.
Women. Bah!
Yes, Mr. Goodwin, I'm Abe Jackson, the night porter. I was working late that night. Mr. Channing, his secretary, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Mielik, and his secretary. About 10:30, I met the shoe shine, Kelly, on Mr. Channing's floor. There was a light burning in Channing's plate. We went in to turn it off, Kelly and me, and there he was, sitting at his desk, a hole this big in his chest.
Tell me, Mr. Bennett, did Channing have any enemies in the agency?
Channing was a slave driver, Mr. Goodwin. The girls hated him and men were afraid of him. He'd send out memos like this one around. Here, take a look at it. It's typical. No coffee, no shoe shines, no office conferences. If you want my opinion as one employee out of 150, whoever killed Walter Channing did the rest of us a favor.
You're Amy Long, secretary to Alan Mielik. Now, what can you
I can tell you plenty. How she jilted Mr. Mielik, took up with Mr. Channing, got thrown over by him. I wouldn't go so far as to say Brenda Barkley would murder anyone. But if she did, Walter Channing would be 1A.
Channing get his shoe shined on you?
I called the agency man, sir. You know, it was Jackson and me found him. Everyone else had gone and left himself, poor soul, sitting at his desk, dead.
This specimen, the monogamous straight orchid. Beautiful, isn't it, Mrs. Channing? Mr. Mielik?
I could never quite like orchids. They have no smell, you know.
It's pretty all right, but tulips are more in my line, Mr. Wolfe.
Tulips, Mr. Mielik?
I had a stand of emperors this spring.
Emperors, come in, Archie. Emperors, Mr. Mielik?
That's the name of a tulip, Mr. Wolfe.
A peasant flower. I've heard of it, of course. Archie, Mrs. Channing, Mr. Mielik, my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Goodwin.
I didn't know you had company.
Mr. Wolfe asked us here to explain why Brenda Barkley is worried.
And you have both agreed to respect her position.
Brenda ought to know I'd never tell the police anything to get her into trouble.
Phooey.
Sir? He said phooey, Mr. Mielik, meaning he doubts what you say and does not admit your right to say it.
Archie, Mr. Mielik, you say you had never intentionally informed on Miss Barkley.
Certainly not.
The tongue slips, sir. We would expect you to guard your...
What? Do you think
what
that...
I started to say. You asked us here because Brenda Barkley is your client. I despise Miss Barkley. Everyone knows that, and why. But I wouldn't stoop to implicating her in murder.
You believe her innocent, then, Mrs. Channing?
I believe she lacks the gumption to pull a trigger. Poison, I wouldn't put past her at all. Mr. Mielik, would you be kind enough to see me home?
Of course, Mrs. Channing. Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
Good day.
And Mr. Goodwin.
You have, I suppose, an exhaustive report from me, Archie?
7 pages of notes.
Save them and get me a bottle of beer.
You're in a rosy mood. What happened?
I said I would like a bottle of beer.
No, you wouldn't.
Archie, you better...
Don't puff up about it. Those vest buttons won't stand the strain. I can't get you a bottle of beer.
Why not?
You ordered me to hold you to 4 a day.
I rescind the order.
You also ordered me not to let you rescind the order. What's the matter with you, anyhow?
I have had to entertain 2 very dull people too long.
Both those dull people are prime suspects. Mrs. Channing is a woman scorned. Mielik lost his girl to the guy who was killed.
I can't blame her for throwing him over. Archie, the man grows tulips.
What?
Tulips. Well, give me a report.
I checked the agency, everybody who was working down there the night of the murder. Also, I dropped in on Inspector Kramer at homicide. Also, I visited the morgue.
Why the morgue?
Because if I hadn't, you'd have said, why not the morgue?
Go on.
I drew a blank there. Kramer let me look at the clothes Channing was wearing. There was an ink stain on the left trouser cuff.
An ink stain?
And a hole through his shirt front with plenty of powder smudge like the paper said. He was shot with a .38 at point-blank range, sitting down.
An impolite corpse.
What?
Discourteous. He didn't rise to meet his murderer. That is most significant, Archie.
I know. I've got a theory about this case.
No theories, facts, if you please.
But look, Channing owned a .38. That's a fact. It's disappeared. That's another fact. The murder gun was a .38 with the numbers filed off, and it could be Channing's own gun.
Thereby proving what, Archie?
That his wife had access to it.
Your theory involves Mrs. Channing, then?
And Malik. She decides her husband is less trouble to her, dead than alive.
A regrettable tendency of wives. Have you noticed?
And she sells Malik on the idea. Now, that wouldn't be hard. They figure to make it look like suicide, but Malik loses his head and runs, drops the gun on his way out, and... Oh, you don't buy it.
Enough of theories. The facts, Archie. Out of your notebook.
1. 9 people were on the scene that night, working late for one reason or another.
Mrs. Channing tells me she was visiting a doctor's office in the same building, by the way.
2, every one of those people hated Channing. 3, here's a sample of why he wasn't popular.
A memorandum, huh?
Dictated the night he was killed. The staff got it the next morning.
A whip-cracker, Mr. Channing.
Fact 4, the ink stain on his trouser cuff was partly rubbed out.
With what?
Cleaner of some kind. I didn't get the brand. Fact 5, there's a spot on the carpet near Channing's chair.
Spot of what? Ink? Blood?
Looks like ink.
It looks like ink.
Well, I didn't analyze it on the spur of the moment. My chemical set isn't working so good, boss.
Phooey. Archie, I want 2 things.
Yes, sir?
Get over to headquarters. The police have Channing's trousers. Suggest to Inspector Kramer that he have the stain analyzed. Suggest also that the spot on the carpet be analyzed at the same time. Be around him when the information arrives.
This is Be Kind to the Police Week?
Phooey. I never have sought to beat the police on matters of fact, only on interpretation, deduction. Get going. Oh, and Archie.
Yes?
When you return, I should discourse upon the sanctity of deskhood.
The sanctity of what hood?
Deskhood. Now be off with you, and please remember you're tracking a murderer. Don't stub your toe.
Good one. The thing on the carpet was a dye of some kind.
Dye, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How long will it take the lab to give you the analysis on it, Inspector?
Oh, not very long. I've got the report on what was used on the trouser cuff right now, though.
And?
They found traces of carbon tetrachloride.
Wait a minute. This goes in the notebook. Okay, carbon tetrachloride.
And something else. Goodwin, what's Wolfe after?
Interpretations was what he said, Inspector. You object?
No. Maybe I'll get an interpretation, too. The something else was perchlorethylene.
Perchloreth... Why, Inspector, such language.
What? Archie. The phone. Oh, not back yet. Hello?
Mr. Wolfe?
Yes?
This is Brenda Barkley. Oh, Mr. Wolfe.
What is it, Miss Barkley?
You've got to come to Mr. Channing's office right away, Mr. Wolfe.
Mr. Goodwin has been to your office. Everything I need to know.
You've got to come, Mr. Wolfe.
Nonsense. I don't go out. My digestion disapproves of it. I disapprove of it.
But, Mr. Goodwin, he's in danger.
What's that?
Terrible danger. He needs you here at once.
Archie, in danger? Let me talk to him.
Please, come. Hurry.
What's happened? Hello. Sparkley. Fritz, get out of the car. Bring me my wool muffler and worsted vest. See if you can find my galoshes. Confound it, I've got to go out.
Going up. Step to the rear of the car, please. Mister, will you please step back?
I'm back as far as I can go.
You are?
Elevators, contraptions for little men. Come, take me up, young man.
Hold it. Hold that car. I'm late for a date with a blonde. 16th floor, buddy.
Evening, Mr. Goodwin.
Good evening.
I was told you were in danger.
Danger? Mr. Wolfe, what are you doing out down here?
It's Barkley's idea.
About me being in danger?
Obviously, she was lying. I suspected at the time. But I fell in with her suggestion. I'm anxious to end the case. My presence here is needed.
Don't understand why she'd do such a thing. And why is your presence needed?
16th floor.
It's a matter of, perspective.
Brenda's got a very nice perspective. She'll be around here someplace. The agency's got this whole floor.
Her office?
Down this corridor, next to Channing's. Well, Kramer came through on those reports from the lab. That smudge on the carpet wasn't ink. It was a dye. Powdered aniline. Brenda.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, thank heavens you're here.
Hey, I'm here, too.
The police, they questioned me again this afternoon. I'm so frightened, Mr. Wolfe. You've got to find the murderer before they...
Baby, take it easy.
Well, hello, Archie.
Hello. What's the idea of trying to pull a fast one on Mr. Wolfe?
Well, I just had to see him. Please understand.
Is this Channing's office?
Yes.
You told him I was in danger.
At last, the place to sit down.
Well, I had to tell him something to get him down here.
He's not happy. You comfortable there, sir?
Miss Barkley, come here.
Mr. Wolfe, I can explain. I thought if you were here, where it happened, if you could see for yourself, then you'd...
Young woman, there are many things I'd like to say to you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. She was scared, boss.
However, I am too short of breath to do them justice. Archie.
Yes?
Round up everyone concerned with this case.
Right now?
Including Mrs. Channing. Get them in here.
Yes, sir.
You help him, Miss Barkley, and close that window.
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
Fresh air. I've had enough today, thanks to you, to last me a lifetime. If after all that exposure, I live a lifetime.
What's going on here, anyhow?
A tea party. Find yourself seats. Keep your knees steady. All right, Mr. Wolfe, everybody's here.
Mr. Shoeshine Kelly?
Here, sir, here.
It was you who found the body.
Him and me, Mr. Wolfe. I'm Abe Jackson, the night man.
You gentlemen can help us if you will.
Oh, to be sure, Mr. Wolfe.
I'd like to know the exact position of the body when you found it.
Well, he was sitting up.
That's it, sir. Sitting up straight as you please.
You'll oblige me if you'll demonstrate. Sit in the chair, please.
His chair, sir?
If you please.
Abe, you.
Yeah. Oh, no, not me. Not on your life.
There's no easy thing you ask, Mr. Wolfe. I'll oblige you. It was like this, I'd say.
You agree, Mr. Jackson?
A little more to the right, maybe. Yeah, that's the way it was.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Help me with a brief recapitulation.
Well, so far as we know, Channing made no outcry.
Therefore, he could not have been startled by the appearance of the killer.
There were powder burns on the body.
Therefore, the gun was against Channing when it was fired. His own hand couldn't have held it closer.
Nobody heard the shot, probably because this office is soundproofed. The gun that killed him was lying on the floor 10 feet from the desk.
In the direction of flight through that door. Go on, Archie.
The killer was almost certainly well known to Channing, or Channing wouldn't have let him come that close without a struggle or an alarm. Also, the killer had access to this office. Another proof that he's not a stranger.
One more point, if I may, Archie. The killer, he or she, is present here now.
Here in the room.
Quiet, everyone.
We come now to the point I mentioned to you last night, Archie. The point I call the sanctity of deskhood.
Sanctity of what?
Deskhood, Mrs. Channing. Explain, Archie.
Still figure it's so important?
Absolutely essential.
Well, I wrote it here somewhere. Oh. Deskhood refers to that area behind a desk where a man earns his livelihood, makes his career, builds his reputation.
You mean here? Where I'm sitting?
So long as a man sits at his desk, he enjoys a curious area of privacy. He is remarkably safe from intrusion. That's it, Mr. Wolfe.
The sanctity of deskhood. Think about it a moment. You'll see what I mean.
Nonsense. I've gone around that desk hundreds of times. I'm sure she has. Many more hundreds.
If you mean what I think you mean, Mrs. Channing, you...
Please, ladies. Mrs. Channing, when you approached your husband at his desk, what did he do?
What did he... Why, he stood up and...
He stood up. Miss Barkley, you agree?
Well, yes, he'd have to stand up. At least he always did.
But for his murderer, he did not. Archie, resume from your notes, please.
Well, whoever killed Walter Channing went around the desk without Channing rising, held a gun to his chest, and pulled the trigger.
Excuse me. If you will go behind the desk and stand facing Mr. Kelly, Archie.
Here. This the way you mean?
You know the angle of the body wound to the hole in the chair?
There wasn't any angle. One was in a straight line with the other.
From where you stand now in front of Mr. Kelly, if you wish to inflict an identical wound upon him, could you do it?
Not from where I stand. I'd have to kneel.
You'd have to kneel. Do so. Note, please, the murder tableau. The question now, who could kneel before Channing, get close enough to kill him from that position without alarming him in the least?
Kelly.
The shoeshine man.
Hey, wait a minute now.
Shut up, you, and sit there.
His motive is crystal clear.
The memorandum.
Memorandum. You have a copy, Archie?
In my notebook.
Ah, yes. Miss Barkley, read the part which could explain Mr. Kelly's action.
No, not now.
The memo was all over the office. Kelly must have seen it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Notice effective at once. Yes, here it is. In the interest of economy, daily shoe shines will be eliminated.
That'd cut off Kelly's bread and butter.
Kelly, I can't believe it.
Nor can I.
What?
It's obvious Kelly murdered Walter Channing.
Mr. Wolfe, now listen, I did nothing
But the obvious can be too obvious.
Meaning what exactly?
Archie?
Yes, sir?
Brief these people on the ink-stained trousers.
Channing spilled ink on his trouser cuff the night he was murdered. Somebody tried to clean the spot off.
With what?
According to the police analysis, carbon tetrachloride and perchloroethylene showed up.
Both non-inflammable ingredients used in many commercial cleaners.
Exactly what are you getting at, Mr. Wolfe?
One moment, Mrs. Channing. Mr. Goodwin also has an analysis of the spot on the carpet behind the desk. Archie?
A powder form of dye, aniline dye.
Used in what, perhaps?
Well, the lab suggested a shoe dressing.
I got no powder dye. I swear I ain't, Mr. Wolfe.
I'm sure you haven't, Mr. Kelly. You'll find this particular type of dressing is used on women's shoes, suede shoes, usually.
I don't understand.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Archie?
If a woman... Now, suppose a woman knelt in front of Channing to clean that ink spot off his trouser cuff. That smudge could have rubbed off the tip of her shoe onto the carpet.
Exactly. I believe you'll find a typewriter cleaner contains tetrachloride and perchloroethylene.
Something else just occurred to me. That memo was sent around the morning after Channing was killed.
I never thought of that.
True, Archie. And for only one purpose, to point suspicion at Kelly.
But when the police didn't take the hint...
Go on, Archie. What then?
Somebody else was brought down here who would. Comes around to three questions, doesn't it? Who knew about the memo? Who had access to Channing's file where he kept his gun? And who made sure Nero Wolfe would see the evidence against Kelly?
Three questions, Archie, with one answer that spells the name of the murderess. Our own client, Brenda Barkley. Steak, Archie, marinated. You like it?
I'm not hungry.
Indeed, I suggest a tonic.
That reminds me. I had a call.
You had?
Doris Channing. She had some idea about my explaining things to her.
She found my explanation insufficient?
No, but she felt it lacked the personal touch.
Phooey. Hand me a can of beer. However, you do have the evening off.
Yes, sir.
Keep out of trouble. Doris Channing is a blonde. That is, try to keep out of trouble.
In the company of a blonde who wants to. Good night, sir.
Good night, Archie. Good night.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by William Kendall Clark was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edmund Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Donald Morrison, Betty Lou Gerson, Bill Johnstone, Howard McNear, Mary Lansing, and Barney Phillips. Next week at this same time, Nero, Wolfe, and Archie will bring you the case of The Girl Who Cried Wolf. John Storm speaking. Nero Wolfe, Archie, and all of our cast hope that our listeners have taken time out from this busy Christmas season to help brighten some youngster's Christmas day. Be sure to send a thing, your choice of anything you think a child would like for Christmas, to the groups in your own town who are distributing these toy gifts to less fortunate children. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
If you really want to know what happened, Inspector, ask Toby. Yes, Toby, who is only a ventriloquist dummy, but who knows more than you think. If you want to hang me, let him be a witness.
Out of this world. Columbia's parade of outstanding stories of those moments when reality turns to illusion. When fancy becomes fact. Sharp, shocking fact. Tonight, a remarkable adventure from the successful English motion picture Dead of Night. A story which for the next half hour will take you out of this world.
Stop! Here now, Tompkins, here now. Enough of that noise. You're disturbing all the other prisoners.
God, tell me, where's Toby? What have they done with me, Toby?
Ah, so it's Toby again, is it? Now stop all that fuss about the dummy. I warned you before any more noise in that solitary confinement for you.
But I must see Toby. Oh, God, I'll pay you anything if you bring Toby to me.
Ah, you ventriloquist, a queer one. All this fuss about a talking doll.
He's not a talking doll. Don't you understand? He's Toby. Where is he? What happened to him?
How should I know? Probably safe enough. The inspector will take care of him.
Well, you tell the inspector to send Toby back to me. Back to me, do you hear? Tell him I want Toby and I want him right now.
Oh, sure. Inspector Dodds will be happy to do anything you say.
You're an impertinent fellow.
You're a rough one, all right. You're just lucky I ain't in here for murder. Lucky that fella Leswell you shot is coming along, all right.
Leswell? Whatever happens to him makes no difference to me. I wish he was dead. He tried to steal Toby from me.
Now, ain't that a pretty thing to say? Ain't you a
charge? I'm sorry I caused you any trouble. All I want is one favor, please. Go to the inspector, go to somebody, go to anybody and tell them that I've got to see Toby. I've got to see Toby.
Tompkins, Inspector. He's raising a devil of a row down in the cells. Keeps yelling he wants his dummy brought back to him.
I see. Well, if letting Tompkins have the dummy will keep him quiet, perhaps we can arrange it.
Oh, good heavens, sir. Was that him there, in the chair?
Huh? Oh, yes, that's Toby.
How cool. Sits up in the chair real lifelike, don't he, Inspector? Amazing, ain't it?
It's fantastic that a man could be attached to such a thing.
Queer how Tompkins keeps saying, if you want to know why he shot Laswell, ask the dummy. He's an odd one, all right. Imagine asking anything from the likes of this. Such a blank, idiotic little face he's got. Yeah. So you're Toby, are you? So it's you that's responsible for all the trouble I'm having with your master today. Poor Mr. Tompkins. If I wasn't a mild man, I'd change that smelly smirk on your face. I'd give you a real sad look, I would. With
All right, now hold on there. Do you think that stick of wood will answer you?
Eh?
Oh. You know very well only a ventriloquist can make a dummy talk.
No. Sorry, sir. I guess I did look a bit foolish.
Yes, so before we all do, we'd better get to the bottom of this. God, bring Tompkins up here. Time we had a little talk. Tompkins, if I promise that Toby will soon be returned to you, will you cooperate with me?
Toby? Is he here? Is he near me here?
Yes. But you can't see him yet.
But I must see him, Inspector.
You will, but not before I have certain facts.
Certain facts?
About your quarrel with Mel Laswell. Now, if you tell me the whole story, I may be able to help you.
Help me? Why? Why should the police help me?
Because it's part of my job.
Yes, but you've done your job. I've admitted I shot Laswell. I did it. What else matters?
Your motive.
He tried to steal Toby from me. Isn't that motive enough?
Tompkins, I really can't understand you.
Understand? Of course you can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. You've never spent years, endless years, playing shoddy, cheap music halls, starving out at the elbow because you couldn't find a partner who understood you. You never toiled day and night for weeks on end, creating somebody like Toby who could go to the big town with you. Oh, Toby can tell you what it's been like, all right.
Unfortunately, Tompkins, Toby has shown no inclination to speak to me, as yet.
Toby would appreciate that, Inspector. Yes, indeed he would. Where is he? What have you done with him?
You'll see him soon enough, I promise you. But first, I want to know what makes you think Mel Laswell tried to steal Toby.
Oh, I was aware of Laswell's intentions right from the start, Inspector. Even before I met him. I had a premonition that somebody might separate me from Toby. I couldn't stand that. I'm as much to him as he to me.
I see, yes.
When I met Laswell at the club that night, I realized almost at once that he might be the one to cause the trouble. I suppose you've seen Laswell. You know the sort he is. Regular troublemaker.
Yes, Tompkins, I've seen him. Now come to the point.
Well, as I intimated before, Toby and I have been playing all the better music halls for the last few years. Top billing, you know. And then we got our engagement at the Kit Kat, West End nightclub. That's about as high as Toby and I, or any act for that matter, can go. We were standing backstage, waiting for the dance act to finish their turn. It's only a standard act, not particularly hard for us to follow. And then Bigelow, the master of ceremonies, came along.
Glad to see you're ready to go, Tompkins. You're on as soon as they finish the waltz.
We know our acts, Mr. Bigelow.
Well, just so you know yours as well.
Not Toby.
Well, I don't want him to forget to take the chair out tonight.
I have the chair right here. Now, don't worry. It won't happen like it did last night.
And do us the favor of getting off the floor when you've introduced us. You messed up the whole first part of our act standing behind us.
Here, now, don't say that. After all, it was your opening night, and how was I to know your act?
You did it deliberately. You were trying to cut in on our laughs.
Now, look here. I don't have to take this kind of stuff. What?
Toby, that was not at all professional. Mr. Bigelow, I apologize, since Toby doesn't seem to have the grace to do it.
Very well, I accept it. Huh? Well, well, now, what do you think of that? I was letting you take me in, Tompkins. Do you see if I don't get to thinking that dummy is a living thing?
Bigelow is a terrible ass, isn't he, Tompkins?
By Jove, it's remarkable. Tremendously real, you know, the illusion.
Oh, rot.
Oh, by the way, you'll want to be particularly good this evening. You have a rival out there.
Mm-hmm. Who? Laswell.
Mel Laswell, the American. The ventriloquist from the States.
Laswell?
Oh, don't tell me you haven't heard him on the wireless. Here, look. Have a look. He's at the front table over to the left.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see him.
And who's the gorgeous young lady?
His wife. He's awfully good. World's greatest ventriloquist, I've heard say.
I like her.
Don't you recognize presagentry, Bigelow? He may be the best, and again, he may not be the best.
And you're pretty jealous, aren't you, Tompkins?
I'm nothing of the sort.
In fact, you'll feel more uncomfortable than ever tonight working in front of a real artist.
Now, see here, Toby.
But as usual, I'll carry you along.
You'll carry me. I'll have you know I carry this act.
Please, both of you.
Stay out of this, fat mouth.
Now, see here, joke's a joke, but when you use By George, you took me up the road again, Tompkins. I thought you and this wooden imp were rowing. As though he were human. Imagine me thinking he's actually human.
Stop blabbering, rubber. Let's get out there and bring us on.
Yes, of course.
And don't forget the check.
Oh, yeah, where is it? Oh, here it is. Look, I'm going to introduce Laswell before I bring you on.
Must you?
That's right. Give the boy and girl a great big hand. The finest dance team in all the United Kingdom. And now, ladies and gentlemen, and visiting royalty, before I present to you our next little feature, I'd like to call on a distinguished variety artist who is here tonight. You've all heard him on the American wireless and seen him in the American cinema. Mel Laswell. I ask Mel Laswell to stand up and enjoy that well-known kit-kat hospitality. I'm sure that beautiful woman he's with is a much happier burden on his knee than Mickey O'Toole, whom you've seen so many times. Stand up, Melvin Laswell. And now I want to bring on an act the like of which Mr. Laswell has never seen. Our own British ventriloquist, Eric Thompson, and his talking timber, Toby.
Good morning.
Hey, Tompkins, go easy on that morning stuff.
How come, Toby?
Well, that man over there looks like the truant officer.
Why, that shouldn't bother you, Toby. You've been a very good boy, haven't you?
Why, yes, but I'm out of school.
Out of school? Why?
Appendicitis.
Out of school because you have appendicitis?
No, not because I have it, but because I couldn't spell it.
Now, Toby, my lad, you'd better watch that appendix of yours. After all, people die of appendicitis, you know. And then you'd be a skeleton. I bet you don't even know what a skeleton is.
Get a good grip on your nose, darling. That guy's got the worst material in the British Isles.
Please, now, act as though you're enjoying this. People are watching
Well,
you.
then, what is a skeleton?
A skeleton is a lot of bones with all the people scraped off.
You know, Toby, I saw a very strange thing the other day. Toby, are you listening to me? I said I saw a very strange thing the other day.
All right, you saw a very strange thing the other day.
I don't blame the dummy
Go
for being
on,
embarrassed.
my master.
Now, here, Toby, that's not the proper attitude for a bright lad like you. I said I saw a strange thing the other day. There were 12 men standing under one umbrella, and not one of them got wet.
And not one of them got wet. Now, I know the payoff to this gag, but I won't say. And Mr. Laswell knows too, don't you, Mr. Laswell?
What goes on here now?
Come now, Mr. Laswell, I know you do. You give the answer.
Toby, please.
Please, darling, this is embarrassing.
Well,
Say
Mr.
something.
Laswell,
If this guy keeps riding me, I will get into
this
his act.
dummy's dummy says that he saw 12 men under one umbrella and not one of them got wet. Why not, Mr. Laswell?
Because it wasn't raining.
Correct, because it wasn't raining. Now, you see, Tompkins, everybody knows your joke. I'm humiliated, actually humiliated to be up here with a third-rate ventriloquist like you.
Well, if you don't like your material, why don't you try rewriting it?
Rewrite it? Did you ever hear of anybody going into St. Paul's and offering to rewrite the Bible?
Then just what do you propose to do about it?
I'd go to work for Mr. Laswell in a minute if he'd have me. Melvin, may I work for you?
No, let's go.
Wait, Claudia.
May I, Mr. Laswell?
Well, I pay Mickey O'Toole 75 cents a week. He'll wind up in my fireplace if you'll work for 50.
I'd work for nothing. Just to be that beautiful woman beside you.
The Lemswell wife.
I don't care. I mean it. Ladies and gentlemen, you think this is part of the act, but it isn't. I think that Mr. Laswell is the greatest ventriloquist in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't blame me for this. It's Laswell. He's speaking all this through Toby. He's trying to steal Toby away from me.
Mel, is that true? Do you have something to do with this?
Relax, honey. Get the rest of this routine.
I'm being quite sincere, Mr. Laswell. I'll work for you and you won't have to pay me a tuppence.
Mel, are you speaking through Toby?
Well, Mr. Laswell, will you take me on?
Watch him try to get out of this one, Claudia. I'm thinking about it, Toby.
Oh, Mel. Toby, either you behave yourself or I'll take you off the floor.
That's right. Just when I'm about to get a good job, call the MC back, tell him you want to run away and hide. Come on out, Bigelow. Tompkins needs your help.
All right. Just as you say, Tompkins. That's all, and thank you for this little impromptu surprise.
Oh, brother, it's about time the MC
Yes,
took over.
all part of the show, friends. All part of the show.
Go with me, Bigelow.
I give him a nice hand here.
Give the man for failure.
That's it, Toby. Let me go.
And that's how I knew, Inspector, that Laswell had taken more than casual notice of Toby. Oh, I could have forgiven him for his interference on the floor of the club. That might have been mere professional discourtesy. But there was something else in Laswell's attitude that made me fear the man. It was his personal interest in Toby. Now, he wanted to separate us. I became certain of this later when he came back to my dressing room pretending friendliness.
Anyone in there?
Who is it?
No, Laswell, Tompkins.
Mr. Laswell. Well?
Oh, how do you do? You mind if we come in for a moment?
All right. Please do.
This is my wife, Mr. Tompkins.
Mrs. Laswell.
Mr. Tompkins?
Won't you sit down? Throw those dressing gowns on the floor.
Thank you.
Well, so this is your boy. Nice carving job.
I'm very handsome. Don't you think so, Mrs. Laswell?
Well, you certainly are, Toby.
Tompkins, I've been curious to know who made him for you.
Don't put your hands on him.
Oh, well.
I prefer that you left Toby alone.
Well, certainly you needn't worry. I'm quite handy with dummies myself. You certainly surprised me with that little act out front.
Your own part in it surprised me, Mr. Laswell.
Oh, believe me, Tompkins, I never
You didn't
intended
explain
to.
anything.
You'll see, Mr. Laswell, Tompkins' attitude requires some sympathy. He's quite aware he's not our equal.
Keep quiet, Toby.
Tompkins, how far does this gag go?
That depends on you, Mr. Laswell, and on just why you came to my dressing room.
Oh, only professional courtesy.
If you've come to make some sort of a bargain for Toby, I am not going to permit it.
Now, wait, Mr. Tompkins.
I will not have it.
Yes, wait, Tompkins.
I will not permit it.
Whatever the Laswells have to say to me is my affair. You might even pretend you're a gentleman and make a graceful exit.
Toby, if you're trying to make me look ridiculous...
I'm succeeding. Yes, I know. Now go on over behind the screen and get your makeup off.
Very well, Toby, but I warn you.
Beat it. Pay no attention to him, Mrs. Laswell. I don't.
Well, I don't understand.
This fellow's amazing.
Not at all. He's stupid, really. Constantly interfering in my affairs. Mrs. Laswell, now that we're alone, may I tell you something? Something I'm sure you've heard before.
What is it, Toby?
That you're very beautiful. That I'm very fond of you, Mrs. Laswell.
Oh, now look here.
And whatever Tompkins thinks, Mrs. Laswell, you're really a very nice woman.
Well, I'll be...
No, I don't like this.
Tompkins.
Yes?
Come out here.
Well, what is it?
How far do you want to carry a joke?
A joke?
Either you apologize to Mrs. Laswell right now...
Apologize for what?
For the last crack you just made through Toby.
Did I?
Listen, you...
Really, Mr. Laswell, I don't know what you're talking about.
Mel, darling, let's get out of here.
You're not going to leave me, are you, Mr. Laswell? Please don't.
You're an awfully funny fellow, Tompkins.
Don't blame me for all this.
Take me with you, Mr. Laswell. I just want to be near her. If you're afraid I'll make love to her, you needn't worry. I wouldn't.
Tompkins, this is the most disgraceful demonstration I've ever heard.
What can I do about him?
Mel, please, come on.
I love her. I'll do anything if you'll just let me go with you, Mr. Laswell. Anything.
All right, Tompkins, you ask for it.
Oh, no, Mel, don't hit him. Don't hit him. Oh, Mel. Why did you do it? The man's not natural.
There now. What's going on?
Well, I don't know what's eating that fellow. A rib's a rib, but he doesn't know where to stop. I guess he got the last laugh on me, making me lose my temper.
Yes, well, he doesn't seem to be doing much laughing.
He's all right?
He's a bit done in. Can't say he didn't have it coming, though.
Oh, darling, I'm glad he didn't break the dummy when he fell.
Then you do care what happens to me. I love you, Mrs. Laswell.
So you see, Inspector, I should have known then that I couldn't prevent Laswell getting Toby. I knew they'd be plotting, the two of them.
I see. One question, Mr. Tompkins.
Yes.
Would you say that Mrs. Laswell is an exceptionally attractive woman?
To some men, perhaps.
And since we know that you think and speak through the dummy, isn't it just possible that you may yourself find Mrs. Laswell, appealing?
Oh, what is this rubbish you're talking? Are you interested in learning the truth of what happened, or are you trying to muddle me up?
I'd like to hear the matter out, Mr. Tompkins.
Sorry. As you well know, I was sacked by the Kit Kat on the spot. I hardly spoke to Toby all the way home. I wanted to impress upon him the misfortune he'd caused us. And at first I hoped that Toby's attentions to Mrs. Laswell had embarrassed them both so much that Laswells would no longer feel any interest in him. But in my heart I knew the Laswells hadn't finished, that at that very moment they must have been plotting. Plotting their next move to get Toby away from me. I'll tell you what that next move was. In our hotel, I carefully turned the key in the lock. Toby and I were secured for the night. I put him in his own little bed and then made ready for bed myself. As I moved around the room, his eyes followed me scornfully. Then I thought of the revolver in my bag. I took it out. With the revolver in my right hand and the key in my left, I lay down on the bed and waited. I dozed off. I don't know for how long. Then suddenly I was awake, my eyes staring. Toby was gone.
What is it?
Laswell, I want to talk to you.
No, be careful. It's Tompkins. The door isn't locked.
Where is Toby?
Get out, Tompkins.
Now come for Toby. Where is he? You've stolen Toby from me and I want him back.
I don't know what you're talking about, but if you're referring to your dummy, I haven't seen him. Now, get out. Oh.
Mel.
What's wrong, dear?
On the floor. On the floor at the foot of my bed.
Oh, Toby. Toby, there you are. I found you. Oh, my poor little Toby, you've been kidnapped.
Look, Tompkins, I don't know how your dummy got here.
Toby. Toby, speak to me. Wake up, Toby.
Look, Mel, look how he's shaking that awful thing as though he's trying to waken it.
Oh, you're not deceiving me, Toby. You know very well I'm here.
Go away and leave me alone. I'm through with you, Tompkins.
Oh,
ghastly.
Take it easy, Claudia. We've had all we can take of this, Tompkins.
Are you going to deny you stole Toby from me?
I certainly am. Look here, man. You're mad. You're ill.
Ill, am I? You took Toby from me and you say I'm ill?
I didn't take Toby. You brought the dummy here. You must have brought it here. Well, maybe while you were walking in your sleep, but you brought it here. I'm going to prove it.
Stay away from the phone.
Mel, he has a gun.
You can shoot if you like, but I'm going to prove to you that... Hello. Hello, give me the desk clerk, please.
Tompkins, I won't go with you. I'm going to stay with her forever. If Mr. Laswell will let me.
Clerk, this is Mr. Laswell in 722. I want to know if someone came to my room a few hours ago.
Is this some sort of trick?
A man came, you say, and he was carrying a ventriloquist dummy. You let him come up. Did you hear that, Tompkins?
I'm not deceived by this.
Will you describe the man for me, please?
Oh, no, you're a devil, Laswell. You stole Toby from me, now you're trying to drive me mad.
Well, here, take the phone.
No, I won't take it. You're tricking me again.
No, be careful.
Well, you won't succeed this time. No, I don't deny that I shot Laswell, Inspector, but I believe the provocation was ample. I dare say you will agree. After all, Laswell turned a friend against me. An old and a very valued friend. Whom I very much.
Tompkins, in due time, I may ask you to sign a formal confession on the basis of the story you've just told me.
No objection. I'll sign it. Oh, by the way, Inspector, I wonder if now you might let me see Toby again.
Well, I'd like to oblige you, but...
It's only for a short while, sir. See, I felt rather badly about not seeing him, especially after our trouble. And if we were given a little time together, perhaps Toby and I could straighten out our affairs.
Well, if you like, I think I can manage with... Perhaps have him brought down to your cell.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing Toby again. I am indeed.
And that's the story as Tompkins told it to me, Mr. Laswell.
It's incredible. I had some idea what was going on in the fellow's mind, but that is...
Mel, I'm so sorry for it.
Just one question, Mr. Laswell. You'll pardon my asking.
Yes?
Did you have anything to do with what's happened to the Kit Kat? I mean, you didn't project your voice through Toby.
Certainly not.
So I thought. This business has me baffled. If I thought Tompkins might be more dangerous than he's already proved.
Well, I'm afraid there is that possibility, Inspector.
Huh?
It may be that Tompkins has become so accustomed to thinking as two persons that the personalities have actually become divided.
Is that possible?
For one man to have two separate and distinct personalities? Yes, that's not rare. Well, I'll admit I've never heard of anything exactly like this business.
What will happen to him, Mel?
It's a battle that Tompkins will have to fight out within himself. As long as he's in that cell without the dummy, he may learn to think for himself as himself again.
Good heavens, man. Look here, I permitted that dummy to be taken to the Tompkins in his cell.
You what?
Tompkins was so keen on having a dummy with him that
do you think that will harm him?
Well, I don't know, but...
Inspector
All right,
Dollar.
here I am.
It's that Tompkins, sir. Carrying on something awful in this cell.
What's happened?
We put the big doll in with him, like you said, sir, and right off he began arguing with it, carrying on a fight, real lifelike. It's just like two people what hate each other.
Laswell, you were right. Come on, we'd better get to them before it's too late.
Well, all I can say is I knew you'd wind up this way sometime. Put away for keeps, a jailbird.
Oh, Toby, I can't stand you having to talk to me that way. How can you be so ungrateful? I made you everything you are.
Ha! You made me, did you? You were the smallest of the small till I teamed with you.
Have you forgotten that once you were an empty, lifeless stick of wood?
Oh, come off it, Tompkins. You're a regular slush pot of sentimentality.
Please, be a little kind to me.
Get away from me. I can't stand the beggar. Why should I have anything to do with you? You've never done anything right. You couldn't even kill Lazarus.
Oh, shut up, Toby. Shut up. Don't torture me.
I wish you had killed him. Then his wife would belong to me. I could be with her forever.
Oh, you fool. Don't you know that's impossible?
You're just saying that you're jealous because I love her.
Oh, no, I can't stand it. You're a monster. I've got to get rid of you. I've got to kill you, destroy you.
Tompkins, take your hands off me. I'm through with you. Take your hands off.
No. I'll kill you, you vulgar little swine. Little swine. You beast. Dirty beast, you'll die. Now talk back to me, you little monster. Now tell me I failed at everything. I've smashed your face.
You can't kill me, Tompkins. No matter how you try, you can't kill me.
Can't I? Toby, what have I done? Toby, I never meant.
Come along, down this way. There we are.
Mel, he smashed the dummy.
Steady, Claudia.
Oh, it isn't real. It can't be.
We didn't reach him in time.
He seems to have fainted.
I guess we better see what we can do for the poor devil.
He made a pile of kindling out of his dummy, didn't he?
Oh, Mel, what'll it do to him when he sees what he's done to Toby?
How is he, Inspector?
He's coming around all right. Tompkins, come out of it, fellow. Everything's going to be all right.
He's reviving. He's opening his eyes.
Come on now, I'll help you sit up. There's a fellow. There, feeling a little better now, aren't we?
Mr. Dark, he's looking around for the dummy.
Here we are, Tompkins. I guess this is what you're looking for. Your tummy's broken up a bit, but he'll be all right.
He said he'd kill me, but I told him he couldn't. I killed him. Isn't that wonderful, Mrs. Laszlo? Tompkins is dead. Now we can be together forever, the three of us. You want me, don't you, Mrs. Laswell? You've got to want me because I think you're beautiful. And I love you, and I'll be your slave always and always.
Out of this world! For the past 30 minutes, CBS has presented Out of This World, bringing you Charles Gusman's adaptation of the motion picture Dead of Night. Barry Kroger was featured as Tompkins and Art Carney as Toby. Original music by Albert Berman. Out of This World is directed by John Mosman for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Robert Young in Passport for Adams.
Hey, Doug, get a load of the lieutenant.
What about the lieutenant?
Pretty cute, ain't she?
Yeah, pretty cute. Now, let me finish writing this cable, will you?
I wonder if she's taking the plane to Tel Aviv with us.
Could be.
Doug, how long is the flight from here to Tel Aviv? Doug, do you hear me?
Yeah, let's see. Here's the timetable. Cairo to Lydda. That's the airport for Tel Aviv. Jerusalem, Haifa, Beirut. Oh, here it is. Flight 21. Cairo, Lydda. 2 hours and 25 minutes.
I wouldn't mind if it was 2 hours and 25 days as long as that babe's in the party. Now, there's my idea of a beautiful dame.
Don't you ever think of anything else but beautiful dames?
Sure. Passable dames.
I hope we're not going to have any trouble with you in Tel Aviv, Quiz. Don't forget your promise after what happened last week.
My dear Adams, you are looking henceforward at the most impeccable character that ever...
Attention, passengers on Flight 21 for Lydda, Haifa, and Beirut. Departure has been delayed 1 hour. Flight 21 will leave at approximately 13:30.
Well, an hour to kill, huh? In that case, I think I'll lose no further time in striking up an acquaintance
Hey,
with
wait a minute, Romeo.
Now, look, leave us not pull my coattail, will you?
Sit down. Why don't you spend this hour striking up an acquaintance with the Hebrew language, inasmuch as you're going to a Jewish city? You'll get along better with Tel Aviv if you take some time with his handbook.
I know plenty of Hebrew. Olive, vase, gimbal, dollar, kibbutz, shlemiel, ganef, kosher, gefilte fish, Yehudi menorah.
Splendid. You have a remarkable command of pidgin Yiddish.
Thank you.
Which has so little to do with the Hebrew language, I'm sure you could profitably spend an hour with this booklet.
Oh, why can't I read it later?
Won't do you any harm to get a general idea of the city before you get in trouble there, as you undoubtedly will.
All right, if it'll make you happy, I'll read the thing. I don't do homework yet. Good pictures.
See, let me count the words in this cable.
All the time.
Forster, and South Syndic, USA, filing 3,000, ex-Tel Aviv, wed night, hence Moscow, via Tehran.
Hey, Doug.
What?
Ain't the Jews supposed to be one of the oldest racial groups in the world, if not the oldest?
Yeah, why?
And how does it happen that the only all-Jewish city in the world is just 35 years old?
Well, that's a long story, Quiz. You see, it's like this.
Columbia presents Passport for Adams, the sixth of a series of programs starring Robert Young as Doug Adams, a country editor who's been sent on a trip around the world to visit the cities and talk to the people of the United Nations. Tonight's program, written, directed, and produced by Norman Corwin, takes Adams to the important war city of Tel Aviv, Palestine.
What's the matter? You in a daze?
No, I'm fine.
Well, then put on your bag and take off your hat. You're here. You've arrived.
I was just thinking about something.
Well, I hope you're out of the trances before Christmas.
Nice room, ain't it?
Yeah. Now, pull up the blinds, will you, while I hang up these coats?
Okay. Hey, look at this, Doug.
What is it?
Practically all of Tel Aviv from this window.
This is a swell view. Did you ever see bluer water than that?
And look at that beach, will you? Blue and white.
Hey, you don't have to fall out of the window, son.
Yeah, but look at them white houses against that blue sky. Doug, if you saw that in a painting, you wouldn't believe it.
Sure I would. Depends on the painter.
Oh, it's like a Technicolor picture. Panchrome, B101. Everything blue and white, primitive colors. You know, it's kind of symphonic in a way, if you know what I mean.
Hey, I've never seen you in such a froth quiz. What's come over you?
Well, what's the matter?
I don't know. There's a different look in your eyes ever since we landed at Lydda. What's going on here?
Why?
Out with it, Quisenberry.
Out with what?
Did you fall for that girl officer on the plane or something?
Fall for the girl officer on the plane?
You sat next to her all the way up from Cairo looking at her like a lovesick calf. What's her name?
Aviva Harsahav.
Egyptian?
No, Jewish. She's a member of the British ATS, sort of a British whack. Name like Aviv. Means spring, you know. Tel Aviv means hill of spring. Well, you see, her name...
What's she doing on the plane?
She lives in this burg. She's born here. She's home on a furlough. Lives on a farm with a funny name, which I forget. Oh, why are you so curious all of a sudden?
Quiz, look at me.
What's the matter? Oh, what's so funny?
I really believe you're smitten.
Don't be crazy. I just met the girl. She's pretty all right. We had a fine talk and all that.
What did you talk about?
Well, how she used to work on the corrective farm here.
Collective farm.
And how about they used to dance the hora on Sabbath? That's a kind of a Jewish jitterbug dance, I guess.
It happens to be the national dance.
And how she used to come in from the farm at night with her family and go to the concerts at the Tel Aviv Orchestra. I guess it's the kind of a local swing band, but classy, you know, like Mark Warno.
Yes. A man named Toscanini was its first conductor.
That's right. She said that, too. Yeah, she did say symphonic, come to think of it.
And so did you say symphonic a while ago. You really got hit between the eyes, didn't you, Junior?
You're dizzy with the heat, Adams. We just had an interesting chat for a couple of hours. That's all. You don't have to make a big thing out of it.
Okay, relax.
Okay, you too.
Now, let's unpack this stuff and then go down and eat, huh? Then we can go around town and talk to all kinds of people.
Okay.
I'd like to get a good cross-section of this town. Lots of colorful people here. It's a sort of meeting of East and West. They say there are more different languages spoken here than in any city of its size in the world.
I speak three myself.
That's so?
English, American, and double talk.
Come on, stop dreaming and unpack.
Hey, Doug.
What?
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Did you fall in love with your wife the first time you met her? Yes, 80 generations, Mr. Adams. Think of it. 80 generations.
That certainly is a long time for a people to be without a home.
By the way, Mr. Charmier, did you ever hear of a girl named Aviva Harsahav? No, I'm sorry.
You were saying, Mr. Charmier, that your work...
Yes. You see, I work with a pick and shovel. I carry bricks in this construction job. It's not an easy work. Certainly nothing like practicing law.
No.
But something happens to you here. You see things grow. This Rehov Allenby, this fine broad street with palm trees and these modern buildings, this was a sand dune when you were still a child. This whole place was desert 35 years ago. Now it's the biggest city in Palestine and the happiest in the Middle East.
And you feel that you've been a part of its growth, is that it?
Feel? I can look around me in the city and see the very bricks I've carried. See them standing in place doing their job. Why, the Bet Ha'am, house of the people, stands on ground I helped to build. Pardon me, do you mind letting the hard, Mr. Charmier? I'd like to get a picture
Hold it,
of
will
you.
you, please? We're talking.
Mr. Adams, I suppose I'm romantic and sentimental about it. But after all, the work of a bricklayer does sometimes outlast the conquest of kings. I often think about the people who were locked up in the miserable ghettos of Europe just a few years ago, and now have shelter and peace and clean air and sunshine in the houses we've helped to build. Sure, I'm happy. Why shouldn't I be happy? Hey, did I hear straight? Is that guy selling papers or singing opera?
He's selling papers. Here, boy, let's have a paper. It's the Davar, Palestine Evening News. It's a good makeup on this front page.
Hey, it's printed all in Hebrew.
Sure, what do you expect? Look, pictures of fighting in Italy.
No Little Abner or Joe Palooka?
No, not even Dick Tracy. See, I guess this is the editorial page. Sport page. Hey!
What is it? Say, what the heck is a picture of you doing in there?
This must be one of my pieces for Consolidated.
Hey, look! And there's my pictures of Liberia with Hebrew captions. Hey, we're international celebrities, you know that?
Consolidated certainly gets around with that syndicate. Of all the unexpected...
Hold on,
places
chum. Do you see what I see across the street, or is that a desert mirage?
What?
A soda fountain selling cold orangeade and frosted milkshakes.
Well, so it is. First thing like that since we left the state.
Tel Aviv, I love you.
Would you like to go out to where it's less noisy? A tank shop isn't exactly ideal for a quiet interview, is it?
No, I guess not.
And besides, my nerves are on edge. I almost got run over by a Jeep on my way here. You know, if I knew any Hebrew swear words, I'd have told a monkey
That
driving
was
that
an American soldier. He'd have never understood Hebrew cuss words.
That's just the point. He was bigger than me.
Well, here we are. Let's step inside the office. Much better.
Yes.
Now, you were asking about these shops, Mr. Adams.
Yes, how does it happen there's so much military equipment here?
It's all war material. You see, this was the chief repair depot for the British 8th Army in the African campaign. Many a tank we patched up here in Tel Aviv went back and gave the Nazis hell, if you'll pardon the expression. We feel pretty proud of our contributions.
I understand under British mandate there's no conscription in Palestine.
That's right.
Well, are there many Jewish volunteers from here in the armed forces?
Over 22,000 and growing all the time.
By the way, miss, did you ever hear of a girl named Harsa Hav in the ATS?
Well, there are several families in the city by that name. It's the Hebrew for Goldberg, you know.
Oh? Her first name's Aviva. Lives on a farm somewhere, but I forget the name. Wish I knew where to find her.
Well, she might be in town for the Histadrut Neshev.
What's that?
Neshev is our word for party. They hold it on the Sabbath.
When does the Sabbath start?
Friday at sundown. See a lot of folk dancing there.
This Neshev sounds like it ought to be plenty photogenic, eh, Doug? Don't you think we ought to cover it come the Sabbath?
Okay, Chris. Tell me, Miss Kretinsky, what's the feeling in Tel Aviv about the war in general? I mean, about the basic issues, the Atlantic Charter, the movement toward world collaboration.
Mr. Adams, you say you're stopping at the Gat Rimon?
Yes?
Did you notice the name of the street that's on?
Well, I don't believe I noticed it, no.
It used to be called Har Khan Street, but the name was officially changed some time ago to Rekov Umat Hamir Kudot.
Which means?
Street of the United Nations.
What did you say your name was, Sergeant?
O'Shaughnessy. Patrick X. O'Shaughnessy, South Chicago, Illinois.
And I take it you're with the Air Forces.
Yeah. We got an airdrome out near the Lowenthal farm. As a matter of fact, our mess hall is in Lowenthal's old barn.
Ever meet a farmer named Harsa Hav?
No, can't say as I did.
Shalom, gentlemen. Yes, sir. What'll it be, gentlemen?
We already ordered. Gave it the other waiter.
Oh, all right. Fine. And tell him to step on it, will you? I'm starved.
Very good. Tell me, Sergeant, how do you like it here?
Oh, I like it fine.
You like the people?
Yeah. Not many Irish here, but I like the Jewish people fine. There's a non-denominational church they put up here for all different soldiers, and you want to know something?
What?
There ain't no anti-Semitism here.
Well, what about anti-Gentilism? Any of that?
Oh, hey, as a matter of fact, you know, I wondered about that the first time I was here. But there ain't no such thing.
No sign saying white Semites only?
No, nothing like that.
No Jewish newspaper ad saying restricted clientele?
Nope. And you want to hear something else? There's a concentration camp for Nazis out in Sirona. That's just outside of town. And these Nazis were the worst kind of fifth columnists before the war. They were stooging around to stir up trouble against the Arabs and all that, you know. And when the war came, they were chucked into the clink, see? And you know what?
What?
There's a Jewish watchman guarding those Nazis. Ain't that poetic justice for you, huh?
I take it the Nazi prisoners are not whipped and tortured by the Jews.
No, I seen them. If anything, I think they're getting off too easy.
They don't have to wear a swastika on their clothes? Or the word Deutsche pinned on their back?
No.
You mean they don't have to scrub the streets while the people stand around laughing and insulting them?
No, what do you think? This is a civilized country.
If I was these Jews in Tel Aviv, I'd shoot them Nazis down like dogs, every one of them.
That's what 22,000 of these Jews are doing, Quiz, shooting down Nazis. But where it counts the most, on the field of battle.
You know something I found out after being here 6 months? That anti-Semitism stuff you run across in certain places back home in the States is nothing but a racket. Gullible people get sucked in just the way they did in Germany when they fell for Hitler.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of the oldest rackets in the world, making a scapegoat out of a minority. There was a time when Christians were a minority, too, and they were scapegoated right into the arena to be mangled by lions.
Yeah, you said it, brother.
Hey, who's that? Harry James making with the trumpet?
Oh, that's the old guy comes around every Friday night to blow the horn announcing the Sabbath. They observe Sunday on Saturday here, you know.
Or maybe it's we who observe Saturday on Sunday, considering the Hebrews had their Sabbath in practice a long time before we did.
You mean it's a Sabbath right now?
Sure. Begins sundown Friday.
Well,
all the shops have to close now.
Then this is the night they got that big Neshev on, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right, Mac.
Well, so long, you guys. I ain't very hungry. I'm on my way to a boat day.
Hey, Chris, come back here.
Did you find her, Quiz? No, I'm still searching for her. She's about my height.
Well, I'll keep on looking on this side of the crowd over here.
If you spot her, Doug, whistle with two fingers in your mouth, will you? Okay.
Mr. Quinchbury.
Viva! Say, I'm glad to see you. I've been looking
Come on, Mr. Quinchbury. Let's join the dance.
Quisenberry.
Come on, you'll like it. You really will.
I can't dance this dance. It's too strenuous.
That's all right. You learn.
No, wait a minute. Hey!
It was terribly good of your daughter to ask us to visit you here on the farm, Mr. Harsahov. I always wanted to see a collective farm.
Why, it's been a great pleasure to show you around, Mr. Adams. Not often we have a privilege of this sort.
Oh.
Why don't you take your coat off and be comfortable?
Well,
Yes, please do, Mr. Adams.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Harsahov. I will, if you don't mind.
Would you care for a drink of wine from Jewish grapes grown at Yagia Kapayim?
I would indeed. Is Yagia Kapayim another collective like this?
It's a new garden suburb of Jerusalem. The name in Hebrew means the labor of thine hands, after one of the Psalms of David.
Yes, it's a very beautiful name.
Well, here you are, Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much. Where's Quiz gone?
Oh, he's sitting on the porch with Aviva. I bring some wine out to them.
I'll do it, darling. It won't be long before dinner, Mr. Adams. I hope you won't mind waiting.
Oh, no, don't worry about that.
We have 300 for dinner every night, you know.
As many of you as that?
Oh, yes. And after dinner tonight, there's a general meeting which all but the children attend. They go to bed, you see.
I hope you have better luck getting yours to bed than I have with mine.
Oh, you have children, have you?
Yeah, two, a boy and a girl.
Oh.
Would you like to see their pictures?
Oh, very much indeed.
Did I hear you say you had pictures of your children? I'd love to see them.
Oh, dear. I find I've left them at the hotel.
Oh, that's too bad. How old are they?
They're 5 and 8. But don't get me started talking about my kids. I'm the typical father, you know.
We're all like
Mr. Harsahov, do I understand that this was completely barren soil when your collective started?
Oh, my friend, when we came here, there was nothing but wasteland. Not even water. Sometimes only a bucket a day for 50 people. And we had to fetch that bucket from miles away and pay very dearly for it. But we dug our own wells, we built our roads.
You mean the fine roads we came out on were built by you people?
Oh, entirely. Everything that you see here is the work of bare hands, Mr. Adams. Houses, the roads, the new reservoir, orchard, vineyard, gardens, all are the work of free Jewish men and women. Many of them people who were hounded and persecuted in some of the so-called enlightened countries of Europe. And they came here, they bought their way here, almost as your pilgrims went to America for independence and the chance to make their own life out of the wilderness.
I don't suppose it's been easy.
Yes, we could tell you some stories. What good thing isn't hard to come by? Do you know of any?
No, I guess not.
That's the dinner bell, Mr. Adams. Ajay, will you get Mr. Adams' coat from the closet?
Another sip of wine before we go to the mess hall, Mr. Adams.
No, thanks. This is fine, thanks.
Are we all ready to go to dinner, Mother? Yes, Aviva.
Well, Miss Harsahov, has Quiz been telling you all about America?
No, as a matter of fact, we were discussing poetry mainly.
And Doug, did you know that they have holidays here to celebrate the birthdays of poets?
Yes. Did Quiz tell you about the great American poets, Whitman and Sandburg?
No, but he read me some poetry.
Oh, Longfellow?
Well,
No. Quisenberry.
שקט, רבותיי. בבקשה לשבת. שקט בבקשה. חברים, במקום האספה שנקראה לערב, החבר יששכר בן ארי, מנהל הקיבוץ, יציג לפניכם את אורחינו הנכבדים, האדונים אדמס וקווינסברי של הקונסולידייטד סינדיקט מארצות הברית.
Shalom, Chaverim. I know you will forgive my speaking English tonight, but this is in order that our friends from the United States, Mr. Douglas Adams and Mr. Perry Quisenberg, may understand all that is being said. As our good secretary has just told you, we are going to dispense with the business at hand to welcome Messrs. Adams and Quisenberg to your farm. However, I would just like to announce at this time that on Monday, September 27th, there will be an important meeting of the Histadrut, the General Labor Federation, to discuss the program of collaborating with the Jewish agency in the training of pilots and mechanics for the RAF. And now I'm going to extend the privilege of introducing our guests to Chaver Arya Har-Zahan, who has been host to them since they arrived earlier in the day.
תודה רבה. חברים וחברות, Mr. Adams is an American newspaper editor on an assignment to visit the Allied countries and to tell his own readers back home how he finds the people of the United Nations. All of you have read his articles, which, by a most happy coincidence, have been running in the Davar. And I know that you have as many questions to ask of Chaverim Adams and Quisenberry as they have been asking Tel Aviv in the past week. But with his leave, I should like to call upon Mr. Adams to speak to us now, for as long as he wishes, and to say anything that is in his mind to say, whether about what he has seen in his voyaging, or what he has seen here, or what he hopes to see. Mr. Douglas Adams of Centerville, United States of America.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I'm no speech maker, ladies and gentlemen. I have enough trouble expressing myself in writing, where I can at least use an eraser and go back and begin again. And this is a pretty unusual situation for me. But you don't mind, why, I guess I won't mind either. Mr. Quisenberry and I have been in Tel Aviv and its vicinity for about a week now. And I can tell you that we've been much impressed by both big things and little things. Maybe those are one and the same thing. I guess they are. It may seem a little thing that, although Tel Aviv is not a rich city, one rarely finds a beggar here, in contrast to other cities I've seen. It may seem a little thing that there are no ragged children with sore eyes, nor hungry-looking people on your streets. I don't mean that everybody's well off here in the material sense. I've seen otherwise. But all the good little impressions do add up. And when you put them together with the big things, the pride and industry of your people and your fine cultural life, we attended the Habima and Oil Theaters, for instance, and your excellent agriculture, I guess you know about that. All in all, the picture becomes one of infinite hope. And I begin to understand why the people here are so happy. Happy in spite of the war being close to you here. In spite of bombs having been dropped on your city and having lost many of your friends. In spite of large political problems, which I know are going to take patience and hard work to straighten out. But above all, this city seems to me a living example of what can happen when the human spirit, which, believe me, is the same in Centerville as it is in Tel Aviv, is just given a chance to flourish like any other of God's living things. when people are given a chance to live the way they were intended to live, in a home of their own, living by the labor of their hands, and raising children to be useful citizens of the better world which we all hope is in the making. Thank you for everything.
I'd like you to hear another poem which I wrote last night, Aviva.
But your plane leaves in 5 minutes, Perry.
Oh, well, then I'll leave it with you. It's entitled Viva Aviva. It's kind of a love poem. I'd like you to remember me by it and write me when you read
There
it.
you
And
are,
maybe
kids. I've been looking for you. You got your duffel bag quiz? We leave in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm all set.
He'll let me help you with the grip.
Oh, that's all right. Thanks, Mr. Harthoff. Well, sir, it was good of you to come to the aerodrome with us.
Oh.
I appreciate it more than I can say. All you've done.
No, not at all, Mr. Adams. It was our pleasure. I wish we could see more of you.
Well, I'd just like to say one thing before I leave. I think you people have a wonderful word that you use for greeting.
Oh.
The word shalom.
Yeah, meaning peace.
Yes. And I hope that if and when we meet again, in a future not too distant, that word will be invested with a new meaning and a more lasting one than we've ever known.
I hope so, too, my friend. Well, shalom.
Shalom.
You have been listening to Passport for Adams, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's distinguished Robert Young. Tonight's program was written, directed, and produced by Norman Corwin. The original musical score was composed by Lucien Marowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Max Lippin was technical advisor. Next week at this time, Columbia's Passport for Adams takes war correspondent Doug Adams to Moscow, capital city of our great fighting ally, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics.
The Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents Pearl of the Orient.
You know, it's amazing how a man can go through school with his ears wide open and enjoy the best educational opportunities in the world and still learn so little. I thought I was normal all my life and that I learned as much as anyone else in school, but suddenly one day I woke up to the fact that I'd gone through grammar school and high school and missed so much of the history with which our country is enriched. I spent 3 years in Europe during the war and was finally transferred to the Philippines after the war was over. Going over on the plane from Pearl to Manila to report, I run into this professor.
You know, Sergeant, I'm impressed by your curiosity.
How's that, sir?
You want to know things about the countries, customs, people, and history. You see, curiosity brings knowledge, and knowledge, well handled, produces progress. And progress is the one thing that is needed all over this war-ravaged world.
You mean I like to ask questions?
That's it, exactly.
Well, it certainly helps when you seem to know all the answers.
Well, the answers, as you put it, won't do the Philippines any good unless a lot more of you soldiers know about them. Now, you, as a representative of these soldiers, can help a lot by helping to educate them about the Philippines. You've never been to the Philippines, have you?
No, this is my first trip. But I learned about them at school. I remember there used to be a picture of Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders on the wall in history class.
But that happened in Cuba.
Huh?
Oh, there were two parts of the war with Spain. One in Cuba and the other here in the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Spain owned both of them, didn't she? Oh, sure, I remember now. Admiral Dewey. Give them both barrels, Sergeant.
Oh, not quite, no. The Admiral wasn't talking to a sergeant.
Okay, I'm hooked again. How about starting at the beginning and giving me the works? We have 3 hours before we get in, and I have some questions.
You may fire when ready, Sergeant.
Okay. Well, first,
Who discovered the place? All the Chinese were trading with the Philippines before the discovery of America. But if you mean who was the first Westerner to discover the Philippines, well, now let me go back. Because the entire story will give you an insight into the turbulent history of the islands and may shed some light on the situation of the Filipino people today. It is the year 1493. The place is Rome. And in a side room of the Pope's quarters, two statesmen, one representing Portugal and the other Spain, are waiting.
Pope Alexander will decide wisely, and in our favor, you can be sure of that. Portugal has every right to the privileges of exploration. We were first on the seas.
Simply because you Portuguese were the first to trade with India does not mean that you must have the exclusive right to the sea routes around the Cape of Good Hope. There are other countries in this world besides Portugal.
The courage and blood of Portuguese sailors was not shed for the Spanish king to enrich himself.
Spain will not stand idly by while Portugal ensnares the earth.
Sir, your attitude is...
Your Holiness.
Your voices carry far, my sons. Down the long corridor where the cardinals sit.
I beg your forgiveness.
Come now. I do believe there is no need for temples to be so high. I have given long thought to the problem, and the solution seems to be at hand. Here, look carefully at this map on the wall. So, if a line is drawn thus, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, then Spain will have the claim to all lands discovered west of that line, and Portugal to the lands east of that line.
But sir, to the west there is nothing but the end of the world.
Do you forget, sir, that your Columbus says the world is round, and that he has just returned from a voyage to the Indies by sailing westward?
Columbus is a liar.
The men of his crew have sworn they sailed into the west. This is my decision as it shows on the map. Return now to your kings and advise them. God go with you, my sons.
The Portuguese believed in a monopoly, didn't they? First come, first served. Well, it was their insistence on a monopoly of the eastward route to the Indies that made them very sorry after a time. Pope Alexander's suggestion was taken, but in 1519, King Charles I of Spain received a visit from a well-known Portuguese explorer.
Yes, I have heard of you, Fernando Magellan. The King of Portugal should be proud to have you in his service. Your voyages to the Indies have brought him a great deal of wealth.
Thank you, sire. Now I offer myself in your service. Portugal insists upon looking eastward, and the king will not give me permission to sail to the west.
Spain alone has the right to the west?
Yes, but there have been exceptions. I want to sail around the world. Columbus has proved the world is round, and there must be lands beyond the Americas, which I can explore and claim. For you, sire.
Well said, Magellan. You will sail under my colors. The flag of Spain will be planted to the far corners of the earth.
Land! Land ho!
Pigafetta. Have the flags brought forward above the beach to where the trees are.
Yes, sir, immediately. This way, men.
Now, in the name of His Majesty, Charles I of Spain, I take possession of these lands, upon which I bestow the name of San Lazaro Islands.
San Lazaro? But I thought Magellan discovered the Philippines. Well, San Lazaro was the original name, Sergeant. It wasn't until Villalobos, a Spanish explorer, arrived that he named the islands Philippines. That was in 1543. Then, in 1565, Don Miguel de Legazpi, who had made quite a reputation for himself in Mexico because of his reliance on peaceful words instead of the sword, established a settlement on the island of Cebu.
Don Miguel, I have come to report.
Your mission was successful, Urdaneta?
Reasonably so. I have obtained valuable information on the peoples here. Most of them are heathen, some are Mohammedans. I should say that they are friendly. There is evidence that they like music. In one village I saw a large crowd witnessing a fight between two chickens whose legs had been fitted out with sharp knives.
But gold. Is there much gold here, as we have been informed?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is the principal trade product.
I suppose that sanitation does not exist.
It is unknown, my son. It appears that each tribe makes its own laws. There is no real government, and they fight among themselves. If we bring them education and religion, I'm convinced they will become our staunch friends.
If only those at home would come to realize that the profits of colonization will be much greater if peaceful and tolerant means are used with the natives. As long as I am here, such will be our methods. But what will happen when we die? We can only hope...
Don Miguel!
What is it?
Oh, a good omen, sir. One of the men has just found an image of the Christ child. It is the same one which Magellan was reported to have given the Queen of Cebu.
Are you certain?
Oh, of course, sir. Will you come and see?
Immediately. And, Urdaneta, you are a priest. What do you say?
If it is so, then we will build a shrine for it, and it will become the first Christian church in the Philippines.
This Don Miguel seemed like a good Joe. Well, compared to the Spaniards who came later, he was. Eventually, he established Manila as capital and laid out the plans for the city. There were the fort, government house, church, monastery, and 150 houses. The Legazpi inspired the loyalty and confidence of the natives, and through the priests brought them the arts and sciences of the Western world.
Well, when did the Chinese get in the picture?
Oh, that happened this way. It was about 1575 when word came to the Spanish governor that...
But why the excitement, Jose? Stop waving your hands and sit down.
You should know that.
But I do know. Someday you will die of apoplexy over news which is common knowledge.
But the Chinese...
I invited them here. Secretly. I didn't even tell you, Jose. Now the first ship full of Chinese coolies is in the harbor. And you want to know if they will be allowed to come on shore. Naturally.
You are the governor of the islands. But we are old friends, so I can speak frankly. You know how it is with the few Chinese who have come here so far. They do not take their women with them because they desire to make their fortunes and go back to China.
Granted. They are ambitious. It is no crime.
How can you talk like that? These coolies on the ship, before you know it, they will be owning land and plantations. They will not remain as mere laborers, you know that.
But before they become merchants and landowners, they are good workers and mechanics. Have you seen their carvings and furniture, Jose? They are beautiful. They will teach their crafts to the natives, and we will be better off for it.
But the land...
When the time comes, my dear Jose, we need only to point out to the natives how they are losing the opportunity to become rich, because the Chinese are not giving them the chance. Do you see now? Let the Chinese develop the resources of the country for us. Help them all you can. And when the time comes, we will have the fruit of their labors, and they will either return to China peacefully or spend their time in the islands under a few feet of earth.
Talk about raw deals, the Chinese really got it, didn't they? Oh, no doubt about it. But even under the Spaniards, the Chinese had a long stay. They intermarried with the Filipinos and introduced their art and culture to the Philippines for the first time in history.
Let's see, that was around 1600, wasn't it?
Well, to be exact, it was 1575. And about then, Spain was herself at war with England. In 1762, the English took Manila from the Spanish, but finally withdrew. But as a result of the war, Spain was forced to loosen its control over commerce in the island so that every nation could share its trade. The Spaniards began having trouble with the rebellious Moros, and for many years sporadic and bitter fighting continued. But despite the bloodshed, Spain did make progress in the Philippines, and that progress can be defined in several fields.
The many tribes were welded together, and although they did not adopt one language, they did become fairly devout Christians.
French explorer La Perouse told the world that the Filipinos were in no way inferior to the people of Europe.
Dr. John Crawford, who visited the Philippines in 1820, said he was surprised that although the islands were dominated by Spain, regarded as a backward European country, The civilization, wealth, and populousness of the people was amazingly well developed.
To Spain belongs the glory of having raised to a relatively high grade of civilization a people which she found on a lower stage of culture, distracted by petty wars and despotic...
And Jaeger, a German traveler in 1860, predicted that in time, American influence would make itself felt and eventually become dominant in the Philippine Islands. He said, as conquerors of the modern age, as representatives of materialism in place of the romanticism of the Spanish cavaliers, the American pioneers pursue their course, wielding the axe and guiding the plow, a contrast to the Spanish method of colonizing, the outstanding features of which were raising the cross and thrusting with the sword.
By the middle of the 19th century, things were becoming hot for the Spaniards on the island. They had the Moros on their hands. But more than that, there was a rising movement for self-government. The Filipinos had come in contact with other peoples and resented the high-handed methods of their Spanish rulers. There were rebellions and subsequent executions. Blood flowed in copious quantities. Perhaps the most important revolutionary was Dr. José Rizal. He was to the Filipinos what George Washington is to us. José Rizal was a brilliant man, a fact which his friends knew and posted it.
A letter from Jose! A letter from Jose! Here in my hand. It comes to me, his friend, since we are children together. See, there is my name. Hey, what do you say about that, huh?
I know him too, Manuel. All of us know him.
But does he write to you, huh?
Read what is in the letter. Is he coming back at last? Where is he now? Germany or France?
How can I read if you make so much noise? Besides, come closer, or the Spaniards will know what something is happening. Then you know what will happen. Now, I will sit here and tell you what Jose says. And you do not stand there, but make believe you are resting from the heat. Quickly, see, what did I tell you? One of their soldiers is coming.
You, why are you gathering?
Senor, it is hot and the shade from this tree is cool. Oh, it must be bad for you with that hot suit you must wear and the gun you must carry.
Oh, see, such weather.
Yes.
Ahora I will go. But remember, no trouble.
Oh, no, senor. Listen closely, friend. Jose is coming home. He says he's been away too long, that there is work to be done here, and now he feels that he is ready to do it. Also, he can now speak the German language. Hear that? Now Jose can speak Spanish, French, German, Japanese, English, Greek, Hebrew. Who knows what else? Oh, these Spaniards had better watch out when Jose comes back. And I, Manuel, he writes to me. Do you hear that? A genius writes to me. Oh, that makes me pretty smart, no?
It is good to be in Manila again.
Yes, I've waited for you, Jose. But it's a very dangerous time. Ramon Blanco is Governor General, and it would give him great pleasure to see you dead.
Then we will not give him an excuse.
He already has one.
But I have just arrived.
While you were on the ship, the Katipunan said you were their president.
But I hardly know them except for Andres Bonifacio. It's absurd. I'm not even a member of the Katipunan, much less their president. Anyway, I don't believe in violence.
I know.
They want to get rid of the Spanish priests, confiscate their estates, and be completely independent. I believe we can prosper under Spain. But it must be done with education of the people. We must make of them a political force, not a group of murderers.
But understand, Jose, the Governor General does not care for the truth. If you are not careful, there will be a knock on the door. Maybe not even a knock. The next thing you know, you will be in a dungeon.
I believe you are right, Manuel. But my book, I must publish my book.
That can be done. What is it called?
When I showed it to the Americans in Europe, they said it was like their own Uncle Tom's cabin. I call it Noli Me Tangere.
Touch me not, huh? The Governor General will surely try to stop it from being read.
Manuel, that is what I hope he does. But it will be read more thoroughly and gain greater circulation than if it were to be shown in all of the shops.
Oh.
You will see.
With bread.
What kind?
The hard crust and paper filling.
Good. The book is inside the bread. Pass it on when you are finished.
Here is the second chapter. By the time you have finished with it, I will have the next one.
Is it true that the soldiers have destroyed the printing press?
Yes.
Then I will copy each word of this chapter by hand, and the others too. Rizal's book would live in spite of them.
Where is Rizal? Answer me or I'll stand all of you up against the wall.
But we have never seen him.
Search the house. He was here, I know it.
Senor Rizal, I have waited 4 years for this moment.
You, the Governor General, have found me guilty before I even entered this room. This is no trial, but an inquisition.
If you can protest your innocence with such blandness now, why didn't you surrender a long time ago? You knew we were searching for you.
Simply because I knew I could expect no real justice here.
You talk of justice, yet you are president of the Katipunan. Your organization seeks to overthrow this government by force.
I have no connection whatsoever with the Katipunan. Why don't you bring in some of their members and question them?
It isn't necessary. Your leadership is well established.
Then allow me to call my own witnesses. Or is the Spanish Empire quaking because of one man?
Impertinence will not help you.
When will you learn that the people are entitled to a voice in the government? This is not the Dark Ages. The government exists because of the people, not the people for the government. All the bloodshed of the past several years has been wholly unnecessary. We Filipinos can get along with Spain, but we will not be kicked and smothered into submission. As human beings, we deserve our hand in the shaping of our destiny. The world is seeing this truth, and if Spain does not realize it, the days of its glories are numbered.
Are you finished, rebel?
You can pronounce this sentence. It is death, is it not?
Death.
Rizal was executed, but the anniversary of his death was later made a day of observance by the American administration. And his picture appeared on the postage stamp most commonly used in the islands. He was the voice of independence.
I see, that ought to bring us pretty close to when the U.S. got involved in the Philippines.
Why, yes, it was, in February of 1898, when the battleship Maine blew up in Havana Harbor. On April 25, 1898, at Mears Bay near Hong Kong, Commodore Dewey received a message.
Hey, Sparks, you look like you just saw a ghost. Important message.
Get out of my way, will you? I gotta find the Commodore.
Sure.
For you, sir, from the Navy Department.
War has commenced between the United States and Spain. Proceed at once to Philippine Islands. Commence operations at once, particularly against Spanish fleet. You must capture vessels or destroy. Use utmost endeavors. Signed, John D. Long, Secretary of the Navy. Tell the Secretary we will carry out the orders.
Manila straight ahead, sir.
Full speed ahead.
It's getting dark, sir, and they say the waters of the bay are mine.
Our objective is not Manila, but Cavite, where the Spanish squadrons are. We'll circle Manila Bay and come into Cavite.
But the mines, sir, and the land...
It will be dark, Lieutenant. As for the mines, forget them. Make believe they aren't there. Now signal the squadron to form a column and follow us through. Oh, listen to them. They couldn't hit us when we were close by. They're wasting their ammunition when we're out of range. Full speed for Cavite.
Cavite, sir.
Look through the glass. This entire Spanish fleet sitting there like ducks.
The fog is lifting quickly. When are we going to action, sir?
What time is it?
05:37.
Commence firing at 05:40.
Aye, sir.
Signal full speed. I want to get in close so there's no chance of missing them.
Oh, 05:39:30. 053945. 053955. 0540, sir.
It appears, Lieutenant, that we're the only ones who are firing.
The fleet is quiet, sir, but their shore batteries are still in action, and hardly accurate.
Cease firing. Spanish colors are being hauled out on shore. Yes, the white flag is going up. Lieutenant, inform the radio operator to send this message. The order to capture or destroy the Spanish squadron has been executed to the letter. Signed, Dewey.
You kept saying Commodore Dewey, Professor. I thought he was an admiral.
Oh, he received that promotion after the victory, and what a victory it was. There were no Americans killed and only 7 men slightly wounded.
And so that's how we came to be in the Philippines?
Just about. Of course, it took about 6 weeks for Army troops to get to Manila and begin operations against the land forces, but Dewey's victory clearly stole the show. Yet his greatest triumph came as a diplomat just after the naval action. Dewey was in his office in Manila when...
Come in.
Sir...
Oh, back so soon, eh? Well, sit down. Cool drink?
Sir, I'm afraid
easy. Your news will wait another minute, won't it? I can tell it isn't good news, and that's all the more reason for delaying it a moment.
It's common gossip in the town, sir, why the Germans have sent such a large fleet. Another of their cruisers, the Kaiser and Augusta, just tied up.
No doubt. They say the Germans will insist on a naval station in the islands.
Well, that's it, sir. Admiral von Dietrich should be here by now.
Well, don't let von Dietrich's loud voice upset you, Lieutenant. He's like the Spanish guns. Lots of noise and no hits. Don't worry, Lieutenant. We'll continue to blockade Manila Bay. The Philippine insurgents under General Aguinaldo prevent the Spanish land forces from leaving the city by land. And we'll keep them from escaping by sea. By the laws of war, I have the right of blockade. Dietrich had better recognize that.
And I tell you, once again, I am here by the order of my Kaiser, sir.
And I, through the wishes of the people of the United States.
I consider that I am free to come and go as I please.
You forget, sir, that we are at war. It would be unfortunate should any of your ships get in the way of, shall we say, a stray shell or two.
Are you threatening me, sir? Remember that you're outnumbered.
Admiral, there are also 2 British warships here, in addition to a French and Japanese cruiser. They have acknowledged my right of blockade.
They are weaklings.
Your boats have been taking soundings off the mouth of the Pasig River. Your men have been seen drilling at Moravelas Harbor. Your cruiser Irene even visited the Spanish garrison at Subic Bay and interfered with the Filipino insurgent operations there. Sir, if you are inviting a war...
If I am, do you think your exhausted fleet will remain afloat for long?
Sir, my fleet is ready to fight. We destroyed the Spanish fleet without losing a man. We have also replenished our ammunition.
Oh, you cannot fool me. You have no more shells.
So that is it. Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Pass the word to fire a salute of 21 guns in honor of our victory.
Aye, sir.
But there, my information, they said your stores were exhausted.
You can't believe everything you hear, Admiral.
Perhaps there's been a mistake. Naturally, if the English and the others have recognized your right to blockade Manila, so will the Kaiser.
That is nice of you.
Good day, Admiral.
Good day.
Sir, I don't...
Just a bluff, Lieutenant. By the way, how many rounds does the fleet have?
Enough to fire once.
That's about 1 more than I thought. If the German only knew.
Professor, I don't believe I ever heard any of this in history class.
Yes, it seems that many of these facts have a habit of not appearing there at all.
Fasten your belts, please. Fasten your belts.
Oh, so soon? Just when I was really catching up on my history lessons. Say, how does the Philippine story end, anyway?
Briefly, when the American troops arrived from home, General Arthur MacArthur was appointed provost marshal general, and civil governor of the city.
Oh, was that the father of Douglas MacArthur?
Oh, yes. And the rest of the story is current history. Why, you know now that we granted the Philippines their independence on July 4, 1946. Their job is not easy. The Philippines have a long, tough fight ahead to make their country strong again.
I guess so.
Well, Sergeant, we're nearly in, so we won't have time for any more. But if you should have any trouble convincing any of your buddies, just call me at the university, and I'll take you around the city and give you some more ammunition.
Well, with the things you have told me, I should be able to talk for weeks. But if I do have any trouble, I'll be sure to call you. I can begin to see now why they call these islands the Pearl of the Orient.
Pearl of the Orient was written by Steve Allen and adapted and produced by James W. Talbot. In the cast were Dawes Butler, Howard Culver, Don Diamond, Eddie Fields, Jerry Lauren, Clayton Post, Gil Sumner, and Bob Young. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue. In Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. First off, today being Thursday and things being the way they are, I want to thank my Aunt Beulah for sending me those pork chops from Barlow, Kentucky. She doesn't know it, but she's made me the most sought-after man in town. Oh, well, next week, spinach. Anyway, to get back to business, I didn't know that my old friend, Judge Robert March, was having a cocktail party the afternoon I dropped by his place to say hello. But as I walked into the patio, I was Richard the Glad Rogue. My old friend, the judge, introduced me to an amber-eyed blonde who answered to the name of Pamela Leeds. And I smartly opened the conversation by saying, hello.
Oh, Judge March, do you mean to tell me that this is the famous Richard Rogue, the investigator?
I know it's disappointing, Pamela dear, but nevertheless, that's the Rogue.
Oh, really?
You're not really disappointed, are you, Miss Leeds? You're just amazed that a man who has done so many brilliant things could be so young and handsome.
Of course.
Well, I can see that you don't need me, Richard. I think I'll go and circulate among my other guests. I'm sure that the two of you will never miss me.
See you later, Judge. Thanks.
You can believe almost anything he says, Pamela, unless it's about himself or you.
Thanks for the tip, Judge.
Would you like to take a walk around the garden? There's a bench under a weeping willow tree over there by the wall that always makes me feel very poetic.
Oh, I hate to miss that, really, but I was just leaving. I have to leave, really.
Oh, you do? Oh. Well, how are you going to leave? You have a car here?
No. No, the judge was going to send me home in his car.
Well, that's silly. Oh, yes, especially when I'm going out that way, right past your house, as a matter of fact. I'll drive you home.
Were you really going out my way?
Of course.
Well, then, I'll go with you.
Oh, that's swell. Oh, incidentally, where do you live? Well, Pamela, this has been a kind of a short date. I hope I get a rain check on that bench under the tree. I have a lot of fascinating statements I'd like to make to you.
Oh, we'll see each other again, won't we, Richard?
How about tomorrow night? It's Sunday, you know. Great nights, Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
The moon will be full. There's dining and dancing at the Macombo and...
Oh, Pamela.
Dr. Stevens, what's the matter? Is Father...
Pamela, we've been trying to reach you.
Yes?
You better come with me, Pamela. Your father is dead.
Well, that's how it all began. We'll continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
I'd like to make a suggestion to the ladies. I'll bet you've often felt like singing the blues after you've shampooed your hair. The shampoo blues is a well-known theme. I've just washed my hair and can't do a thing with it. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is just the thing to dispel those blues. For when you use Fitch's saponified shampoo, your hair is so lustrous and easy to manage, you'll be singing praises rather than the blues. It's made from pure vegetable and mild coconut oils, so it never leaves your hair dry and difficult to manage. It makes oceans of lather, too, that cleanses completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo also contains a special patented rinsing agent. Even when you rinse with hard water, this rinsing agent ensures that no soapy film is left on your hair. It leaves your hair shimmering with natural highlights. You can use Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo as often as you like, with absolutely no fear of the shampoo blues. Ask for it at your drug or toilet goods counter. Look for the bottle with the bright yellow label. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
I'm fairly familiar with death and most of its forms. And maybe familiarity with a man with a scythe breeds contempt. But I felt awfully sorry for Pamela Leeds when her father, Anson Leeds, died. I was more than ordinarily interested when my friend Judge Robert March called me the evening after Leeds' death and asked me to come to his office.
Richard, I am the executor of Anson Leeds' estate, and I think there's something strange about his will.
Yeah?
This is, of course, confidential.
Mm-hmm.
But he left the great bulk of his estate to a nephew, his sister's child, Peter Moore, with only a $50,000 legacy for Pamela, and the rest of the estate going to the servants and various charities.
Oh, only $50,000 to Pamela, huh? You think that's a little strange?
I've been Anson Leeds' attorney, and I think his closest friend for 30 years. Rogue, I know how fond he was of Pamela, but... Pamela was not his daughter, you know. She was adopted by Anson just before his wife died 20 years ago.
Oh, legal adoption, huh?
Yes, and I'm in a position to know that Anson couldn't have loved Pamela any more if she had been his own daughter. As a matter of fact, I drew up a will for him about 6 years ago in which he left almost all of his money to Pamela, with other small legacies to relatives and servants and charities.
Was the old gent a little flighty in his last years?
No, sound as a dollar. Extremely bright right up to the last. And, Rogue, there was no change in the way he felt about Pamela. I know that. But I cannot understand this new will.
When was it made? What's the date on it?
Just a year ago this month. Here it is.
Oh, I see. Typed. Is this signature genuine?
Oh, of course. There can be no doubt of that. I know that fancy Spencerian signature as well as I know my own. I realize, Rogue, that I'm giving you a problem here that is based on nothing more than a personal hunch. But I would never be at ease about administering the estate if I didn't have the will thoroughly checked.
Well, let's see. This will mentions only Peter Moore, That's the nephew. Mm-hmm. Pamela Leeds. Kate Schumann, 5,000.
Oh, Anson's nurse. Been with him for, 6 or 7 years. A fine woman.
And Fred Kraft?
Anson's gardener. Been with him, 15 years, I guess. They, the nurse and the gardener, witnessed the will, as you'll notice. I want to retain you to investigate that will for me, Rogue.
Oh. Well, Judge, ordinarily I hold my clients up for a fee. But for you, Judge, I guess I could toss you a couple of parking tickets.
Richard, this is very important to me. Will you handle it for me?
Well, of course, Judge. Now, first, looks like my first move is to go out to the Leeds estate and talk with the witnesses. See under what circumstances this document was written and signed. I'll see you later, Judge. How do you do? I wonder if I could see Kate Schumann.
I'm Kate Schumann.
Oh, I'm Richard Rogue.
The investigator?
Yes.
What do you want to see me about?
Well, Miss Schumann, could we go someplace where we could talk privately?
Of course. My quarters are upstairs.
Richard Rogue.
Oh, hello, Pamela.
What in the world are you doing here?
Well, I just came by to talk with Miss Schumann.
Well, I didn't know you knew her.
He doesn't.
No, we just met. I'll see you later, Pam.
All right. Stop by the library on your way out, will you?
Oh, sure.
Right in here, Mr. Rogue.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Rogue.
I came to talk with you about the will which you witnessed for Anson Leeds about a year ago. Cigarette?
No, thank you. I don't smoke, but I don't mind if you do.
Thank you. Tell me, Miss Schumann, who typed the will?
I'll tell you the whole story. Mr. Leeds called me in one morning and asked me to do some typing for him. I often type letters and business things for him.
Yes?
I got my portable typewriter, and before he started dictating, he made me promise that I'd never mention the fact that he'd made a new will until after he'd passed on. Then he dictated the will to me.
I see. Did he seem in good mental health at the time?
He was perfectly normal. I was a little surprised at his terms. I mean, the way he left the money. And he could tell that I was. He just told me that he had good and sufficient reasons for doing it that way he did, and asked me to witness his signature.
Uh-huh.
Then he asked me to get the gardener, Fred Kraft, to come in and witness it. I did.
He signed the will in the presence of both you and Fred Kraft?
Yes.
Do you know Peter Moore?
I've seen him here a few times on visits. I don't know him.
Will he be here for the funeral?
Yes, he's on his way here now.
On his way here? He lives in another town?
He lives in Garden City, Iowa, with his mother. She was Mr. Leeds' older sister.
Well, thank you, Schumann.
Who asked you to investigate the will, Mr. Rogue?
I can't tell you that, except that it was an interested party.
Well, everything happened just the way I said it did. I'm sorry to see Miss Pamela left with so little money. I'm very fond of her.
Well, it certainly looks like everything was according to Hoyle. Thanks for talking so frankly with me, Miss Schumann. You've been a great help. I'll just check with Fred Kraft, and you can forget the whole thing.
I didn't expect to see you out here today, Mr. Rogue.
Well, I didn't expect to be here, Pamela. Judge March asked me to drop by and do him a little favor, that's all.
Oh, excuse me. It must be Peter.
Certainly.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Pamela. I guess there isn't much I can say, is there, Pamela?
I know, Peter. Where's your mother? Didn't she come with you?
No, you know Mother. She was very upset. She just couldn't make it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, this is my cousin, Peter Moore, Mr. Rogue.
Hello.
How do you do?
I think I'd better run along, Pamela. I want to talk to your gardener. Name's Kraft, isn't it?
Fred Kraft. He'll be in his cottage. It's out and back. It's a little white cottage. He's probably asleep by now.
Mr. Kraft? Mr. Kraft. Mr. Kraft. Oh, good Lord.
Homicide. Lieutenant Urban speaking.
Hello, Urban. Richard Rogue.
No kidding. Cook up some more business for me, Rogie?
Well, you know me, Urban. The Anson Leeds estate this time. The Leeds gardener was just chopped to death with a hand axe while he was asleep. Better get your boys and get out here.
Hello?
Judge March, Richard Rogue.
Yes?
Judge, get that will to a handwriting expert. I think it's a phony.
Oh, well, have you any evidence that...
Now, Judge, this isn't the court. This time I've got a hunch, that's all. One of the witnesses, the gardener, has just been chopped to death. Now get an expert on that will and tell him we'll call him for a report on the signature tonight. And you'd better come out here.
One of the things I like about you, Rogie, the corpses you find are always so dead.
Oh, I see what you mean, Urban. Say, from the looks of this room, the late Fred Kraft put up quite a row, didn't he, huh?
Uh-huh. But not enough of a row to get out of that couch he was lying on when he got that first blow with the axe.
Let's shake the joint down, shall we?
Uh-huh. Why was he killed?
Well, all I have is a theory. I don't want anybody in the house to know that. But he was one of the witnesses on a will made by Anson Leeds. The will is in question.
I get it. You think he might have been put out of the way to keep him from testifying as to the validity of the will, eh?
That's my theory. Oh. And there's something that might back it up a little.
What?
Look. There on the floor.
Yeah?
Stub of a plane ticket. From Garden City, Iowa.
You sound like Garden City means something to you. Come on, no tricks, Rogie. What's with Garden City?
That's the town where Leeds was born and raised. That's the town Peter Moore just arrived from.
Oh, I got here as soon as I could, Rogue. Oh, good heavens.
Hello, Judge. Kind of a mess, isn't it?
Oh, Judge, are you having that will checked?
Yes, I have Carl Friend, the handwriting expert, working on it.
What did you know about Fred Kraft, Judge?
Oh, he was an old family retainer in the best sense of the word, Lieutenant. He and Anson Leeds were more friends than they were employer and employee.
How come Anson only left him $5,000 then?
I don't know. Fred was a thrifty man. He had quite a nest egg saved from his salary and from investments he had made on tips from Anson. His estate will be worth, I should say conservatively, $60,000.
Oh. Who gets it now that he's dead?
Well, Pamela Leeds. You know, she's been like a daughter to old Fred. I happen to know that she's the sole beneficiary in his will because I drew it up for the old man.
This case has more angles than a six-pointed star.
Yeah. Here's a cute one I just picked up, Rogue. Look.
A lady's wristwatch. Where'd you find it?
On the floor, right over there. It's got a broken link, like it might have been torn off of somebody's arm.
Well, whose is it?
It's engraved on the back to Pamela from Dad.
Pamela?
Oh, come on. Let's get in the house, Urban. You'll want to question everybody, won't you?
Yeah. I've got the boys holding Miss Leeds, Peter Moore, and the nurse Schumann in the library.
While you're talking to them, the judge and I are going to be busy upstairs.
I don't understand, Rogue. Just what is it we're looking for in Kate Schumann's room?
I don't know. But she's mixed up in this thing someplace. Take a look in the bathroom, will you, Judge? If you see anything the least bit out of line, call me.
Okay, Rogue.
Oh, look. Here's pay dirt.
Yes?
Kate Schumann's diploma from nursing school. See where it was issued?
School of Nursing, City Hospital, Garden City, Iowa.
Yeah, that town keeps popping up, doesn't it, huh?
Yes.
Oh, look, I want you to witness this, Judge. Here are 2 cigarette stubs. Lipstick on the tips. Fresh. No, don't touch them. Just leave them right where they are.
All right, but Rogue, you said yourself that the nurse couldn't have killed Kraft. She was in the house at the time that he was murdered.
Yeah, I know. But I've got an idea that's beginning to make sense. You got a pencil?
Yes.
Now, let me use it here. I want to copy this phone number from Kate Schumann's scratch pad. BL6791. Room 323.
You know, Rogue, we have no right...
Now, look, Judge, this is beginning to weigh on your conscience. You better get downstairs with Urban. He's a warrior, too. I've got a lot of work to do and a long-distance phone call to make. You go downstairs and tell Urban I'll be down as soon as I have convicting evidence on a murderer.
All right. I'm going to have to impress on you that I mean business. There's been a murder committed. Now, one of you knows something about it, and
We don't, Lieutenant Urban. I tell you, we were all here in the house when Fred was killed. I wish you'd go away and leave us alone.
What was your wristwatch doing lying in a pool of blood near the body of the murdered man, Miss Leeds? Why was a link torn wide open on the band?
I don't know. It was on my dressing table this morning. I know it was.
Yes? Well, 3 witnesses saw it lying at the scene of the crime.
Look, Lieutenant, why don't you let the poor girl alone? I was with her when Fred Kraft was killed.
So was I. We were all right here in this room.
That's very interesting. All of you established your alibis for a very important time. Were you all working together? Now, one of you start talking. How about you, Peter Moore? How do you account for the fact that the stub of a plane ticket from Garden City, Iowa, was found at the scene of the crime?
Plane ticket? I came out on a train.
Yeah? When were you in Fred Kraft's cottage?
I haven't been out there in 4 years.
You may have to prove that statement more in court.
This is outrageous. You can't keep us here pounding questions at us, making accusations.
There's been a murder committed. It's my business to find out who did it. I'm going to find out. Judge, go get Rogue. Tell him I want him down here right now.
All right, Lieutenant.
Peter, please. Don't let him question me anymore.
Look, Lieutenant, it must be perfectly obvious that no one of us could have had anything to do with the murder. It was probably some transient. I suggest, Lieutenant, that you use some other means to try...
Yes, what's the matter?
The upstairs looks like a cyclone hit it, and Richard Rogue is gone.
Yes, I was gone. And I'll tell you more about it in just a moment. First, here's Jim Doyle, who wants to tell you some facts about shaving.
Yes, men, it's a fact. Fitch's No Brush shaving cream does give as smooth and comfortable a shave as you could hope for. Plenty of research and testing have gone into the making of this fine cream, and now it combines the qualities you want. Smoothness of texture, a clean, tangy odor, and a skin conditioning ingredient for sensitive skins. Fitch's No Brush softens up the toughest beards, so your razor will glide easily, giving you a close, clean shave without scraping or irritation. It leaves your face feeling smooth and cool, leaves your disposition calm and cool, too, for Fitch's No Brush shaving cream is designed for sensitive skins.
For men who prefer a lather cream, it's Fitch's Brush Cream. Gives lots of creamy lather that stays moist all during the shave, giving a smooth, comfortable shave. Rinses off easily, too.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in economical 25 and 50-cent sizes. Ask for either type, but for solid comfort shaves, be sure it's Fitch, spelled F-I-T-C-H. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
The more I looked around the upstairs room in the mansion of Anson Leeds, the more I suspected that what started out to be the investigation of validity of a will had turned into the investigation of not one murder, but 2. I made a long-distance call. Then I called a doctor friend of mine who admitted that a clever murderess could disguise the effect of morphine poisoning. Then I checked the telephone number I found on Kate Schumann's scratch pad. Found that it was the number of the Hotel Splendide. I went there. In the lobby, I was stopped by my friend Todd Reeves, the bellboy.
Hello, Mr. Rogue. What are you doing?
Oh, take a ride with me in the elevator, will you, Todd? I'm calling on a guest of yours in room 323.
Yeah? What's the matter? They in trouble?
Now, just don't ask any questions. You want to make $20?
Oh, sure. Who do you want killed?
Just take a ride with me and do me a favor. Give me your passkey, Todd.
Oh, that's what the $20 was for. You want me to get fired?
Oh, I'll back you up if you get in trouble.
Yeah, then I'll really get me the boot. You want me to stick around?
No, I don't. I think the less you know about this case, the better off you're going to be.
Who is it?
Shove off, Todd. I'm going in.
Who is it?
Hello. Stay right where you are, please.
What do you want?
I want to talk with you about a murder.
Oh, this is a typical rogue trick. Telling us to wait here and disappearing. If I ever get... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Urban?
Hello, rogue. Where the devil...
Look, Anson Leeds was murdered. Don't say a word to the people you're holding there. One of them is the killer.
Right.
The will is a forgery, and I have the proof. Hold everybody until I can get there for the payoff. Be about 10 minutes. All right, Urban. I'll take the party from here.
Okay, rogue. And this had better be good.
It will be. And this concerns all of you. In the first place, I've talked to Carl Friend, the handwriting expert. That will, leaving everything to Peter, is a forgery. There are 5 copies of the will, and the signature on each of the copies is identical. It's impossible for anybody, even a man in the best of health, to write his name exactly the same way 5 times.
That's not true, I tell you.
Shut up. The signatures were made by placing a sheet of carbon paper under one authentic signature of Anson Leeds and tracing it through to the fake wills with a sharp pencil, then inking the signature in over the tracing. Don't bother denying it, Kate. Carl Friend photographed the signature under a powerful light with an enlarging camera. The particles of graphite under the ink sparkle like diamonds. That will was a fake. And Fred Kraft was killed to keep him from telling the fact that he was not present when Anson Leeds signed it.
I didn't kill Fred Kraft.
No, but you killed Anson Leeds with morphine poisoning.
She murdered my dad? He was murdered?
Yes, Pamela. I just came from the mortuary. There are obvious syringe punctures in his arm.
But Dr. Stevens...
Yes, I know, Judge. He signed a death certificate for heart failure. But I found this vial of morphine tablets in your room, Kate, and this bottle of belladonna hidden in your desk. You killed Leeds with morphine, and then dropped belladonna in his eyes to dilate the pupils. Oh, that was very clever. Because the only outward sign of morphine poisoning is the fact that the pupils of the eyes contract to pinpoint size.
I killed him. But I'll never go to jail for it.
Grab her, Judge. Grab her. Get the syringe away from her.
Kate. I was too late, Rogue. Yeah, she was too fast for us with that shot of poison.
Kate.
Kate. Too late. She's dead, Rogie.
I don't understand. Why did she do it, Mr. Rogue?
For gain. You were an innocent part of the plot to kill Anson Leeds, Peter.
Peter? Oh, no.
Stop being so mysterious, Rogue. If you know who killed Fred Kraft, say so. Was it Kate?
No, it wasn't. The murderer of Fred Kraft is in jail. I put her there a few minutes ago. She was a good friend of Kate's, who was resentful of you, Pamela, and ambitious for her son to be a wealthy man. Peter, she needs you, kid. Better get down to the jail and see your mother. She loved you so much that 2 people died, so you could inherit $1 million. Well, that was the end of that case. Peter Moore's mother was tremendously jealous when old Anson Leeds adopted a little girl, Pamela, and made her the heir to his fortune. And after her school days friend Kate Schumann was installed as the old man's trusted nurse, they plotted his murder without Peter's knowledge. Mrs. Moore was in Kate's bedroom when I was questioning Kate. And when she learned that the will was being investigated and that I was going to talk with Fred Kraft about it, she killed him. She made a complete confession and was executed for the crime. I felt sorry for Peter. He's a nice kid. Pamela felt sorry for him, too. She felt so sorry for him, she's going to marry him. So he'll get the Leeds fortune anyway. That hardly seems fair. Getting a girl like Pamela and all that money, too. I could have gone for that Pamela. Lovely girl. Oh, lovely girl. But after all, I need another girl like Frankenstein needed another monster. In exactly the same way. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. But don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about an alibi that is blown up by gunfire. There are some lovely people in it. We call it the murder habit. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and by the way, be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Oh, open up, please. Hurry.
Well, to what do I owe this?
Close the door. I've been followed.
Naturally, you're a blonde.
I assure you, the men who followed me weren't interested in the color of my hair.
Don't tell me they were chasing you for your money.
No, dear, not my money, my life. Well, it's good to be here, finally. I've come a long way to see you, Simon.
Oh, well, if I'd known you were coming,
No. You didn't expect me?
You're as unexpected as Yankee bean soup on a menu in Moscow, but infinitely more welcome.
You weren't contacted? You didn't speak to Maxim?
The only Maxime I know happens to be a restaurant in Paris.
Oh, they intercepted him. And we were so sure he wasn't even known to them. That his cover was... We'll have to proceed on our own, Simon. We can do it.
Of course we can do it. But what? What particular type of melodrama are we playing?
I'd better tell you the whole story, everything.
You have the Sultan's ear, Scheherazade. Or what is your name?
Claire.
Claire. Or sit down, Claire.
Thank you. I've just come back from Mexico City. He was there. He's changed in the last 5 years, Simon. You'd never recognize him. It must have been plastic surgery. He doesn't look...
I see. And now I know everything?
Did you hear something?
What sort of something?
Outside the door. I thought I heard a footstep. Simon, the blinds. Pull down the blinds. How stupid of me not to have done it immediately.
Yeah.
Why are you staring out the window? Is someone...
Is one of them a little man in a badly fitting suit? At least 2 sizes too large for him and a large floppy hat?
He's there?
Yeah, he's there.
And the other one, the large one?
And he's there, all of him.
Oh, come away from the window, Simon. You needn't bother pulling the other blind down now.
Who are they, Claire? Which wild Halloween are those 2 types left over from? How many more of them are there?
How many more? Hundreds, Simon, perhaps thousands. We'll never know exactly. We must go, Simon, at once.
Shouldn't we have a little explaining before we do any going?
There isn't time. Those two down there will be coming up soon, and when they do... You must trust me, Simon. You must.
Come on, Claire.
Is there anyone... Do you think we were followed, Simon? Is there anyone behind us?
Look, in Grand Central Station, there are always people behind you. Tell me, are we meeting a train or taking one?
Train? What makes you think we're taking a train, Simon?
Well, I should have warned you. Every now and then I get a little irrational. Like thinking the reason we're here in a railroad terminal has something to do with a train. Did I say something to frighten
Kiss me.
Huh?
Quick, hold me tight and kiss me as if you meant it.
As if I meant it. You mean there's another way? So that's why we came here. We must do this more often.
No, don't talk. I'm your sweetheart. I'm going away. Kiss me again.
Coax me.
Please, this is no time to joke. He's watching us. Kiss me.
Well, I'll force myself. Phew, Simon Templar, you dog, you.
He's gone.
I must remember to do something very nice for him sometime. And now, sweetheart, what do...
And now, sweetheart, we really do say goodbye.
We what?
We say goodbye. Well, come now. Don't look so bewildered.
Oh, but sweetheart...
Goodbye, Simon. And thanks for the use of the hall.
You forgot to close the door, Mr. Templar. What? Oh, yes, so I did. But since it's my door, I think I'll leave it open this time. Especially since you're just about ready to leave.
You are wrong, Saint. I am not ready to leave. I have a few things I must do before I go.
What sort of things?
Perhaps I shall kill you first. In fact, I am quite sure that I shall. But that is the least of what I must do here in your apartment.
Look here, if you insist on killing me, I'm afraid that I'll have to insist that you regard it as important.
Oh, it is important only to you and to the policeman who will have the tiresome task of finding out who did it. You will shut the door, please, Saint.
I will shut the door.
As for your new friend, Saint, the matter of your death will be to them merely a temporary inconvenience.
And for me, the matter of my death will be, I'm afraid, a rather permanent inconvenience. Well, so I'm to be killed by a Luger, I see. So glad it isn't one of the cheaper guns.
Ah, how splendidly you whistle as you pass the graveyard. It is too bad, too bad. You could have been so useful to us.
Us? You mean there are more at home like you?
There are more. Perhaps there are not as many as there should be, but we make up for our numerical deficiency by knowing that right is on our side.
It should be a great comfort to me as I lie in my coffin to know that I wasn't murdered by bad men, but by good men.
It is a great pity you did not think along those lines before, Templar.
Before? Before what?
Before you decided to join them instead of us. It is almost midnight. I hope we shall not have to wait very much longer.
We are waiting for someone?
A messenger with a package for you.
A package? How nice. Aren't you just dying to know what's in it?
Hardly, since I am the one who sent it to you. When the boy arrives, Templar, you will go to the door and accept the package.
Oh, I will, huh?
Indeed you will, and I shall be right behind you. And so will this Luger. Needless to say, my friend, any attempt to seek help from the messenger will result in not only your execution, but the boy's as well.
You play dirty poker, don't you? Who are you?
Oh, it does not matter who I am.
Well, it does to me. I always like to know who I'm being murdered by.
Oh, I am called Maxime.
Maxime? So you're Maxime?
You have heard of me? Oh, but of course. She learned about me in Mexico City.
I despise people who are abnormally inquisitive, just as you must. But by she, I suppose you mean Claire?
Ah, that is what she calls herself now, eh? Claire. She is very beautiful, is she not? When I saw you kissing in the railroad station before, I almost envied you. Until I realized that you would soon be dead. What is it, Saint? No more whistling past the graveyard?
I was just thinking. So you were the one we put on the little performance for in the railroad station, eh?
Performance, eh?
And until you saw Claire and me together, you imagined for some reason or other that I was at bat for your team. I see.
Oh, please, Saint, do not waste the last moments of your life in resorting to childish ruses. I think prayer is much more fitting to the occasion.
Don't you see, Maxine? Claire's reason for getting me to the railroad station was to make you think that she and I were on the same side.
Yes, of course. And she was the one who knew that my train was due at that time, eh? Not you, she.
I was supposed to know when you were to arrive?
You received my letter, did you not? You must have. I received your answer. Oh, please, Saint, please stop clutching at straws. I am going to kill you. It is inevitable. You die as soon as I regain the package.
Oh, yes, the package.
It was fortunate that I had the good sense to send it ahead to you when the train stopped in Philadelphia, was it not? I should have been dead by now if I had not done so.
You know, Maxime, I find myself in a very unusual position.
Oh, I quite agree. It isn't every day that one gets killed.
I meant it's unusual because if I weren't going to die by means of that efficient-looking little Luger of yours, I think I'd probably drop dead from a case of acute curiosity. Just what...
The messenger?
My death knell, eh? Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Who is it?
Messenger. Package for Templar.
Do not open the door all the way. Act natural, perfectly natural. I will be right behind you. Remember, I shoot both you and the boy.
Come on. You're going to open up a ranger. I want to go home.
Coming, Henry.
It's about time, and my name ain't Henry. It's Morris.
Oh, mine's Simon. But in a few minutes, someone is going to change it to Mike.
What's the matter? What'd you jump like that for? Something jab into your back?
Jab into my back? No. It's an old family affliction. Spasms of the Calabasas. You must let me tell you about it. It always comes on
not me. You don't tell about it. Tell your doctor. I got to get home and get some sleep. I'm pitching tomorrow.
Pitching? Say, are you a pitcher?
I'll say I am. I'm the best pitcher we got. Maybe you heard of our team, the Brooklyn Beavers?
The Brooklyn Beavers? Of course I've heard of them.
Yeah? Where?
Where? Why, well, everybody's heard of the Brooklyn Beavers, especially an old Yankee pitcher like me.
I'm warning you, Sam.
You pitch for the Yankees? Gee. Hey, look, maybe you can help me with something.
Get rid of him, Saint, or I'll kill him.
Gee, another spasm of the Calahoosas, huh? Too bad the things that happened to former pitchers.
Yeah.
Hey, look, mister, can you show me how to develop a good wind-up?
Wind-up? You want me to show you how I used to wind up for a pitch?
Gee, would you?
Why, sure. Now, first you put this foot, the left one, out about 2 feet.
2 feet, uh-huh.
Next, clasp the ball in both hands and raise your arms up over your head toward the back. As far back as they'll go.
Like this?
That's right. You're getting it. Then using all the strength in your legs, all the strength, now you suddenly kick back.
Hey, what's that? Hey, what's that noise in there?
Noise?
It sounds like somebody got hurt and then fell down. What's it?
Mice.
Mice?
Yes, big ones.
You're nuts. And furthermore, you never pitched for no Yankees.
You don't think so?
I know so. I never seen such a lousy wind-up. Here's your package. And you can just forget about the tip, buddy.
The thanks.
The things some people tell you. And for what? Only so they can impress you.
Come on, Maxine. Wake up. Come now. It's time to be alive again. Here, now. Sip some of this. There. That's... Hey, wait a minute. That's Napoleon brandy. If you spill it, Napoleon and I will never forgive you.
That is enough.
You don't feel very well, do you, Max? Is that any kind of a look now to throw at a man who's just been feeding you Napoleon brandy?
Go on, Templar. You hold the gun now. Get it over with.
You mean shoot you? Oh, I wouldn't dream of shooting you, Max. Why, I'd be lonesome without you. Besides, I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to an inch-by-inch travelogue based on your trip to Mexico.
No, you will get nothing from me, Saint. Go ahead, shoot. I will not be the first man to die for something he believed in.
Thank you, Nathan Hale.
Oh, I am in pain.
Oh, yes, I know, and you must try to forgive me. But after all, what's a little kick in the pit of the stomach between friends? Tomorrow, perhaps you'll be kicking me in the stomach.
Oh, water. Give me water.
I'll get you water, but I won't give you water. You'll have to buy it.
Buy it?
By answering a question. The thing I found in the package, what makes it so valuable?
Oh, no, I will not tell you. I cannot. Water, please.
Maybe you can buy yourself a glass of water with the answer to this.
I shall not answer any question.
You have courage, my friend, but here's a question anyhow. There's a little man in a floppy hat and a suit that's too large for him, and another man roughly patterned after the Empire State Building. Do you know him?
Yes.
Your sign?
Our side? No, Templar, not our side. Satan's.
Well, you have just won yourself a glass of water. Would you like to try for two?
I will not answer any more questions.
Stubborn little fellow, aren't you? I'll get you water. And then I will make sure that you will be here when I get back.
You're going out?
Oh, just down to the corner. I want to ask those two curious employees of Satan's just why they prefer to spend the night on the street staring up at my windows when beds are so much more comfortable. Excuse me.
Yeah. What is it you wish?
May I trouble you for a light?
Why, yes, certainly. But my dear fellow, your cigarette is already lit.
It is? You mean I've been smoking all this time and didn't eat? How mild can a cigarette be?
You're gone now. No more talk.
That's amazing. This is the first time in all these years I've ever heard the Empire State Building speak. And just what are you doing so far from 34th Street? Ran out on your foundation,
You're gone now. Or I hurt.
Ali. Gentlemen is just trying to have fun, Ali.
Ali? Didn't I read something recently about you and Rita Hayworth?
You're gone now.
You must forgive my friend, sir. He's very sensitive.
Oh, and very inhospitable. Now, if you were visiting me in my home, or haven't you acquired squatter's rights to this stretch of sidewalk yet,
I do not understand.
Then I will be blunt. Exactly what about my windows is so fascinating to you and this Near Eastern gargantua that you make a career out of observing them?
I'm afraid you are mistaken, sir. My friend and I arrived at this particular place only a moment ago. You were standing here ready to breathe fresh air, not to watch anyone's windows.
I make him to go now, Victor. He's good.
It's quite all right, Ali. Gentleman is just making talk.
That's right, Ali. I'm just making talk. As I was telling a friend of mine before, a fellow named Maxime, who recently returned from Mexico City, I said, Max, this thing you brought back from Mexico with you seems so absolutely worthless. But it must actually be very valuable since so many people are willing to commit murder for it. And Max just...
He's good. I blackjacked this man, Victor. I think I see you give signal. Is the right thing I do?
Exactly right, my dear Ali, exactly. And now if you will be so kind as to carry him to the car. I have a feeling the leader would like to have a talk with this man who calls himself the Saint. Wake up, son. Wake up now. I said wake up. Herr Schmidt would like to talk to you.
Huh? What?
I said Herr Schmidt would like to have a talk with you.
Tell him I never see anyone without an appointment.
No. You'll be respectful while in the presence of the leader.
The leader? He conducts an orchestra?
No.
Ask a civil question and you get a slap in the face.
Now stand up, Saint. On your feet.
That's all right, Victor. Mr. Tembler can remain seated if he wants to.
You see, Victor, I can sit here if I want to. Yeah. And you? You must be Schmidt.
That is correct. And now, Tembler, we will immediately get down to the business at hand. Where is it?
You mean you live here and you don't know?
I have no intention of wasting time listening to your misguided attempts at humor, Templar. You know the object to which I refer. I must have it at once. You hear?
I hear, and 2 will get you 5. There are people in Germany who can also hear. Oh, for heaven's sake, Victor. You starting that face-slapping business again?
I told you before. You have to be more respectful when the leader speaks to you.
If you'll just untie my hands for a moment, I'll show both you and the leader exactly how much respect I have for both of you.
For the last time, Templar, where is it?
What?
The glass, you swine. The little whiskey glass that other pig brought to you from Mexico.
Oh, that. Oh, you know, I had a feeling it was that whiskey glass you were after.
Well, where is it?
Try the 5 and 10. Oh. You know, Victor, someone's going to have to cure you of that habit. You're going to hurt that hand someday.
You will answer the leader's question. Where is the whiskey glass?
I give the correct answer. Do I get to try for the giant jackpot?
If you give the correct answer, son, you get to die simply and quickly. And without any of your annoying little touches, my friend Ali is so good at.
Oh, you make it sound so attractive. The glass is in my apartment.
You lie. Ali and Victor searched all over your apartment.
The glass you're looking for is mixed in with all my other whiskey glasses. They all look alike.
Again, you lie. I brought it back here, all of your whiskey glasses.
Now, that's dishonest.
And the one we want is not amongst them. For the last time, say, what did you do with it?
Very well, Vic. I guess I know when I'm licked.
Uh-huh. Now you're getting wise.
The glass is in a check locker at Grand Central Station.
A check locker? The key to the locker. Where's the key?
Well, I'd be very happy to go home and get it for you.
That will not be necessary. Just tell us where the key is hidden.
It's hidden in the lamp on my desk.
In a lamp? Where in the lamp?
In the socket, where the bulb screws on. Just unscrew the bulb and put your finger inside the socket. You'll get it.
You'd better be telling the truth, Templar. I'll go at once, Herr Schmidt. You will come with me?
Yeah. And him?
He's well tied. Besides, Holly will return in a little while.
And before you go, Victor, suppose you answer me a question.
Yeah?
Tell me, who is your tailor?
My tailor?
Yes, I've been admiring that suit you have on. I think it's very considerate of your tailor to make it 2 sizes too large in case you have a friend visiting. Huh? Oh, my goodness.
The rest I say for Holly. He will do his best to entertain you while we are gone. He will do tricks for you.
Ah, nice.
All sorts of tricks with hot irons and lighted matches. And you will see. Let us go, Herr Fuhrer.
After you, mein Herr. After you.
Soon. Iron will get hot. Iron will get very hot.
Oh, I send my laundry out, Ollie.
It burned through skin. You like that, huh?
Love it, but I'm a little disappointed in you, Ollie. Your friend Victor claimed that you had some fresh and original ideas. That hot iron stuff goes back to the Middle Ages, which is where I wouldn't mind going back to right now.
I know business. Best torture man in the whole world.
You?
You know better one.
Sure.
Who?
Me.
You torture man?
The best.
I no believe.
You mean to say you've never heard of Terrible Templar? The trouble with you is you just haven't been attending the annual Torturers' Convention. Would you mind turning your head the other way next time you say Pa? That's the kind of torture I don't deserve.
I not believe you know torture treat.
Ollie, you just ignorant, that's all. Why, my butterfly twist is famous everywhere torture is practiced. Won first prize at the Iowa State Fair.
Iron soon be hot now. Then I show you.
Hot irons, high school stuff. Tell me, how many lighted matches can you put under a fingernail?
3 under each nail.
3? Only 3?
You do better. How many you put?
14.
14 under one fingernail.
Yes, sirree.
I no believe. You big short liar.
So I'm a liar, huh? I suppose now you want me to prove.
Yeah, you prove. You show me.
Untie my hands from behind this chair and I'll show you.
14 matches. Big short liar. There. You untie from chair. Now, you show me.
With the greatest of pleasure. I'm sorry I broke the chair on your head, Ollie. I was getting sort of fond of that chair.
Hello, Simon.
Sweetheart, you've come back to me.
Yes, I've come back, but it's too late, I'm afraid.
Oh, too late? Don't be silly, Claire. Grand Central Station's open all night, or should we do our kissing right here?
Oh, please, Simon, I'm not in the mood for Banner. There's a man here in your apartment. He's in the other room.
That's Maxime. Surely you remember good old Maxime.
Oh, yes, I have much reason to remember Maxime. He's dead.
Dead?
He was shot.
Oh, that's too bad. He was a game little guy.
You killed him?
No, the unholy twosome was here looking for the glass. They did it.
The little man in the badly fitting coat and the giant Arab?
Yes.
I should have guessed. But the whiskey glass, Simon. What happened to the whiskey glass?
They have it. Victor and the man he calls the leader.
The leader? He's in New York?
Herr Schmidt is here, all right, but believes me not to stay. Nor is Victor long for this world. Now I'm going to ask some questions, and what's more, I'm going to get some answers.
Yes, Simon, I think you're entitled to some answers. You don't know why the glass is so important, do you?
Obviously, it carries somebody's fingerprints. I can't think of any other reason why a 10-cent whiskey glass could be important, but whose?
You have heard of Karl Bruder?
Karl Bruder? Bruder, yes. Hitler's heir apparent. The man selected most likely to succeed him, but he's dead.
It was never completely proven. He was thought to be dead.
Go on, Claire.
We have an organization among some of my countrymen which has sworn to track these beasts down. Well, we found Carl Bruder, our biggest prize, in Mexico City. He'd had his face changed by surgery. He no longer was the fancy dresser he used to be. They used to call him the Nazi Beau Brummel. But still, adding together 100 minute facts and clues, we knew it was Bruder.
Well, why didn't you tell the government, Claire? They'd have taken over from there on.
Well, because everyone now takes it for granted that Bruder's dead. They can't conceive that he's alive.
So you got his fingerprints, the one thing that couldn't change, that would prove that Bruder was alive.
Yes. We were going to send the glass to Germany to have the prints compared with the set of prints known to be Bruder's that exist there. Then they would have believed us. Then they'd have to arrest him and make him answer for his crimes.
But Bruder got wise.
Oh, he knew that someone had gotten hold of the glass with his fingerprints. It was life or death to him to get it back. I was charged with bringing the glass here.
And Maxine?
Maxine. Poor Maxine. I was stupid. I didn't know.
To know what?
Ours is not a very closely knit organization, Simon. The members seldom meet each other, and, well...
You mean you and poor Maxine were playing on the same team?
Yes, but we didn't know. Neither of us knew. We each thought...
It's too bad. When you heard that Max was coming to me to help him, you staged that scene in the station to make him think that I'd joined up on your varsity.
Yes, I was stupid. Max would still be alive if I... What's the use? It isn't Maxine's life that bothers me so much now. It's losing the glass. That is the unforgivable part of it. Now Bruder will get away.
Well, you bet he doesn't. A long evening in Grand Central Station?
There's no one here, Simon. Not even a light burning.
No, and I was sure they'd be...
Welcome back, Mr. Templar. How good of you to return.
Yes, Templar. How good of you to return. And we thought you didn't especially care for our hospitality.
Or was it just spoiled? You didn't care for things.
Charlie? Torture man second class. What he doesn't know about our modern and improved methods would fill a morgue.
I see you have brought a guest, Templar. How nice to have you here, my dear.
Simon, I'm frightened.
Frightened? You mustn't be frightened just because I'm holding a gun, my dear. Dying from a bullet is rather pleasant compared with some other ways. Yes, Mr. Templar.
She isn't afraid of the gun, Victor. It's that suit you're wearing.
Stop it, Saint. I'm warning you.
Yeah, and I, too,
Well, the leader hurt his finger. It's going to look terrible when you salute yourself in the mirror now.
Enough!
But then, leader, it's your own fault. A great big leader like you should know better than to put his finger in a live light socket.
Enough! You will be quiet. You hear?
Hear? You're rattling the ruins of the Reichschancellery. And they're such lovely ruins.
Good morning, Saint. You're only dealing with a poor, simple-minded alley now.
I know. I had to use deception on poor, simple-minded alley. But on you, I'll use force. That's what I use on poor, simple-minded Victor and the glorious leader. How does it feel to be looking down the wrong end of a Luger for once, boys? Only for you and others like you, it's the right end.
Very well. You have won, Templar. But you still must prove that I, Johann Schmidt, am Karl Bruder. And without the glass...
Yes, that's true. I do not have the glass you have.
How unfortunate for you.
But I have a roll of film.
Film?
Yes, I dusted the glass with powder and photographed the prints. So I've got the fingerprints. And more important, I've got the leader. Right?
Very well, Templar. You've got me.
Yes, Johann Schmidt. I've got you, too. But it's Bruder who's the star attraction in my show.
But I am Bruder.
You're Bruder, huh? And you think Johann Schmidt, the German equivalent of John Smith, is the ideal alias for a wanted man?
It was an easy name. It was...
And the hotshot Führer lets little Victor precede him from a room. Oh, come. If you were the leader, loudmouth, the Dictators' Union would have you up on charges for that one.
But he is the leader. He's Bruder, I swear it.
Sure, and Claire and I, Hansel and Gretel. You're Karl Bruder, little man. That's why you wear such a badly fitting suit. Bruder was the Nazi Beau Brummel, so your disguise called for you to get as far away from elegance as you could, didn't it?
No, it is not true. Mrs. Carlbrood.
You still think enough of good clothes to get furious every time someone makes a crack about your appearance, don't you? Look at you. Oh, that suit looks awful, Victor. It's got enough room in it for 3 ugly little tramps like you.
You dumb swine.
See? There you go again, the furious Fuhrer. You know, when you get mad, you look just like that other tramp. Adolf, that is. But why worry about your clothes at a time like this, Bruder? What do you care what you wear when they hang you?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Sammy Hill, Lou Merrill, Gil Stratton Jr., Charlie Lung, Ed Max, and Ted Von Elf. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Next, Sam Spade on NBC.
Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Van Heflin in Three Blind Mice, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Van Heflin in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Lockwood, Bentley, and Walsh Publishing. It still said it on the big brass nameplate.
Going down. Oh, good evening, Mr. Lockwood.
Good evening. Sure, the elevator operators were nice to me. Most of the office boys remembered to knock on my door before they came in. And even some of the stenographers still spoke to me. But everybody else above the rank of junior story reader knew it was just a question of time before that big brass nameplate in the lobby came down and another one went up in its place. Bentley and Walsh Publishing. No more Lockwood. If ever a man hated his partners, I did.
Main Fawcett.
Well, I went out of the building and across the street to the Savoy for dinner. Even the head waiter must have heard the rumor. He gave me the dime-sized table over in the corner that's generally reserved for out-of-town ribbon clerks. That's all right, Bob. There'll be another day. I'd gotten to coffee and dessert when I saw Helen Conover. Well, that just about summed it up. There were 2 things that I wanted in this world: to get my hands back on that corporation and Helen Conover. Well, she saw me, and I waved to her, and she waved back and started over to my table. She was head of our promotion department. She was smart and ambitious, and she could have personally modeled for any pin-up art that you ever saw, but she was reserving anything along that line for my partner, Dick Walsh. Okay, sister, there'll be another day.
Hello, Arthur. Dining alone?
Yes, it's a habit, but I could break it under the right conditions.
Oh, but you're all finished.
That's all right. Sit down. Just a big book publisher, got nothing to do.
Oh, if it's not against office regulations to have dinner with the boss.
Regulations? Well, they never bothered you now, did they?
Now, Arthur, let's keep this clean.
Does Madame wish to order?
Yes, the steak dinner, please. No soup and no potatoes.
Very good, madam.
Working kind of late, aren't you?
Not working. Dick wanted me to see him off on the train.
Train? Where's he going?
Chicago.
What for?
Business, I suppose. Didn't he tell you?
You know, they never tell me anything anymore.
Well, it wasn't anything very important, I guess.
Well, I'd know even less if it had been. Maybe you can tell me about Sam.
About Sam?
Did he get his report from the doctor?
Oh, well, yes. He did, as a matter of fact.
How is it?
I'm afraid it's pretty bad.
How bad?
Well, it's his heart, all right. They don't give him much more time.
Oh?
6 months at the most.
Well, that means they'll have to work fast. Or I will.
What?
Wouldn't you say so?
Arthur, I don't understand you. I've just told you that one of your partners has only 6 months to live, and you don't even seem to care.
Now, look, let's be grown up about it at least. Sam Bentley and Dick Walsh have been trying to ease me out of the firm for the last year. Now Sam's going to kick off. Why should I care?
You really hate him, don't you?
Me? I don't hate anybody. I just hope he kicks off tonight instead of waiting 6 months and the Dick Walsh's train runs into the Hudson River, that's all. I don't hate anybody. I just wish they were dead.
Oh, Arthur, how can you?
Oh, what's the matter with that? I wish my partners were out of the way, and you wish... Well, I know what you wish, too, only I'm honest about it, and you're not.
This isn't a very pleasant conversation.
Well, there's always a better one. For instance, what are you doing tonight?
I'm going home and get a good night's sleep for a change.
Oh, by the way, how long is Dick going to be away?
About a week.
You'll be kind of lonely, won't you?
I don't see why I should.
Well, that's what I was thinking. You know, I've always had a sort of a yen for you, Helen.
Why, Mr. Lockwood, why don't people tell me these things?
People don't have to tell people like you those things.
Now that you mention it, I do seem to have noticed a sort of a leer every so often.
That wasn't any leer, baby. That was the real McCoy.
Look, Arthur, this may sound kind of corny, but I'm in love with Dick, and he's in love with me.
It does.
What?
Sound corny. Why doesn't he marry you?
You know why?
Sure, that wife that won't divorce him. You know, he's been using that one for the last 10 years.
Please, Arthur, I'd rather not talk about it.
Okay. Not to change the subject, but what do you expect to get out of it?
Get out of what?
The reorganization, the big day when they kick old Arthur out of the firm. You think maybe they'll make you a vice president?
I really don't know what you're talking about, Arthur.
Well, you ought to think about it. Because you can never tell, I might be able to make you an even better proposition.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in your propositions, Arthur. Any of them.
Okay, baby. There'll be another day. It was mostly bluff, and she knew it. But there was one thing that she didn't know. There was a chance that my smart partners had actually been holding out on me, and if they had, the way our incorporation papers were drawn, then I could really nail them. Well, I'd been snooping through the files at night lately, and I'd already dug up a couple of things, and this night I went back at it again. I let myself in through the side door of the building and walked up the 2 flights to the office. Everything was dark and deserted. You could barely make out the long lines of desks. And then I saw the light under Sam's door. Well, I crossed the office very quietly and listened. Nothing. I tapped on the door. Still nothing. So I opened it. And there was Sam. There was Sam, leaning back in his chair and staring at me with those cold and slightly protruding blue eyes, much the way he always did. Except, tonight, there was a small hole in the right side of his head. And Sam Bentley was dead. The gun was lying on the carpet where it had fallen out of his hand. It was his, all right. I recognized it. His other hand had fallen against an open drawer of the desk, and his wristwatch was broken. It had stopped at 5 after 8, and I picked up the phone to call the police. And then I noticed a letter on his desk. It was addressed to Richard Walsh. Well, I put up the phone and looked at that letter. Then I opened it. Well, it was about what I'd figured, the doctor's report on his heart, the usual all-around apology, and then a detailed explanation of how Dick Walsh could use the corporate insurance to pay off Sam's family for his share of the business and then take it over himself because Sam didn't want me to have any part of it. The signature was a little scrawly, but it was Sam's all right. So there it was, the double cross. And yet, it's funny, but almost before I got to reading it, I knew the answer. I looked at that broken wristwatch of his again. 5 after 8, it said. An hour later, I was home in bed, sleeping like a baby, knowing that Dick Walsh, too, was going to die. I strolled into the office the next morning about 10 just to be on the safe side, but of course they'd already found him. All over the office there were little huddles that broke up furtively at my approach. Well, I played it for what it was worth and headed for the largest and most important huddle, the executive huddle outside of Sam's door. They were all there, including Helen Conover. And she was looking pretty sick. Well, what is all this?
Just a minute. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Arthur Lockwood. So what's all this about?
Oh, just wait here, please, Mr. Lockwood.
Hey, what's going on here anyway? Somebody robbed the till?
Arthur.
What?
Arthur, it's Sam.
What? His heart?
No, he was shot.
Shot?
Arthur, the police say it's murder.
Will you come in, please, Mr. Lockwood?
Yes, certainly.
The captain would like to see you again, too, please, Miss Conover.
Oh, yes, all right.
Well, we went in. Sam was still there. But by this time, somebody had thrown a towel over his face. A big, gangling guy came across the room toward me with his hand out.
Miss Lockwood?
Yes?
Captain Gibbons, homicide.
Is that Sam Bentley?
Yes. No, it must be something of a shock to you, sir, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you a few questions.
Oh, yes, of course. Please go right ahead.
Know anybody who want to kill your partner, Mr. Lockwood?
Are you sure it was... couldn't it have been suicide?
Why would he want to kill himself?
Well, he's been pretty depressed lately. His health has been bad. Only yesterday he got a report from his doctor that he probably wouldn't live more than 6 months.
No, won't hold, Mr. Lockwood. Not unless you figure that Bentley shot himself and then carried the gun into your other partner's office. That's Mr. Walsh, isn't it?
Mr. Walsh?
Yes. Does that surprise you?
Why, yes, it...
Do you mean that you found the gun in Mr. Walsh's office?
In the wall safe. How many people have the combination of that safe, Mr. Lockwood?
Why, just the three of us, I think. The three partners. We each have a safe, but somebody else has to have the combination, too, just in case, you know. If,
mm-hmm. Did you trust your partners, Mr. Lockwood?
Well, Captain, I'll be frank with you. There hasn't been a great deal of love lost between us lately, but, yes, we trusted each other in our own way.
Where were you at 7 Mr. Lockwood?
Oh, I was having dinner at the Savoy across the street.
You can prove that, I suppose?
Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, Miss Conover here came over later and joined me.
Mm-hmm. I understand Miss Conover was seeing your other partner, Mr. Walsh, off on the 7:35 for Chicago.
So she told me, yes.
Mm-hmm. You're sure of the train time?
Yes, of course.
Well, it's the one Dick Walsh always takes to Chicago. Well, why this interest in time? Have you set the time of when it happened?
Bentley's watch was broken. It stopped at 7:10.
Oh.
Either of you see this before?
Where did that come from?
Recognize it?
Yes, of course. That's Mr. Walsh's watch charm.
He keeps losing it. He loses it all the time.
Yeah, yes, he does. We found it in the chair behind Bentley's body.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Captain. You don't seriously mean to suggest that...
How does it add up to you?
Well, I mean that watch charm doesn't mean anything. It's true that he did lose it all the time, but he could have lost it in here any time.
Not in a chair, Mr. Lockwood. It wouldn't stay there very long, not without being found.
Oh, Captain, there must be some mistake. There must be.
You can go now, Miss Conover.
But please...
I said you could go now, Miss Conover.
Come on, Helen.
I guess that's it, Harry. I guess it is. Better call Chicago and issue a warrant.
Oh.
Richard Leonard Walsh. Suspicion of murder.
No!
All right. It's nothing now. She's just fainted.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Van Heflin in Three Blind Mice. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. Next time you have friends over in the evening, try this simple, gracious way to add warmth to their welcome. Serve delicious Roma California sherry, port, or muscatel. Delightful with cheese, nuts, cake, or any tasty snack. You're sure to please every guest with better tasting Roma wines. For Roma wines are favorites from coast to coast, enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. The reason? Roma wines taste better because Roma starts with choicest grapes. Because Roma, with patient skill and America's finest winemaking resources, guides these naturally finer grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Because Roma then places this luscious grape treasure with Roma wines of years before to await selection from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines for your pleasure. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wine. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Van Heflin as Arthur Lockwood, with Kathy Lewis as Helen Conover in Three Blind Mice, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The defendant will rise and face the court. Does the defendant wish to make a statement before sentence is passed? If not, we will proceed. Richard Leonard Walsh, having been tried and found guilty of the murder of Samuel Bentley in the first degree, you are hereby remanded to the custody of the warden of the state penitentiary, where at such time as the state shall deem appropriate, you will be executed in the manner prescribed by law.
It's a nice,
May
easy
God
way
have
of
mercy.
getting along in the publishing business, if you're lucky. One of your partners commits suicide. You rig the evidence to frame the other partner for his murder. Net result, a new firm, Arthur Lockwood, Incorporated. Arthur Lockwood being me. Of course, there were the usual appeals, and the thing dragged on, but that didn't worry me. I had other things to think about. And number one on that list was Helen Conover. But there, I'll admit, I was surprised, because Dick knew that he'd been framed and must have suspected me, and Helen was supposed to be in love with Dick. Well, I played it very carefully. The paternal approach, the sorrowing friend, dinner and the theater and stuff like that. But never a word, never a wrong word or gesture. And then one night, about a week before Dick Walsh was scheduled to be executed, I'd just brought Helen home from a sedate little tour of some of our most upper-crust hot boxes, and we were at her apartment.
Well, it's a swell evening, Arthur. You've been awfully sweet to me.
Well, it's the least I can do, Helen.
No, you mustn't feel that way, Arthur.
What way?
But you sort of owe me something.
Oh, you something? Well, why should I? It's just that I know how you feel.
I wonder
and
if you do.
Well, yes, I think so. You've been awfully brave about it, but I think I know.
Arthur, once you said that something I said was corny. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Well, it was. It wasn't even true.
You weren't in love with him?
Afraid I'm a pretty heartless little girl, Arthur. I'm afraid I love myself too much to be really in love with anybody.
Well, that's not heartless. That's just honest.
You know that he's to be executed next week, don't you?
Yes.
Then he's not much good to me now, is he? Even if he did want to marry me.
Oh.
Now you know I'm heartless and cold-blooded and cruel.
I ought to, but I don't.
No, I don't have to be that way. I can be other ways.
What other ways?
Like this.
Helen. Well, that was that. I didn't care about anything after that, even marriage. We made a quick trip down to Virginia where names in the publishing business wouldn't mean a thing, even ours. And it was all very quiet. No publicity, no fuss, nothing. When we got back, we took a little place in the East 50s, although, of course, she kept her apartment, I kept mine. It had to be that way for a while, at least until after Dick's execution and things had cooled down a bit. Well, I knocked off early at the office that day, for the looks of the thing, and Helen was already home when I got there.
Oh, you're home early, aren't you, darling? Any particular reason?
No particular reason.
Penny for your thoughts, darling.
My thoughts? Oh, nothing special. I guess I was just thinking, I don't know.
Bet I know.
What?
You were thinking about Dick. That he's going to die tonight.
Well, maybe I was, I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you did come home anyway, darling, because I wanted to have a little talk with you.
Sure, about what?
You really shouldn't let it bother you, you know.
Let what bother me?
The execution.
Why should it bother me? He killed a man, didn't he? Why should I worry about what the law does to him?
Are you so sure, Arthur?
So sure of what?
So sure that he did kill a man?
Well, right then it hit me. That all the time I'd been thinking how slick everything was. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. That all this time she'd been playing with me like a smart young cat with a silly, blind old mouse. 3 mice, and one of them dead. And another with them as good as dead. And I was left.
All the evidence and everything. It wasn't like Dick to do a thing like that.
You don't think he killed him?
Arthur, do you remember, it was a long time ago, you asked me what I expected to get out of it? If Sam and Dick squeezed you out of the firm.
Yeah, I remember.
And you said you might have a better proposition?
Yeah?
Well, I've decided what I want.
Well, sure. You really want to be a vice president? We can fix that easy enough, although I sort of had the idea that you'd be pulling out after a while now that we're married.
Arthur, you're priceless. No, I'm afraid a vice presidency isn't at all what I have in mind. And I don't know where you got the idea that I'd be pulling out of the firm. Ever.
All right. What do you want?
I want a full partnership, Arthur.
A partnership?
Yes. Is that so strange?
Well, we are partners now, in a way. You're my wife.
No. I mean a real partnership. A corporate partnership.
Look, Helen, you're asking me out of a clear sky to give you a half a share in $1 million business.
Yes.
Well, that'll take some thinking about.
Yes. I suppose it will. I was saying, it was strange about that evidence. For instance, there was the letter.
What letter?
The letter that was on Sam's desk when he killed himself. It disappeared.
You must be crazy.
Am I? What about the wristwatch? When he died, it said 5 after 8. But when they found him, it said 10 after 7. And the gun. It was lying on the carpet by his hand, but somehow it got into Dick's wall safe.
You knew all that, and you let an innocent man go to the chair?
Oh, really? Oh, Arthur, you are priceless. I let an innocent man go to the chair?
You know, of course, that a wife can't testify against her husband.
Oh, no. No, a wife can't be forced to testify against her husband, but she can if her conscience...
All right. What do you want?
I thought I'd mentioned it. The partnership.
I see.
Now, you're not going to be unreasonable about it, are you, darling?
No, Helen. I'm not going to be unreasonable.
You know, darling, I was thinking we ought to rearrange the office space.
She'd even turned her back on me
We can
now.
knock out those parts.
She was gazing out of the window, dreaming up the future. Her future, just the way she'd planned it. I couldn't guess how she knew. She must have been hiding somewhere and seen me, but that didn't matter much now. I only knew that I was right back where I'd started from, the business slipping out of my hands, and someday, no business and no Helen. I had to think fast and act fast. There was a bronze statuette on the end table. I picked it up and hefted it. It was just about right. So I stepped over behind her.
The offices, then, will be just exactly the same. Except for that. Darling, you won't mind that, will you,
I hit her hard, but not too hard. Because this was one suicide that was going to come off right. I carried her out to the kitchen and propped her up in a chair in front of the kitchen table. And then I went into the bathroom and got some towels. That wouldn't leave any marks. And I tied her hands and feet and gagged her, so that even if she did come to in a few minutes, it wouldn't matter. All I had to do was come back in a couple of hours and put the towels away and make everything look just as natural as I could. It was a risk, those 2 hours, and I knew it. The whole thing was a risk. But it was the best I could do. I looked at her once more before I left. She hadn't moved a muscle. And then I turned on the gas. By the time I got back to my apartment, I was shaking all over. This time I had really killed somebody. But why would anybody connect me with it, I told myself. Why would anybody think it was anything but suicide? She had the motive this day of all days. Everybody knew that she was in love with Watch. And even if her marriage to me came out, the motive would still hold. And then the doorbell rang, and I jumped a foot. At first I wasn't going to answer it, and then I thought I'd better. Whoever it was would establish that I was here at home and that I could brush them off before I had to leave.
Hello, Mr. Lockwood. Busy?
Why, no, Captain Gibbons. No, come right in.
Thanks.
Right in here, please. Have a seat.
Uh-huh.
Cigar?
Thanks. Pretty good cigar. You must be doing pretty well for yourself nowadays. Better let me light it myself. You seem kind of nervous.
Well, you know how it is. I mean, today the...
Oh, you mean your partner Walsh going to the hot seat?
I try not to think about it, but, well...
Yeah, he'll be sitting down there pretty soon now. Pretty soon. They say it doesn't hurt, but I don't know. Do you ever see one?
Look, do we have to talk about it?
Makes you feel kind of bad, eh? I wouldn't wonder. Why did you do it, Lockwood?
Do what?
Frame him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. You changed the time, stashed the gun, tore up the suicide note. In fact, as I was saying, you framed him.
No, Walsh killed him. You know he did. He was convicted of killing him. All the evidence was that he killed him.
Oh, sure. Walsh killed him, all right.
What?
Walsh killed him. He told us he did. Just today.
But it was... Hey, look, what is this?
Walsh killed him and framed it to look like suicide. Then you came along and pinned it back on Walsh where it belonged in the first place. He gave us a full confession just this afternoon.
Then you...
So, I don't know whether we ought to thank you for making it easy for us or try to pin a rap on you. But the DA is willing to let it go, so it's all right with me. He wants a statement, though.
Oh, sure. Sure, anything you say.
By the way, what about that dame?
What dame?
The one in your office that was supposed to be sweet on Walsh. We want her the worst way.
Why?
Accessory to murder. She was in it up to her ears. Yep.
So that was
Walsh
it.
spilled the whole
That's
thing.
how she'd known, and I'd taken my life in my hand for nothing. She was up there dying right now. I was murdering her while Gibbons sat there risking my life to do something that the law would have done for me. Maybe it still wasn't too late, but Gibbons just sat there talking and talking and talking.
Well, you just go down there to the DA's office and give him that statement, eh?
Sure. Tomorrow, the very first thing.
You know, you sure are a heel, Lockwood. But you're a lucky heel.
It was 10 blocks away. I didn't dare take a cab, and I didn't dare even run for fear that somebody would see me and remember in case it was too late. And by the time I got there, I was gasping for breath as though I'd run every step. As I let myself in, the smell of gas hit me just like a brick wall. I put my handkerchief over my face and rushed into the kitchen. I threw open the window, shut off the gas. She was sitting there just as I left her. Well, I got her up on the table. And then I dragged it over toward the window. I got the gag out of her mouth, and I began working her arms. Artificial respiration. I knew that much. I worked over her by that window until the sweat was running down my face. But I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell yet. The towels that I'd tied her feet with were still there, but I didn't bother with them or anything else. I just kept working over her, up and down, as though my life depended on it. It did.
I'm afraid you're too late, Lockwood. I'm afraid your wife is dead.
He was a smart cop, that Gibbons. He knew a lot. He says now he's pretty sure it doesn't hurt. The electric chair, I mean. Well, tonight I'm going to find out.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wine. Well, this is Ken Niles bringing back to our microphone the distinguished star of tonight's suspense play, Van Heflin. Van, you played the part of a publisher tonight. How about publishing a few tips on Roma wines?
Well, with wine like Roma, Ken, all you need to do is publish the facts.
Well, fact number one is that Roma, America's greatest vintner, has asked me to present you with this basket of Roma wines for your wonderful performance tonight.
Well, that's a very good beginning, Ken. My thanks to you and to Roma.
Fact number two, Van, is that your friends will enjoy the Roma California Sherry in your gift basket. For golden amber, fragrant Roma Sherry with tempting nut-like taste, is the perfect first call to dinner. The ideal wine for entertaining any time.
Right, Ken. But tell the people why Roma Sherry is so good. Give them the facts, my boy, the facts.
All right, you are, Professor Heflin. Fact number 3. Roma Sherry, like all Roma wines, begins with California's choicest grapes. Then Roma vintners, with America's finest winemaking resources, guide these select grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection and place them with Roma wines of years before. Later, Roma selects from this vast taste treasure the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure.
Ken, you're hired. Thank you, and good night.
Van Heflin may currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Till the Clouds Roll By with Van Johnson, Judy Garland, and Frank Sinatra. Tonight's suspense play was written by Kenneth Pettis and Robert Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Glenn Ford as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow's exciting adventure will start in just a moment. But first, I have an announcement that should be sent screaming across every front page in America. Because it's all about the safest thing on wheels. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire with the Lifesaver tread. Imagine, not only does this sensational Silvertown give you the greatest skid protection you have ever known, and golden ply blowout protection that has already saved thousands of motorists' lives, it gives you both of these life-saving features at no extra cost. The new Goodrich Lifesaver tread has a truly amazing action on wet, slippery roads. It does to the rain-drenched roads what your windshield wiper does to the windshield. Its spiral bars that never end act like a whole battery of windshield wipers. They sweep the water right and left, force it out through deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. Don't let a skid endanger your life. Don't let a blowout throw your car out of control. Start riding on the new Goodrich, spelled Goodrich, Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The sooner, the safer. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Death from the Deep.
Look at the water, Captain. Calm as a mill pond. I tell you, I don't like it.
Now, Mr. McLennan, that's not good talk for a first mate. You sound like a superstitious deck swabber. If the elements feel kindly toward us, let them be.
I know, Captain. But 5 days with the sea as smooth as a skating rink is a bad omen.
Well, Mr. McLennan, perhaps we'll have a good squall tomorrow to restore your peace of mind. For myself, I'll take anything. What's that?
Sounded like the engine room.
That was more than a boiler, McLennan. Hello. Hello down there. Why don't you answer? Hello?
Captain, we've been...
Hello down there. We've been what?
Captain Jones, look there. Look at that white path on the water coming toward us. It's a torpedo.
We're not at war.
Hold fast, Captain. It's going to hit amidships.
Are all hands accounted for?
Yes, Captain.
Are all lifeboats clear?
All but this one, sir.
And lower away. Hold lively, men.
We're just getting away in time, sir.
Hey, what's that nosing out of the water dead ahead, sir?
It's a submarine.
A submarine? So that's what did it. The blackguards?
A man's coming out of the submarine's hatch, sir.
He's got a machine gun. He's pointing it at us.
Stop! Stop, for the love of heaven!
Another massacre on the high seas! Steamship current down, sir! Hold on, poor guys!
Acme Steamship Agency.
I wish to cancel my reservation on the Princess Marie.
But, madam, didn't you...
I'm not sailing, I tell you. Why, it'd be suicide.
But, Mr. Williams, you can ship your goods with us. Our boats are safe.
No boat is safe.
But you'd be insured.
Yes, at 4 times the usual rate. Oh, no. You can cancel my shipment.
Gentlemen of the Maritime Commission, we are confronted with a vital problem. In the past 3 months, there have been exactly 18 ships mysteriously sunk on the high seas. Ships belonging to the United States, Great Britain, Germany, Italy, Japan, in fact, every major power. This series of unexplainable marine disasters has created a panic throughout the nautical world. Passenger reservations are being canceled. Freight shipments are being withdrawn. Crews are deserting the ships. Gentlemen, something has got to be done.
Waiter, some more coffee, Margot?
Yes, please, Lamont.
2 more coffees, waiter. Yes, sir.
Now, what were you saying, Lamont?
Just this. 3 months ago, Margot, the first ship disappeared. A few days later, a second ship was sunk. This time, the bullet-ridden bodies of the crew were found dead, afloat in their lifeboats.
Horrible.
It is. And each succeeding disaster has been increasingly horrible.
And now all shipping is at a standstill.
These atrocities could not have been brought about by international jealousies because each of the ships sunk has been owned by a company in a different country.
Well, who can be responsible?
I'm not sure. But my deduction is it's the work of a pirate.
A pirate? But, Lamont, a pirate in the 20th century?
Yes, Margot. And one more callous, more bloodthirsty than any buccaneer who ever sailed the Spanish Main.
Then why isn't he tracked down?
Because not a single person has ever survived these sinkings. Therefore, the pirate has never been seen.
He must be seen sometime.
Not if he has a submarine.
Submarine?
Yes, Margot.
But how could an individual be in possession of a submarine without it being known?
If a man were rich and clever enough, he could have a submarine built in complete secrecy.
There must be some way of finding him out.
There is. Before such a craft could be constructed, it has to be designed. There are very few expert designers of submarines in the world. In the brain of one of them, this pirate craft must have been conceived.
But Lamont, a pirate submarine sounds fantastic.
Even more fantastic, Margot, is the motive of the pirate. He's preyed on every kind of ship from the superliner to the common tramp. He can't be after booty because examination of the sunken hulls has revealed that nothing has been touched.
Why, Lamont, why?
To find an answer to that question is a task for the Shadow.
But how would you proceed?
I've already made a few secret inquiries at the Navy Department in Washington. They told me of one chap who might be worth investigating, Mr. Joseph Hart, a brilliant designer of naval crafts who was dishonorably discharged from his position.
Where can he be found?
I have learned that he is living all alone in a small house out on Oak Road. The Shadow is going to pay a call on Mr. Joseph Hart tonight.
Will you pass me that bottle, please, Benton?
Certainly. There you are.
Joseph, I'm sorry to see you indulging in liquor. It frequently loosens the tongue. Sometimes makes a man say things that he later regrets.
What do you mean?
Just this. We share a secret, Joseph. A secret which would be most unwise for either of us to divulge.
I haven't said anything. I haven't talked.
Not yet. My fear is what you might say. Your nerve is deserting you, Joseph. You must pull yourself together.
How can I pull myself together when night after night I'm tortured by the vision of a procession of helpless ships sinking down to the murky depths, haunted by the faces of floating corpses, tormented by...
Shut up!
I was a fool. I designed and built that submarine.
A service for which you were well paid.
Yes, with money soaked in blood. I'm responsible for the havoc and the terror that your insane
Don't say that, you idiot. I'm no madman, do you hear?
Why did you come here tonight, Vinton?
Because, Joseph, I've been wondering of late why I permit you to live. You're becoming increasingly dangerous to my interests.
No.
Unless you can prove to me that our secret is safe and that you will aid me in the future.
No, I'll never do that.
No? In that case, I feel that you ought to be my guest on the next cruise of the submarine.
I'd never come back. Is that what you mean?
Quite true. But before you leave us in mid-ocean, you'll have an opportunity to see the splendid efficiency with which your creation, the submarine, operates.
No. I'd rather you kill me right now and have it over with.
And deprive you of witnessing the thrilling spectacle of my accurate marksmanship, to see them leap from the boats in terror like rats? No, Joseph, you can't miss seeing that.
No. I'd do anything rather than be forced to see that.
I thought you would. Maintain that attitude, Joseph, or it may be necessary for me to request that you pack your yachting clothes. A contingency which we should both deeply regret. Good night, Joseph.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
I'll tell you what you can do, Joseph Hart.
Who's that?
There's a way to save you from the evil domination of Barry Vinton.
Who are you?
I am the voice of one who has come to help you. I am the instrument of your righteous vengeance. I am the Shadow.
The Shadow?
With my assistance, you can compensate for some of the wrong that you have done.
But how?
Tell me the secret that you share with Vinton.
Oh, no. I can't. I'm afraid.
More to fear if you remain silent. The Shadow already knows enough to hang you, Joseph Hart.
You haven't got anything on me.
I heard every word that passed between you and Vinton in this room.
Oh.
Tell me what I want to know and save yourself. Or perhaps, as Vinton so aptly put it, you'd prefer to pack your yachting clothes.
Nothing can save me. What I've done is done. I can never escape my conscience.
Then your conscience must tell you that it's your duty to all that you can do to stop Vinton's outrages.
Yes, you're right.
Now tell me the secret.
Very well. Until a year ago, I knew Vinton only by his reputation as a millionaire sportsman. He was famous as a deep-sea fisherman and a big game hunter. He came to me first seeking a design for a racing boat. I built it for him, and we became friends.
And because of that friendship, you consented to build a submarine.
Yes, but not for the purpose that he later used it. He told me that he wanted for a new thrill, oh, believe me.
Go on.
Well, the submarine was built in Vinton's private shipyard, out at Carey's Point. Knowledge of its construction was carefully guarded from the world. It was not until the day the boat was launched that he told me his true intentions.
What were those intentions?
Vinton is a lunatic, coldly, murderously mad. He'd always been a killer, but he tired of shooting lines and gaffing marlin. Now his warped brain had turned to what he regarded as a new sport.
The sinking of ships and the ruthless slaying of defenseless men. Now I understand. Why does he keep the submarine?
I don't know.
Are you telling the truth, Joseph Hart?
I've told you everything. Why should I lie now? If I knew where that boat was, I'd blow it to pieces. Myself with it. Myself with it. Wait. Myself. That's the idea. That's how I could fool Barry Vinton. Why should I wait to die at his hands? No.
What are you doing?
I'll fool Barry Vinton.
Here, put down that gun.
No more tortured, sleepless nights. I'd see no more screaming headlines. Another boat sunk and another.
Don't, Joseph Hart, don't.
Barry Vinton will never take me on that voyage. I'll fool him, I say, fool him.
Poor Joseph Hart. You've served us both. Now we shall see whom you have served best. Barry Vinton or the Shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment the Shadow will be back on the air with surprises, suspense, and a thrilling, unexpected climax. But meanwhile, here's something mighty important to bear in mind when you drive a car. Just remember that rainy days make the grass grow greener. They may bring out the best in flowers, but they bring out the worst in roads.
Yes, beware. A road that's plenty safe when dry may become a dangerous skid trap when wet, sending your car skidding, spinning, swerving off the road.
Motorists, why take this chance when you can now get a sensational new kind of tire that will stop you quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before? The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the Lifesaver Tread. Impartial tests conducted by the country's largest independent testing laboratory against the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest manufacturers proved that no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to the new Silvertown in non-skid action. Furthermore, these unbiased tests showed that the new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver Tread gave more non-skid mileage than any of the other tires tested in its own price range. Imagine, the new Goodrich Silvertowns averaged 19.1% more miles before the tires wore smooth, which is the same as saying you'll get every 6th mile free. Yes, many tires cost more than the new Goodrich Silvertowns, but no tire at any price can give you the unequaled skid protection of the Lifesaver Tread, the exclusive blowout protection of the Golden Ply. Keep danger a stranger. Put a set of these life-saving long mileage tires on your car without delay.
And so, Margot, Hart finished telling me the story, and before I could stop him, he shot himself in the head.
Poor man.
Perhaps it was better that way.
It's a month. Now how will you find the submarine?
Joseph Hart told me that it was built at Vinton's shipyard out at Carey's Point. That's the logical place to start my search.
Is that where you're going now?
Yes.
Do be careful, Lamont. Remember, that man's a lunatic. He'll stop at nothing.
The Shadow hasn't anything to fear from Vinton.
I hope you're right.
Now, this is as far as we can safely drive without being seen.
This is a desolate spot. I don't like it. There's a light.
Yes, the shipyard.
Appears to be surrounded by a high wall. It looks like a prison.
Perhaps it is a prison. For those within its gates. Margot, before we go any further, I'll give you your instructions.
Yes, Lamont.
I've already been in touch with the United States Coast Guard. They've been promised to give me full cooperation.
Yes.
Once I've found the submarine and know Vinton's plans, I shall communicate with you by our private wireless.
And then?
Then you will relay my message directly to the Coast Guard headquarters in Washington.
I understand. Good luck to the Shadow.
The Shadow thanks you.
All right, let it down easy now.
Okay, Phil.
Well, that's the last of the torpedoes, Charlie.
Hey, the sub must be going on a long cruise this time. Taking plenty of supplies and ammunition.
Yeah. Hey, what's that?
It was the wind blowing the door shut. What's the matter with you?
Listen, Charlie, when are we going to get out of this joint? You know, we've been cooped up inside this shipyard for 3 months. It's giving me the creeps.
Oh, now take it easy.
I'd rather be back in prison. There wasn't nothing scary about prison, and you knew when your time was up, you got out.
Well, maybe we ain't never going to get out of here.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, this Vinton guy's a bug. He ain't even let us read no newspaper since we come here. This stuff about hunting whales with torpedoes, that sounds screwy to you.
Listen, if he don't let us out of here soon,
Here he comes now.
Are all the torpedoes aboard?
Yes, sir. We just sent down the last load.
Very well. Take care of these empty crates. Then you may turn in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vinton?
Yes?
Well, we was wondering if...
We?
Yeah, me and Charlie here was just talking about the... how we've been in the shipyard here a long time now, and...
What Phil is trying to say, Mr. Vinton, is... Well, could we have a couple of days off on the outside?
I'm afraid that would be impossible.
Oh, but Mr. Vinton, it's been 3 months. I've got a wife and kids.
You're being well paid, aren't you?
Oh, sure. You're giving us plenty of dough, all right, but we ain't getting no chance to spend it.
You will remain here as long as your services are required.
What if we don't want to stay here that long? What if we up and leave?
Yeah.
I wouldn't advise you to attempt that. Do you remember what happened to your associate, Mr. Hadley, when he tried to, as you say, up and leave? He fell from the wall.
You mean that wasn't no accident, huh?
No. He was shot down.
Oh.
So, do you still want to quit? I thought not. Good night, gentlemen.
Looks like we're in here for a long, long time.
Yeah, maybe you are. But I'm going to figure a way to get out of here, see?
Perhaps I can be of some assistance to you.
Who said that?
I heard it, too.
I said perhaps I can help you if you wish to get out of here.
Who's that talking? Where are you?
Don't bother to look for me. You can't see me.
What is this? One of Vinton's gags or something?
No, I am not speaking for Vinton. I speak for myself.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow. Shadow. How'd you get in here?
The Shadow is everywhere.
Well, what do you want?
I wish to bargain with you.
Oh, what kind of a bargain?
By this time, you must be aware that you are both at the mercy of a madman.
He's right, Charlie.
You will never leave this place alive unless Barry Vinton is brought to justice.
Yeah, well, what can we do about
I will promise you your freedom if you will just answer my questions.
Wait a minute. What do you think, Charlie?
Well, we're taking a chance. This may be a trick.
It is no trick. You have the Shadow's word.
Well, what do you want to know?
Where is Vinton's submarine?
It's right below our feet in a secret underground berth.
When does it sail again?
Tonight, at midnight.
What is its destination?
Well, I heard Vinton say something to the mate about Cape Francis.
Good. Sailing at midnight, Cape Francis. The Shadow wishes him good hunting. Calling Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane. Proceed as instructed. Communicate the following information to Coast Guard headquarters. Pirate submarine sails at midnight for waters off Cape Francis. Impress on Coast Guard the importance of following directions implicitly if wish to bait the madman who is terrorizing the Atlantic.
What is our position, Mr. Brush?
We are 100 miles due east of Cape Francis, sir.
Are we in the regular shipping lane?
Yes, Mr. Vinton.
Have we enough visibility for clear observation?
The sun has just risen, sir.
Good. I'll take over the periscope now.
Very well, sir.
A fine day for hunting, Mr. Brouch. Hello, what's this?
Have you sighted something, sir?
Take a look. See what you make of it.
There is smoke. It looks like a steamer.
Splendid. Signal the engine room. Full speed ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is a steamer. I can see a funnel.
Full speed ahead.
Ah, this is the life. There's nothing like it. The sighting of fresh quarry on this periscope. The excitement of the chase, the spine-tingling thrill when the torpedo finds its mark. And then the climax, on deck, shooting them down with a machine gun like scurrying rats. Mr. Browse, stand by the torpedo tubes. We're coming up fast.
Yes, sir. Stand by the torpedo tubes.
Aye, aye, sir.
We'll cut across our bow and swing to starboard. That should give us a perfect shot.
Very good, sir.
Be prepared to rise to the surface quickly. If we make a direct hit with the first torpedo.
Very good, sir. Stand by the valves and elevators.
Aye, aye, sir.
We're almost within range. Cut to half speed.
Half speed ahead.
Torpedo tubes number 1 and 2 are loaded, sir.
Torpedo tubes number 1 and 2 are loaded, sir.
Look, Broush. It's a fine, big liner.
Let me see, sir. Why, that is the Orpheus.
The Orpheus?
I remember now reading of her sailing. She has a full passenger list. Several ambassadors are aboard.
Full passenger list, eh? That sounds most promising. Number 1 tube, ready to fire.
Number 1 tube, ready to fire.
Now, I'll bring her a little more to the starboard. A little more. Oh, there. Number 1, fire.
Number 1, fire.
Yes, it's heading straight for a side. No deflection. Should be a perfect hit. Closer. Closer. Going to hit. Now! Why, failed to explode. There's a dud. Number 2 tube, ready to fire.
Number 2 tube, ready to fire.
Number 2, fire.
Number 2, fire.
We won't fail this time.
Yes, you will, Mr. Vinton. You've just fired another dud.
Who dared say that?
I did.
Who are you? Come out here where I can see you.
You will never see me. I am the Shadow.
Shadow, eh? I've heard of you.
The torpedo hit, but it failed to explode again, sir.
Reload the torpedo tubes.
Aye, aye.
That would be a waste of time, Vinton. I've seen to it that all of the torpedoes are done.
You'll regret this, Mr. Shadow. This is the one time that you've matched wits with a mind cleverer than your own. Blow out the ballast tanks for a quick rise to the surface.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you. I'll sink that boat with my deck guns.
Benton, you're a madman.
Madman, am I? Ha ha! Very well, I'll show you the full extent of my madness.
Deck's awash, sir.
Open the conning tower hatch. Deck crew, stand by to man the guns. Aren't you coming up on deck, Shadow, to witness the kill?
I am already on deck, Benton.
Devil plague you! How did you get up here? Show yourself!
That is unnecessary, but never fear. I'll stay near you.
The guns are jammed, sir.
Jammed? Why, that's impossible.
I neglected to tell you, Benton, that I rendered your guns useless.
Oh, so you think that you've outwitted me, Shadow. But you're wrong. Signal the engine room full speed ahead.
Aye, aye, sir.
Steer directly for that vessel's side.
What are you doing now, Benton?
The prow of this submarine is equipped with a ramming device. With it, we can sink any vessel afloat without injury to us. You didn't foresee that, did you, Shadow? In a few moments, we will rip open the hull of that liner and send it to the bottom as effectively as with any torpedo. So you don't believe me?
Oh, yes, I believe you. But that liner is completely deserted. It was set adrift there by the Coast Guard. It's a veritable floating mine with enough explosives aboard to blow you to kingdom come.
You're lying.
You'll know soon enough. You haven't far to go.
Reverse engines!
Reverse engines!
Will we stop in time? We're getting closer.
No, we're stopping. We're stopping. We're not going to hit. You see, Shadow, I've outwitted you after all.
No, Benton. You've maneuvered your submarine alongside this ship just as I planned. All right, up there. Here's your men.
Put up your hands! Put up your hands, all of you! The Coast Guard.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Yes, a trap, Barry Benton. And this ends your reign of piracy and ruthless murder.
Very smart, aren't you, Shadow? But not as smart as you think you are.
Stop him! He's going inside the submarine! He's closing the hatch!
Yes, they all think they're so clever. But no one can outsmart Barry Vinton. I'll go to the engine room. I'll maneuver the dive. They'll never get me. I'm master below here. Now check the valves. That's right. I'd love to hear what the Shadow is saying up there now.
He's probably saying it's no use trying to maneuver that dive, Barry Benton.
You, how did you get here, Shadow?
Why, I merely followed you.
Show yourself, Shadow, and I'll shoot you down in your tracks.
Here I am over here in this corner. Come ahead and shoot, Mr. Benton.
Well, Shadow? Well?
You just missed me.
Why, you...
Come on, men, here he is.
Your marksmanship is deplorable, Mr. Benton.
Who are you?
That does not matter.
Why don't you tell them who you are, you glory seeker?
I seek no glory. My reward is that ships and men can once more safely sail the seas. The Shadow's work is done.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the persons named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
waited long enough. Stanley Hayes must die.
Stanley Hayes?
Yes. You will find him before tomorrow night.
But
When you find him, you will kill him.
That isn't much time.
If Stanley Hayes is not dead by midnight tomorrow, you will be.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then the miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the real identity of the Whisperer is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now in Philip Gault's oak-paneled office, she listens as, in his Whisperer's voice, he reports to the syndicate.
Circle 1798. Instructions passed on to Rogers.
Stay on top of this, Central City. This is Rogers' first job for the syndicate and may require supervision.
Where can I contact Rogers?
Find Stanley Hayes and keep him under observation. If Hayes is alive at noon tomorrow, report back and we will give you full particulars on Rogers.
Oh, Phil, that horrible voice.
It was the only voice I had until Dr. Lee operated on my vocal cords.
I know it, but I hate the sound of it. I hate the terrible things you set in motion each time you use it.
We've been over all that, Ellen. I'm only the voice of the syndicate. I pass along their instructions to their killers, and if I didn't, someone else would. Then we wouldn't know what they were planning.
And you couldn't risk your life to stop them. I know all this, Phil. I know you're actually fighting them from the inside, but I still don't like it. Well, who is this Stanley Hayes, and why does he have to die?
I don't know. I've never heard of Stanley Hayes.
Well, then who's Rogers?
They never tell me that. The less any member of the syndicate knows about the other, the less chance the law enforcement agencies have of getting the evidence necessary to smash the syndicate.
An imported killer slips into tow. You tell him who to kill and then risk your life to stop the murder.
This is the first time I've ever told a trigger man that he'd be taken care of if he failed in his mission. I wonder what it's all about.
Well, let's start with the victim, Stanley Hayes. He can't be very well known in Central City, but he's probably in the city directory or the phone book. You take the phone book.
Right.
I'll look in the directory. How do you spell it?
I don't know whether it's with an E or not.
I'm looking under Hays.
You started from the back of the book.
I always do.
Oh, I'm more methodical. I'm in the Hayes with an E,
It isn't under Hayes without an E.
nor under Hayes with an E.
Let's try the reverse order now.
Okay. Have you seen the name in the papers lately?
Not that I can remember.
Well, in the phone book, it isn't under Hayes without an E.
I'm getting thick-tongued on this with an E, without an E business. But it isn't in the directory.
Well, let's go down and check with Lieutenant Denvers. Maybe he can help.
You'll be suspicious of any questions you ask. I think he sometimes thinks that you're connected with the syndicate.
Well, I've got to keep him away from that suspicion, Ellen. Because the day he can prove anything on me, I'll lose my freedom. And I'm just old-fashioned enough to cherish that heritage of my American forefathers. Good morning, Sergeant Potts.
Huh? Oh, hi, Mr. Gault, Miss Norris.
What happened to the good Lieutenant Denvers?
Somebody did something and he's chasing him. Be back Wednesday. What can I do for you?
I have a legal matter to take up with a man named Stanley Hayes.
Hayes? How do you spell it?
Without an E.
Well, make up your mind.
The spelling isn't important.
All right, try the city directory.
I did. From Aardvark to Zoiks.
Got a phone book?
From Aronson to...
Wait a minute. What happened to Aardvark?
Drop for non-payment of his telephone bill.
I'll play Santa Claus for you. I like to find a lawyer that doesn't know more than us poor dumb cops.
Water levels are falling. Use less water. Hello?
What?
City Water Department. That's our new slogan. Water levels are
Never
falling.
mind. Sergeant Potts, Police Department.
The
Homicide.
police department is Nyan.
I know that. I'm in the police department. I want some information.
Information is 3 fire.
Listen, Einstein, I want to know if you have a subscriber by the name of Stanley Hayes.
How do you spell it?
How do I know? Wait a minute. How do you spell it?
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
I'll try it both ways. I have a Stanley R. Hayes, H as in honey, A as in aardvark, Y as in Y, and S as in...
S. What's the address?
126 3rd Avenue South.
Gotcha.
There is also a meter for Stanley T. Hayes, H as in haberdashery, A as in anaphylogistine, Y as in ebratherial, E as in endomorphizical, and S as in Sam.
What's his address?
Sam?
No, Hayes.
247 Bell Fountain Road.
Thanks. Wait. I never heard of endomorphizical.
You haven't?
No.
Well, neither have I, but there should be such a word. Remember, our water supply is getting shorter. Don't use more water than you order.
Oh. Here, take these addresses and get out of here. I'm a candidate for the booby hatch. Don't use more water than you order.
Mr. Hayes at 126 3rd Avenue South lives in a pretty ratty part of town.
You don't live down here. You crawl out of the woodwork.
If I were painting a mural of this section, I'd have a slit throw rampant upon a field of bloody blackjacks.
Looks like a reject from Dante's Inferno.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you.
I ain't say nothing till I see my lawyer.
Mr. Galt is a lawyer.
Oh? What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Any relation to Gatlin Gun Galt, the pride of Portland?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's too bad. Great little scrapper, great. Never want to fight.
Mr. Hayes, we've made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't happen to be a fight manager?
I'm afraid not.
We better be going.
We could make a fortune. You line him up and I'll knock him down. There's millions in it. What do you say?
I'm not a manager, but take this 20 and plunk it down at the diner. We'll need food to keep in condition.
Yeah, will at that. Thanks, mister. What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Thanks again. Sure wish you was manager.
How horrible.
Fight game has big rewards for a few.
Poor hopeless old darling. Lost in a world of shadows.
Yes. I don't believe the syndicate is interested in that, Mr. Hayes. Now, let's try the one who lives on Bell Fountain Road. If this isn't our Mr. Hayes, we are fresh out of Leeds.
Well, there's one consolation. If we can't find him, neither can Rogers.
I hope so.
Yes?
My name is Galt. I'm a lawyer, and I'm trying to find a Mr. Stanley Hayes.
Well, Uncle's name is Stanley Hayes.
May I speak with him?
Well, Uncle isn't here. He left on his vacation.
Oh. Well, I wonder if perhaps you might be able to help me.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
This is Miss Norris. Mr.
My name is Stanley, named after Uncle.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you. When did your uncle leave?
Oh, yesterday.
Can I contact him?
I'm afraid not. Uncle never makes plans. Uncle drives until he decides to stop.
That's the kind of vacation I've always wanted.
Isn't that an indefinite way to go?
Uncle is indefinite about everything. I've lived here 6 months and I know nothing about him. How he was able to retire, whether he's on a small pension, has investments, or annuities.
Then why would someone want to kill him?
Kill him? Oh, Uncle hasn't an enemy in the world.
This is very confusing.
Well, if you leave your card, I'll have Uncle contact you.
Thank you. Here's the card.
Oh, Phil, look at those beautiful fish.
I beg your pardon. Oh, those mounted on the wall.
I see several beauties. That one must weigh 8 pounds.
8 pounds, 11 ounces. It's Uncle's pride and joy. Every summer he goes to the coast and fishes as far down as time allows.
I envy him.
So do I. Thank you for your hospitality.
Well, I wish it could be more.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, we know that Uncle likes to fish. Uncle likes to disappear each summer, and Uncle is therefore safe from the syndicate.
And nephew is either no fisherman or a liar, or both.
I don't follow you.
If Uncle has gone to fish, then he's not on the coast. For those fish mounted on the wall were freshwater trout.
Lake Okeechobee.
Right. It's the only lake within 100 miles where you catch fish like those.
I could do with an outing.
I'm going to call Lake Okeechobee and see if Mr. Stanley Hayes is up there. Then I'll call the syndicate and see if we have the right Stanley Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
Unable to locate Stanley Hayes. Where does he live?
His address was purposely omitted from your instructions.
Without this information, I cannot check on Rogers.
Hayes resides at 247 Bell Fountain Road.
Is he the right Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Is he at Okeechobee?
The operator there didn't know. Hayes lives on an island in the middle of the lake.
I get my outing?
Yes. If we hurry, we can make it by sundown.
The lake is larger than I imagined.
20 miles across. Hayes' cabin on the island out there is 10 miles from shore.
What are you doing?
I'm putting more gas in the outboard.
You know how to run this contraption.
By the time I reach the island, I'll be an expert. Now, you ready?
If I lived on that island, I'd hire the Queen Mary to go back and forth. It's going to be dark before we get there.
I know it. But I'll navigate by celestial bodies.
Just keep ours dry.
Now, I put the knot here, wind the rope around this gadget, so, and pull.
Do something.
Don't worry about a thing.
Phil, honestly, have you ever driven one of these before?
Honestly?
Yes.
No.
Oh. Phil, I can't tell in the dark, but aren't we awfully close to the island?
Yes.
Then do something.
I don't know what to do.
Put on the brakes.
There should be a switch.
In a minute, you won't have to worry about it.
Where did I put those instructions?
Never mind.
Careful, hang on. Hang on.
Hello there. Anyone interested?
Ellen. Ellen, you all right?
Where are you?
Shine your flashlight to your left.
Coming?
Well, what happened?
Gar Wood here forgot to read the 14th lesson.
Well, you certainly made a mess of that outboard. Hey, don't seem to have hurt the boat, though. Here, little lady, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks.
There we are. Now, what was your hurry?
We're looking for a man named Stanley Hayes.
You could have come a lot slower, and I'd still be here.
You're Stanley Hayes?
That I am.
Good.
Well, now, let's go up to my cabin, and you can tell me what this is all about. Here we are.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you. I've just made some lemonade. Would you care for a glass?
Bet it's just like Mother used to make.
Yes, exactly. Except that I add one ingredient that she frowned upon. There you are, Miss Norris. And Mr. Gall.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, what brings you to my island?
Well, as a lawyer, I recently obtained information which leads me to believe your life is in danger.
What? Well, who would want to kill me?
I hoped you could answer that.
Well, I haven't the faintest notion.
We talked with your nephew.
Oh, Stanley Rogers? He's a fine boy. A little wild, but still a fine boy.
Didn't he know you were up here?
Oh, yes, of course, but it was supposed to be a secret. You see, I can't stand people who don't know the difference between a royal coachman and a gray hackle.
Then that's why he gave us that song and dance about not knowing where you were.
Oh, certainly, on my orders.
Mr. Hayes, if something happened to you, who would benefit?
Everything I have goes to Stanley.
May I ask, is it a large estate?
Well, 51% of the National Traction and Streetcar Company. You see, I am a retiring person. I seek anonymity.
You certainly succeeded. That makes you one of the wealthiest men in the state.
Tell me, do you suspect my nephew of planning to kill me?
No.
Well, who then?
Has a network of organized crime tried to gain control of your company?
Well, not to my knowledge. If they were, I'd know it. Does this help you?
Frankly, no.
Well, now it's my turn.
Of course.
What did you intend to do when you got here?
I hope to stay near you and help prevent your murder.
Oh, well, I appreciate your interest. But, under the circumstances, I think, you'd better return to the mainland. Now, I'm not going to shoot.
I'm just not taking any chances.
You don't think I'd warn you if I were here to kill you?
This whole thing sounds suspicious to me. Now put your hands up, Mr. Gold. While You do carry a gun.
I have a permit.
It would still kill a man. Now, tomorrow, when they bring my cabin cruiser back from the mainland, I'll leave the gun at the store. Now take this flashlight and walk ahead of me to your boat.
Mr. Hayes, promise me you'll be doubly careful of everyone until after tomorrow midnight.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Gold.
Oops, here's the boat.
I still don't see how we can row 10 miles at night.
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
Phil, flash your light over here.
Oh, no.
Yes. Someone stove a hole in it as big as a wash tub.
Mr. Gold, turn out the flashlight.
Why?
Mr. Hayes has just realized that his murderer is somewhere on this island.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, a voice to be obeyed without question, has given orders to Rogers, one of the syndicate's killers, to eliminate Stanley Hayes. Now in his real identity as Philip Galt, attorney at law, he and Ellen Norris are attempting to save the life of Stanley Hayes, the man marked for death. Having located Hayes on his private island, they return to their boat only to find it wrecked and the killer lurking somewhere in the darkness.
My apologies, Mr. Gold.
Accepted, Mr. Hayes.
I hope you are not outmaneuvered. Because if I'm killed, that will leave you two marooned as the logical suspects. That would be rather difficult to explain.
Well, let's work our way back toward the cabin.
Yes. In the morning, you can use my canoe to get to the mainland.
Bill.
Where?
To your right.
No, it's only a stump. Mr. Galt, here's your gun.
Thanks. I hope we will.
Bill.
Did you see him?
No, but at least he's leaving the vicinity. We'll barricade the cabin and take turns at guard.
Yes. Is this man a professional killer?
I would guess that he is.
Then sometime tonight he'll make another attempt to earn his pay. Galt. Galt.
Yes?
It's 2:00.
I'll take over.
I'm not sleepy. Let me.
We'll manage. On my coat, Ellen?
Not yet. But it is getting colder.
Hayes.
What?
It's 3:00.
I guess I must have dozed off. Have you heard anything?
Not a thing.
Bill, does that offer of your coat still stand?
Certainly does.
Yes, it gets mighty chilly up here, even in the summer. Galt?
Yes?
Do you hear that?
Motorboat.
Yes. He's given up for now.
Dawn's beginning to break.
Wants to get away before daylight.
He's afraid we'll recognize him.
Last night you said something about a canoe.
Yes, I keep it for emergencies.
Will it take the three of us to the mainland?
No, only two. However, you and Miss Norris may use it.
And leave you here alone?
Miss Norris, I own this island. I can travel its length and breadth, and no one will see me unless I want them to.
And we'll leave right after breakfast and be back by late afternoon.
All right, Miss Norris, you can step into the canoe now. Careful.
Yeah. Somebody steady this tipping monster.
Now, sit down gently, Ellen. Never stand up in a canoe.
As I rolled up this fish net, it'll serve as a cushion for you.
Thanks.
There you are, comfy.
Ask me 10 miles later.
In 10 miles, I'll be too weak to ask you.
Ready?
Ready.
All right. Happy landings.
Well, that's an understatement.
We'll see you this afternoon.
Correction. I'll be hidden so you won't see me.
Phil, tell me something.
No. 10 miles to paddle, so I'm going to save my breath.
Good. You save yours, and I'll hold mine. only took 2 hours. I'm proud.
Yeah, I'm pooped.
At last. Well, I've had softer cushions than this fishnet. Give me a hand. My legs are full of needles.
Sure. Here. While I'm phoning the syndicate, you see if you can hire a motorboat or an outboard for the return trip. That'll restore your circulation.
What will you tell the syndicate?
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
And then they'll tell you who Rogers is and where to locate him.
Yes. When we know that, we'll figure out some way to keep him away from Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
I see.
Who is Rogers?
Rogers is Stanley Hayes' nephew. He gave worthless checks to cover $60,000 worth of gambling debts. Upon the death of his uncle, these checks will be redeemed with interest.
Phil?
Did you rent a motorboat?
I tried everywhere.
And if we can't rent one, neither can nephew.
What has nephew to do with it?
Nephew is Rogers.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you all about it later. Now, come on. We better get a head start. Then he lead it all. I can paddle as fast as he can. We can't let him get to that island. If he does, his uncle will come out of hiding and there'll be a murder.
Here's the dock.
Yes, right. Now, you get in, Ellen. There's no time to lose.
There's a motorboat putting out from the mainland.
Probably a private party.
You don't suppose it's Rogers?
Let's not think about it.
Well, he'd have no reason to suspect we know he's Rogers.
Why not? We tell him Central City. We think his uncle is to be murdered. Last night when we shot from ambush, he must have heard and recognized our voices. He's his uncle's heir. Everything points to him.
He's waving at us.
I can't recognize him.
I'll wave back. Maybe he'll stop. Could we put the canoe on deck?
Easily. That cruiser must be all of 50 feet.
Over here! Help!
Yes, but now I see him. We'll try to bluff our way out.
And if we don't?
Hello there.
Make it good.
Going my way?
I never pick up hitchhikers unless they're standing.
I'm afraid you just lost a customer.
I'll bring us alongside. You give Ellen a lift.
Glad to have you. Did you get to see Uncle? Just a little closer.
We spent the night on the island.
No, give me your hand. That's it.
Oh, got my feet wet.
There. Golf? I can manage.
Where'd you get this beautiful boat?
Oh, it belongs to Uncle. It was on the mainland for repairs.
Now, give me a hand and we'll hoist the canoe aboard.
Oh, just forget the canoe.
Forget it? Huh. I'll dream of it for months.
Well, hardly.
And why not? They're my dreams, and I can do what I want with them.
Oh, now, let's stop this sparring. I don't know how you two learned about all this, and until now it didn't matter. If I hadn't missed last night, Uncle would be dead. And you two would have been found on the island with the body. But when you saw me just now on the lake, that makes you witnesses to the fact that I went to the island. And I can't afford that. It would wreck my elaborate alibi.
So, you let the canoe drift. We float to shore in a few days. The story gets out that Stanley Hayes was murdered by a man and a woman who later drowned while trying to cross to the mainland in a canoe.
Right.
And we'll just stand still while you're doing all this?
That isn't a pencil pointing at you through this jacket pocket.
You're bluffing.
Let's take a vote, shall we? Golf?
Bluffing.
Then I'll waste a shot to prove it. I have plenty more.
You've also set your pocket on fire.
And you have tried an old wheeze.
Well, then stand there and let it burn you.
Hey, it is on fire.
Try hitting him with this life jacket. And if that doesn't work, this will.
Why doesn't he come up?
Come on to the pilot house. He'll swim under the boat and try to sneak aboard on the other side.
What are you going to do?
I'm no outboard motor man, but I do know about cabin cruisers. I'll open the throttle and we'll cruise out a few yards. When he comes up, we'll let him come aboard or we'll follow him while he swims 5 miles. Now, hang on.
Phil! Don't cut the motor. It's a trick.
That was a man in agony.
No, Phil. He'll get us back here and he'll come up somewhere else.
Ellen, don't look.
Phil, I'm a nurse and... Oh!
Swam the wrong way. When we started the motors.
The propeller.
Yes. The syndicate will never collect its debt from Stanley Rogers.
But society did.
Yes, Ellen. Another tool of the syndicate has been destroyed. Let's hope it won't be the last.
Mr. Galt, will you tell me why this had to happen?
Because that octopus known as the syndicate wanted to control your multi-million-dollar traction business. They courted your nephew's acquaintance and got him in with a fast crowd.
When he wrote worthless checks, they threatened him with court action unless he...
That's right. He had his choice of killing you or being killed. Had he been successful, they would have held the threat of murder over him until he signed away his shares of the company. I'm terribly sorry this had to happen.
It didn't have to happen. If he'd only told me...
Phil, we must go.
Yes.
Take the cruiser and leave it at the mainland. If you don't mind, I won't walk down to the landing with you.
We understand, Mr. Hayes. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Mr. Galt, how do you know so much about this?
Well, a lawyer has his own sources of information, and you realize I must protect them.
Yes, of course. Keep on fighting, Mr. Galt. I wish more of us could join you.
Good night.
Well, thank heavens we don't have to go home by canoe. Still, I'll never get in one again as long as I live.
Never make definite statements, Ellen.
I mean it. I wouldn't get in a canoe again to save my life.
Definite statements are easy to make, but difficult to keep. Here's the landing.
But where's the cruiser?
What? It isn't here.
But it has to be.
Look out there on the moon path.
Oh, no. It's the cruiser.
I'm afraid I didn't tie it very tight.
You didn't tie it, period.
Well, it's still away.
Not the canoe.
Moonlight night?
But I said I'd never...
Water and moonlight?
Oh, well, lead the way.
Circle 1798.
Central City reporting. Rogers was killed in boating accident.
We will tear up his checks. For further instructions, call Birmingham at midnight.
Birmingham at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer, Betty Moran as Ellen. Others in the cast were Jerry Hausner, Julius Kralbein, Peter Leeds, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with...
The Whisperer.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Element X.
An interesting and sometimes dangerous part of living is the unexpected, the oddity of chance, circumstances beyond our control. It was chance that brought Grant Forbes out of a downtown building at almost the same time that his friend Lieutenant Driscoll of Homicide was passing by. Yes, Grant, chance brought you two together that day, didn't it? And as the two of you continued along the sidewalk, neither of you had any thought of the sudden violent action that was to burst forth as you rounded a certain street corner. But as you did so...
Now, bro, shoot!
What is it? Get back, Grant. Back against the wall. Come on. Get over here.
All right.
It's a robbery. Looks like one of our patrolmen winged somebody. All right, keep back, folks. Get back. Give the officer a chance. What's it all about, officer?
Huh? Oh, Lieutenant Driscoll. Hold up, sir.
And somebody called you in time?
No, nobody called me. Funny thing, I didn't even realize what was going on. Just happened to wander into Mr. Reynolds' store to get some cigarettes. This guy turns up, starts to run out, and Reynolds yells.
We heard the rest. Good work, officer.
Oh, nothing to it, Lieutenant. It just happened.
You know, it's a funny thing, Grant.
What's that?
I don't know if it happens in your law cases, but the way that hold-up artist got caught, I call it Element X.
How do you mean?
Element X, the unexpected, the surprise.
Like the way that cop walked in on it.
Exactly. Or sometimes maybe it's a woman who happens to be looking out the window, talking to a neighbor. She gets a look at a license plate and notices the color of a car. Yeah, I'd rather be on this side of the law.
Oh, I don't know, Lieutenant. Element X can be taken care of, figured out. These hoods ought to consult a good lawyer first.
Instead of later, huh?
Yeah.
No, Grant, I've seen it too often. You can't beat the unpredictable. It's what I always look for in a case. Here's my car. Drop you someplace, counselor?
Counselor? That's a laugh. I haven't counseled 3 people in the last month.
Come on, hop in.
No, thanks, Lieutenant. Maybe that wounded guy back there is a possible client.
Oh, cut it out, Grant. Things aren't that bad. Anyway, we got him nailed.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay, Lieutenant. I'll let you drop me off at my so-called office.
Good.
You know, you may be right about your Element X at that.
Now what?
I wasn't expecting a ride.
Okay, have your fun. But I still say there's a lot to it.
It was many weeks after you talked to your friend, Lieutenant Driscoll, wasn't it, Grant? Yes, and they were weeks that seemed like months. And then came that phone call that was to make so much difference.
What was that name again?
Markham. Floyd Markham. I'd like for you to drop out here to Malibu, Mr. Forbes. Discuss a certain domestic matter.
You won't be in town the next few days, Mr. Markham?
Look, Forbes, if you'd prefer that I contact another attorney...
Oh, no. I'll be there. Malibu, you say?
That's right. You know the turnoff just past Sunset?
Yes, I do.
My place is all by itself, just past that Signal Oil station, on the beachfront. Red cottage, flagstone front. It's called Surfside. You'll be here?
I'll be there.
Tonight, please. 10 sharp.
Tonight, 10 sharp. Check.
You've little choice, have you, Grant? Too few of your clients believe in paying their bills on time. And Floyd Markham sounds like a man with a problem and a man with money. That night, you're right on time and approaching his secluded cottage on the waterfront. When you see someone slipping out of a side door, a woman, you step back in the shadows as she runs past you to a parked car. Then you hurry into the cottage.
Dear.
Mr. Markham.
Dear, please. What have you done? Dear.
Mr. Markham,
Lydia. Lydia.
You know at a glance that the man at your feet is through, don't you, Grant? You stoop down quickly and beside him, rummage through his wallet as he continues to mumble dazedly. His identification tells you for certain that he's Floyd Markham, the man who sent for you. And you're afraid it's too late to find out why. But there is something you must know, isn't there? Yes, because you've certainly walked into something. You lean very close to Markham, call in his ear.
Mr. Markham, who was it? Who is Lydia?
Lydia. My wife.
Your wife? Lydia Markham, she shot you. Ran out of here.
Yes. Lydia.
Mr. Markham. Mr. Markham. So long, Mr. Markham. You know, I just might show your little Lydia how to get around Element X.
Are you a missing driver? I mean, a driver who is missing something? You are if you're not powering your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. One thing you're missing is that good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known throughout 7 western states as the Go Farther gasoline. But equally important, you're missing the clean-cut, efficient performance, which makes Signal's good mileage possible. You see, such good mileage is only possible because Signal gasoline helps your engine run so efficiently, you save gasoline 3 ways. 1, you save gasoline with Signal's quick starting. 2, you save gasoline with Signal's smooth, obedient pickup, free from balking and hesitation. 3, you save gasoline with Signal's lively power that gets you into high gear fast, helps you stay there with a minimum of shifting on hills or in traffic. So you see, there's no need to go on missing either economical mileage or satisfying performance. They're like birds of a feather. They go together. You can enjoy both by filling up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Grant, your visit to the Malibu cottage of Floyd Markham, the way you walked in on his murder, was right along the lines of your friend Lieutenant Driscoll's theories about Element X, the unforeseen. The surprise that so often goes against criminals, murderers. It would go very badly now for Lydia Markham, too, wouldn't it? If you decided to play on the side of the lieutenant. But you haven't decided it that way, have you? No. Instead, you let a week go by. A week of watching the newspapers to see what the police know. A week in which Floyd Markham's funeral takes place, with his wife putting in an appearance as a grief-stricken, confused widow. And then you decide to pay a call on Lydia Markham. You look up the address, a fashionable Los Angeles apartment. You stand calmly at the door, wait until Lydia herself appears in answer to the buzzer.
Yes?
Mrs. Markham?
Yes?
I would like to talk to you on behalf of a client of mine. Oh, my card.
Grant Forbes, counselor at law.
Permit me to explain, Mrs. Markham. My client was a witness to a sort of an accident. A shooting, I believe.
Ralph.
What's the matter, hon? Who's this?
A Mr. Forbes.
Grant Forbes, counselor at law.
Ralph, I think we should talk to him.
All right, we'll talk to him. Come in, Mr. Forbes.
Thank you.
I'm Ralph Leonard. You should know, too, that Mrs. Markham has undergone a strain. You see, her husband...
I know about the late Mr. Markham.
Oh? Well, look, what is this? A bad death pitch or something? I've heard about this sort of thing when a man dies.
I would prefer to talk to Mrs. Markham in private, if it's agreeable.
No, it isn't agreeable. Ralph, Mr. Leonard was my husband's closest friend. You can say whatever you have to say to both of us, you understand?
Yes, I do understand. However, under the circumstances, Mrs. Markham...
Get to the point, Forbes.
You're quite certain, Mrs. Markham, that under no matter what the situation might be, you don't mind, Mr. Leonard?
She's quite certain.
I'm asking Mrs. Markham.
Really, Mr. Forbes, this all seems, well, most unusual, to say the least.
It is most unusual, to say the least. Well?
Whatever you have to say, Ralph can hear it, too.
All right. Mrs. Markham, Mr. Leonard, my client, who must at the moment be nameless, he observed some interesting things on a certain night about 10 days ago. More specifically, it was the night that Mr. Markham...
Ralph, what's he telling us?
The night that Mr. Markham, how did the newspapers phrase it? Oh, yes. Died at the hands of a person or persons unknown.
Your client, Counselor, he thinks this should have been phrased differently?
He would only change the one word, unknown.
Uh-huh.
Ralph.
Take it easy, Lydia. Okay, Counselor.
Okay? You mean that if my client should require a slight fee for his silence...
I mean, get out of here.
Oh, you're making a mistake, Mr. Leonard.
You're making a mistake if you don't get out. You haven't any client. You're just a cheap, low shyster.
Lower than a murderess, Mr. Leonard?
Supposing I told you there's a half a dozen witnesses who'd swear your client was wrong, lying.
Money buys many things, Mr. Leonard. In Mrs. Markham's interests, I would say it might be less expensive to buy one closed mouth rather than 6 perjured ones.
I'll decide what's best for Mrs. Markham's interest.
Very well. My client won't like this, however.
Good day, Counselor.
Perhaps the last good day for Mrs. Markham. Oh, relax, Mr. Leonard. I'm going.
You walk out of the apartment, Grant. You're not sure, are you? Not sure how stubborn Ralph Leonard intends to be. And then, as you're waiting for the elevator to take you down...
Mr. Forbes.
Oh, Mrs. Markham.
I slipped out the service door. I haven't much time. Only please tell your client that, well, to wait a few days.
To wait a few days?
I'll arrange something. I mean about the fee.
Oh, yes. You have my card, Mrs. Markham. I'll hear from you soon.
Very soon. I promise.
Mrs. Markham.
Yes?
If this is a stall, something to get me off guard while your dear friend Ralph figures out how to get me out of the way...
Oh, no, I give you my word. He doesn't even know I'm out here. Now, please, Mr. Forbes, trust me.
Oh, I'm the trusting sort, Mrs. Markham. Very much so. All right. I'll give you what you ask. A few days.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good day, Mrs. Markham. I'll be looking forward to making any reasonable settlement for my client.
Riding down in the elevator, you feel better about it, don't you, Grant? Ralph Leonard is a little on the rough side and rather impulsive. You find out exactly how impulsive early that evening as you park your car and start down the street toward your apartment. The shots clatter into the building wall beside you. You fall quickly to the ground. As you look up, a car with Ralph Leonard at the wheel swerves wildly around the corner. And as you get to your feet, you realize grimly that Ralph Leonard has decided to make certain of your silence, however drastic his method. You're afraid to return to your office, and you decide it would be unwise to stay overnight in your own apartment.
Room, sir?
Yes, for just a couple of days.
$3, sir. Did you sign?
Yes.
Tom Anderson. Uh-huh. Your key, Mr. Anderson. Room 406.
Thanks.
It's all you can do for the present, isn't it, Grant? Hide in a cheap hotel room under the name of Tom Anderson while you think things out. Ralph Leonard is a problem, isn't he? A serious one. He's out to kill you, to protect Lydia Markham, and perhaps her money as well. But the following day, you hit upon a neat and simple plan for eliminating Ralph, without risk to yourself. You're unaware, of course, as you go about locating Ralph Leonard's telephone number, that at a point some 200 miles upstate, Element X is starting on its way toward you.
Hello?
Mr. Leonard?
Yes, who is this?
This is your friend, the counselor, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
I'd like to make a deal, Mr. Leonard.
Look, I told you we're
A
not
deal
interested.
between us. I'm talking about a partnership.
A partnership?
Right. You play ball with me, and we can make ourselves a little money.
Go on, counselor. You interest me.
Mrs. Markham need never know your part in it,
Want me to make things easy for you, is that it?
and we split the profits. Well?
Now, look, I told you as far as I was concerned...
Yes.
Suppose we get together and sort of talk this over, huh?
Fine. I'll pick the spot. Call you back later.
Good, good. I'll be here at my apartment, counselor.
You smile, don't you, Grant, as you hang up the receiver? You know what Ralph Leonard is thinking, what he's planning. Because he believes you're stupid enough to meet him at a quiet rendezvous where he can do his talking with a gun. You hurry out of the hotel room, get into your car, and drive to Lydia Markham's apartment.
Oh, it's you.
May I come in, Mrs. Markham?
All right. I asked you to give me a few more days.
I know, but I suddenly discovered I have some rather pressing financial obligations to meet, and
You
I...
or your client, Mr. Forbes?
Oh, come, Mrs. Markham. Surely you must have guessed your friend Ralph did.
Yes.
Aren't you going to ask me to sit down?
Oh, of course. And allow me to serve cocktails.
Thanks, no. Bit too early in the day yet. Now, as I was saying...
You're pressed financially.
I am indeed, Mrs. Markham. A few thousand would tide me over for a while.
A few thousand?
You're surprised? Yes, that's all. For the time being, at least.
Oh, I see.
You needn't mention it to Mr. Leonard.
No, I won't. But, well, I don't have the money here now. Can you come back tonight?
If you don't mind, I'd rather we met somewhere else.
Mr. Leonard won't be here.
I'd rather we met elsewhere.
All right.
I'll phone you later. Tell you where.
I see. Well, now, if there's nothing further...
There is.
Oh?
I think I will have that martini after all.
You've completed the second step of your plan, haven't you, Grant? Yes. And now you must select the scene of the crime. After you leave Mrs. Markham's apartment, you drive back downtown. And only a few blocks from your hotel, you find the perfect setup. A dark, quiet street in the factory and warehouse district. Still unaware that Element X, moving relentlessly toward you, is now less than 50 miles away. A few minutes before 9, you step into a phone booth in a drugstore across the street from Ralph Leonard's apartment.
Yes, counselor. I was wondering when you'd call.
Still interested in talking business, Mr. Leonard?
Of course I am.
Good. Suppose we meet on the southeast corner of 17th and Shannon, warehouse district. Know where it is?
I'll find it, counselor.
There's a building entrance about 15 feet south. Wait for me in there.
I'll leave right away.
Hello?
This is Grant Forbes, Mrs. Markham.
Oh. I have the money. 3,000.
I'm afraid that's not enough.
What? But you said...
I know. That was this afternoon. Now I need 10 grand.
10,000? But...
That's right.
But where can I get that kind of money at this time of night? Be reasonable.
You look, you've got jewelry.
Well, yes, but...
That'll do till tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
When your bank opens, you can get me the rest of the 10,000. You might as well get used to this.
Yours was a very expensive murder, baby.
Yes, wasn't it?
Oh, and if you're thinking of calling your boyfriend, Mr. Leonard, when I hang up, don't bother. He just left his apartment building.
You think of everything, don't you?
I do. He thinks he's got a date to meet me. While he's waiting up in Hollywood for me to show, you'll be meeting me somewhere else.
Please listen to me. Give me a break.
I'm sorry.
But please.
Save it, sweetheart. Meet me in half an hour, or I'll write a little letter to the police.
No, don't do that.
Half hour. That's all you have. I'll be waiting at the southeast corner of 17th and Shannon. There's a building entrance about 15 feet south of the corner. I'll be standing in there.
You've played the part perfectly, haven't you, Gran? Yes, and the trap is set. Mrs. Markham is desperate now, isn't she? Yes, she's killed before, and you're certain you've driven her to the point where she'll kill again. You hurry to your car, start toward the scene of the rendezvous. While only a few miles away now, Element X is moving toward 17th and Shannon. But you've forgotten all about Element X, haven't you, Ralph? 20 minutes later, you park your car down the block, move along the darkened street swiftly. Move as close to the corner as you dare. See Ralph Leonard standing in the shadows of the building entrance. You turn back now, ease down the street, and turn into a small bar a few doors away.
Howdy.
Evening.
What'll it be?
Let's see. Scotch and soda, I guess.
Right.
Things sort of quiet around here, aren't they?
Yep. Not much doing this time of night.
Uh-huh. Why stay open?
Oh, business picks up later when the shift from the factories get off. A lot of the boys come in for a beer.
Oh, I see.
Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Have one on me?
Well, okay. Don't mind if I do. Beer's my drink. Well, here's cheers.
To success.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's that?
Sounded like shots to me.
It sure did. I'd say we'd better have a look, huh?
Stop squeaks! Stop squeaks! Signal lubrication stop squeaks! Signal lubrication stop squeaks is the promise on that sign you've been seeing outside signal service stations. But stopping squeaks is just one of the ways that scientific signal lubrication helps your car. In addition, you enjoy a more comfortable rocking chair ride and lower maintenance costs, all because of the extra steps, extra care that goes into a signal lube job. You see, when a signal dealer lubricates your car, he doesn't take chances on memory to locate the many lubrication points. Instead, he follows Signal's lubrication guide, in which the manufacturer of your car clearly shows every lubrication point and clearly specifies which of Signal's scientifically engineered oils and greases each point needs for longest trouble-free service. Finally, before delivering your car to you, Mr. Signal Dealer checks each point again, just to make double sure not a single part is ever overlooked. That's why we say if you want your car protected by lubrication you can really have confidence in, get your next lube job where you see that sign. Signal lubrication stop squeaks! Stop squeaks! Stop squeaks!
Lieutenant Driscoll from Homicide stood quietly in front of the entrance to a building some 15 feet south of 17th and Shannon, making notes in a small black book. And from time to time he glanced down at the bullet-riddled body of Ralph Leonard. A short distance down the block, a police car was parked near a large truck and trailer. The squad car sergeant finished his questioning of the truck driver and came slowly to the spot where Lieutenant Driscoll was standing.
You get a statement from the truck driver, Sergeant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. According to him, he was barreling down the street at a pretty good clip when suddenly a woman driving a green sedan whipped around the corner and started pumping shots at this man Leonard, standing in this entryway here.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
One of the bullets went wild, hit the front truck tire, and there was a blowout.
The truck went out of control. Crashed into the front of that barn.
Mm-hmm. Truck hit a guy as he was coming out. Just missed the bartender.
Now the guy hurt bad?
He died just a few minutes ago. Name's Forbes, Grant Forbes.
Grant Forbes? The attorney?
That's what his card says. Did you know him, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Yeah, I know him. Did Grant say anything before he died?
Plenty. Told me who was driving that green car and who fired those shots. Mrs. Lydia Markham.
Element X.
Element X? Huh, that's what Forbes said before he died. That's what he called the truck. Element X. What do you suppose he meant by that?
It was sort of a theory, Sergeant, between us. Now it's a dead secret.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Meantime, Signal Oil Company and the friendly independent dealers who help you go farther with Signal gasoline hope you'll remember. Regardless of what gasoline you use, you'll enjoy more miles of happy driving if you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and avoid taking chances. You may even save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Ted Osborne, Joe Gilbert, Eddie Marr, Tom Tully, Jack Moyles, and Britt Wood, with Marvin Miller standing in for Bill Foreman as the Whistler. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian Jondeau, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by the Whistler entitled Prescription for Death, in which a dangerous killer fleeing the police seeks sanctuary in the home of an old sweetheart and her respectable husband and walks into an even more dangerous situation. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Morrissey Tower stands proudly in the heart of the city. 32 narrow floors, steel and aluminum and glass. It is fully air-conditioned. All of its rooms command spectacular views of the city. But as often happens in new buildings, little things go wrong. For example, on cold nights, the wind whistles down the automatic elevator shafts. A lonely, piercing sound. As cold as the marble lobby. As forlorn as a keening woman's cry at a dead man's wake.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Lawrence. I had a call from Mrs. Smith.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Which Smith would that be, Doctor? We got 5 or 6 of them.
Well, she was quite upset. She didn't give me the apartment number. Perhaps we could check the directory?
Oh, yes, sir. Right over here.
All right.
Nothing serious, I hope.
Well, that's hard to say until I see the patient.
Tough being a doctor. Called out in the middle of the night and all.
Yes, it has its reward.
Here we are, Smith. Sidney Smith? James E. Doctor, what are you doing with the scarf?
Which Smith? Any Smith, Mr. Dorman. As long as she is Dorothy Smith.
Theater 5 presents The Elevator.
Oh, thanks for a wonderful evening, Paul. It's one of the nicest times I've ever had.
I enjoyed it, too. May I come up?
No, honey. Cindy went to bed early. She's going home tomorrow. Since we only have one room, it'd be sort of tough.
Okay. I'll just walk you to the door.
Oh, you don't have to.
Well, this is a big building, and you never know who might be in one of the halls.
Oh, silly. That's why we have the 24-hour doorman service. They don't let anybody in. Besides, our door's right across from the elevator.
Okay, baby. I thought I could maneuver you into a dark corner somewhere and mess up your lipstick.
That sounds like fun, sir. How about right here? Oh, the elevator's here.
I'm a doorman with it.
Yes. Will you call me tomorrow, Paul?
Sure. Good night, baby.
Good night. I enjoyed it. Good night.
So did I. Good evening, miss.
Good evening. Oh, you're not the regular doorman, are you?
No, he's out sick tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Taking his place. What floor, miss?
Well, I can take myself up. You don't have to bother. This elevator, I just push the button.
Oh, it's no bother. I'm going up anyway.
Well, all right. 30, please.
That was a very handsome young man, your date.
Well, thank you. He's very nice, too. We had a lot of fun.
Where'd you go?
We saw a musical. It was very funny, and some of the songs were quite good, too.
Do you remember any of the songs?
Oh, not really. I'm not much of a singer.
No?
I have trouble with the Star-Spangled Banner at football games.
I love music. I just can't sing.
Well, for goodness sakes, what happened?
I don't know. The elevator stopped.
Are we at a floor?
We seem to be between the 27th and 28th floors. The doors won't open.
Well, this is terrible. What will we do?
Well, I don't think it's anything to worry about. Probably just a momentary power failure. New building and all.
Oh, well, could we call for help?
Wouldn't do much good. Nobody lives on the 27th or 28th yet.
Well, then what should we do?
Just relax, I think. I'll try the buttons again in a couple of minutes.
All right. But isn't there an emergency phone or something?
Yes, there is, but it rings in the lobby. It's for the doorman.
And that's you, and if you were down there, you could answer it and do something.
Like what?
Well, like call a repairman or something.
That means you'd be alone here in the elevator.
Well, I wouldn't like that either. Oh, I'm sorry. When I get nervous, I often say things I don't mean. I'm actually very glad you're here. It's bad enough to get stuck in this thing, and I certainly wouldn't want to be alone.
Oh, that's all right. I'll try the buttons again. Nothing. Well, we'll just have to wait. Why don't you sit down over there, miss? We might be here for quite a while.
Oh, well, that's all right. I'll stand. I guess I should have let Paul show me to the door. What time is it?
2:15.
And what time does the next doorman come on duty?
6:30.
6? Well, will he know what to do?
Oh, yes, I'm sure he will. Look, as long as we're going to be here for a while, we might as well introduce ourselves. I'm Lawrence. Stanley Lawrence.
Hello, Mr. Lawrence. My name is Dorothy. Dorothy Smith.
Yes, Miss Smith. I know.
Hello?
Hi, Dorothy. I just wanted to say goodnight again.
Dorothy's not here.
Oh, is this Cynthia?
Uh-huh.
Did I wake you?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. This is Paul. You see, I just left Dorothy about 10 minutes ago, and I thought that... Are you sure she's not there?
Positive. I'm looking at her bed. It hasn't been slept in.
Well, that's funny. Actually, I called because I found her gloves. She left them in my car. See, I left her in the lobby, and... Well, where could she... Cindy, are you sure she isn't there? Maybe she's in the bathroom.
Oh, just a second, Paul. I'll look. Dorothy? Dorothy? I'm sorry, but she isn't here.
Oh. Maybe she had another date.
Dorothy, you kidding? She hasn't dated anyone but you, Paul, since you first met a year ago.
Well, then where is she? Where do you suppose she could have gone?
Paul, believe me, I don't know. The last thing I remember was the weather report on the late news. What time is it now?
Just a second. Let me look. It's almost 3.
Almost 3. I don't like this.
I don't either.
Where did you leave her?
Right in the lobby. Right next to the elevators.
Was she okay? I mean, has she been drinking or anything?
Oh, no, for heaven's sake. She had 2 whiskey sours all night. You wouldn't call that... Well, we even had a sandwich and milk before we came home.
Oh, hold on. I'll call the doorman to come.
Okay.
Doorman? Hello? Hello, anybody in the lobby? Hello? I couldn't get an answer. Paul, I'm worried.
So am I. Look, I'm coming over. You get dressed and I'll be right there.
All right. Anything I could do?
Yes, there is something you can do. Call the police right away.
Morrissey Towers, the ultimate in safe, convenient, modern living, within minutes of the business district. 24-hour doorman service. Ideally suited for single women, young and old. Morrissey Towers.
I don't remember the songs. I'm sorry. I don't remember any of them.
Sing.
Please.
Sing before I pull this scarf so tight around your pretty throat, you'll never sing.
I don't know the words. Please, can I sing something else?
Oh, sure. Sure, let's see. Dorothy. And the Wizard of Oz. Yes. Sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Please don't hit me. And please, I will sing. Only just don't hit me again, please.
All right. Now you pretend you're up on a stage, and I'm the audience. Sing.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Louder, sing.
We're over the rainbow.
What's the matter,
way.
Dorothy? You sound nervous.
I'm sorry. I told you I couldn't sing. I'm sorry.
Maybe your real talent is dancing. Yeah, that's it. Dancing, Dorothy Smith.
Oh, don't, please.
No, you
please,
can't
don't.
dance with your coat on. Now.
No, I can't.
Dance.
What kind of a dance?
Bolero. I like the bolero. You're a Spanish temple, a gypsy. Dance. Dance, gypsy, dance. Da 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 da. That's it. Dance faster. Snap your fingers. Faster, faster. Very good, very good. You're a beautiful gypsy girl, Dorothy Smith.
Please, don't come near me again,
A beautiful, fiery gypsy. Desirable. Very desirable.
Oh, dear God, help me, please. Please, God, help me.
Oh, thanks for coming, officer.
Now, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, the girl I had a date with tonight disappeared. Her name is Dorothy Smith.
I'm a roommate. We live on the 30th floor.
The last time I saw her was right here. She got into this elevator.
What time was that?
About 2:15.
Anybody else here?
Yes, the doorman. In fact, he was in the elevator.
Well, where is he now?
We don't know. I called down on the intercom before, and nobody answered.
Have you looked for him?
Oh, we figured we'd better wait for you.
It was this elevator.
Yes, sir.
Up at 27 now.
It's been there ever since I came down the lobby, on the other one.
Miss, you go get my partner. He's in the squad car out front. Tell him to cover the elevator doors here in the lobby. You stay with him. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Now, you come with me, mister. I think we'll find your girlfriend on the 27th floor.
Kill me. Kill me. Go ahead. Kill me.
Oh, I couldn't do that. If I did that, then you'd have nothing to remember. No shame, no guilt. Death before dishonor.
I think it's stalled between the 27th and 28th floors.
It is?
Yeah, you can see the light leaking through the shaft up there. Now, see?
Wait a minute. Let me get it.
Huh?
Yeah.
That's Dorothy. Uh-oh. Well, let's take this elevator here up to 28th. Now, we'll crawl down from there.
Oh, okay, come on, hurry up. Let's go.
I'll boost you up. All right. Open the escape hatch.
Okay, wait a minute.
I've got it.
Come on, let's hurry up and get out of here.
Wait a minute. Now, you get out there and you pull me up.
Okay.
All right. Easy now, easy. Take it easy. Now, I'm going to jump down on top of it. Follow me, but be careful.
Yeah, don't worry.
If you miss, it's 28 floors to the bottom.
Yes, sir. Come on, hurry up, will you?
Let her go or I'll shoot.
No, don't shoot.
Okay. All right, buddy. Jump down to this elevator.
Okay. Here I come.
Good. I'll go through the hatch first.
Okay.
All right, you. Face the wall. Hands against it. High. Okay. You stay there. Now, mister, come on through the hatch.
I'm coming. Dorothy, all right, honey.
No, I'm not all right. I'll never be all right.
Oh, come on, don't cry, honey. Don't cry. What's the matter with you, mister? What do you think you're doing? Is this how you get your kicks?
Take it easy, kid. Worry about the girl.
Come on, honey, don't cry. We'll get your doctor and you'll be fine. Now, come on, please, don't cry.
What's your name, Mac?
Can't we straighten this thing out?
We'll get it sooner or later.
I have no police record.
You do now. What's your name?
I've never done anything like this before. I must have lost control. You've got to believe me.
Just the name, pal. We'll get the rest down at the station.
It'll be fine.
I'm awfully sorry, miss. I don't know what made me do it.
Easy, honey. Easy. Come on. Oh, just hold on to me and try to relax. Come on. Officer, can't we get out of here?
I don't know. What about you? Does the thing work?
Guess it works. Here, let me.
No, you stay where you are. Just tell me how.
Flip the emergency stop lever. Then, press your floor.
Like this?
Yes. Now, press your floor.
Listening to Music Through the Night, the best in popular and semi-classic music. It's 5 a.m., time for the latest news. A faulty elevator in the recently completed Morrissey Towers took the lives of 5 people tonight. The elevator plummeted 28 floors, killing 4 occupants and a doorman at the bottom of the shaft who was apparently trying to repair the damage. The occupants were policemen, a young couple, and Dr. Stanley Lawrence Morrissey, principal owner of the new high-rise apartment building and a prominent civic leader for many years. Dr. Morrissey was a member of the school board, a lifelong friend of Mayor Donahue, and nationally recognized as an authority on city planning. Dr. Morrissey is survived by his wife and 3 grown sons. The policeman, Patrolman Owen Tompkins, was called to the building when a young tenant, Miss Dorothy Smith, was reported missing by her roommate. Apparently, Dr. Morrissey and Miss Smith had been trapped in the elevator near the top of the building. The young friend of Miss Smith was identified as Paul Martin. We'll have further details on this tragic mishap during our regular 7 a.m. news report. Meanwhile, on other news...
Theater 5 has presented The Elevator, written by Jim McGinn, produced and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Leslie Woods, James Monks, George Petrie, Jim Campbell, Corinne Orr, and Dirk Fredericks. Audio engineers Marty Folia and Neil Pultz. Sound technicians Ed Blaney and Robert Ring. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
And starring Chris Wiggins as Dr. Ashton and Henry Comer as Dr. Fielder. I, Francis Ashton, am quite certain as a brain specialist that I am completely sane, and that these things happened not merely in my imagination, but in the external world. If I had to give evidence again about Louis Fielder, I should be compelled to take a different line. Please put that down at the end of your account, or at the beginning if it arranges itself better so.
Now, Mr. Sayers, what is it exactly you want to do?
I want to read to you, Inspector, the complete statement which I took down from Dr. Ashton's dictation.
Well, can't you just tell me briefly what it says?
I'm afraid not. I know at a moment like this you don't want to waste time, Inspector, but if you'll give me half an hour, I think I can give you a full explanation of what has happened. And it's no good handing you the statement to take away because my handwriting is atrocious.
Very well, then, Mr. Sayers, go ahead. No, I would like a little information first. You live in this street, too, do you?
Yes, about 6 houses down from here.
Mm-hmm. Friend of Dr. Ashton?
Yes, and Dr. Fielder lived on the same street. He was a friend of Dr. Ashton, too.
Oh, yes, I was at the inquest just last week. Suicide.
Yes, that was the verdict.
Dr. Ashton gave evidence at the inquest. Had he and Dr. Fielder been friends long?
Oh, they studied medicine together. Dr. Ashton specialized in diseases of the brain. You might say that Dr. Fielder specialized in everything. He was intensely interested in every branch of medicine. When Dr. Ashton came back to London after 5 years of study in Paris, he and Dr. Fielder resumed their close friendship.
After I returned from Paris, where I had studied under Charcot, I set up practice at home. The general doctrine of hypnotism, suggestion and cure by such means, had been accepted even in London by this time. And owing to a few papers I had written on the subject, together with my foreign diplomas, I found that I was a busy man, almost as soon as I had arrived in town. Louis Fielder insisted that I take the vacant house next to his, in what he called Chloroform Square.
Oh, Louis, I don't know how I did without you for 5 years. You positively feed my brain.
What about all those learned men in Paris? Charcot, for instance.
Ah, they crammed it full of knowledge, but you feed it with ideas so that it can go on growing. You know, I have a theory about that.
Tell me.
I believe that people who are ill because their brain is starving.
That's interesting. Go on.
Oh, because their brain is starving, their body rebels.
And becomes diseased?
Yeah, I believe so. But they get lumbago or cancer or anything else. I believe that all bodily disease springs from the brain. Now, if the brain is fed and rested and exercised properly, the body will remain healthy and immune from all disease.
And if the brain is affected, medicines are useless.
Absolutely. You might as well pour them down the sink. Unless your patient believes in them. That is an important limitation.
Ah, here we have suggestion again. Now, tell me, could you cure a patient by feeding him water and hypnotizing him into believing it was an unfailing cure?
Theoretically, I think it might be quite possible.
It's all right, old man. Don't jump.
It startled me. You really ought to muffle your knocker, at least during meals.
There isn't a knocker.
There isn't?
You were startled a week ago and said the same thing, remember? So I took the knocker off.
Then what?
You did hear a knock, didn't you?
Well, didn't you?
Oh, certainly. But it wasn't a caller. It was the thing.
On that absurd remark, I rose to my feet and went to the door. But there was no one there. No one even nearby in the street. I shut the door and came back to the table. There was no one there.
I know, I told you. I said it was the thing.
Now, what are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what the thing is. That's what makes it so interesting.
Oh, come now, Louis. You're not suggesting it's a spirit knocking?
I say I don't know what it is. But we have to find an explanation. Now, you tell me why it can't be a spirit.
Oh, the whole idea of the influence of spirits on our lives has exploded, Louis. It's so easy for a hypnotist to understand how brain can act on brain. That's how he effects his cures. And surely anyone can understand that a strong mind can direct a weak one, just as a strong body can overcome a weak one.
And the only mental influence you will admit is from a brain in a living human body.
Well, of course.
Tell me, have you ever tried table tapping?
No, and I've never tried violet leaves as a cure for cancer.
Will you take part in an experiment?
Well, if you like.
You see, you don't understand what made that knock you heard. I want to see if I can bring you near to an explanation.
By table tapping?
Help me clear the table and you'll see.
You have a servant here, haven't you? Couldn't he have hammered at something?
I've heard the knock when he's been out.
Tell me, does your spirit perform in the prescribed fashion, 1 knock for yes and 2 for no?
I won't even agree that it's trying to speak to me. But you'll see. Now, there, everything's off. Sit down there, opposite me.
Oh, all right.
Now, first of all, try the weight of the table. See if you can push it about.
I can just move it. It's very heavy.
Solid mahogany. It would take the 2 of us to lift it. Now, put your hands on the top of it and see what you can do.
Yeah. Well, nothing, obviously. Now, of course, what we're going to do won't prove anything. You won't mean to push, and neither will I, but we shall push, and without meaning to...
Well, let's both put our fingers only on the top of the table and push for all we're worth, from right to left.
All right.
There. You see? It doesn't move. What was that? Same as before. The thing.
Oh, rot, I don't believe it.
All right, but I tell you, I've been studying rank spiritualism on and off for 5 years. I haven't told you before because I wanted to lay before you certain phenomena which I can't explain, but which now seem to me to be at my command. You shall see and hear, and then decide if you will help me.
And in order to let me see better, you're proposing to put out the lights?
Yes, and you will see why.
I am here as a skeptic.
Step away, Frank. Now, that's as dark as I can make the room. The glow from the fire and the grate won't matter. Put your hands on the table. Now, quite lightly. And, how shall I say it? Expect.
Still protesting in spirit, I expected. I could hear Louis' breathing rather quickened, and it seemed to me odd that anybody could sit in the dark at a large mahogany table expecting. Through my fingertips, laid lightly on the table, there began to come a faint vibration. Like nothing so much as the vibration through the handle of a kettle when water is beginning to boil inside it. And gradually, it got more pronounced and violent, till it was like the throbbing of a motor car. It seemed to give off a low humming note. Then, quite suddenly, the table seemed to slip from under my fingers and begin very slowly to move.
Stand up, Frank. Keep your hands on the table and move with it.
It seems to be revolving.
Yes. Keep circling with it. Are you there? Are you there?
The table stopped moving.
I know.
Louis, what's that light?
I see it moving across the table.
Like a firefly. There's another, and another. It's all stopped.
Yes. The lights, the sound, everything. What do you think of it all, Frank?
Well, it's all stock stuff, isn't it?
In other words, you believe that all you saw and heard tonight was only suggested to you. All these things you've seen existed only in my brain.
Yes, I do. What is your explanation?
Mine is that the thing was trying to communicate with us. It was the thing that moved the table and tapped and made us see the little lights.
Yes, but what is the thing? What is it? A spirit? Whose spirit?
No. I don't know, as I told you, what the thing is. But I believe it to be an elemental.
And what exactly is an elemental?
There are good things in this world and bad things, right?
Yeah.
Honesty is good, lying is bad. Impulses of some sort direct both sides. And some power suggests the impulses. Well, I went into this spiritualistic business impartially. I learned to expect, to throw open the door into the soul. And I said, anyone may come in.
Ah, and so you made yourself receptive to any imaginings.
I think something has applied for admission. The thing that tapped and turned the table and sent lights across it, as you saw. Now, in my theory, the control of the evil principles in the world is in the hands of a power which entrusts its errands to the things I call elementals.
Well, that is only your theory.
Oh, they've been seen. I'm sure they'll be seen again. I did not, and I do not ask good spirits only to come in. Nor do I want an elemental. I only threw open a door. I believe the thing has come into my house, and it's establishing communication with me. I want to find out, what is it? In the name of Satan, if necessary. What is it?
Oh, what was that? Something blew a page of music off the piano at the other end of the room.
It's a current of air. It's coming towards us. Look, it's ruffling those daffodils.
And these candles. I can feel it myself now. It's cold.
On me now. Look, now, the fire. See the flames. Funny, wasn't it?
Has the elemental gone up the chimney?
Oh, no. The thing only passed us. It only... Frank, what's that? Look, there, on the wall.
Huh? I see it. Is it like a shadow? The shadow of an enormous slug.
See, at one end, a sort of head. There's a lolling tongue out of the mouth.
It's moving. Slowly. No, it's fading. It's just going away.
I said I was ready for any visitor to come in. And by heaven, we've got a beauty.
Even then, I was still convinced that I was only taking observations of a most curious case of disordered brain, accompanied by the most vivid and remarkable thought transference. And when, after 6 months of constant watching, the thing did not appear to us again, I began to feel that we were really wasting time. However, as a last resort, I suggested that we get in a so-called medium, induce hypnotic sleep, and see if we could learn anything further. As before, we sat round the dining room table, Louis and I, and Cyril Miles, the young medium. The room was not quite dark, so that I could see quite clearly what happened. The first step was to put young Miles into a light, hypnotic sleep, which I did with ease. There. Yes, he's asleep now.
I feel we are going to see something this time. I'm sure.
Well, if not, this is my last experiment. As I told you, I don't...
Hank. It's here again. It's with us.
Well, we want more than rats. We...
Louis, look. I see it. I see it.
Slide across the table. Its shape is clearer this time, Louis. It's luminous all the way along. Look, now, rearing up before the medium, waving its head in front of him like a...
Frank, look. Is he awake? Can he see it?
No, he's asleep.
But his face, I never saw such terror. He must see it.
No, I tell you, he'll sleep till I wake him. This is...
Frank, it's got him.
Well, quick, get hold of it.
I can't.
Frank, it's by the throat. along. It does nothing to hold on to.
Frank, we've got to. It'll kill him. Can we get our hands on something?
Wait. I know. The lights. Turn on the lights. Lights. It's gone. Meet him. On the floor, Frank. Is he dead? I don't know. Help me up with him. All right. Here, into the chair. That's it. Frank, look at his throat. Those marks, see? Oh, 2 little punctures. They're bleeding slightly. Up here. I'll see if I can wake him. My God. It's all gone. What happened? It's all right, Miles. My throat seems to be... Is this blood? It's nothing. Do you not remember what happened to you? No, I never have any recollection of what happened to me in a trance.
That's elementary, Louis. A hypnotic sleep is different from ordinary sleep in that no recollection whatever persists.
My throat. It's a little painful. Was there something, a struggle?
There was nothing unusual. You wrestled with something while you were asleep and sustained a scratch or two, that's all.
Oh, I see.
I'll call a cab. I think you'd better go home and rest. Dr. Fielder will attend to the scratches on your throat.
The scratches on his throat. Oh, if I had known that night what was to happen later. I lay awake thinking. The elemental had been there in a form that could be seen and felt. But I told myself it was only a thing of twilight. The sudden kindling of the light had shown us there was nothing there. In the struggle, perhaps the medium had clutched his own throat. Perhaps I had grasped Louis' sleep. Perhaps he had grasped mine. But though I said these things to myself, I'm not sure that I believe them in the same way that I believe the sun will rise tomorrow. I was so busy with my practice that it was a week before I saw Louis again. I brought news that I expected would shock him. But it was I who received the greater shock. I thought I noticed a change in his appearance, but it was not until I had announced my news that the full realization came upon me.
Have I seen the evening paper? No. What does it say?
It's about Cyril Miles, our young medium. He died this morning of blood poisoning.
Good.
Louis.
I say good. We have our proof now, haven't we? Our elemental is no longer a thing of our imagination. It exists. It has power. And this is the proof.
Our elemental? It's no thing of mine.
Oh, yes, it is. We've both seen it. Oh, did we imagine those marks on Cyril Miles' throat? Did we imagine his death?
Oh, he died from blood poisoning. He may have come anyhow by those scratches.
You know that isn't true. Frank, look at me. Look into my eyes. Now, tell me you don't believe.
Louis.
Tell me.
Oh, God help you, Louis. God help us both.
What do I need with God's help? I've a power on my side now that no man has ever had before. Think of it, Frank. Those two elemental forces that have striven through the centuries for the mastery of the world, good and evil, and from the depths of hell, I have summoned up the element of evil. Mine is the power and the mastery.
I fled from Louis Fielder's house, his mocking laughter ringing in my ears till I'd enter my own front door. And at that moment I wished myself on the other side of London, no longer neighbor to the creature that Louis had become. After that, I avoided him as much as I could. But it was not always possible. Several weeks after the last meeting I've described, I was just turning into my house late one night when I was startled by a terrified screaming from his house.
And in spite of myself, I rushed to the door, and finding it open, I ran in. And the sounds had stopped by the time I found him. Louis! Louis! Louis, what's the matter? What's been happening?
You heard, did you? What did you think it was? My elemental got out of control.
Louis, what were those screams? What? Oh, good heavens.
Now you see it. A moment too late. I couldn't prolong its death any further.
The cat. Louis, what have you done?
Material for a scientific paper, my dear doctor. Trying to get to the bottom of the ridiculous myth that a cat has 9 lives.
Oh, you out of your mind.
9 lives. Silly, isn't it? There are grounds for the belief, though. I proved that. A cat hangs on, Frank, hangs on. Hates to give up. I was trying to see how much pain it could stand before it would give itself up to death.
Torture.
Isn't that what cats do with mice? The cat and mouse game, Frank. Only I was the cat, and my cat was the mouse. Only fair, isn't it? Does a cat and a mouse horrify you? Then why should I?
Louis.
The power, Frank. The power.
More than ever, I tried to avoid him. But it was hard to forget. I thought of moving, but something held me to that place. I knew that sometime something had to be resolved. But before the end came, I spent one more evening with Louis. Strange stories had begun to come to me. Stories of his depravity in all branches of his life and morals. It was becoming a matter of common knowledge. I would shudder as I passed his house, expecting I knew not what fiendish thing to be looking at me from the window. And then, one night, as I came home and entered my living room, there he was, seated in a comfortable chair, grinning evilly at me as I stood in the doorway.
Come in. Make yourself at home.
Louis?
It's all right, I didn't break in. Your housekeeper admitted me.
Oh.
Aren't you going to sit down?
Yes, of course. As a matter of fact, now that you're here, there is something I want to say to you.
Good. Fire away.
Well, I won't be subtle. I've heard things, Louis. Everywhere in town there's talk of you. Your behavior has become a scandal. People come to me with stories knowing we're friends. I try to turn them aside. You tell them anything. Louis, won't you let me help you? It's not you that's doing all these things. You're possessed. You're mentally ill. I could help you, Louis.
Gossip and scandal, eh? I know it's all over town, isn't it? But I've a story to tell you, Frank. It hasn't got far yet. It only happened today.
What is it, Louis?
I was turned out of my club for cheating at cards.
Louis.
Sounds like a cheap novel, doesn't it? But it was great. You should have seen them, Frank. Gentlemen, honest and true, shocked to their very souls. It would have been bad enough if I'd merely cheated, but what rocked them was that I stood up and laughed out loud, ridiculed them to their self-righteous faces. And then I stood there and looked into their eyes. And they were silent. They were frightened. They felt the power that was in the room with them. I despised them. And when I turned on my heel and walked out, they sat there in a dumb and terrified silence. Oh, Frank, the power, the elemental power.
I never saw him again. Until a week ago. If you were at the inquest, you heard my evidence. But to no court on earth, to no human being could I describe the sound that filled the street and woke me from sleep that ghastly morning. I ran out of the house in my pajamas, out into the street. And the policeman on the beat had heard it, too, and together we burst open the door into Louis's house. The screaming had ceased a moment before we gained entry. He was there in the hall, dead when we reached him. Both jugulars were severed and torn. It was dawn, early and dusky, when I got back to my house next door. Even as I went in, something seemed to push by me. Something soft and slimy. It could not be Louis's imagination this time. Since then, I've seen glimpses of it every evening. I'm awakened at night by tappings. And in the shadows of my room, there sits something more substantial than a shadow.
In the corner of my room, there sits something more substantial than a shadow. That is the end of the statement Dr. Ashton dictated to me, Inspector.
Exactly when did he give this statement to you, Mr. Sayers?
He finished dictating about an hour before I met you here in his house.
Were you the first to get there?
Yes. One of the neighbors summoned a constable, but it was 5 minutes before he arrived.
Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Well, I heard a terrible cry. It seemed to fill the street. It must have been like the one he describes that he heard the night Dr. Fielder died.
Were you awake?
Yes. I was reading over his statement. Immediately I heard the screaming, I dashed out onto the street and made for his house where it was coming from. His housekeeper was standing at the open door, speechless with terror. I pushed by and made my way to his study.
Where was Dr. Ashton?
On the floor in the study. He could have been dead at the most 2 minutes. There was no need to make an examination. I could see his throat from where I stood. Both jugulars were severed and savagely torn.
Theater 1030 has presented The Thing in the Hall, a tale of the supernatural by E.F. Benson, in radio version by Alan King, starring Henry Comer as Dr. Fielder and Chris Wiggins as Dr. Ashton. Alfred Gallagher was heard as Sayers, Alan King as the police inspector, and Cease Montgomery as Miles the medium. Sound effects were by John Sliz. Technical operation, Fred Park. Theater 1030 is a CBC Toronto presentation. This is Bill Lorne speaking.
Our drama tonight is a murder mystery. The story of the death of an unpleasant individual named Gregory Porter. It is called The Black Market Murder. The scene is the Porter home in San Francisco. It is, of course, understood that any similarity in names of places and characters in our drama to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. In the living room of the Porter home, we find Inspector Collins of the Homicide Squad and Police Officer George Haynes.
Yeah, that blankety-blank clock gives me the willies.
Yeah?
Yeah. We're going to have to park here all day?
Calm down, Hayes. Put the lid on your nerves.
I ain't got nerves.
No?
No. There's no percentage sitting in a room with a dead man. Yeah, what'd they leave him there for? Why didn't the coroner take him away?
Because I told him not to.
Oh? Yeah, if you ask me, it's barbaric. Leaving a dead man lying on the floor all day. With a sheet over his face.
Maybe you'd like it better if the sheet wasn't over his face?
Sure I would. At least I could see what he was thinking.
Uh-huh. Georgie, you just haven't been on the force long enough.
Look, don't go thinking I've got a weak stomach or anything.
No, you just don't like the ticking of the clock.
That's right. Who do you think done it, Inspector?
Did it.
That's what I said.
Maybe his wife.
Oh, now look, Inspector.
You asked me.
I know. But his wife's a lady.
Listen, George, if I knew who did it, I wouldn't be sitting here chewing the fat with you. Shut up.
Mrs. Porter says she'll be down in a couple of minutes.
Come on in.
Me? You mean you want me to come in?
Well, surely, why not?
With him? With it lying there?
Haven't you ever seen a dead man before?
Never mind what I've seen.
All right, come in anyway. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Come ahead. That's better. Now, just what are you scared of?
Never mind what I'm scared of.
Maybe she'd like it better with a sheet off his face, Inspector.
No, don't do it.
All right. Nobody's going to do nothing.
Anything.
That's what I said.
Look, sister, how long have you been working here?
6 months.
Do you like it here?
Sure, I like it here.
Do you like your mistress?
Sure, I like her.
Do you like him?
Now, look, you're not going to hang anything on me.
Nobody's hanging anything on anybody. Just answer my question.
I won't talk.
Nice pearls those are around your neck. They real?
Sure, they're real. They cost $10.
Did he give them to you?
Did who give them to me?
Him.
I'll say he didn't give them to me. As if I'd take them off him. And what's more, I'm not talking.
She's not talking, Georgie.
Maybe she'd talk if I took the sheet off his face.
Don't do it! Don't do it!
How's about it, Inspector?
Shut up, Haynes. Here comes Mrs. Porter.
Inspector Collins?
Yes, Mrs. Porter. I'm Inspector Collins. Come away from that piano, George. Haven't you got any feeling?
For what, Inspector?
Well, respect for the dead.
For him?
I tell you, get off that piano. Here comes the doctor down the stairs. Come on in, Dr. Grayson.
Well, Inspector, this is all very shocking.
Uh-huh. How's Mrs. Porter?
She's all right. It's quite natural that she should faint. I believe it was the first time since the murder that she entered the room. She's lying down. I gave her something for her nerves. I'd rather you didn't question her any more than necessary at present.
You've been the family doctor quite a while, haven't you?
I was Mrs. Porter's physician before she married.
That's
20 years. She was considerably younger than her husband.
Uh-huh. You just said this was the first time she'd entered the room since the murder.
That's what Mrs. Porter told me after I had revived her.
How do you know it was murder?
Well, there's the evidence on the floor.
Couldn't it have been suicide?
Do you think it was suicide, Inspector?
If you don't mind, I'll ask the questions. Do you think it was suicide?
No.
Why not?
Porter was a selfish, ruthless man. Not the kind for suicide.
Well, it wasn't suicide. It was murder.
Now, is it all right if I ask, how do you know?
The bullet entered his head from the rear.
Oh.
Were they happily married? Was the marriage a happy one?
I'd rather not answer that.
Do you think anybody married to Porter could have been happy?
No.
Thanks. I had that figured already.
The inspector's sharp.
Haynes, get away from that piano. Look here, Doctor. You're the Porter family doctor. Apparently a good friend of Mrs. Porter's. You're going to protect her interests and not answer any questions unless you have to.
Do you criticize that?
Not at all. But I'm going to tell you a few things about Porter. Did you know that during the Depression, Porter made a fortune in Chicago as the head of a ring of bootleggers? That he came west after he'd made his pile?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Mrs. Porter wanted to leave him in those days, but she didn't because they had a child, a little boy.
Oh, I didn't know that. Where's the boy now?
With the Air Force in the Pacific. Luzon, I believe.
Did you know that at one time the federal authorities were on Porter's trail for traffic in narcotics, but couldn't prove anything on him?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I told you I had been the family doctor for more than 20 years.
Well, did you know the FBI has had an eye on him right now?
No, that I didn't know. Look here, Inspector. For Mrs. Porter's sake, I am naturally going to be as much help to you as possible. And I'm perfectly willing to answer any questions I can. As long as they don't incriminate her.
Why should they incriminate her?
Why do you say it that way, Inspector?
Because I think Mrs. Porter murdered her husband.
Oh, that's utterly absurd.
Somebody murdered him.
Yes?
There was nobody in the house but Porter, Mrs. Porter, and the maid Ruby when he was shot to death last night.
Somebody could have come in.
The front and rear doors of the house were locked.
There are windows.
We've examined the ground under the windows. It rained yesterday. The ground is heavy. There are no footprints.
That still doesn't prove...
I'm not making any charges, Dr. Grayson. I'm just expressing an opinion. The only people in the house were Mrs. Porter and the maid Ruby and Porter. Wait a minute. What are you doing here?
Ruby.
I didn't do it. I didn't, I say. You can't hang it on me. I didn't do it. I didn't.
All right now, sister, just calm down. We're going to talk.
I had nothing to do with it.
Listen to me, Ruby. You've known me quite a while, haven't you?
Yes, Dr. Grayson.
You know you can trust me.
Yes.
Well, I'd answer the inspector's questions if I were you.
But I didn't kill him, Dr. Grayson.
All right. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. Why were you listening at the door?
Wouldn't you? If you thought people were talking about you?
No, I would not. Shut up, Haynes. All right, now. Where were you last night at 11 o'clock?
In bed.
In bed?
Yes, in bed.
Asleep?
Of course.
Go ahead. Tell us what happened.
What do you mean?
What woke you up?
I heard a noise.
Like a gunshot?
I don't know. I was dreaming, and I heard a noise. I woke up, and then I ducked under the covers.
Why?
I don't know. I thought something happened.
Why?
I don't know. How should I know? I heard the noise, and I was scared, and I ducked under the covers. And...
Quit yanking at those pearl beads. You'll bust them.
Ruby, you heard the noise. You hid your head under the covers. But then you got up.
I heard a
Why?
noise in the hall, and it was Mrs. Porter. She said, "Ruby, get up. Something has happened. Something has happened to Mr. Porter. It's awful," she said. "It's terrible." She was crying, and she said, "We've got to send for the police."
And then?
And then she phoned for the police.
There, she done it. She bust your feeds.
Leave them be. Ruby, I think you're lying to us.
I'm not, I'd say. I'm not going to talk anymore.
I think you will. Haynes, come here.
Yeah?
Uncover him.
You mean take the sheet off him?
Yes.
No.
Go ahead, George.
Hey.
And don't you go fainting. Pick him up, Haynes.
What is this, Inspector?
Pick him up and prop him in that chair.
Inspector Collins, I object. The body should not be moved.
I'm in charge here. Put him in that chair.
He's heavy, Inspector.
Do as I say.
Inspector Collins, as a friend of the Porter family, may I ask what you plan to do?
I'm going to show you how he was murdered.
How can you do that when you don't know who killed him?
I know who killed him.
You're positive?
I'll say I'm positive.
Who?
This woman, right here.
I tell you, I didn't. I was in bed, my head under the covers. I didn't do it. I didn't.
Keep still. From now on, I'll do the talking.
I didn't do it.
One more word out of you, and I'll have you gagged.
I didn't do it.
I think she's going to cork out, Inspector.
Inspector Collins, you're changing your mind quickly. Short time ago, you said you thought Mrs. Porter murdered her husband.
I don't always say what I really think. She didn't.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind. She couldn't have done it. Now, you've got every right to take any steps you see fit. And I suppose I have no right to question you. But will you tell me what proof you have that this girl did it?
Sure. First, I've got the motive.
That's important.
I'll say it is.
And what, may I ask, was the motive?
This.
You give me that.
What is it, Inspector?
A package I found in this girl's room while you and she were attending Mrs. Porter after she fainted.
Well, what is it?
100,000 gasoline ration coupons.
What?
I told you the FBI was ready to move in on him. He was a black market gas rat.
What? The girl?
She distributed them to his agents.
Look here, Ruby. Is this true?
What if it is? I didn't kill him.
It doesn't necessarily prove that she killed him.
No, that doesn't. But it ties her in with him. And other things prove that she did. Haynes.
Yeah?
Straighten him up in that chair.
It seems to me that this is very unnecessary and unethical.
I'll be the judge of that. Straighten him up. There. Now you come here.
Me?
Hurry up.
I didn't do it.
Sit down here in this chair.
I don't want to sit down.
You'd better do what he says, Ruby.
That's better. Now watch. I don't know what argument you had with Porter. We'll find that out later. But some way or other, he double-crossed you.
He always double-crossed everybody.
You're telling me. Now, just don't do any more talking and watch. You came downstairs at a few minutes before 11 to argue with him. You came in the door, right here. He was sitting just like he's sitting now with his back to the door. You crossed the room and began to argue with him. You couldn't talk loud because you were afraid Mrs. Porter would hear you.
You're making it all up.
You argued with him, and he argued with you, and then he got tough, ordered you back to your room, and probably threatened your life if you crossed him up. So you started back to your room.
It's not true. None of it is true.
He sat there in the chair. You went past him going to the door. And when you got in back of him, you fired point blank at the back of his head. And he fell out of the chair flat on his face this way. Straighten him out, George, the way he was before.
Okay, Inspector.
Oh, this is fantastic. You haven't even got a gun to prove.
Oh, yes, I have. Right here.
Where did you get that gun?
Why do you ask that way?
Because that's Mrs. Porter's pearl-handled revolver. I've seen it often.
Oh, that's interesting, but not particularly important right now.
Where did you get it?
The same place I got the pack of gas stamps, under the covers in this girl's room.
It's a lie. I didn't shoot him. I never did. I could have killed him lots of times. Lots of times I wished he was dead. But I was afraid of him. He had the goods on me.
And you had it on him, sister.
He was stronger than me. Stronger than anybody in the world. I was scared of him all the time. All the time I wanted to quit, and I couldn't because he wouldn't let me. I hated him. I'm glad he's dead, but I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Officer Haynes.
Yeah?
Put the bracelets on her.
Yeah.
No.
Inspector, Mrs. Porter.
Ma'am?
Inspector Collins, let the girl go. She didn't do it. I killed my husband. I shot him to death.
Sit down, Haynes. Stop fidgeting.
Okay. The clock gets in my hair. Always ticking.
That's what they're supposed to do.
I think Mrs. Porter is all right now, Inspector.
I'm quite all right, Dr. Grayson.
Now, we've got nothing but time. When you're ready, you start talking. Start in.
I'm ready.
I don't want anybody else to do any talking. What are you doing, Haynes?
Picking up another pearl.
Here's another one.
Leave those pearls alone. You too, Doc. You've been picking up pearls for the last 10 minutes. You can buy a string for $25 at the 5 and dime.
You cannot.
I said leave the pearls alone.
Here's another one.
Drop it and sit down. Now, start in, Mrs. Porter.
Inspector Collins, I shot my husband to death.
You seem to be mighty calm about it.
Dr. Grayson.
I think I'd let her tell it in her own way. Mrs. Porter has gone through a great deal. Science shows that after a maximum amount of suffering, the human machine no longer...
Yeah, very interesting. We're not here to listen to a speech.
Please, may I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Inspector Collins, I married Mr. Porter 20 years ago. I was very young. He was almost 20 years older than I. My parents objected terribly. I've been alienated from them ever since. He was a fascinating man, and I...
And you were very young.
My parents were right, and I was wrong. After a year of marriage, I knew they were right.
What made you change your mind?
I found out what kind of a man he was. I'd been fascinated by what I thought was his adventurous, romantic ways. It wasn't adventure. It wasn't romance. He was evil.
Why didn't you leave him?
She was going to have a child, Inspector. I don't see why Mrs. Porter has to be tortured going through all this.
I'd rather tell all of it, Doctor.
Now let's understand each other, all of you. Mrs. Porter has confessed to murder. Up to now, she hasn't established any reason for particular consideration. When it comes time for her to make a sworn statement to the district attorney, she can decide how much she wants to say and how much not. Right now, if she's got any ground to stand on, she'd better tell the whole story.
Thank you. Inspector Collins, for 19 years I've lived a lie. I mean, I've tried to hide from the world the real truth. Because my boy was born.
Don't torture yourself, Mrs. Porter.
I'm all right, Dr. Grayson. My boy was born.
Take your time. We've got all day.
For 19 years, I've tried to hide from the world, and most of all from my son, that Gregory Porter was an enemy of the law, an unscrupulous, dishonest, ruthless, cruel man. Dr. Grayson, you've known some of it, not all. You've known about his ring of his activities during Prohibition, of his narcotic activities, of all his wicked, inhuman...
Please, Mrs. Porter.
I'm quite all right, Dr. Grayson. Inspector Collins, the only redeeming quality my husband had was a deep devotion to our boy. Even that was a selfish devotion. But it was there. That's one of the things that's hard to understand. That a man so cruel, so wicked...
Look, Mrs. Porter, I said we had all day, but let's not go into a discussion of opinions. Just stick to the facts of your story. Here, what are you doing?
Picking up a pearl.
I told you to leave those pearls alone. Go ahead, ma'am.
Inspector Collins, my boy was lost in the Pacific 5 weeks ago.
What?
It's true, Dr. Grayson.
But we've talked about him frequently. You always said everything was just fine.
I've had to say that, to make myself believe it. And I did believe it up to last night.
Did your husband know the boy is dead?
He's not dead. I still don't believe he's dead. But my husband knew. Inspector Collins, for the last 5 weeks I've been as if my mind was frozen. I've felt nothing. Last night, I went down to the living room to speak to my husband. I went into the room, and he was sitting there, in that chair. He'd been drinking. He always drank a great deal. He never was sober at night. I came into the room. He was sitting with his back to the door.
There, what'd I tell you?
I spoke to him. I said, Gregory.
Well, what is it?
Gregory, I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Getting bored? Tired of your own company? You don't often honor me by coming down here at night.
I have to ask you something.
I'm listening. You want a drink?
Please, Gregory. Certainly not.
Well, excuse me while I fix myself one.
Gregory, I found this on the floor in your dressing room. Is it yours?
What is it?
Won't you please turn around and pay attention to me?
Well, what is it?
An envelope with 105-gallon gasoline ration stamps.
Do you mind telling me why you should open an envelope in my dressing room?
It wasn't sealed. It had no writing on it. I opened it to see if it was something important.
Well, it's very important. 100 gas stamps.
Are they yours, Gregory?
Naturally, they're mine. I'm glad I didn't lose them. Thanks, I'll take them.
Gregory, how do you happen to have 500 gallons of gasoline stamps?
The important thing is that I have them. And they're mighty useful these days.
Gregory, nobody has rationed that much gas.
Now, look here. Are you sticking your nose into my affairs?
Then you had no right to have them. It's another of your...
Would you mind tending to your own business?
Gregory, answer me. You had no right to have them.
I told you to mind your own business.
It is my business. Gregory, where did you get them?
Keep your nose out of my affairs.
Gregory.
Well?
Nobody has issued 500 gallons of gasoline.
That's right.
Then you bought them. You bought them. In a black market.
And if I did?
You did. You bought them in a black market when...
When what?
When... You bought them. And...
Oh, do you have to be a fool all your life? No, I didn't buy them.
Oh, thank goodness.
I didn't buy 500 gallons of gas stamps. No. Wait a minute. Let me show you something. There. What do you think of that?
Gregory.
500,000 gallons of gas. More where these came from. And they'll be sold. Not at the market price, no. Not at market. But 50 cents a gallon. $1 a gallon. Maybe more. Now, don't go looking that way. It doesn't impress me.
You would do that. You'd sell your soul and your heart and your world for money. You'd sell your own flesh and blood for money. So you deal in human life. Gas stamps. Millions of gallons of gas stamps. And my boy was lost because he didn't have enough gas to bring him home, back to his base. And you'd sell stolen ration stamps to make money. You killed him. The only thing I had to live for. You killed him and I could kill you. I could kill you, Gregory Porter. I could kill you. He sat there staring at me, Inspector Collins. I walked out of the room. I went upstairs. I don't know how I got upstairs. I sat there in my room, and I couldn't see anything. It was as though I was blind. I sat there. I tried to think. I couldn't think. Then I took the small pistol I've always had in my desk. I walked down the stairs. I went into the living room.
You came up behind your husband, seated in his chair. You held the gun to his head, fired.
No, you're wrong. He was not sitting in his chair. He was lying there on the floor, drunk. Lying on the floor, face down, drunk. And I stood over him and shot him. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad.
Well, I'll be darned.
Shut up, Ames. Well, Doc, this sort of makes a different picture.
Not at all. I knew he was on the floor when he was shot.
How could you know that?
I found the bullet hole in the floor when I was looking for the pearl beads.
Oh, that's what you were doing.
That's what I was doing, Inspector. Looking for the bullet hole. And now what?
Well, now obviously Mrs. Porter will have to consider herself under arrest. From here on, it's a case for the district attorney. Not that I think it's likely to go hard with you, madam. There are a lot of angles to this case. But you'll have to come along with me now.
I'm ready, Inspector Collins.
Just a minute, Inspector.
Now, look, Doctor, there's no need you're interfering now. The law must take its course. Mrs. Porter has confessed to murdering her husband.
She did not murder her husband.
What are you talking about? She's just confessed to the killing. Whether you call it murder or not, she's confessed to the killing.
Mrs. Porter did not kill her husband.
Dr. Grayson, I did kill him.
Mrs. Porter did not kill her husband, Inspector Collins.
You're crazy.
No, she did not kill him. He was dead when she entered the living room. He'd fallen from his chair and died of a heart attack. You observe that there's no blood around the wound, Inspector. Mrs. Porter shot her husband after he was dead.
You have just heard the radio drama, The Black Market Murder, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire tonight at 9:30. The cast included Everett Glass as Gregory Porter, Yvonne Patey as Mrs. Porter, Lou Tobin as Inspector Collins, Ray Lewis as Officer Watson, Earl Lee as Dr. Grayson, and Marcia Keat as Ruby. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for another in the series of radio dramas Tonight at 9:30, which come to you from San Francisco's Radio City.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Treasury Agent.
States Treasury, the largest law enforcement agency in the world, consisting of
United States Secret Service.
We protect the President of the United States at all times and protect the money of the United States from counterfeiting.
United States Revenue Intelligence.
We have jurisdiction over tax fraud and evasion.
United States Bureau of Narcotics. United States Internal Revenue, Border Patrol.
United States Alcoholics Tax Unit. Fraudulent violations of internal revenue.
These law enforcement agencies of the United States Treasury constitute the largest and mightiest law enforcement agency in the world. 64% of all criminals in federal penitentiaries apprehended in peacetime are there because the United States Treasury caught them and put them there. And now, Elmer Lincoln Irie, former chief coordinator of all the aforementioned Treasury departments for the past 10 years. Elmer Irie, who many have called the world's greatest detective, the man who personally planned the smashing of the Al Capone gang, the placing of the Treasury notes which solved the Lindbergh kidnapping, and hundreds more. So listen to what Elmer Irie has to say.
The cases which will be portrayed are based on the general modus operandi of the United States Treasury agents, operating here and all over the world. The United States Treasury has over 3,000 highly trained agents. And yet the public knows very little concerning these agents who protect your money, protect the borders of your country, protect you from fraud, narcotics, and misrepresentation. Many of the biggest and most powerful criminals in this country have been brought to justice by the patient work of our highly trained Treasury agents. Our case tonight starts in a small southwestern town. A stout, heavy-jowled man of about 60 was walking up the dingy corridor of the local hotel.
Colonel Cephas.
Hello, my dear.
I thought you were still in Washington.
It is difficult to know about me, isn't it, my dear?
You want to come in?
I never go into a woman's hotel room. There might be bad publicity. Step into the hall.
You must have left a trail from Washington down here with those peanut shucks.
Want some?
No, I'm fed up with seeing you eat peanuts.
Who is this young man, Culver, you telegraphed me about?
He's just a very sincere person. You should see him sway a camp meeting.
Sure it's not personal?
Just like you to come down here and spy.
What's this new song he wrote?
Don't tread on me. The camp meetings go wild.
Don't tread on me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That ought to start up a lot of hate. I mean, patriotism.
Look, Culver will be leading the meeting tonight. I recommended him because the sucker really believes what he preaches.
How are the Jews coming in?
We've got 10,000 new members.
Forget I was here. I'll watch a new protege tonight. If I think he has possibilities, I'll wire to bring him to Washington.
Then you're going right back?
One never knows my plans. Oh, here, I've eaten all the peanuts. Take the bag of shucks and throw it away.
It's all I ever get from you now, shucks and leavings.
You'll hear from me by wire, my dear.
Come out, Culver.
What was the idea of shoving me in the closet?
If somebody had come in, it might have looked bad.
Oh, but I'm innocent.
You'll be late for the meeting, Culver. Now, stir them up good tonight. Get the camp meeting into a frenzy. Maybe if you do well, I can take you back to Washington.
I sure will try it.
No one can tread on me. Oh, no one can tread. No one can tread. No one can tread upon me. Hold together now. No one can tread. No one can tread. No one can tread upon me. Oh, no one can tread. No one can tread. No one can tread upon me. Never worked for a man with a foreign name. A man who ain't like us. A man whose religion ain't like ours. A man whose skin ain't like ours. No one can tread. No one can tread. No one can tread upon me. Oh, no one can tread. No one can tread. No one can tread upon me. Don't let a foreigner get nowhere. I hate the foreigners. Hate them all. Don't stand for no religion but ours. We hang together and hate them. No one can tread upon me. Oh, no one can tread. No one can tread. No one can tread upon me.
How's it feel to be going to Washington, Culver?
All I want, Miss Mona, is to meet Colonel Cephas.
Somebody on the train will hear. Nobody knows the colonel is backing our meetings.
He must be a real patriotic man.
He's got 14 flags in his office.
14?
He rich?
Rich and powerful.
Well, where are we going to stay?
At one of his big estates up the Potomac River.
You work for him?
For a long time. I take charge of the different societies we start up and all the speakers we send out.
Oh, I'll speak. I'd rather speak than anything in the world. Why should we let foreigners take our
Not
jobs?
too loud, Culver. People are looking. Wait till we get to Washington. This will be your bedroom, Culver.
Gee, with a canary bird.
Colonel Cephas has a canary in almost every room. He says the singing makes him feel so good and pure.
Oh, this is the biggest house I ever saw. If there weren't so many foreigners in this country, every American could have a mansion like this.
It's late. You'll want to go to bed.
You know, you look real pretty tonight, Miss Mona.
Don't say things like that. I'm 10 years older than you are.
Oh, I didn't mean to upset you.
The Colonel is waiting in his living room. I've got to leave.
The things in this bedroom must be worth a fortune.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Mona. I wish you wouldn't hurry.
Come in, Mona.
Well, Colonel, I suppose you had a good time sitting there at your desk, listening to every word.
You look real pretty tonight, Miss Mona.
I knew you'd pick on that. Don't you feel a little ashamed to have a hidden microphone in every room in the house?
Sometimes interesting to know what your guests say after they go to their rooms. Want some peanuts?
No. No, the shucks either.
Your protege really is a fanatic, isn't he?
All our other speakers are fakes. They know we start up the groups for profit. I just thought it might be a good business to have one speaker who really believes what he preaches.
Listen. He is going to bed. Just dropped his shoe. Tell me more about your trip, Mona.
16 new groups, 14,000 new members, $5 a month dues.
What did you base the Western meetings on?
Race hatred.
Include religious hatred also. They pay their dues better. Funny he hasn't dropped his other shoe. There it goes. I should hear the water running in a few minutes.
I suppose the canary singing makes you feel good and pure, even though you are eavesdropping on a person going to bed.
Always understanding, aren't you, my dear?
Colonel, you've made yourself rich selling hate. But I've got a new idea.
Yes?
Why couldn't we organize groups on the side and instead of selling hate, sell love? That funny, eh?
The Blue America Group tried that. They sold $8 million worth of hate in 3 years. Then they tried to organize other groups and sell love. They couldn't sell $1 worth of love.
All right. I choke.
Hate is like a loaf of bread. You can carve off slices and sell it. Hate is the easiest thing in the world to sell. You can get ignorant people to hate anything. And hate brings money.
United States Treasury Forms A are to be taken immediately for Secret Service. Blue forms to Intelligence and Narcotic Bureau.
I'm sorry, sir, but Chief Austin of the Coordinator's office is in conference with one of his Treasury agents.
Jones, what do you think of that report of the Un-American Activities Committee on Colonel Cephas?
Chief Austin, you could have knocked me over with a feather.
The colonel's supposed to be a very patriotic man.
Oh, naturally. He conducts all his activities under the guise of patriotism.
But Colonel Cephas isn't really a Treasury case, Chief Austin.
Well, just the same, we're going after him on tax evasion. And, I'm assigning you.
Me? Why, say, this is an awfully big case, Chief Austin.
You're going to face him and Bet 10 to 1 this is Moss of the Un-American Committee. Chief Austin speaking.
This is Morse, Austin. Put Lincoln on that Colonel Cephas case, will you?
Why,
Put Joe Lincoln on him. That's the greatest Treasury agent who ever lived. Nobody ever got away from Lincoln yet.
I realize how you feel, Moss, but our plan...
Promise you'll put him on?
I can't talk right now.
Why not?
I can't explain.
You'll never get the Colonel unless you put Joe Lincoln
Oh,
on.
now listen, Moss. Don't embarrass me. I'll call you back.
All right, but remember what I told you.
Well, Jones, it's a big assignment. Biggest of the year.
Well, I was just thinking. Most of my work is figures. There's so much detective work.
Get in some way as Colonel Cephas's bookkeeper.
Yes, sir.
The whole department will be back of you.
Yeah, but the colonel doesn't have a big organization. To get in as a bookkeeper.
Too big a job for you?
Sometimes, Chief, I wish you were married to my mother-in-law.
Let go of my pocketbook. Let go. Let go of me. Stop it.
Don't worry, lady. I'll take care of him. He didn't hurt you?
No, he just tried to grab my pocketbook.
Good.
I can't thank you enough.
Well, there's a restaurant right here. Let's go and have a cup of coffee and relax, huh?
Thank you. I wouldn't mind at all.
Come on, then. It's right here. Yeah, see, there's a booth over there that's empty.
I don't know as I really should be doing this.
You move in first, huh? There now. Boy meets girl.
I'm almost glad the man tried to rob me.
Yeah. Who are you?
Mona.
Mona what?
Mona Warren. Who are you?
Jones.
I never heard the name before.
No. My mother made it up.
What's your first name?
Keith.
Well, I guess we're acquainted.
Yeah. I guess the waitresses are all busy right now. Hey, what do you do?
Well, I'm sort of associated with Colonel Cephas.
Oh, the Colonel Cephas?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, he's a big shot, all right.
What do you do?
Well, I'm a bookkeeper looking for a job. You don't suppose you could get me a job with Colonel Cephas, do you?
Why, I don't know.
Well, I'm a good bookkeeper. Would you ask him for me?
Sure.
And you'll try hard?
I'll do what I can. He does most of his work from one of his estates.
Yeah. And you'd be there?
Sure.
I'd like that.
I don't think I'll wait to get something to eat.
Why not? We just came in.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Well, what are you afraid of?
Nothing.
Well, here, let me write out my telephone number and address.
All right, but please hurry.
Okay, but why so jittery? Did the fellow trying to hold you up make you jittery?
No, only... Well, I'm afraid to be seen with you.
Okay, I don't know what it's all about. Oh, you married?
No.
That's beyond me. But if you're truly upset... Here, try and get me that job, won't you?
I promise. Now, you've got to let me go. If I can get him to hire you, I'll call you. If I can't, just forget you ever saw me. What's the matter, Colonel Cephas?
Just thinking, my dear. Some peanuts?
No.
I'm expecting a guest tonight, Mona. Put him in the brew room.
Who?
I doubt if you know him.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop sitting there like a baboon and eating those peanuts, will you?
You're not the same old Mona, are you?
Cut it out, Jay, will you? You know what I gave up to come and work with you. 17 years I've given you the best of my life. I was in love with you. I've done your dirty work for years, and this is all I get.
you think the bird sings better on that new type of seed?
Oh, what's the use? That's the only thing I haven't done for you. Eat birdseed and sing. Eat peanuts and scratch myself.
You'd better answer the door, my dear.
Tweet, tweet. You.
Why, yes.
What are you doing here?
I thought you must have gotten me the job.
Why, come in.
Yes.
Would you wait here a minute? I'll go and speak to the colonel.
Why, sure.
Why didn't you tell me who was coming?
Don't you like surprises?
Why did you do this? What are you up to?
I've been thinking for a couple of days over the experience you had the other night. My dear. How you went into the restaurant with the young man who saved you from the pocketbook snatcher. How we told you he was a bookkeeper, needed a job.
But I asked you, and you said you didn't want a bookkeeper.
The more I thought of it, my dear, the more suspicious I became. So I had the young man investigated. He happens to be a United States Treasury agent.
A Treasury agent?
Evidently, we're under investigation.
But then why did you hire him?
We're going to be under investigation by a Treasury agent. I prefer to have him under my eye. So I can feed him what I want him to know.
Oh, yes, but our books, are they all right?
You'd be surprised to know what I'm prepared for. Show him to the Blue Room, Mona.
And I suppose you have your microphone connected to that room?
Naturally. Mona. Mona, come here.
What's the matter, Colonel? Trouble?
Past week, that bookkeeper Jones has been getting acquainted with Culver.
What of it?
He's up in Culver's room now, putting that radical up to something.
But what?
Listen.
Yeah, you're right, Jones. You're right.
You shouldn't wait just to go out to the trips, Culver. Make your speeches right here in Washington.
Where?
The street corners, anywhere.
This country isn't a fit place for Americans to live anymore. We Americans are being downtrodden by foreigners, jobs taken.
That's the stuff. Don't hold back.
I wouldn't hold back if they shot me. I'll shout it from every rooftop in Washington.
That's your protege, Mona. He's a crackpot.
If he makes those speeches here in Washington, he'll get himself arrested.
And it'll be plastered all over the Washington papers. He's associated with me.
Why is Jones egging him on?
It's a trick to smoke me out into the open.
We can't fire Culver. He talked too much.
Day after tomorrow, you're to start on a new trip. Culver goes with you.
What's the purpose?
Start up new groups.
The real purpose.
When the situation is right, get Culver started. But there'll be a small riot. In that riot, serious accidents can take place. And nothing can be proved.
That's a large order.
It happened once before when you became a widow, so you could be with me.
Shut up.
Build up new societies. Get members. And see that an accident happens to Culver when some camp meeting gets into a frenzy.
Ain't like ours. A man whose skin ain't like ours.
Oh, hello. I tell you I'm on.
Mona?
3 in the morning. What's the matter?
Any accidents yet?
No, but maybe tomorrow.
Come back quick.
Come back.
Yes. Bring Culver with you.
What's happened?
Plenty.
I'll take the first train in the morning.
Come right to my Westover estate. You should be here by late tomorrow evening.
I came right from the train, Colonel. What's the matter?
Sit down, Mona. Of course, you know we're in this together, my dear.
If you soften enough to put it that way, it must be bad.
Mona, I pretended to swallow Jones' story.
He is a Treasury agent, isn't he?
Yes. I thought by pretending I didn't know it, taking him on as our bookkeeper would be a good way to handle him, but...
Has he gotten anything on us? Why the gun in your drawer?
Don't be dramatic. It's merely for a great emergency. Look at these papers.
Huh?
Look at all these figures on them.
But these are photostats.
I didn't want to touch the real papers. Jones has them hidden in his room. He's evidently just compiling the figures. He hasn't used them as yet.
I don't understand.
Each one of these figures is the serial number of $1 or $5 bills.
What bills?
Use your head. Haven't we set it up so when the members of the societies pay dues in cash, it goes to banks under different names, so we don't pay income tax?
Oh. Then these bills are the serial numbers of the bills paid to us for dues.
If that Treasury agent can trace those bills to the different banks where they were deposited, it means the penitentiary.
Oh, no, Jay.
Oh, yes, Mona. Exactly that. We're in time. You're leaving on another trip in the morning, and I'm sending Jones along.
To get what you planned for Culver.
Precisely. I'll ring for Jones now. One more thing. Ever hear of a very famous Treasury agent by the name of Joe Lincoln?
Of course.
Well, our bookkeeper is none other than the famous little giant killer, Lincoln.
Jones is Lincoln, the famous Treasury agent?
And I paid plenty for that information.
Oh, no wonder we're on the spot.
You want me, Colonel Cephas?
Yes, come in, Jones.
I was waiting outside. It's a beautiful night out tonight.
Have some peanuts, Jones.
No, thank you.
Jones?
Hmm?
Miss Mona and Culver are starting on another trip in the morning. To organize a few other patriotic groups.
I almost wish I could go along.
Well... That's strange. I was just going to suggest it.
Oh, I see.
A short trip. It'll give you a better idea how we operate.
I see.
That little canary is a jewel of happiness.
Colonel, don't you think it's about time we stopped kidding around?
What do you mean?
You know who I am.
I don't understand.
Well, you know I'm a Treasury agent. You knew it even when you hired me.
This is very interesting, Jones. Tell me more.
Well, when I was egging Culver on to give his fanatic speeches here in Washington, you had a microphone on the wall and you heard me.
I think I'll go to my room for a minute.
You sit where you are, Miss Mona.
I'm very shocked at what you're saying, Jones.
You shouldn't be. You had a microphone listening to what I said. Didn't it occur to you that I might use the same device?
Here comes Culver.
And when he comes in, don't try to stir up his fanaticism into physical force against me.
No one can tread upon me.
Come in, Culver.
Huh? Oh, that's a great song, you know, Colonel. Oh, hello, Jones. Oh, say, why is everybody so serious?
Jones resents our patriotism.
Oh, he does, huh?
In fact, his real name isn't Jones. It's Treasury Agent Joe Lincoln. You didn't think I knew that one, did you, Jones?
You're mistaken, Colonel. Treasury Agent Joe Lincoln is standing right beside you.
What do you mean?
The man you call Culver is really Joe Lincoln, my boss.
Is this true, Culver?
I'm afraid it is, Colonel. And I knew the only way to really get you was to get the serial numbers of those bills paid in for dues. That's why I got in with your organization as a radical speaker, so I'd be on the spot and could list the serial numbers of the bills as your members turned them in. The Treasury Department has been tracing those bills and has traced them to 64 banks under 64 phony names.
I can't speak. I've got some smelling salts in my drawer, and...
Oh, my finger! Sorry I had to kick that drawer, Clover.
No, my fingers are broken.
That isn't all that'll be broken if you reach for a gun again. Miss Mona, you and the Colonel are under arrest by the United States Treasury.
Now back to Elmer Lincoln Irie, Chief Coordinator of the Law Enforcement Agencies of the United States Treasury for over 10 years. Mr. Irie.
Colonel Cephas and the woman known as Mona were convicted in the federal court, and both are serving a long time for tax evasion. The Treasury has found that many of the societies organized to hate other groups in this country have been created for personal, selfish gain. And the originators have amassed great fortunes for themselves. About the only way to smash these hate groups is to get their leaders for tax evasion. And our Treasury agents will continue to investigate them and prosecute. But this is only one type of case our 3,000 Treasury agents are working on tonight. And on this series, you will hear some very extraordinary cases. For instance, next week...
The two gang leaders are sitting in a car talking. 5 bodyguards of one are on one side of the street. The 5 bodyguards of the other are on the opposite side.
Indications are he chiseled the government out of $16 million.
Quiet. He's hearing strange voices, just like Capone did when we closed in.
Next week, you will hear how our Treasury agents closed in on the persons we have just referred to. The United States Treasury is your representative, and 24 hours a day, it is working to protect you.
Next week, same time, same station. Treasury Agent. Elmer Irie was impersonated. Leading roles were played by Santos Ortega and Everett Sloan. Music under the direction of Bernie Green. Jack McCarthy speaking. Treasury Agent is another Phillips H. Lord production.
The story you're about to hear is true, but strange.
Yup. I say, Conrad, need we travel this fast?
I am driving, Mynheer.
Yes, I know, and I know the South African mails must go through, but this is such a rocky road that you'll... Conrad, another bump like that, and I won't be able to sit down for a...
Out! Out! Oh, the axle, Mynheer. It is broken. I shall have to wind it with wire.
I warned you, Conrad. What's got into you anyway? You're a good driver. It's suicide to go as fast as you were trying to.
I was trying to cross the Spokeveld before dark, Mynheer.
The Spokeveld?
That is what they call this region of the Groot Karoo. When it comes dark, that is when he appears.
He?
This is the Spokeveld, near Ellis. In English, the land of the ghosts. Have you never heard of the Phantom Wagon, Mynheer?
The ABC Radio Network presents Strange, true stories of the supernatural with your narrator, famous author, lecturer, and expert on strange and weird events, Walter Gibson.
Thank you, Dorian St. George. The Great Karoo of South Africa is a 60-mile tableland of desert and barren wasteland, and men who cross it swear they have seen the Phantom Wagon itself. It was close to sundown when the crude wagon which carried the mail between Cape Town and Beaufort West broke down. The day had been blazing hot, But as evening came and bats flickered through the sparse acacia trees, it began to turn cold, almost as cold as Major Ellis felt at Jan Conrad's words.
Phantom wagon, that's nonsense. You don't believe in that rubbish, Conrad?
If Mynheer will help me with this wheel, it must come off before we can get at the axle.
All right. You work on it, Jan. I'll see if I can inch it off.
Yeah.
I asked you a question, Jan.
Better no questions, Mynheer.
Why not? We're here all alone. Nothing to do but repair this nuisance of an axle. Or did you make it up?
Make it up?
Yes. To cover up the fact that you're an ignorant Afrikaner who can't tell one end of a mail cart from the other.
Mynheer, so I see why you do this.
I thought you would.
You wish me to speak of the phantom wagon, yeah? Very well. Even if I know your reason very well, your trick has worked. There is a phantom wagon, Mynheer. Here on the Groot Karoo, this wild country. It goes back to the Boer War, over 60 years back. You have heard of the Boer War, Mynheer. It was when the British fought the South African Dutch. So, now you believe?
That's the story. A wagoner who was carrying supplies to Cape Town for defense against the British. But if he's a ghost now, then why should you be concerned? I'm British. This ghost should be after me.
He was betrayed, Mynheer.
Betrayed?
By one of his own countrymen. So it is said he roams the veldt, searching for an Afrikaner like me.
John, you weren't born till long after the Boer War.
Yeah, but a ghost. What does a ghost know of time, Mynheer? Time has no meaning for a ghost who roams and searches. Time has lost its meaning. Only revenge remains.
What? I don't believe that. You know that.
Yeah, I know. But now it gets dark. Believe or not, it is better we not stay here. We work, Mynheer. The sooner we get away.
What in blazes?
The horse! He has broken rules!
The horse fled, looking himself like a pale ghost in the darkness. Ellis expected Jan Conrad to be the first to run after him. Instead, the driver hesitated.
Jan, come along. We've got to round him up.
It is dark, Mynheer.
But without the horse, we'll be here not only tonight, but all day tomorrow. And you know what it's like here by daylight. We'll burn under the sun.
It is very dark and cold.
You mean you're afraid to? Very well, I'll get the horse.
Yeah, that is best.
You take care of the axle.
Yeah.
And make a fire.
A fire?
It's cold, Jan. And you'll need it to work by. And besides, I've got to find my way back, don't I? How can I find you if there's no campfire to guide me?
The moon rose as Ellis went after the runaway horse. But it was a pale, thin moon that gave little light and made the barren Karoo seem even more barren and full of queer shadows.
Stumbling all over. And where is that brute of a horse? Well, at least Conrad's kindled the fire. I won't get lost.
But Ellis did get lost. The ground dipped and the campfire disappeared. There was no sign of the missing horse or of the campfire.
Conrad! Conrad!
I'll wear myself out this way. Devil with the horse. It's the campfire I need now. Cold. Chilled to the bone. Let's see now. Yes, there's the moon. I headed toward it when I left Conrad. That was an hour ago or thereabouts. And the campfire should be in this direction. Yes. There it is. That's the biggest blaze I've ever seen. He must have piled every branch within a mile.
Conrad! It's all right. Here I am. Conrad!
Good heavens, what was that? The fire. It's gone. It went out like the wink of an eye. Conrad? Conrad!
The darkness seemed blacker than ever before with the fire out. The echo of the scream kept ringing in Ellis's mind. He called again and again, and then, suddenly...
That sounds like a wagon. Conrad! Conrad, over here! Over this way! Conrad! Conrad, am I happy to see you. The horse came back, eh?
Yeah, he come back.
I'm so cold, There's a blanket up there in the back of the wagon. Just wait, I'll climb in. Yes, here it is. Oh, this is more like it, eh? This blanket smells of smoke. Is this what you used to put out that fire? And that scream. I thought that was you. The wild beast, eh?
Mynheer, we go now.
Fine. Oh, there's an inn at Beaufort West. After this experience, I don't mind telling you I won't object, no matter how fast you go. Who'd want to stay in a spot like this, phantom wagon or no phantom wagon?
Up, up, up!
The ride that followed was much faster than the earlier one. It was the wildest ride Ellis had ever been on. Several times he tried to yell at the driver to slow down. Twice he tried to claw his way up to the driver's seat and grab that hunched back to tell Jan to slow down. But the wagon plunged and heaved like a ship in a gale. It was all he could do to keep from being thrown out completely. Finally, more dead than alive, they reached the inn at Beaufort West. Ellis climbed out and staggered to the inn door.
Yes, such a racket in the middle of the night.
It's cold. Cold.
What did you expect, sir? Steam heat?
Please, just let me in. The next time I ask a ride of that crazy mailman.
Oh, you come with Jan Conrad.
Well, of course. This is wagon, right?
He has most like taken it to the barn. Jan always takes the wagon straight to the barn. Come in, Mynheer.
The innkeeper helped Ellis in. All Ellis wanted was a bed, and 5 minutes later he was asleep. He slept soundly until morning, when the innkeeper wakened him.
Mynheer, where is Jan Conrad? There is no sign of him in the barn. I went there this morning, no sign of him or the wagon.
Well, he's gone back then.
No, Mynheer.
Please, will you let me sleep? Of course he's gone back. In a hurry to get back to Cape Town for some more mail, I expect.
Mynheer, it is quite true that he does that often, but this time, no.
How do you know?
There is no mail. Always he leaves mail each time he comes. This time, no mail. Mynheer, are you sure that you come with Jan Conrad?
The innkeeper and Ellis saddled a pair of horses. They took the trail back over the Great Karoo. At first, they saw nothing. Then they noticed a pair of carrion birds sailing in the air. Soon they came to a spot where the dirt road skirted high above the dry bed of the Patatas River. And in the riverbed...
Great Scott. It's Conrad.
Yeah. Him and his wagon. What is left of them? He must have been driven off the road up above, him and his wagon.
Driven off? By whom?
The phantom wagoner, Mynheer.
But I called to him. I was lost, and I called to him.
Ah, that is it, then.
That's what?
You called his name. Conrad, you called. That is what did it. Mynheer, do you know the name of the traitor who betrayed the wagoner years ago? His name was Conrad also.
But I rode with him. I was in the wagon. It took me to...
Yeah, Mynheer, but not this wagon. A different wagon, no? Perhaps the Phantom Wagon.
A day later, Jan Conrad's horse was found, alive and well. As for Jan Conrad himself, who knows? Perhaps he did see the Phantom Wagoner. After all, there may have been one. For the ride Ellis had was fast, much too fast for any ordinary horse and wagon.
Tune in for most of these stations at the same time for Walter Gibson, your expert on the supernatural. Stories of ghosts, of spirits, werewolves, and voodoo. And each story you hear is true, but strange. Strange, with Walter Gibson as your expert, was directed by Drex Hines. In the cast were Leon Janney and Mandel Kramer. This is Dorian St. George. Strange came to you from New York.
And now we bring you a thrilling crime detection story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries magazine. Our story begins in a little farming community of Florence, Colorado.
All the fresh! A vegetable, all the fresh! Oh! Oh, stop you! Wow, you don't like the wheat, eh? If you don't like it, stop one and not only say whoa. Hello, Mike. Bring you a nice vegetable. Nice and fresh.
Yeah, sure I know. Like yesterday's, eh? You don't know what a fresh vegetable looks like. They turn rotten when you touch them. Even your horse can't stand working for you.
How come you say that? Neroni's a very kind of man. He has the best farm in the whole neighborhood. I tell you, take a look at that lettuce. It's a nice crisp.
I don't know why I buy anything from you. Now, give me 6 head.
And the tomato?
You call them tomatoes? I thought they were cherries.
You like always making the fun when
What's the matter?
Beautiful.
What in blazes are you talking about, Neroni?
That the girl over there, she is beautiful. What's her name?
Her? Well, she's Antonietta. Works here as a waitress.
Tony's got to meet to her. She's beautiful.
No, you don't. She's a good girl, Neroni. Hey, come back here. Hey, what's the idea of running away?
I didn't run away, Mr. Riley.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Antonietta. I was talking to this guy.
Don't you worry about this guy. I just want to talk to this girl a few minutes. I'll go soon.
Yeah, I'll see that it is soon.
You're the boss. He's a very nosy guy, eh?
Mr. Riley, we all think he's a real gentleman.
Oh, sure. What's your name?
Antonietta. I'm new here.
Yes, I know that. I come here for 8 months. I never see a more beautiful girl than you.
Oh, stop that, mister.
Call me Tony. Antonio Neroni is my name. But you call me Tony.
All right. Tony.
And I call you Antonietta? Antonietta. That's a nice name.
Hey, Neroni, you still in the vegetable business?
Sure thing. I'm a coming. I'll see you again tomorrow, Antonietta. Tomorrow, maybe? Goodbye, beautiful.
Goodbye. Goodbye, beautiful. Oh, hello, Helen. You kidding me?
Who's the new Romeo, and why doesn't he get his pants pressed?
I don't know who he is. Well, that is, Mr. Riley buys vegetables from him. His eyes. They're so...
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by that?
You aren't falling for that farmer, are you?
Oh, don't be silly. I fall for a guy like that.
I recognize a little something in that tone. Okay, beautiful. Far be it from me to come between you and your farmer boyfriend.
Come on, girls, break it up.
Yes, Mr. Riley, I'll go up front.
No, you stay here, Antonietta. I want to talk to you.
I get it. So long.
Antonietta, I have no right to speak to you this way. It's none of my business, but, Neroni, well, his reputation ain't so good in town.
Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Riley. He doesn't mean a thing to me.
Yeah? Well, I'm not so sure, see?
Remember, I'm telling you this for your own good.
Sure. I understand.
He has a way with him, like a snake.
Now, Mr.
Now,
Riley,
let me
you're...
finish. Now, he hypnotizes you, and then... Well, now that I've told you, you can do as you please.
Thanks, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, I can tell you. Riley, he don't like me.
It isn't that, Tony. He just told me that, well, that some people said you weren't so nice, I guess.
Oh, that's all he's saying, eh? You know what for he's talking like that? You know? Well, I tell him. He loves you. That's why he wants you.
Don't be foolish, Tony. I don't mean this much to Mr. Riley. He certainly doesn't mean a thing to me.
Maybe yes and maybe no. Oh, Antonietta, I want to speak to you. Well, what do you want?
What do you have, folks?
Go on, you, and I want you a call.
Hey, don't be so sassy, mister. This ain't no waiting room. We want customers here, see?
Bring me some ginger ale, please.
Right.
Tony, you have a terrible temper. He'll get you into real trouble if you don't watch out. Try to control it, please.
All right, I'll take care. Antonietta. Oh, I love you. I want you to marry with me.
What? Marry you? Well, I've only known you since yesterday. How can you expect me to answer? Well, such a serious question.
What, Della, you can answer easy. All you got to say is yes. I have a good farm. I make a good living for you, Antonietta.
Here you are, miss. Ginger ale.
Oh, that's the way to bother me on the foot.
Tony, watch your temper, please.
Oh, sure, I watch. Tell me, Antonietta, you love me legally?
I don't know if I do or not, Tony. There's something about you that
the what?
That attracts me, I guess. Your eyes. Oh, but then your temper. I know I'd never be able to get along.
Well, why not try it for a little while?
What?
Oh, I see you. You don't get what I mean. I mean, a worker for me. Be cook for me and my partners. And then maybe you see if you love me.
No, I couldn't do that.
Because of why?
It wouldn't be right, that's why.
That's so wrong, Antonietta. You don't have to be afraid of anything. I pay you more than Mr. Riley. And you work, and that's all. I want you to know me, to love me. You don't think I'm going to do anything wrong, do you?
No. I won't work for you. Absolutely not.
Are you like our new cook, eh, Dominic?
What's the difference? The older one was just as good.
You hear what he say, Antonietta? You're no better than the older cook. He's crazy, my partner is. The older one was not half as beautiful.
Remember what you promised, Tony.
Sure thing, I'll remember.
You got more soup?
Sure, all you want. Here.
Where is Erkaway?
Working.
Listen, why don't you call him and tell him a dinner is ready?
If he don't know, why should we worry?
Oh, you're a nice partner, eh, Dominic? Go get that collie, I say.
All right, but don't howl.
Fools. That's what they are, fools. Maybe they think I care whether they eat or not. Fools.
Why did you make him call your other partner?
You want to know why? Listen, I tell you. Because I love you. Because I want to be alone with you, that's why.
Tony, you promised.
You talk like a foolish girl, Antonietta. I promise, sure, but to keep a promise, that's the difference. You know, I love you. I love you the first time I look at you. Now, I want you to marry me.
Oh, no.
You got to change your mind. I'm making you change, Antonietta.
Here comes Ercole. Now, you don't bother me no more, Tony.
What's the matter, Ercole? You need a butler to ring the dinner bell?
No, I want to finish your work and let us fetch. Too many wheels.
Next time, you get no dinner if you come late.
What do you mean? What do you think you are, huh? We're no working for you, Tony. We are partners, see?
Yeah, Ercole is right, Tony. This farm is as much ours as yours. We not have to stand before you make this place a love nest, or...
Oh, so that's it, huh? You don't want I should love Antonietta, eh? Maybe you fellas love her.
Don't be crazy.
Yeah, you're nuts, Tony. We love her, huh?
What's the matter with her? Eh? What's the matter?
Nothing the matter with her, only...
Only what?
Only the whole town says she must be crazy if she see anything in you. That's all.
So, the whole town are not minding his business, eh?
You're big a fool, Tony. You ask Dominic, he tell you, no? Now you're getting me sore.
Tony, I'm going to leave in the morning. I can't stay here. You heard what they said.
I tell you, you don't leave. I fix everything. Just you give me a little time to think. I'll be back as soon as I got to think.
Tony, you can never take her on the chin, eh?
He never could.
I don't know what to do. I can't stay here.
Sure, I know. You can't stay here and you can't run away. Well, that's what they always say about Tony. He hypnotize you like a snake, and then he strike.
Then he strikes?
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. If you want a peace, leave. Leave now. There's no tell what Tony will do when he gets it back. I can see him on the field now. He gets him mad by the minutes and burns himself up.
Sure, yeah. And if he know we tell you to leave him, he stop it to nothing.
Sure.
I know Tony. He even a kill.
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. He's all right.
What do you say? Tell me what you talking.
Antonietta, what they tell you?
Oh, nothing. But I have something to tell you, Tony.
What? Ah, listen, I know it is you marrying me, eh?
No, I'm leaving you tonight, now. I can't stand this any longer.
Ah, now I see. I understand. My partners, they talk to you, they give you ideas, eh? You know what Neroni do. You know what I do.
I don't want any letters, I told you. But there's one thing I do want, Neroni. I want to know where Antonietta is.
She ran away.
Well, he said she ran away, but I don't believe him.
I don't either. Where's Dominic?
Dominic and Antonietta ran away.
So did Ercole. Nobody's seen him for days. Neroni's partners and Antonietta are gone. Nobody knows where they are.
Maybe he killed them. Neroni killed Dominic and Ercole and Antonietta. She would have married him, so he killed her. Where did he hide him? Let's find out where he
Let's tell the police. He's dangerous, that man.
Police? No, we never talk to the police.
Where's John?
Now, you people know what I'm talking about. Why don't you answer?
What do you know about Neroni?
What happened to his partners or that girl who was working for him?
Well, it's no use, Chief. They won't tell us a thing. They know we're police.
I guess you're right, Gale. Come on. I've got an idea. Sit down, Fabrizio. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Chief.
I don't suppose you know what this is all about, Fabrizio. So I'll give you the whole story in a jiffy. We need your help in a tough case. We think you're the only man that can handle this job because it involves your people. You understand them and they believe in you. We can't get a peep out of them.
I'll do anything I can to help, Chief.
Well, it sure looks like we're going to need help. Plenty of it.
What's it all about?
Well, I'll tell you. You know that farmer named Neroni?
I don't know him, but I've heard about him.
Well, he had two partners named Dominic and Ercole, who shared his home. That is, if you can call that joint a home.
Yeah, it's an awful-looking dive.
Now, a few weeks ago, this Neroni guy goes gaga over a waitress named Antonietta. He met her in Mike Riley's coffee pot while delivering vegetables.
Well, what kind of a girl is she?
Was, you mean. We can't find her. We can't find Neroni's partners.
I understand. Where does she live?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Neroni induced that girl to live up at his place and cook for him and his pals. I understand he paid her more than she earned waiting on tables. Well, anyhow, as I said before, the three of them disappeared. We looked everywhere for some little clue, but found nothing.
And we arrested Neroni.
That's right. Now, we're holding this guy, but we can't hold him for long without any evidence. He's trying to find a lawyer now who'll get him out for writ of habeas corpus.
The looks on your faces, I assume that you suspect...
There's no use of us mincing words, Fabrizio. We suspect the worst. Murder. And we grilled him for hours, but all he says is they run away. My guess is he'll never crack.
I have an idea, Chief.
I thought you would, Fabrizio. What is it?
You say he's in jail?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. We'll send for...
Get in there, you mug.
Hey, don't push, copper. How long will you keep me here?
I don't know, sweetheart. Here. I brought you a roommate if you're lonesome.
Now, listen, come back and let me get out of this place. I tell you, you can't keep me in a jail.
Hey, pipe down, you punk.
You calling me?
Now, look here, you crumb. I'm sharing this bunk with you, see? Go in that corner and shut up. I'll wrap this stool around your neck, understand?
You're not kind of talking to me like that. I mean no room.
I wouldn't care if you were to set your liberty. Get down there and shut up.
What's your name? Mine's Tony Neroni.
I ain't asking you who you are, and I don't care what your name is.
These are police, sir. They arrest you?
No. I arrested myself because I wanted to look at your pan. That's what happened. Hey, turn around. I can't stand that mug of yours.
You're a tough guy, eh?
Wrong again. I'm here for picking daisies.
You steal?
Hey, what's it to you? I ain't asking you what your line is, am I?
Then Donna got no right to arrest me.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't do nothing.
Hey, listen, pasty face. I don't care what you did or didn't do, see? Keep on squawking. You didn't do nothing, I'll push you through them bars.
Why you get arrested?
Me? Well, all I did was cut a sailor's throat for $12. They put me here for being so cheap.
You killed him?
What do you think?
But that's a murder, to kill somebody.
You're a pretty wise guy, doping it all out by yourself.
That's right. They arrest you if you murder somebody.
That's so. Hey, what are you here for? For telling kids there ain't no Santa Claus?
No, they got no right for arresting me. I don't do nothing.
Yeah, that's a hot one. You didn't do nothing. What'd they charge you with?
What?
They must have arrested you for something. What you here for, your health?
Police say that maybe I killed somebody.
Oh, maybe you killed. Well, did you?
No.
You mean to say they put you in this jug for nothing?
I no kill.
Well, then I can't help you.
You can't help. What do you mean you can't help?
Listen, you punk. If you're here for doing a man-sized job, I could teach you the ropes. Tricks of the trades order. If you're here for nothing, I don't want to have nothing to do with you.
I don't do nothing.
Okay, so you didn't. Now shut up and leave me alone. I want to think.
Let's pause here on KRLD.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Then what?
I used every trick I knew, Chief, but he wouldn't fall.
It looks like my plan didn't work.
No, we must work fast or he'll be out of jail. Neroni has already retained a lawyer. Can't stall much longer.
Well, want me for anything else, Chief?
No, you can leave if you want to. If I need you again, I'll call you.
So long.
Right. Furnace speaking. Hello, Richards. What's up? What? Yeah. We sure are working on that Neroni case. Who? Giuseppe. He's who? Oh, brother, eh? That's nice. Yeah, sort of makes it a nice quartet, four of them. When did this happen? Yeah, I see. I get it. Okay. Right. So long.
What's the matter, Chief?
What happened?
Oh, another guy disappeared. The gossipers charged that to Neroni, too.
Well, how could they? He's been in jail the last week.
I know, but this man disappeared before we arrested Neroni.
Before? Who is he?
A fellow named Giuseppe. He's Dominic's brother.
Brother? Good heavens, Chief. You don't mean to tell me that Neroni killed all of them?
Well, it doesn't seem possible. I don't know what else could have happened to them. Richards reports that Giuseppe told his wife he was going to see his brother Dominic. He never returned.
4 people missing.
Missing or murdered? Only we can't prove it. We've gone over his house with a fine-tooth comb. Can't find a single clue. Not even a drop of blood.
I've got another idea, Chief. It's a long shot, but I think we ought to try it.
I'll try anything. What is it?
Neroni knows that we're holding him here as a suspect of the murder of 3 people. As far as he's concerned, we know nothing of this 4th man.
That's right.
Now, Neroni doesn't know me, but he's heard of me. I've done a lot of favors for his people in town.
Yeah, they know of you, all right, and they like you.
All right. Now, my plan is this. I'll see this Neroni and tell him I can save him.
I'll follow you, Fabrizio.
Well, there's nothing Neroni would rather do than leave this country. He'll believe me when I tell him that I can get him a passport because I've done that for some of his friends.
I still don't understand. How are you going to find the bodies we're looking for by promising him a passport?
I'm going to make him tell us.
All right, there he is.
All right, thanks. Well, what are you waiting for? I told you I wanted to speak to this man in private.
All right. You don't have to be so sassy.
Those jailers are sure fresh. You're Tony Neroni, aren't you?
Yeah.
Gee, I had some tough time getting in here to see you.
Who you are?
Fabrizio is my name. You must have heard of me.
No.
Well, that doesn't matter. I've come here to help you.
I'm no sander for you.
Yes, I know, but some of your friends sent me here.
Because of why?
I told you to help you. Now, listen. I don't want any of those nosy Americans to hear me. Come over here.
What you want?
I've been sent here to see that you get a passport to go back to your native land.
Yeah?
Yes, and if you're interested, I'll tell you how you can show these fool Americans that we're smarter than they are.
Sure, we're lots of smart.
Not so loud.
You're here because the police suspect you of killing 3 people.
Not to me. They run away. I no kill.
Shut up. There's only one way for you to prove that you didn't kill those 3 people.
How?
Tell the police the truth.
You mean the truth?
Yes. Tell them how Giuseppe killed them and hid the bodies.
Giuseppe?
Not so loud. The police don't know that he ran away yet. What you've got to do is to tell them how Giuseppe killed Antonetta and the others. How he threatened you and then ran away.
Suppose they don't believe.
Don't be foolish. Why shouldn't they believe you? You saw Giuseppe kill them, didn't you?
Tell me, how can I prove Giuseppe killed Antonietta and my partner?
All you've got to do is tell them what you saw, that's all. They'll try to arrest Giuseppe, discover he's run away, and that's that. And they'll have to let you go then.
Okay, I get that. That's all of what I got to do?
Yeah. When the police ask you why you didn't tell them this before, tell them the truth.
The truth?
Sure. Tell them that you were afraid, that Giuseppe threatened to kill you if he ever found out that you told on him.
Okay, I see.
I'm leaving now, Neroni. You do what you want to, but my advice is to tell them the truth, like I said.
Sure, I tell them.
Now, remember, don't lie to the police. By the way, you know where he hid the bodies, don't you? Then tell the police. Tell them the truth. That's the best way. And goodbye, Neroni. And don't forget the truth, the whole truth.
How'd you make out?
Well, we'll wait and see. Unless I'm wrong, our fine friend will bite on the bait I've given him.
You mean to say he fell for that yarn?
Sure.
Oh, Chief, Neroni wants to see you right away. Says he's got something important to tell you.
He has, eh? Okay, I'll be right down. Gale?
Yes, sir?
Get Sloan to bring the bloodhounds to Neroni's farm.
Yes, sir.
Get the car ready. We're going to take Mr. Neroni for a little ride so he can tell us the truth. All right, Neroni. Come on. Tell us how it happened.
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
It's like this. I was sitting in the house with Antonietta and Dominic and Eckerly. We all talk.
Oh, Dominic, you so
See, Antonietta, Dominic, he say you a good cook.
Sure, she make a good wife.
No can be a good wife, Dominic.
What?
All the wives are bad.
Oh, Eckerly, that's
You hear that? You hear that, Antonietta? Eckerly say. Giuseppe, what the for you come?
Shut up. I come because I want to come. Ask my brother. He know.
Hey, what's the matter, Giuseppe? Why you looking that way?
You don't know it, Dominic? You don't know what for I come?
No, I don't know.
You lie.
Your brother, he's a fool. Sit down, Giuseppe. Have some wine. We talk, eh?
I don't want to know wine. I don't want to know talk. I come to teach my brother a lesson.
What's the matter, Giuseppe? What have I done? Giuseppe, put down that gun.
I'm going to kill you.
That's just how it happened. I get the frightened and quick run away.
After he shot his brother, you ran out.
Yeah.
You didn't see him shoot Antonetta or Eckerly?
Oh, no.
Then what happened?
I run into the woods there. Later, long time. I see Giuseppe come out and dig a great big hole. Then he go in the house and they carry out a body in the tub. 3 bodies, one by one, and the bury.
That's why we couldn't find any blood around. He carried them in a tub. And then?
Then he run away.
Which way did he run?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
That way.
That's where the bodies are buried?
That's right. Over there, by barn.
Okay, men. Dig over there with the barn.
Right, Chief. Do you know why Giuseppe killed his brother?
No.
Looks like you frightened your horse, Neroni. Even he doesn't like you. You know why Giuseppe killed the others?
I no can see.
You loved Antonietta, didn't you?
Sure, gonna marry.
Were your partners jealous?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
Jealous? No.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah, find anything?
Come over here.
Right.
Hey, look. Look at that.
Merciful heaven. 3 of them. 3 innocent people.
Shot through the head, every one of them. Look, there's the tub. And one of the bloodhounds couldn't help us.
Awful. Terrible. Gale?
Yes, sir?
Phone the coroner. Have him send up the wagon.
Okay, Chief.
I okay, a free man now?
You what?
I a free man. I'm telling you how it happened. I can go away now.
You go away? Sure. Sure you'll go away.
What's the matter? You laugh. You tell me you're my friend.
I just want to ask you one more question. I want you to tell the truth now. The real truth, understand?
I don't gather what do you mean. You say I tell.
Yes, I know. You told us a story and you think you fooled us, didn't you?
We're stupid Americans, aren't we? Well, maybe you're right. We're stupid enough, though, to want to know what you did with Giuseppe's body.
You double-crossed me.
That's not half as bad as murder, Nerone.
You lied to me. You lied. You double-crossed me. I kill you. I kill you. I choke you.
That'll keep him quiet for a while.
Yeah, almost broke your gun on his head, Chief.
Too bad I didn't kill him. Save the country a lot of money if I did. You all right, Fabrizio?
Yes, fine, thanks.
How are you, wise guy?
Oh, he double-crossed. I'm gonna kill him. He double-crossed.
What did you do with Giuseppe?
He ran away. Giuseppe ran.
Let's take him back, Chief. We'll find that other body if we have to dig up this whole farm.
Right. Boys, carry this guy to the car.
Okay.
Did you see this dispatch here, Chief?
Antonio Nerone, serving a life sentence for the murder of 4 people whose bodies were buried on his farm, was found dead in prison last night. He was beaten to death by a fellow prisoner when he attempted to attack a party of visitors.
Yeah, nice guy, huh?
Yeah, nice and ferocious.
Yeah, you remember how he looked, though, when we blasted his phony alibi by finding Giuseppe's body?
A real look of horror.
Yeah, it matched the house he lived in. A real horror house, if ever there was one.
You have just heard a thrilling story taken from the pages of True Detective Mysteries magazine, a McFadden publication.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, declared insane.
This is the church she comes to. There she is, Renee. Kneeling in the pew. 3rd row from the left. What do you think of your rival for your husband's affections?
Are you positive that's the same Madame Jean Renaud?
I'd stake my honor upon it.
Cecil, you've staked your honor so often there's nothing left to it.
Madame.
Amazing. I wonder how a woman like that could extract such huge sums of money from my husband.
She might have certain charms you don't understand.
But she's fat and pockmarked.
True, Renee. But powerful enough to make you and your children penniless within 10 years.
How can we break her hold on Pierre?
I've tried. Pierre won't listen to me, either as his brother or his lawyer. So there's only one thing left.
What's that?
Simply that you ask for a commission for lunacy against him. Imply that he's insane and have him locked away.
But Pierre is
With your political
as...
prestige at Louis XV's court, I'm sure we can convince a young ambitious judge to the contrary. Pierre's many eccentricities can bear fruit. His monomania on Chinese customs could easily be misinterpreted. Do you understand?
But, Cecil,
Now listen to me. Tomorrow morning, I want you to pay an unexpected visit on your husband. Drive out to that country hovel and...
Is your master in, Roger?
Madame la Marquise, we weren't expecting you. Do come in. Monsieur is in the study. If you follow me, he'd be pleased to see you, madame. It's been such a long time.
Thank you, Roger.
Monsieur, Madame la Marquise?
Renee.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Pierre, but you know what the court says. This separation of ours does not do my reputation any good.
Your reputation? Naturally.
What are you doing dressed up in that silly outfit?
I am writing a history of China, Renee. One can't understand the Chinese mind without trying to feel the tempo of their mode of life.
Oh, that's neither here nor there. I've been hearing about the way you're handling the children.
The children are well and healthy.
I don't feel comfortable about them out here. So I'd like to change nurses. The woman you have now is too old for the job. I've brought an Englishwoman out here with me today. Her name is Maggie Campbell. I think you'll find Maggie a gem in many ways. Your absent-mindedness endangers our children's very existence.
What are you hinting at?
Hinting? You know very well what I mean. That woman, Madame Jean Renaud.
She's no concern of yours.
My son's future inheritance, however, is my concern. I can't prevent you from throwing it away on a swine-headed woman.
Oh, Renee,
but
really?
Really what? Who is this Jean Renaud? What power has she got over you? Why do you insist on living in the country and giving her the major part of your income?
That's one question you'll never have answered. You wouldn't understand.
That's why I've hired Maggie Campbell to act as nursemaid. The children are never to be in that woman's company. And Miss Campbell will follow those instructions to the letter.
Well, Renee, I didn't expect you to come back so soon.
It didn't take me long to sell Pierre on the idea of hiring your fatuous Miss Campbell, Cecil.
What did he think of her?
Nothing much. My story was completely believable.
We can depend on Maggie Campbell to weave an interesting web for Pierre to stumble into. In the meantime, you've work to do.
Work?
I've invited young Bianchon for a party at your house this evening.
Aren't you presumptuous?
Not at all. That fool has always been in love with you. His uncle is a judge of the inferior court, Monsieur Popinot. If you can convince Bianchon to bring his uncle into our camp, our commission for lunacy against Paupière is won. You're in a position to do both of them a great deal of political good. It might be wise to remind them of it, gently. The party is to start at 9.
Bianchon, I'm so glad you could come to my little party.
Oh, you're playing with my heart, madame.
Ah. If only I were a free woman. Free to play with a man's heart.
Oh.
But my husband being ill...
Oh, Pierre's ill?
Didn't you know?
No. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
It's a mental condition. I thought you knew.
Oh. Is there anything that I can do?
I'm afraid there's nothing anyone can do. He insists now upon throwing his money away on a woman, known as Jean Renaud, whom he favors now.
Oh, a woman.
A fat, ugly, pockmarked woman who is closer to 60 years of age than anything else. He's given her almost 1 million francs.
Oh, this is serious, madame.
But what can I do? He controls all the money in the family except my own small income.
Well, have you ever thought of securing a commission for lunacy against him?
My own husband, Monsieur Bianchon?
But it's necessary, madame. My uncle is judge of the inferior courts. He could get it for you quite easily. If you'd consent to visit with him, I'm sure...
Bianchon.
Yes?
Could you persuade your uncle to visit me here in my home? I would repay him for his trouble. A close friend of mine, Philippe Brett, is head of the civil courts. He could do your uncle much good if I suggested it.
Oh, but of course, Renee. I shall pay my Uncle Popinot a visit this evening. Would tomorrow night be a convenient night for you?
So convenient. And if Monsieur Popinot is interested in verifying my case, he might ask Maggie Campbell, my children's nurse, about Pierre's strange actions.
Roger, if you're the butler in this loony house, come over here and bottle.
Yes, Maggie. What is it now, nurse?
Listen to them, will you? A father playing with his sons, twisting their arms till they scream in agony. Look at them there in the garden.
He's teaching the boys how to wrestle, Maggie. Wrestling's a fine art in China.
Wrestling, is it? It's a fine kind of wrestling. Trying to pull the boys' arms out by the sockets. Laughing and screaming. A maniac's mind. A maniac, I tell you. Heaven help us. What will the madmen do next?
Thank you, driver. Uncle Popinot? Uncle Popinot?
Well, if it isn't my nephew. Well, Bianchon, come in.
Oh, how can you live in this rat trap?
And if this is a rat trap, Bianchon, then you should throw your old uncle a piece of cheese. What brings you down here on the banks on this hot day?
Oh, a matter of urgency. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Trouble. Life was ever thus.
Her husband is stark staring mad. And the poor woman hasn't the faintest notion how to go about getting a commission for lunacy.
Who is the lady?
Madame la Marquise d'Espard.
Madame de la Marquise?
Yes.
She probably knows more about these things than you do, nephew. Nevertheless, I'll see her when she arrives.
She's not well, Uncle. You can't expect her to visit you in a place like this. Besides, she's a close friend of Philippe, and he's the head of the civil courts and can do you a lot of good.
That crook?
Oh, Popino. Madame la Marquise had the kindness to invite us to dinner at her house tomorrow night.
Bianchon, I'm surprised at you. You know very well that I'll be the examining judge on the case, and our courts forbid a judge to dine in a petitioner's home. It's against the law.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. After dinner, then, Uncle?
Well, she can see me here.
In all fairness to her, she's ill, Uncle. Drop in at her house.
Was it a request or a demand from Bianchon?
Both, I imagine, Uncle.
Even a judge is afraid not to grant her demands. A woman like that is a powerful factor at court.
Then you will drop in and see her?
Yes, tomorrow afternoon at 3. But warn her not to serve any food or drink to me at all.
Oh, yes, Uncle. She will be well warned.
Maggie, what are you doing, prowling about the master's bedroom?
I was looking for a good tonic for the children. The master keeps all the medicines locked up here. While I'm about it, you ought to take the tonic, Roger. You don't look so well lately.
I never felt better.
Spring's coming, Roger. Everybody should take a tonic. Yeah, drink this. You'll feel like a new man in a few seconds. I'll fix another drawer for the children.
I can't figure you out, Maggie. One moment you shout, and the next you worry about my health.
That's just my way, Roger. Go ahead. Drink it. I'm a nurse. I ought to know what's good. Go ahead. Drink it.
Well, this will make us better friends, Maggie. I'll drink it. Tastes like poison.
Roger.
The master's calling, Roger. See what he wants.
I'm coming, Monsieur le Marquis.
Better come along to the study, Roger. I'm expecting a visitor, and I'd better have the place looking spick and span.
Visitor, monsieur?
Madame Jean Lenore will be here soon. Then the business between Madame and I will be over, finally.
I'm glad. Monsieur, look at the study. More Chinese books than all of China.
I need them. What's the matter, Roger?
I feel so ill, Monsieur le Marquis. In heaven's name,
I better sit down over here, Roger.
Help.
Roger. Maggie.
What's the matter, monsieur?
Roger, old fellow. Roger. He's dead.
Dead? His skin is turning black, monsieur. Black?
As if he had drunk.
Yes. Just as if he drunk a strong draught of Chinese poison.
How do you know the effect?
I'm a nurse, sir. Now your madness is no longer innocent. You're a murderer, too. Poisoning a poor, helpless man just because he disagreed with you.
What are you talking about, Maggie?
You know what I'm talking about, monsieur. You're a murderer. A murderer. I'll get the police for you, poisonous all in the middle of the night.
Madame la Marquise, may I present my uncle, Judge of the Inferior Courts, Monsieur Popinot.
Good afternoon, monsieur.
How do you do?
This is my brother-in-law, the Chevalier d'Espard. Say so.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you be seated, Monsieur Popinot?
My uncle will do everything in his power to help you, Renee.
I'm sure he will, Bianchon.
Tell me, madame, when you and the Marquis separated originally, how much money were you allowed?
Just my original income of 26,000 francs a year.
You say that the Marquis had given a certain Madame Jean Renaud considerable sums of money?
Almost 1 million francs.
Is there any reason for him to give her money?
None. None but an imaginary one dictated to him by his twisted mind.
Does Madame Jean Renaud live well?
Live well? In a mansion?
I'm a poor man myself, madame. How much does Madame Jean Renaud spend on her house?
Oh, the stables alone cost 16,000 francs.
Judges are apt to be incredulous. If the stables alone cost 16,000, then how much for the entire establishment?
Between 50 and 60,000 francs.
So much? You don't say. How much do you spend for this lovely place?
About the same, 50 or 60,000.
Renee!
Huh? Oh.
I thought you said your income was only 26,000 francs. You must be badly in debt. Obviously.
But, monsieur...
If you're in debt, the court might not feel justified in allowing you to handle your husband's money. They might think you have a different motive for trying to secure control of your husband's money. Not that I have. A selfish one.
Do you serve, madame?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madame la Marquise. It's against the law for me to eat or drink at a petitioner's home. I thought you knew.
Madame la Marquise! Madame la Marquise!
Maggie? What are you doing here?
I've been trying to get her all day, I have. Monsieur le Marquis has murdered his butler. Poisoned him. I saw it with my own eyes. The police came. They've got him away in the jail. He's stark, staring, raving mad, he is.
Murder now. Well, Monsieur Popinot, is murder a part of a sane man's mind?
Such a place for a judge to live. Oh, if I lived here, I'd never make old bones. Monsieur Popinot.
Yes?
I got your summons to come and see you in your house. Well, here I am.
Here you are. But who are you?
Madame Jean Renaud. Kind of a judge are you, anyway, living here? Huh? You must be an honest one. Yeah? What do you want to see me about?
I've learned that you've been receiving extraordinary amounts of money from Monsieur le Marquis d'Espard.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I have.
What seducer's art have you been using on Monsieur le Marquis?
Oh, seducer's art? Look at me, monsieur. Fat, ugly, hideous. What kind of a vamp would I make?
Well, that's a question I can't answer. But you will have to.
Monsieur, I'm sorry, but I am under oath. I can never divulge the reason that monsieur gives me the money.
Madame, if you have any pity for your benefactor, you'll tell me. A commission for lunacy has been taken out against him.
Huh?
You're named as having some strange power over him. Power which is supposed to have driven him mad.
Oh, great heavens. I am as good as Monsieur le Marquis and warned him. He's a saint, that man. A saint, monsieur.
Yes, but he isn't at home. He's at jail. Madame Jean Renaud. Monsieur le Marquis, I'm Judge Popinot of the Inferior Courts.
You're most welcome to come in and share my prison cell. Are you here to accuse me of murdering a man, too?
No, monsieur. But your wife has taken out a commission for lunacy against you.
Monsieur, you're joking.
I wish I were. Your passion for Chinese customs has led them to believe you live in a dream world.
I was commissioned to write a book about China by the most respectable firm in all Paris.
Have you a contract from them?
In my desk drawer at home.
Are there any duplicate copies in case your copy is stolen?
Certainly. Here's the address of the firm. They have the duplicate.
The second count is, of course, there's murder. You were accused of murdering your butler just to try out a potency of a new Chinese drug you've discovered.
I've never toyed with Chinese drugs or poisons.
How about this business of giving all your money to Madame Jean Renaud?
Monsieur, I never thought I'd tell anyone that secret.
Your life depends on it.
Madame Jean Renaud is the descendant of the Jean Renaud family who owned a large estate in Saxony in the 13th century. My ancestors murdered her ancestors and stole that property.
What has that to do with you?
The entire Despard fortune was founded on that property. I'm trying to pay back a debt. The amount of money which should have been paid to the Jean Renaud when the property was taken over.
You're too conscientious, Monsieur le Marquis.
I don't want my children to be ashamed of their family as I'm ashamed of mine. They'll always be proud of the Despard name.
I don't think we'll have any trouble clearing you of this charge. Tell me this. Is there any place in France where the black Chinese poison can be ordered?
One place might have it. It's a small pharmacy called Lincoln.
Usually carry that particular mixing drug in our pharmacy, Monsieur Popinot. It's too dangerous. But I did have a special order for it from a Cockney woman named Maggie Campbell just the other day. She had a note authorizing her to buy it.
Who was the note from?
From the head of the medical research department, through the Chevalier Despard.
Thank you very much. Clerk. Has Monsieur le Marquis Despard's contract arrived from Paris?
Yes, Monsieur Popinot, this morning.
Where's Madame Jean Renaud?
She's waiting for you now, Monsieur Popinot.
Just have her sign this legal bill of sale for the Saxon property and ask her to appear in court tomorrow morning.
Yes, Monsieur.
And, clerk.
Yes?
Send this letter to the Marquise Despard. After this note, I don't think she'll appear to press charges.
Come along, Renee. We'd better go inside the courtroom. It's almost time for the sessions to start.
You go ahead, Cecil. I'd like to see Monsieur Philippe Brett before court starts.
See you later, then.
Oh, my dear Renee, you look charming. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Not at all. Here's the letter Monsieur Popinot sent me last night and the affidavits you asked for.
Mm-hmm.
This letter from Popinot places you in a very ugly position. It threatens the entire civil courts, besides naming the head of the medical association, Monsieur Brett.
Yes, I know, Renee. Leave everything to me. I'll see you in court in a few minutes.
Order in the court. The Fifth Court of Inferior Appeals is in session. The first case is a commission for lunacy. The case of Madame de la Marquise Despard against Monsieur le Marquis Despard.
Popin.
Yes, Monsieur Brett.
As head of the civil courts, I cannot allow you to preside on the bench during this case.
Cannot allow me?
Do you realize, man, you violated the most important law in all France? I have 3 sworn affidavits that you partook of tea and cake at the household of René Despard at 5 p.m. 4 days ago. Now, since Madame is the plaintiff in this case, that renders any decision you might give as invalid.
But, Monsieur Brett, they are lying.
Your own nephew swears it's the truth. Will you relinquish the bench?
Who is to take over in my place?
Monsieur Devreux.
Devreux?
Yes.
A man who spends his time currying favor from Her Majesty's?
Monsieur, will you give up the bench?
I have no option. But if I can't work as judge on this case, I will represent Monsieur de la Marquise Despard as his barrister.
Will you ascend the bench, Monsieur Devreux?
Naturally, Monsieur Brett. The barrister in charge of proceedings will start. That is you, Chevalier Despard. Is it not, Cecil?
Yes. Thank you, Monsieur Devreux.
In behalf of my client, Madame la Marquise, a poor innocent woman who has been robbed of her children, her income, and her home by a lunatic husband who is guilty of murder.
You only presume he's guilty of murder.
I presume nothing, Popinot. He has already been tried and convicted.
When?
10 minutes before court started.
I signed the papers, Monsieur Popinot.
You did, Brett?
Yes.
You haven't the foggiest notion of what this case concerns. I have definite proof that Maggie Campbell was hired to murder the butler. Here it is. My proof that Monsieur le Marquis is innocent. Judge Devreux, you can set aside this conviction.
Chevalier, let us proceed.
A woman named Madame Jean Renaud has forced Monsieur le Marquis to give her over 1 million francs. We all know that Monsieur Popinot made up that story about the Saxon property to fool the court.
But these are lies, Monsieur Devreux.
Continue, Chevalier.
And last but not least, we base our claim on the fact that Monsieur le Marquis thinks he lives in China. Ha! Is that a thought for a sane man?
Monsieur le Marquis is writing a book on China. He has a contract for that book.
We investigated the contract, Monsieur Popinot. The Paris firm swears they never drew it up.
You've done well, gentlemen. To make a mockery of the courts of France. This trial is a farce. A framed farce. Of course, you grant the commission for lunacy. You will be heaped with honors by these weakling fools.
That is only your opinion, Popinot.
Judge Devereux, remember, your conscience will weigh heavily on your soul. If you send this man away, you will have only yourself to answer to. When you wake up in the middle of the night screaming for forgiveness to your Maker, think on it carefully, Judge Devereux. Think before you make a decision.
There is no need for thought. I demand an immediate decision.
There's only one decision I can possibly make. An honest one. A decision dictated to me by my conscience and the evidence on hand. The commission for lunacy is granted.
Monsieur Devereux, I'm as sane as you are. You can't lock me up. Popinot, tell them. In heaven's name, stop them. Don't let them.
Guards! Take that man out of court and put him in a straitjacket before he loses his mind completely.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard the story declared insane. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Did you see anything? Nothing. But it was a car, all right, Max. Going like blazes, too. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything.
Look, Rod, there can't be any such thing as an invisible automobile. And yet...
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Adventures of Max Chandler, featuring Carl Swenson in the role of the famous broadcaster and reporter, whose assignments bring him into constant conflict with the Whisper Men. In the city of Geneva in Switzerland, Linda Jones, official photographer for Globe magazine, is waiting in the restaurant at the railroad station for Max Chandler and his assistant, Rod Buchanan, who are arriving in the Constantinople Express with plans for a 2-week vacation.
Linda Jones.
What?
Well, this is wonderful.
Oh, hello.
Linda, what on earth are you doing here in Geneva? You should have let me know you were coming.
I don't quite know what this is all about, but I haven't the faintest idea who you are.
I've got to catch up on what you've been doing since you left the Far East. Saw some of your pictures in Globe. Come on, let's get out of here, Linda. There's so much noise you can't hear yourself think.
Now, look, this has gone far enough.
I've just got to know what's been happening to you. You feel that gun against your ribs, Miss Jones?
What is this?
There's a silencer on it, Miss Jones. I can leave you dead here on the floor, or you can walk out with me without making a fuss.
I don't understand what you want.
Yeah, we've got a lot to catch up on, darling. Come on, time's a wasting.
I don't see Linda anywhere. Do you, Ron?
Well, being the dame, she's probably late.
Yeah, but she wired that she'd meet the train.
What are you going to do? Spend the rest of your life here in the depot, or should we go on to the hotel?
Huh? Yeah, I suppose we might as well go to the hotel. Probably something connected with her job held her up.
You'll learn, brother. You'll learn.
Learn what?
I keep telling you, you can't depend on dames.
Yes, monsieur. My name is Max Chandler. I know that, monsieur. We are very honored to have you staying here at our hotel. We have always listened to your broadcast here in Geneva. Thank you. I'm trying to locate a friend of mine who's staying here, Miss Linda Jones. Ah, yes. The American lady with the camera. Well, she was supposed to meet our train when we got in. That was nearly 3 hours ago, and we haven't heard from her. Are you sure that there wasn't any message for me?
It would have been in your mailbox, monsieur.
Well, there wasn't anything out at the desk.
I'm sorry, monsieur.
Look, I don't want to sound like an old maid, but I'm worried about Linda. Now, she doesn't answer the phone in her room, but it's possible that she might be there, ill or something.
It is to be hoped it is not so, monsieur.
Now, I'd like you to get your master key and come upstairs with me.
Ah, bon, that would be strictly against the regulations, monsieur.
I'll take that responsibility.
Well.
I promise you, Miss Jones won't make any complaint about it.
Very well, monsieur. Only I am quite certain there can be nothing wrong. This is the room, monsieur. Numero 19.
Well, open the door, please.
Oui. Mademoiselle Jones?
Holy smoke, look at that.
But, Monsieur Chandler, I don't understand.
Well, somebody's turned this place upside down. Her clothes, photographic stuff. The place is torn to pieces.
It's impossible, monsieur.
It isn't impossible. It's happened. Look, they've even slit open the backs of your overstuffed chairs.
But, Monsieur Chandler,
You'd better get the police at once. I have a call to make.
At once, monsieur. Quelle affaire?
Hello. Get me room 11, please. Hello, Rod. Come down the hall to Linda's room. It's number 19. No, she isn't here.
You're making this a lot more difficult for both of us than you need to, Miss Jones. Now, sit down over there.
I'm going to make this so difficult for you. Before you're through, you'll wish you'd never seen me. Are you going to explain this outrage or not?
Perhaps I'd better begin by telling you that you can call me Dick. I thought I played the role of an old American friend back at the station very well, didn't you?
So help me.
You see, I was educated in America.
I don't care anything about your education.
You know, you're very pretty.
Get away from me.
You might just as well take it easy. Somebody here wants to see you, that's all. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Don't mind if I do.
Do you mind telling me where we are?
Do you think we'd have had the shades pulled down in the car when we brought you out here if we wanted you to know, Miss Jones?
Look, I don't know how the Swiss law looks on kidnapping, but I promise you...
Don't make promises you can't keep, Miss Jones. Oh, I think your interview is about to begin. Here she is, Dr. Brenner.
So, this is Miss Jones. You can leave us alone, Wrangle.
Look out for her, Dr. Brenner. She's something of a spitfire. Bit my thumb clear through to the bone coming out in the car.
You'll find iodine in the laboratory. Now leave us.
Better watch out for her, all the same.
I think we'll get along together.
I don't know who you are, Dr. Brenner, and I don't know why you brought me here. But you realize, don't you?
I'm not concerned with anything but the realities of the situation, Miss Jones. You're here, and we are going to talk. When something comes of that talk, we'll deal with that reality.
This whole thing is insane. I don't know anything about you. What have we to talk about?
You are a photographer, Miss Jones.
That's right.
During the last week, you have been taking pictures of the Swiss countryside. An assignment from your magazine, I suppose.
Yes, that's an assignment.
Well, the problem is a very simple one. I want the pictures you have been taking.
Why on earth do you...
All you have to do, Miss Jones, is to tell me where those pictures are. And when I say pictures, I mean any prints you've made and the negatives.
What possible value can those pictures have for you?
Let me point out to you that those pictures are so important to me that I have searched your room and have risked kidnapping you. I like to get out of this without any further complications. Just tell me where they are. And then you are perfectly free. You can go on taking pictures to your heart's content.
What particular films do you want?
I want all the films you have been taking since you came to Geneva.
Those films are my job. If there's one particular one you want...
My dear Miss Jones, if I were to tell you which one I wanted, you might start trying to guess why I want it.
And suppose I did?
Then, Miss Jones, you would not be taken back to town and allowed to go free. Let me make this clear. Turn over the films to me. Ask no questions. And there will be nothing for you to worry about.
I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more explicit, Dr. Brenner. Those films technically belong to my magazine, not to me.
Well, the minute you're free, you can go on taking the same pictures over again if you like.
This is crazy. You mean to say you've no objection to my taking exactly the same pictures again?
None.
I simply don't get it.
Don't try, Miss Jones. Just tell me where the films are.
Does this business have anything to do with Max Chandler, Dr. Brenner?
Chandler? Who is Max Chandler?
You don't know.
Should I? Come, Miss Jones. Where are the films?
I don't think I'm going to tell you, Doctor.
That's foolish, very foolish.
You see, Dr. Brenner, it's fairly obvious that you and your friend, Mr. Rankle, are involved in something criminal.
Is it?
Otherwise, you wouldn't go to the lengths you have to get the films. Without knowing it, I must have taken a picture of something that would give you away.
I warned you, Miss Jones, that if you happened to guess right, your position would become much more dangerous.
I think I'm already convinced of that.
I'm trying to use reason in dealing with you, Miss Jones. But after a little while, I'm afraid I may have to use force. Think about it. And, by the way, you'll find that there's no way out of this room, Miss Jones. And I promise you that screaming or creating any kind of disturbance won't attract attention.
Still no word from the young lady, Monsieur Chandler?
No, not a thing.
The Swiss police are very thorough, monsieur.
They're thorough, all right, but they seem to take their time about it.
Look here, Mr. I don't think I got your name before.
Lefebvre, monsieur.
Are you a native of Geneva, Lefebvre?
Yes, monsieur. I've lived here all my life.
Well, here, will you look at this sketch? I found it in the wastebasket in Miss Jones' room. You recognize this house?
Voyons. Well, I can't say that I do, monsieur. There are many houses in this neighborhood with cupolas on the roofs. It could be one of many houses.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Monsieur Lefebvre. That doesn't help much. Let's go, Rod.
I'm sorry not to be of more help to you, monsieur.
Oh, that's all right. Thanks anyway.
What's the idea of all the questions about this sketch, Max?
Well, we've got to find some kind of a starting point for a search, Rod. Now, nobody here at the hotel remembers seeing Linda since breakfast.
Well, there's no reason why they should pay any particular attention to her, is there?
Listen, Rod, Linda's room had been straightened up by the maid. Now, the manager assured us of that. And you'd expect the waste paper basket to be empty.
So what?
So I assumed that Linda came back to her room sometime during the day and threw those sketches away.
More likely the guy who tore the place apart did it.
Well, that could be, Rod, but we got to grab hold of any straw we can find. If Linda was sketching this morning, maybe somebody saw her.
How are you going to find a house with a doodad on the roof?
We're going to hire a car and do a little touring of the countryside. Go ahead, Rod, you first.
Taxi, sir?
Okay.
Where to, sir?
Say, do you know the countryside around here pretty well, driver?
Like the back of my hand, sir.
Well, here, will you take a look at this? You recognize it?
Looks like a lot of houses on the outskirts of town, sir.
Well, I want to find that particular house with that particular shed in back. You think we have any chance of finding it?
We can only try, sir.
Okay, let's get going.
That looks like it, sir.
So slow down.
No shed back of that one, Max.
That's not it. Keep going.
Don't look like there was a break coming our way, Max. We must have covered 50 miles back and forth.
Well, it has to be somewhere. Linda sketched it.
Maybe she invented it.
Hey, how about it, driver? Any more possibilities?
There's this one back road, sir. If we don't find it there, I don't know what to say.
Well, let's try it.
Hey, Max, look over there.
Slow down, driver.
That's it, Rod. The shed. Even the car standing in front of it.
All right, driver. Pull up in front of that house, will you? Wait for us, driver.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do?
Somebody here may have noticed Linda sketching.
Uh-huh.
Not much sign of life around here, Max.
Well, there must be somebody home. There's a car there. Try it again, Ron.
You'd have to be stone deaf not to hear that.
Yeah.
Yes?
I'm sorry to bother you. I'm looking for a friend who seems to be missing.
Oh.
My name is Max Chandler.
Well,
maybe you don't have a radio out in this neck of the woods, huh?
I'm sorry. I am a doctor, Dr. Brenner. I don't have much time to listen to the radio.
Well, the point is, Dr. Brenner, a young lady I know has disappeared. And we found these sketches in her room, which are obviously of your house.
Oh, it's really rather good. Huh? It certainly is a sketch of this house, isn't it?
Well, we thought that perhaps you might have seen her sketching. And we have reason to think that it might have been early this morning.
I'm afraid not. You see, I start out on my rounds quite early.
Oh, I see. Well, I was hoping...
But why do you think your friend is missing? Perhaps she's away visiting friends or something.
Well, I just got in from Constantinople this afternoon. My friend was supposed to meet the train, and she didn't. And when we got to the hotel, we discovered that someone had searched her room. Looks as though she were in some kind of trouble.
I can see why you're disturbed, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
I see.
Hey, what was that?
I'm afraid I must excuse myself, gentlemen. There's a patient in the surgery. Abscess of the ear. Very painful.
Yes, thank you anyway, Dr. Brenner. I'm sorry we took you away from your patient. Good evening.
Good evening.
Boy, that scream ran up and down my back like an icicle.
Say, that's a funny thing, right? You'd think a doctor would have someone to answer the door while he's treating a patient, wouldn't you? Or else that the door would be open.
The more I travel, the more I figure out that people do things screwy every place except at home.
Yeah. I wonder if there's some place around here where we can find a telephone.
Yeah, probably.
I'd like to phone the hotel just on the chance there may be some news of Linda. Say, driver, is there a public phone anywhere around here?
There's a small inn about a mile down the road, sir.
You know, Ron, it sounded as though someone stopped that patient of Dr. Brenner's from screaming.
Oh, maybe he's got a nurse or an assistant. All I can say is the sound of it gave me butterflies in my stomach.
Yeah, me too, Ron. Well, I guess it's just that we both got a case of frazzled nerves over Linda. Come on.
What the devil is wrong with you, Rankle? Could have heard that scream all the way into town.
I don't know how she got that adhesive tape loose from her mouth, Dr. Brenner. Was Chandler suspicious?
I don't think so. At least he went away.
Well, what did you tell him?
I told him I had a patient with an abscessed ear. He seemed to accept the explanation.
Oh, that was a little too close for comfort.
Take the adhesive tape off her mouth, Rankle. We can't delay this thing any longer.
All right, Doctor. If you'll hold still, Miss Jones, it won't hurt while I pull it loose.
That was Max. You said you didn't know who he was, and yet...
I know who he is, Miss Jones. It seems that we were stupid, Rankle.
Huh?
In addition to photographs, Miss Jones has made sketches of the house. Chandler found them in the waste basket.
He was right here, right outside the door. I heard his voice.
I don't think he'll be back, Miss Jones. But I'm not going to risk it. Your time has run out. Now, where are those films?
You sent Max away. You sent him away, and he was right there at the door. Do you really think I'd ever tell you what you want to know?
Oh, yes, I think you'll tell me.
You can't let me go free now. You know that. Max has located the house. You know that the minute I see him...
That's quite right, Miss Jones. But if you'll answer my question and not make too much trouble, perhaps in a week or 10 days...
Am I supposed to believe you?
Well, I'll tell you how it is, Miss Jones. It's not going to matter very shortly whether you believe me or not.
Well, if there's any news at all, call me at this number I've just given you. That's right. Goodbye.
No news?
Nope. Linda hasn't called the hotel. The police haven't found any kind of a lead.
Begins to look bad, Max. Linda'd have called in long ago if she could. What next? Do we go back to town?
Yeah, I suppose we ought to, Rod, but for some reason I've got a great resistance to leaving this place.
Why, Max?
Well, I hate hunches. I feel like a sucker when I follow one.
What's a hunch?
Well, there's something about that doctor, Rod. I ought to accept his story about the patient with the abscessed ear. There isn't any reason to doubt it, and yet...
Well, what do you want to do?
pay off the taxi driver, Rod. Then after we've had supper, we might walk back down the road to the doctor's house.
What do we do when we get there?
How do I know? I just have this crazy feeling about him.
That light off there must be in the doctor's house.
Yeah.
It's the blackest night I ever saw. No stars, no moon. Boy, the wind off these snow-capped mountains bites right through you.
Certainly can't see anything from here, except that light in the window.
Well, what do we do now?
Maybe I'm nuts, Rod. Maybe we ought to go back to the inn and go to bed.
Well, I sure wouldn't complain about crawling under one of those nice thick eider-downs.
Okay, let's start back.
You suppose there's another road around here we didn't notice, Max? That car sounds awful close, but I don't see any headlights.
Neither do I.
Rod, jump! That car's right here! Holy smoke, Max. That thing nearly run us down.
Rod, did you see anything?
Nothing. But it was a car, all right, going like blazes. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything.
Look, Rod, there can't be any such thing as an invisible automobile, and yet...
There was dust, and I could smell the fumes from the exhaust.
Guy couldn't possibly drive a car on this road without lights.
Well, he did.
You know, Rod, that car came from the direction of the doctor's house. We could hear it start.
Well, it beats me. It couldn't happen, but it did. So let's get going.
No, Rod. I'm not going back to the inn now. Maybe that guy will come back.
It's my bet if we walk a couple of 100 yards down the road, we'll find him wrapped around a tree.
Nope, I don't think so, Rod. I got a feeling he's going to come back.
Another hunch?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rod.
Okay. Play it your way. Look, Max, I'm frozen right clean through to my backbone. We've been waiting here 2 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Couldn't we risk just one cigarette, Max?
If anyone's on the lookout, he'd spot it right away.
Boy, I always knew it was a mistake to leave home. The day I got mixed up in this crazy stuff with you...
Listen, Rod.
There's a car coming, all right.
See any headlights?
No.
Get back off the road, Rod.
With pleasure, and I'm not kidding. It's that same guy. No lights. How can he drive in the pitch dark?
Listen.
You were right, Max. The car went to the doctor's house.
All right, let's go. I want to see that automobile.
I'd kind of like to see it myself, just to be sure I'm not having bad dreams. Gee, it's a wonder we haven't broken our necks.
The car ought to be in the shed. It's off to the right here somewhere. Here it is.
Yeah. Boy, that radiator's hot as a frying pan. Max, the guy that drove that car must have had cat's eyes.
I think so. Stand over here, Rod. I'm going to snap on my cigarette lighter. Here, get between me and the house.
Okay. Hey, Max, that's crazy. The headlights are painted over black. You couldn't see any light from them even if they were turned on.
Stay where you are, Rod. I'm going to get in the car and turn on the lights. See anything, Rod?
No, nothing happened, Max.
Come around here and get in the car. The other side, Rod.
Max, it's bright daylight. You better turn those lights off or they'll see them from the house.
I haven't touched the lights, Rod, since you were standing in front of the car.
But you must have. You can see plain as day.
Listen, Rod, I've heard about this before. The Germans used it during the war to keep their transport rolling in spite of Allied planes. They called it black light.
I don't get it. How's it work?
Those headlights that look as though they were painted are actually specially prepared glass. Now, this windshield is also specially prepared glass. You can't see any light from those headlamps unless you're looking through the windshield glass.
Yeah, I remember reading somewhere about something like this for taking the glare out of headlights back home.
Yeah, that's the same principle. Now, we couldn't see any light from that car when it passed us on the road, but the driver could see perfectly.
What's the gag? He's not hiding from any bombers now.
Not bombers, no, but something else.
What?
That's what we're going to find out, Rod.
Max, somebody coming from the house.
Quick. Get out of the car, down behind it. And, hey, don't close the door.
Max, the guy guys unscrewing that black glass from the headlamps.
Yeah. They wouldn't want them to notice it in the daylight. That's the guy that we've got to talk to, Rod.
You take him from this side. I'll go around the other way.
Now, for Pete's sake, be quiet about it, Rod.
All right, brother, now start talking.
You're Max Chandler, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Max Chandler.
So Dr. Brenner didn't fool you?
Where's Linda Jones?
Oh, you know about that, too?
Why, you dirty rat, so you have got her, huh?
Where is she?
Look, suppose I help you. Suppose I tell you what the score is. Will you give me a break? That's all I ask. Just give me a break if I help you.
We'll give you a break if you don't help us, bud. Right in the middle of your back.
Miss Jones is in that house, isn't she?
Yeah, but look.
Where? What room?
Well, by now, she's in the doctor's waiting room.
Where's Brenner?
Well, he's in the laboratory now, but in a minute he'll start to work on her again.
What's your name?
Rankle. Dick Rankle. I'm Dr. Brenner's assistant. But I swear, I was forced into this.
Rankle? So help me, if anything has happened to Linda, if you and Brenner have done anything to her...
She's still all right, huh? I promise you. But Brenner's losing his patience. She won't talk. She won't tell him what he wants to know.
What's he want to know?
He just wants the film she used for taking pictures around here. If she hadn't been so stubborn, if she just told him, she could have gone free.
Pictures of what?
Look, you got to promise to give me a break if I tell you.
We promised you a break, brother, and here it comes if you don't...
I don't think he has to tell us, Rod. Linda probably took a picture of this house that showed the car. Those black glass headlights hadn't been removed. Is that right, Rankle?
Yeah. I forgot about them the other day. I left them after daylight.
What are you and Brenner using this car for at night?
I've already told you more than I should. If you'd only promise me to...
Keep talking, brother.
All right, I'll tell you.
Make it fast.
Brenner's a brilliant scientist.
German, of course.
Yeah. Before the end of the war, Brenner got quantities of scientific equipment out of Germany and catched them here. He was working on atomic energy.
Go on.
Well, now he's planning to set up a laboratory in a place where he can work safely without being spied on. We've been moving the equipment at night.
And some people think there's no danger of another world war. All right, Rankle. Which door do we go in to get to the waiting room where Linda is?
Side door. I left it unlatched when I came out. If Brenner hears you, he'll kill you.
He'll think it's you coming back, Rankle. Tie this guy up, Rod. I want him here when we come out.
Tie him up?
Yeah, hurry.
But, Max, there isn't anything here.
Come on, hurry up, will you?
Oh, well, I guess this'll have to do. Oh! Rod, what the... Well, here, keep that way, Max. There wasn't anything to tie him up with.
There's a light showing under the bottom of that door at the end of the hall.
It must be either the waiting room or the laboratory.
Come on. All right, Rod. I'm going to open the door. Be ready for anything. Linda.
Max. Oh, Max.
Quiet, darling. Where's Brenner?
In the next room. It's a laboratory, I think.
Linda, are you all right?
Max, I've been so scared I couldn't hold out much longer. I don't know why he wanted the darn films. I don't know why I didn't tell him in the first place.
Never mind that now. I can explain it later. Has he hurt you?
Look at her wrists, Max. They're all bruised. That jerk must...
No, it's all right, Max. It's really nothing. I just want to get out of here, that's all.
Well, we're going to take you out. But first, I want Brenner.
I could hear you talking when you were here early this afternoon. I tried to scream.
Yeah, well, we heard you and went away like a couple of dopes.
He said he had a patient in here that was sick, and we fell for it.
Rod, take Linda out the way we came in. I'm going in to get Brenner.
Well, two can live as cheap as one. I'm going
You're
with
staying with Linda, just in case it doesn't come out right. I won't be long.
Max, please.
Chandler.
I've come to get you, Dr. Brenner. The authorities are going to be very interested in your operations here.
So, that's the way it is.
Rod, What happened?
If that's Brenner coming out of there...
Max. Max.
It's all right, darling. It's all over. You can pour me a double one, Rod, and I won't be annoyed.
You're the boss.
Say, Linda, there's one thing that I still don't know. Where are those films?
I took them to a place here in town to be developed. Dr. Brenner didn't have any chance of getting them without an okay from me.
You know, Max, the people back home ought to be put wise to what these rats are cooking up over here.
Well, we're going to have a chance to tell them, Rod. That telegram that was waiting for me at the desk was orders to come home.
Oh, boy. At last there's a decent cup of coffee in sight. And maybe a little peace and quiet.
You're an optimist, Rod. Peace and quiet don't seem to go together with this guy.
Next week at this time, the Mutual Broadcasting System will bring you another in this series, The Whisper Men, based on the stories in Liberty Magazine by Hugh Pentecost. Tonight's program was written by Judson Phillips and Blake Cabot, produced by Dan Seymour, and directed by Tony Leader. Carl Swenson was Max Chandler, and the music was by Chet Kingsbury. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you, now.
$113-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 113-year-old. Well, Satan, we'll be getting down to our yarn spinning if you'll tell folks to douse all lights. That's it. We want things nice and cheerful for our pretty little tales. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll be across the seas in the jungle land of Africa. British Africa, in what's called Tanganyika territory. Hear that chanting and them savage drums? With them begins our story of the Devil Mask. The Devil Mask!
8 o'clock. Those drums have been booming for a solid hour now.
We'll probably hear them until well past midnight.
I'll wager the drummer Johnnies will have aching wrists tomorrow, and the singers won't be able to speak above a whisper.
On the contrary, they'll all feel wonderfully refreshed. Such a ceremony to these tribesmen is, well, like going to St. Paul's on Easter morning or cantering through Hyde Park on a bright spring day would be to us.
Oh, you mustn't speak of London here. It's only a reminder that we're over a month away from there.
But we're leaving for England tomorrow, Harlan. You and Alec and I. And when we reach there, we'll find it no more pleasant than Africa.
You're right. For one finds contentment within himself, not in his surroundings. Well, one thing's certain. The foggy old London moon's never so beautiful as the one above us now.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Gorgeous. It's like those we used to sit and watch so long ago in Surrey, as we...
Please, Harlan.
Because you're now married to another man, can't I indulge in spoken memories?
I wish you wouldn't.
All right. Rather a nice compliment those blacks out there are paying you and Alec, with their chanting and their drumming.
Yes.
Gadeo, the witch doctor's son, told me all about it, in his funny pidgin English.
I had already told you.
Oh, you simply said they were holding a religious ceremony to pray that you and Alec have a safe journey back to civilization. Gadeo's version was far more dramatic. He said this jamboree was to propitiate the devils, so they wouldn't harm.
That's why Monpo, his father, came here to the bungalow a while ago and muttered magic words about each piece of our baggage to drive away the devil.
Well, that mask he had on certainly ought to frighten them away.
It's a sacred devil mask, worn especially for this sort of ritual.
Rum-looking object.
Yes. Instead of taking measures to protect us, they think they're doing, they should pray to all their gods that we never leave the jungle alive.
Oh, why, Phyllis? They owe you gratitude. Gadeo tells me that you...
Oh, I've tried to treat them decently.
You mean that Alec...
No, he's treated them well, too, except when he's been drinking. Then he isn't responsible.
In the 7 days I've been here, Alec's never drawn a sober breath. He's inside that bungalow now, sleeping off a quart of whiskey, and he'll begin on another the moment he awakes.
It isn't his fault. It's just the effect that Africa has upon some white men. When Alec gets back to England, he'll become himself again.
I hope so. No, hang it all, I don't. I hope the rotter drinks himself to death as fast as he can. I hope he... forgive me, Phyllis.
I'm going inside. Good night, Harlan.
No, please.
Let go of my hand.
No, I won't. Now I've begun, I won't let you go till I've finished. Phyllis, when your father brought you to Africa, my regiment was sent to India 3 years ago. You were engaged to marry me. For 6 months after that, I received your letters. Love letters, just as I wrote every day to you. Suddenly, I heard no more from you. And months later, I heard you'd married Alec. I didn't mean to speak, but now... Why? Why?
Hasn't it occurred to you that I may have married Alec because I loved him and had fallen out of love with you?
Was that the reason?
Yes.
I see.
Phyllis! Phyllis!
Alec's awake.
Phyllis, where the devil are you?
I'm coming, Alec.
Oh, you're outside. Stay where you are, I'll come to you. Well, you and Lieutenant Lawrence being romantic in the moonlight?
We've been talking, Alec, and listening to the chanting.
It was that blasted noise woke me up. Where's my whip? I'll soon make that beggar stop.
No, you can't interfere with them. Alec, that ceremony is for us.
Huh? Oh, yes, so you told me.
Oh, Monpo is driving devils out of the way, so I'll get to England safely. Nice of him after all the kicks I've landed on where he should wear pants. He's got a first-class Christian spirit. Don't you think so, Holland?
Yes. He finds it easier to return good for evil than I ever shall.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You've got a first-class Christian spirit, too. Why, you even come and pay me a visit after I married a woman you was once engaged to.
Alec.
Don't worry, Phyllis. I ain't gonna quarrel with your ex-lover.
See here, Anson. I don't propose to...
Hey, don't get mad. I ain't mad. I like to have you around, Lieutenant. So you can enjoy watching my happy married life.
Alec, go back to bed, please.
All right. I'll leave you two alone again.
Please. Here, I'll help you.
I don't need any help. What I need's another bottle of whiskey.
No.
Yeah. You don't want me to stop those black monkeys in the village from making a noise, so I gotta drink enough not to hear them. I got a bottle in the cupboard here.
All right. Get it if you must.
Of course I'll get it. Hey!
What's the matter?
The bottle I had in here is gone.
You must have taken it then.
No. I put an extra bottle here special, so as I'd have it when I'm in a hurry. Who's stolen it?
No one, Alec. Not a soul has been in this room since you fell asleep, except Lieutenant Lawrence, Monpo, and I.
Monpo? Then he took it. I'll teach that thieving witch doctor to steal my whiskey.
Alec, put down that pistol. Come back.
Take your hands off of me.
Harlan, help me. Harlan.
Now, you keep out of this, Lawrence. Let me go.
Drop that pistol, Anson.
Stop! You're breaking my arm.
Drop that pistol.
I've dropped it. Take your hands off
Get the
me.
gun, Phyllis.
I have it. Lead him to bed. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm going to kill that thief, Monpo.
He's not a thief. He was never near that cupboard. He only came into the house to perform his magic on our luggage, to do us a favor, as he thinks.
That rotten blighter has my whiskey. Montpole stole my whiskey.
I think we'd better go away, and he'll soon go back to sleep. Yes, he's falling asleep now. Come on.
All right.
I'll kill the thieving blighter.
Here, you keep his pistol. I don't want him to have it handy if he wakes up again. He's liable to do anything.
Oh, God. To think you're married to that swine. To think you love him.
Harlan, I'm going to tell you the truth.
Truth?
About Alec and me.
What do you mean?
Let's go outside again. Please open the door.
Certainly.
When I said I married Alec because I loved him, I lied.
Phyllis.
I meant to go on lying. But after all, I owe you the truth.
Oh, why?
You know that my father died of fever 6 months after we arrived here.
Yes.
That was when my letters to you stopped. The day before he died, a missionary came here. He was from the coast and on his way to the interior. Father knew that he had but a few hours to live. And when the missionary left, I'd be alone with Alec. He was the only other white man in 50 miles of jungle. Alec had often tried to make love to me. He was drinking heavily then. Well, he suggested to Father that if he didn't have the missionary marry us, I believe you understand.
The filthy, beastly swine.
Please. Nothing we can say or do will change it.
We can change the future, and we will. Oh, my darling, you still love me. You'll get a divorce, and then...
There can be no divorce.
You mean you'll stay with this brute?
He isn't a brute. He's a weak, spoiled, selfish child who must have his own way no matter how he gets it, no matter who it harms. I'm his wife, and I must take care of him and keep him out of trouble as long as we both live.
You're not thinking reasonably. You've got to listen to me, and then...
Everything you could say I've already said to myself. Now, we'll never mention this again. You've already arranged to return to England with Alec and me, so that can't be changed. But after we reach there, we must never see each other again. I want you to promise me that, Harlan.
No. If you must take care of the swine you call a weak child, then I must look after you until he dies, or sends you to your grave.
Harlan.
How can you have sympathy for such a beast? Or consider it your duty to sacrifice our lives for his?
Can't you understand?
No, I can't. No more than I can understand why those blacks out there should repay his kicks with prayers that he was safe from devils. I can't understand why any rotter should get better than he merits. And I don't believe God permits such blind injustice for long.
Harlan, what was that?
It sounded like the back door.
Alec's awakened. He's gone out.
Oh, what if he has?
Yes. There he goes across the compound toward the native village. And he has a gun.
A gun? I have his pistol.
He's taken his rifle. We'll stop him.
But why?
Come on, quick. He thinks Monpole stole that whiskey. And if he reaches the village before we can stop him...
Oh, you don't think he's...
He's liable to do anything. Oh, he's disappeared among the huts. Harlan, if he attacks the witch doctor when he's wearing the sacred devil mask, the other blacks will... Oh!
A rifle.
The drums have stopped.
I'll teach you blacks to steal my liquor.
Alec!
Look! By that fire.
Monpole, lying on the ground.
I said I'd kill that dirty thief.
Gadeo, your father isn't badly hurt. He isn't.
Look for yourself, I'd miss you.
Oh, there's a hole in his mask that's spattered with blood.
Shot between the eyes.
Yes. My father Monpole died as the on the sacred mask.
Oh, Gadeo,
Gadeo know that you do not wish him die, right, missy. But for boss who did... Come on, the clone. Come now.
Gadeo, my husband didn't know what he was doing.
Phyllis, get behind me. They're closing in around us.
Keep away from me, you blacks. I'll shoot the first who takes another step. You keep back, Gadeo, or I'll kill you like I did your thieving father.
Another of you. Now will my father people. It is the dead who pay you for what you do tonight.
Dead?
You have killed a priest as he drive him devil from your path. Now his soul will drive those devils on you.
That's funny.
When the sun rises in the morning, you will laugh no more. For you will own my father's devil mask.
I'll own the devil mask?
With his blood on the hole your bullet make when you kill him. Till you take his life, he gives to you his mask. Tambarameo! I'll father people no more close them way. You're free to leave here now. When the sun rises, you will own the devil mask, and it will never leave you, come die.
Phyllis, it's nearly morning. Won't you lie down now and get a little rest?
Don't ask me again. You know I can't.
In a few hours, we'll be starting through the jungle for the coast. You can't stand the trip without rest.
Here I can watch that village.
Oh, if the blacks meant to attack this bungalow, they'd have done it hours ago. I'm convinced that Gadeo wasn't attempting any trick. The poor Negro really means to leave his vengeance to the dead.
His people believe the dead have much more power than the living. But I still can't understand the things he said about that devil mask.
Some other savage superstition, I suppose.
I've been in Africa too long to despise what whites call just savage superstition.
But you don't think that dead man's mask's going to harm him, do you?
I don't know. Gadeo said Alec would own the mask by sunrise. Since we left the village, those drums have never ceased. They're making magic there.
If the mask or anything else gets into this bungalow, it'll have to come by magic. Every door and window in the place is locked but this one, and we've sat behind a screen all night. I'm sorry I can't believe anything will pay that rotter his just deserts.
Harlan.
He's even safe here from the law. Looks as though I was wrong last night. And I told you God wouldn't long permit injustice.
Alec!
Now, he must be having a nightmare.
Come with me, quick.
Look up at my head. That thing that's grinning at me.
A devil mask.
How did it get here?
Look out of that window, Harlan.
Lord, the sun's rising.
After tramping through this rotten jungle all day, I'd like to sit quiet in my tent tonight and have a drink in peace. Will you two please stop talking about this crazy mask?
Not until you do as your wife asks, Ranson, and get rid of the thing. Why in heaven's name did you bring it with you? When you first saw it on your bed this morning, you were more afraid of it than Phyllis is.
I was merely startled. When I saw how frightened you two were, I made up my mind to keep it and prove what fools you are.
There's no use arguing with him further, Harlan. It only makes him more stubborn.
I'm stubborn because I won't give in to savage superstition. And I let Gadeo and the rest of those blacks know they weren't going to scare me with their mumbo-jumbo. You heard me when they all came sneaking around to watch us leave. I thanked them for their funny devil mask and said I'd keep it to remember them by.
Yes. And Gadeo repeated that you'd keep it until the day you die.
Then I'll have it for a long while, and it won't hurt me in the meantime.
I wouldn't be too sure of that. It wasn't presented to you as a love token, and it came to you somehow through locked doors and solid walls.
So you and Phyllis say...
Because we know. Don't think for a minute I care what happens to you. But your wife's terrified of that mask. The least you can do is to humor her fears.
If you must know, I'm keeping it because I like to see you bothered.
I guess that leaves nothing more to be said, Phyllis.
I hope not. Then I can have a quiet drink. Trying to scare me with an ugly wooden face that has shells for eyes and bits of filed off lead and brass for teeth. Yeah, and a bullet hole between the eyes. It was about this time last night I put it there. I'll have a drink to celebrate.
Let's get out of here, Phyllis, where we won't have to breathe the same air as that.
I thought that'd shock your tender sensibilities. Get out! Get out, both of you, and leave me alone. Tell my wife what a cad I am and how much better off she'd be with you. It won't do you any good, but she won't leave me. Get out! Get out, you swine!
Don't, Harlan! Come.
Wait! Come back! Where are those drums sounding?
Drums?
Yes, we're miles away from any village. Who's drumming in this jungle?
I don't hear any drums.
Neither do I.
Oh, what's the matter with your ears? They're getting louder every second.
There isn't a sound outside.
There's drums, I tell you, and voices chanting. Like there was last night. Those blacks are coming after me.
You can't hear drums or chanting.
No, there's none to hear.
You're lying to me. Now they're just outside. They're all around this tent. Where's my gun? They won't get me without a fight.
Don't let him touch that rifle, Harlan.
I've got it. The fool's gone mad. Let me go. Let me go. Look at the mask.
The mask?
There's blood on it, as there was last night. Fresh blood.
Oh, you're seeing and hearing things that don't exist.
You're lying to me. Lying. Drums are beating all around me. The blood is pouring from that mask. Drums keep beating all around me, and they never stop. I know I just imagine drums. There's no blood on that mask. But I see blood, and I hear drums. That devil mask keeps grinning at me. It whispers in the dead man's voice, and soon I'll die. It's going to kill me. No, no, no. Oh, no, no, no.
How long has your husband been like this, Mrs. Ranson?
It began 3 weeks ago, Doctor, in the jungle. He didn't talk as you've just heard him do at first. That began after we came aboard this ship.
Now he keeps it up at intervals night and day.
And you say this fixation concerning drums and blood is in some way connected with that African witch mask at his bedside?
Yes, Doctor.
Then why haven't you removed it?
You try removing that mask from his bedside, Doctor.
I mean to.
Wait. He's quiet now, which usually means that he's dozed off. Move very quietly so that he can't possibly hear you.
Why?
If you do as we ask, it will save much explanation.
Very well.
Ah! Oh, no, no, don't touch that mask. Bring it back. If you take it away where I can't see it grinning, I won't know what it's planning. I won't know when it's going to kill me.
Here's your mask, man. Take it and get back to bed.
You won't take it away again, or you won't.
No. Get back in bed.
No.
You see why we haven't removed the mask, Doctor.
How did he know I touched the thing? His eyes were tightly closed. I didn't make a sound.
He just knows, Doctor. That's all.
Oh, drums. Drums keep beating all around me. The drums.
It's beginning again.
That mask must be removed without his knowledge.
Yes, but how?
When you called at my quarters and hinted what sort of a case this was, I prepared this hypodermic in advance. Now, you hold him tightly, Lieutenant, while I jab the needle in his arm. All right.
Let me go. What are you going to do with me? Oh, my arm.
Quiet, man, quiet.
Oh, guys, you're going to make me sleep while you take away the mask. Don't do it. If you do, I'll die. No, please, no.
I gave him a double dose. It's hitting him quick.
Oh, no. Don't. Drums. The drums are big.
Now, take that ugly witch mask and throw it through the porthole.
There. It's in the sea.
He should sleep for 48 hours and wake up cured.
Harlan, the mask has bobbed up to the surface. It seems to be grinning at us.
Phyllis! The ship should be leaving it behind. But it seems to be traveling along at our side.
As though it was following.
You don't think...
Gadeo said Alec would own it until the day he died.
As much as it hurts me to thank you for anything, Harlan, I'm forced to admit that you probably saved my life by throwing that rotten mask overboard.
I'm not at all proud of saving your life, Ransom.
Too bad I didn't go crazy or blow out my brains when those drums were throbbing in my head all day and night. Then you'd have won my wife, perhaps.
Suppose we don't discuss that. I've called at your hotel tonight to bid Phyllis goodbye. May I see her now?
Did you say goodbye?
She made me promise that after we reached England, I'd never see her again. Our ship docked this morning and you rushed her away. I'm keeping my promise after tonight.
Well, that's simply fine. She'll be here in a moment. Knowing I won't see you anymore adds extra delight to being home again. England. After 3 years in the bush, first-class whiskey instead of African trade slush, and feast your eyes on that roaring fire in the grate, no open fireplaces in Tanganyika. And here there are no savage superstitions that a clever chap like you can use to drive another mad.
What do you mean?
I've got that masked business figured out. You seized upon Gadeo's crazy threat that night as a means to drive me mad or kill me. You brought the mask into the house and put it at my bedside. It was your constant suggestion that made me hear those drums and see that blood.
You're talking like a lunatic.
Oh, no. I'm talking like a sane man now because I'm safe in sober England, where nothing in the world can frighten me. My wife can get along without your goodbye, Lieutenant. You're getting out of here now.
No, I'm not.
Get out, I say. Get out.
Alex.
Phyllis, you're just in time, my dear, to see your lover leave here. I'm putting him out.
No.
You can't put
this pistol can. You're looking at my wife for the last time until the day I die. And that won't be for a long, long time. Now, there's the door. Get out.
You have me at a disadvantage. Goodbye, Phyllis.
That's enough. Get out. What? Drums. Drums.
What?
I hear drums again. Drums coming closer. Drums in England. No. No, the mask is gone. At the bottom of the sea. The mask can't find me here. What's that? Who's at that door?
Oh, look at Mr. Ransom, sir.
What? Who are you?
Oh, I was your room steward on the ship, sir. I think the lady there recognised me.
Yes, but why...
What do you want me here?
Oh, I've come to return some property of yours, what was fished up from the dock this afternoon. I remember seeing it in your cabin when you were so terrible sick about 2 weeks back, sir, and I...
What's wrapped in that paper you carry? What do you bring to me?
Why, it's just this, sir.
Oh! The mask!
It's swallowed.
I knew it when I heard those drums. And now they're throbbing in my head once more. But it's not going to turn my mind again. I'll destroy it now for good and all.
Ah, you're thundering the fire.
Yes. Water brought it back to me, but nothing can return from fire. It's flame from which all devils come, and back to flames they go. I'll beat your rotten witchcraft now,
That shot!
It come from that mask, in the fire.
There's a bullet hole in Alec's head.
Between his eyes.
He's dead.
How?
Pull that mask from the flames, quick!
Yes, all right, sir. I'll cut it with the tongs.
Let me smother out the flame.
The little rug will do it, sir.
Why take it from the fire?
To save the rest of our lives. Look where the fire's eaten away the wood.
The metal teeth of the mask?
Our old rifle cartridges with the bullets filed to slugs.
And when the fire got them out, one popped right off.
Then Alec was killed by natural means. And all the other things were coincidence. Imagination.
I wonder. What do you think?
Satan, what do you think? You're right about that. After the husband's funeral, them lovers went right out and got a marriage license. Good old devil mask.